Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 301, Upcoming Adventure. The Imperials were cunning and grew in strength in shadows while devouring weaker planes, robbing them, and plundering their resources. Centuries later, it has finally paid off, and we were strong enough to contend against stronger factions in the universe. We have several top-ranked powerhouses and even means to deter Tier 11 powerhouses from attacking the Empire. Of course, our first target was chosen with the utmost caution, and finally, the Fesua plane was chosen. If we completely digest Fesua plane, it should increase our powers exponentially, and I could reach Lord Class. As I have already realized my path, the only thing that remained was to complete it. My path was that of the end. The end of all existence. I lacked only a few laws to comprehend to finalize my path. I predicted that my path would comprise 6 to 7 laws, which was almost unheard of among arcanists. For this mission, I will personally enter the Fesua plane with my wives, to destabilize the plane and find about their exact strength. Only then will we start the full invasion. There are several supreme stage gods confirmed in the Fesua plane on the surface. We need to find out about the full strength of the plane. There should be some reason why warlocks didn't conquer the plane. I said as everyone nodded in agreement. While Fesua plane was invaded several times by warlocks and even a few times by some arcanist factions, it was never conquered, even if the attackers were backed by their warlock emperors or arcane lords. It smelled fishy. There were 2 possible reasons for that. Either they had myriad god emperor in shadows protecting the plane, or they had some means to defeat or deter such powerhouses. If it was Variant 1, then it would be a bigger problem. Variant 2 meant that even if they had some means, they couldn't use it continuously. It probably needed more preparation and things. If not, no warlock or arcanists would enter the plane. I watched the reactions of people, especially my wives. Vina looked happy that we would be going on an adventure. The last time we went somewhere together was more than a century ago. Fia frowned, as she didn't like the idea of abandoning her job in favor of going on an adventure, but I knew that she was only putting on a tough front. And Hela had a bloodthirsty smile, as she couldn't probably wait for gods to be slaughtered. What will the invasion force be compromised from? Asked Zekrom. It will depend on the information obtained when we enter the Fesua plane, but the vanguard for sure would be Cow's brigade together with at least 1 void fleet. While the mortal world of the Fesua plane was of no danger due to the fact that gods never let their worshippers grow beyond anything Tier 3, and only in occupations of knight and wizards. Both of them were weak paths, and one generally could not reach higher than Tier 8, which was equivalent to the Super Devil. On planes controlled by gods, one could see knights and wizards no stronger than mid-class to high-class, and in real combat and in terms of combat prowess, they were very weak. Gods did everything in their power to make their followers as weak as possible for them to be depending on their gods. The real problem I was wary of were the divine legions of the gods, created from the souls of their followers and reforged in divine power. For example, a mighty stage god could build a divine legion with tens of thousands of soldiers at the standard comparable to at least ultimate class with enough time and resources. Depending on the soul they were made of, they could be killed countless times, only to be resurrected with a bit of a divine power. And I knew that on the planes such as Fesua, there would be several gods with extremely powerful divine legions. The usual procedure of warlocks was to kill God before he could unleash his divine legions. Arcanists, meanwhile, used various means to drain the divine kingdom of the divine power, thus cutting them the source of energy. Then the killing of the divine legion was only a matter of time. After the meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis ended, I met with Fia, Vina, and Hela to discuss our new adventure. So, what do you think about this, my lovely ladies? I asked with a teasing voice as I looked at my 3 wives. In truth, I wanted to take Bibi Dong, but she was relatively weak for a mission like this. She was still only a titled Dolua, as only 20 or so years had passed in the Shao universe. Meanwhile, Hela was already a common god and pretty strong at that. Vina and Fia were both dimensional class powerhouses and were also very strong among those in the same class. I think it will be fun to go on vacation together, said Vina with one could say dreamy smile, as I smiled at that too. Even though we were all busy, at least once per month, we had one day which we would spend together. I loved my wives, they were the most precious people in my life, together with my children. I never thought that I would be such a family person. I knew I wasn't the best father or husband to some of my children, as I often tended to spend more time researching, practicing magic rules, or comprehending laws than I wanted. Still, I was grateful that my wives always supported me with all their might. I am in, having some time off would be nice. Not to mention all of those gods for slaughter and all that fucking we will enjoy. Smirked Hela seductively, as Fia frowned at her behavior and Vina licked her lips in anticipation. I will find some replacement for me. Fia said, as I knew that she would, in the end, agree. Chapter 302, Fesua Plain. Fesua Plain, like many other plains controlled by gods, and especially plains in the divine star region of the astral boundary, had an extremely backward civilization. Gods always carefully controlled every aspect of society's development, as they depended on the faith to advance, so it was respectable that the development of the plain would be close to zero. Together with Venelana, Graphia, and Hela, I entered the plain. We immediately concealed ourselves to prevent being discovered by anyone and also to avoid unnecessary troubles. Most importantly, I wasn't fond of the idea of mingling with human worshippers. We toured several cities around the area, where we sneaked into the Fesua plain. From the little information we have gathered, we found out this was a typical god-controlled plain, which greatly played into our cards. The Fesua plain's human world was divided into 4 grades: slaves, residents, freedmen, and aristocrats. Among these, slaves and residents weren't free, they couldn't leave their lord's fief. Only freedmen and aristocrats could freely travel across the land. Another thing was that there were significant pantheons on this plain. Zalia Pantheon, Titan Pantheon, Elven Pantheon, Beastman Pantheon, Dark Gods Pantheon, Dragon Pantheon, Sea God Pantheon. A mighty stage god headed each pantheon. Some stronger ones had several mighty stage gods, especially the human pantheons of Zalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon. From mortals, they were pitifully weak, beyond weak, but that was to be expected, and it was done for a purpose. Of course, the most common power systems practiced were knights and wizards. There were apprentice level 1 to 3, which was the same as low class. Middle class was divided into wizard/knight level, grand wizard/knight, and arch-wizard/knight, and finally, legendary knight/wizard that was comparable to high class. From then, the only path available for inhabitants of these plains was to step onto the divine path and become demigod. This bastardized path of knights and wizards were practically the only ways for average mortals to gain some power in the world, as other paths were cut from them. Inhabitants were deliberately made weak, so they could not resist gods. Of course, on such an enormous plain like Fesua, some warlock or arcanist inheritances were found from time to time. Still, their founders were always ruthlessly hunted down as most vile heretics, or even gods who were bitter enemies to no end would ally to hunt them to the end of the world. The last thing that gods wanted was for someone to embarge on the path of warlock or arcanists and eventually overthrow them. Such scenarios happen from time to time. Once, even gods of primary grade 2 plane were overthrown by the rebellion of inhabitants that found several sites where Holy Spirit Warlkosk and Magister Arcanists fell. What now? We have a basic outline of the plane, now we need to plan our movements. Asked Venelana as we were strolling in some random city under concealment spells. Simple. We will throw the entire mortal world into enormous war and let mortals slaughter each other, which would greatly weaken gods. After gods themselves descend to stop the situation when it becomes critical, I propose opening the gates of hell to release fiends and weaken gods even more. Afterward, after gods have been weakened significantly, their divine kingdoms were depleted, and divine legions are not as strong as before, we can begin our invasion. Maybe during all of that chaos, we can even assassinate some supreme gods and mighty gods. Explained Hela, as it seemed like a good plan. During the planar invasion to plane controlled by gods, everyone with a good head on shoulders would look at first try to annihilate, or at least weaker, their worshippers, as gods of the astral boundary were dependent on the power of faith. Contrary to my godhood, where I didn't need it and could advance my godhood index by myself. Our plan in this aspect had 2 stages. The first would be letting mortal factions fight among themselves, and I was sure that gods wouldn't intervene until the situation was critical. Reason for that? Their arrogance. Pantheons controlled all nations, meaning none gods would want to lose in the proxy war against another pantheon. So they wouldn't stop the war until it reached devastating effect, as none of them would want to lose face in front of other gods. Afterward, we would open the gates of hell, straight to the abyss, and let fiends roam here freely. With enough luck, some abyssal sages would enter, kill, wreak havoc, and kill a good number of gods. Our aim was to weaken the gods of Fesua by destroying their divine legions indirectly and weakening their divine kingdoms. Though, we came here to have some vacation and, most importantly, some fun. If not for that, this silent approach would be useless, and we could do it differently. This plan is doable. Also, we need to identify all supreme gods of the Fesua plane and their weaknesses and strengths, so we can deal with them. Are there any gods that could be used as our puppets? I asked with a vicious glint in my eyes. Yes, there are. Most specifically, gods of the Dark God Pantheon. They are an interesting bunch, as contrary to other pantheons, they are not united and are often fighting among themselves. The one that caught my eye is goddess that is worshipped widely among dark elves, Spider Queen Loth. Stated Hela, as she received some information about the gods of this plane. Surprisingly, it was from my grandson Abrasax, who sneaked in the Kangxi plane. In the place where he constructed his base, he captured and subjugated a large amount of the dark elves, who were in large numbers transported into the Baator. They worshipped this goddess as one of their main gods. Then we currently have two objectives. The first is to establish pawn factions or factions that would be used by us to create more conflicts across the mortal world of the Fesoa plane. The second is to get in contact with Spider Queen Loth. I stated. Chapter 303, Slaves, Power and Plans. Ridgex City, Morin's Empire. The Ridgex City was located at the edge of the common border between the Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the human Morin's Empire. It was regarded as a major city of the Morin's Empire. The architecture of the city was just as I would expect from a medieval city on Earth, mixed with fantasy elements of the supernatural. One could see many people walking through the streets, often from other races, but those were mainly slaves. It was a so-called slaver city, as it depended on the sale of slaves. It was a machine that propped the Ridgex City's flourishing economy. The Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Morin's Empire fought all year long. The losers would be reduced to slaves and brought to the Ridgex City by slave merchants. Thus the Ridgex City was the largest slave trade city in the Morin's Empire. Thonian Empire had only one type of slavery, which were the penal legions, which consisted of death row criminals. It would be a shame to kill them directly, so a better solution was to use them as cannon fodder. At least they could repay society with their deaths. We were strolling through Ridgex City, as we obtained all slaves we could get our hands on. With a bit of magic, we obtained thousands upon thousands of slaves. Most of the slaves in the Ridgex City were beastmen and half-beastmen. Beastmen were divided into two kinds, humanoid beastmen and pure beast beastmen. Humanoid beastmen were mostly human-looking beastmen with some beastly features. However, pure beastmen were beasts who acted like humans, evolved hands and feet, and possessed an intellect not inferior to humans. After several hours, we have gone through the entire Ridgex City, and we have obtained around 100,000 slaves. All of them were sent through a portal to a safe place, and I have done some magic precautions so that nobody could track me or anything related to this act. Afterward, I returned with my wives to a place where we started discussing our next moves. They are weak, most of them are not even comparable to mid-class. Stated Hella with slight disdain as she looked at tens of thousands of slaves that were eating and getting used to their new situation. Most of the slaves here are without any combat power, and those who have are on the average level of apprentice level, meaning comparable to low class. Only a few hundreds are of the knight level, that is around lower mid-class, and few tens are at grand knight, intermediate mid-class, and that it is. I will take some time to study this power system. I will try to invest in some method to cultivate quickly to the at least knight/wizard level. With some additions, I should be able easily to create new levels for their power system. As truth to be told, they are rather primitive. My aim in this was to increase the power of the natives. Additionally, this could be useful in other planar conquests, as the power system of knights and wizards was most common among worshippers of gods across countless planes. Then where shall we start? Asked Vina as we were discussing the future development. What about the Red Earth Wasteland? Stated Hella, a rhetorical question. The Red Earth Wasteland was a vast expanse of wasteland at the junction of the Morin's Empire, the Titan Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Elven Empire. There was only a single river in the wasteland, the Rhine River, running through the entire wasteland. It was a place filled with countless orcs, goblins, bugbears, other magical beasts, and other dangerous creatures. The most commendable thing about the Red Earth Wasteland was its superior geographical location, from which one could go to the four empires and trade with them. However, at the same time, its geographical location was bad. Although the four empires were not willing to establish a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, once a city was successfully established in the Red Earth Wasteland, then it was bound to give rise to major disputes. This forsaken place basically had no way to attract those powerful forces. It would be doable. We could easily create all things that Red Earth Wasteland lacks with our technological level. Additionally, if we have enough people with superior strength, then repelling attacks from mortals would be of no problem. From Empire, we could get a steady supply of resources such as weapons and armors, far superior to anything on the Fesoa plane. Of course, we need to act slowly and low, to avoid suspicion gods as long as possible. I knew that sooner or later, gods would sooner or later notice this, but then it would be too late. I could easily block their sight to the Red Earth Wasteland with my magic and superior strength or interfere with their prying eyes. We need to be careful not to bring any kind of arcanotech here. Kangxi Plain was invaded in the past by Golem Dynasty, and they are very well aware of the existence of mechanical legions and of similar things. Stated Hella as I nodded. This was a good point indeed. Many planes had great knowledge about warlock alchemy or arcanotech used by arcanists. Suppose we showed too high capabilities in these terms. In that case, gods could easily deduce that these forces were backed by us, invaders of the Fesoa plane. Chapter 304, Development of the Pawns. Several months later, Red Earth Wasteland, Fesoa Plain. Among the slaves, we have chosen the leader to act as their leader and some sort of our champion. After several months, most of the slaves were healed and trained in military tactics and combat. Their leader was a wolf beastman named Romulus, which was funny for specific reasons. He was the only one whom I gave immediate power increase, and he had power comparable to an ultimate class. Genu 1, meaning he could fight and kill with some luck, even lesser divinity stage, feeble gods. This was already high enough combat prowess on the Fesua plane, as many gods were of this stage. I have collected hundreds of night breathing techniques, and wizard meditation techniques used as cultivation methods by natives of the Fesua plane. With a bit of tweak, I have managed to adjust them enough to be more effective and allow the majority of their practitioners to reach higher levels of power more easily. To propagate this goal, I have created several cultivation methods, each of different qualities, that were distributed among former slaves. The highest grade techniques could allow one to cultivate Myth Wizard/Myth Knight, which was a newly created level by me, and had comparable combat prowess as lower-end Grand Class, or in terms of God Path, Demigod Divinity stage. Of course, reaching Myth Wizard/Myth Knight required some special procedures. Rather, it required fusion with the martial soul of the Grand Commander level magical beast. I took inspiration from the Dolua cultivation system when creating this. In truth, I wanted to develop a system that would make its practitioners absolutely depend on us, to advance further. Because Grand Commander level magical beasts were rare in planes where gods ruled, due to gods annihilating them, as they would be a threat to their worshippers, practitioners of this new power system would need us to provide them with martial souls to increase their strength. Even other resource to develop their martial souls, so we would have them within our grasp. After several weeks, Romulus and his people established a city in the Red Earth wasteland, with a bit of help from me, which was called a miracle city due to how fast it was constructed. It quickly became a beacon for anyone who wanted to live everyday life in the Red Earth wasteland, as thousands upon thousands of half-beastmen went and joined the miracle city each day. This was good, but not enough, as our forces needed more development to be useful in our plans, but we were getting there. Red Earth wasteland was full of monsters and fights. Countless bandit brigands were roaming unhindered, and the lack of any kind of order was self-evident. Only the Miracle City had something similar to order under the leadership of the city lord Romulus. In the meantime, we were investigating more about the gods that were ruling the Fesua plane. While the Dark Gods faction was proven as best to be our target, due to how loosely they existed, there were other targets, for example, dragon pantheons, that could be easily subjugated if I brought Crumb Crutchier if he defeated their supreme stage gods. Dragons could be a valuable asset, or if they don't submit, then valuable resources could be harvested from their corpses. I predicted that Miracle City would have enough power to establish a kingdom within 1 or 2 years and soon could expand towards other areas in the Red Earth wasteland. If they managed to establish an empire, it would be for the best, as its establishment would spark an international war across the entire plane with all neighbors of the Red Earth wasteland. In the middle of the Miracle City was the Citadel, which served as a house for my wives and me as we were staying here. Everybody had some role in the management of Miracle City. While the wolf beastman Romulus was city lord, Hela trained their military forces and soldiers to be the best of the best, while FIA was managing their administrative structure and creating as effective one as possible. Vina was making sure that trade was going on and making deals with various chambers of commerce and merchants. I must admit that this entire trip to the Fesua plane was a heaven-sent vacation for me. Even though I abdicated from the post of Emperor of the Thonian Empire long ago, I still had many duties to attend to, as I participated more in research of magic and worked on several projects with the Juka to improve our arcanotech, incorporate warlock alchemy into our tech. Here, I had much free time. I could spend it lazying around or spending time with my beloved wives. Even FIA started enjoying our time at the Fesua plane. Right now, we were planning on entering the underground world of the Fesua plane to search for their dark races. I wanted to see if I could convert some of them to my forces, especially some like kindreds, who even now were one of the major races of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. How is the state of their army? I asked Hela, who now entered the courtyard where I was reading magic tome native to the Fesua plane and drinking my tea. Pretty good. All soldiers have achieved at least Knight Apprentice level 1, while many have achieved level 2 and 3, and hundreds are at the Knight level. Training of wizards is progressing more slowly, but soon it will yield the results. I nodded as this was something to be expected. We have given them armor and weapons exported from the Empire. Even though they are trash quality, among mortals of the Fesua plane, they are already considered as best of the best. With this equipment, they would have a great advantage over other foes. Smirked Hela as she sat down next to me. Chapter 305, Next Steps. Compared to the equipment that other mortal factions had in their arsenal, they were armed far better thanks to scraps from the Empire. Still, even worthless armors and weapons of the Imperial Army that were created as a practice by young blacksmiths were of far superior quality compared to the mortal factions under the rule of the gods. And thanks to Hela's training, they were approaching the standard of the elite legion, though not on the level of the armies of the Imperialis Militarum, they were slowly nearing that level. Also, we have gotten information about Apple of Wisdom is about to ripe in the Fesua plane. Stated Hela as I sharpened immediately. Among the countless planes, there were only several wisdom apple trees. The wisdom apple tree took 10,000 years to sprout, 10,000 years to blossom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. Each time, it would only bore one wisdom apple. Most of the known wisdom apple trees were located either under the protection of extremely frightening individuals or in dangerous locations where almost no one dared to enter. No matter how much of a waste they used to be, anyone who ate a wisdom apple would possess frightening intelligence and become a super freak cultivation genius. By then, any knowledge could be easily comprehended at a glance. Practically each warlock emperor and arcane lord ate one of those, and many other powerhouses that were called unparalleled across the entire astral boundary ate wisdom apple. It would be a great boon for me if I ate, as it would greatly enhance my comprehensive abilities, which were even now monstrous. And we also have a piece of second important news. Last week I captured some god of Fesua. He was weak, but he had important information. Apparently, there is an inheritance site of some powerful warlock at the 9th layer of the underground world of the Fesua plane. It is said to be the dwelling of a terrible existence of the Tsangji plane, an existence more terrible than gods and fiends. By logic, if such existence is more powerful than gods, then it should be above mighty stage gods, which would be equivalent to the warlock monarch. This site should be more minimal than that of the warlock monarch, but that is not possible, as Fesua plane has even supreme gods, meaning they would have long ago breached this site. So only possibility would leave, it was the legacy of the warlock emperor. Only then would this inheritance site remain unbreached. Each warlock emperor attempted to conquer the Fesua plane, only for them to control only some parts of the world until they were slowly pushed out. Though this was a rarity, as Central Star region was enormous, and warlocks rarely made wide-scaled conquest in other star regions. Though during the time of Time Emperor, the first warlock emperor, there was an enormous wide-scale campaign against the Divine Star region in collaboration with Arcane Lord of Mysteries. Together, their armies conquered countless planes in the Divine Star region until several myriad god emperors pushed them out after taking over one of the Grade 1 planes and killing its myriad god emperor. Even though they were pushed out of the Divine Star region, they obtained an astronomical amount of wealth and precious resources. There were a few inheritance sites of the warlock emperors outside of the Kangxi plane as a whole, and even there, the majority of them were located in the core world of the Kangxi plane, outside of my reach unless I was so powerful I could force my way in. So in a certain sense, this was a priceless opportunity to obtain such an inheritance for me. Inheritances of powerhouses such as warlock emperors are priceless and would be greatly useful even for me. Even though warlock methods were mainly useless for devils, there existed exemptions. There was a high possibility that devils could practice methods or some that could be easily adjusted by us to be suitable for our use. We will depart immediately for the dark forest. The apple of wisdom still has time until it ripens. In the meantime, I want to take a look at the dark forest and the possible inheritance site of the warlock emperor. I said as everyone nodded in agreement. The dark forest lay at the deepest part of the 9th floor of the Fesua plane's underground world, and it was perpetually covered by a black fog. Under the effect of the black fog, even races with the innate ability of night vision would have their line of sight reduced to 10 meters. Moreover, the black fog had a restraining effect on spells. Additionally, there were countless terrifying demonic plants inside the dark forest. Powerhouses under the god level/ultimate class were basically sure to be killed there. And even for gods, it was a hazardous area. FIA and I will open a portal to the Baator to bring in some of our forces into the Fesua plains. We have established our foothold, now we can bring in agents of the Department of Information and executioners from the Execution Temple to infiltrate factions and gather information for us. I said. When will the invasion commence? Asked Hela with anticipation. The first step is almost done, we have gathered enough information about their gods and their exact strength, now the only thing which remains is to capture a suitable god and obtain crucial information about supreme gods and the secret why this plane has never fully fallen to the warlock invasions. Then we can start phase 2 and create war in the mortal world. I noted as everyone nodded that our plan was soon coming to fruition. Chapter 306, Remains of the Legacy. After we arrived at the 9th layer of the underground world of the Fesua plane, it was enormous, even far more extensive than the Grade 8 plane, which was understandable, and was inhabited by countless so-called dark races. While I was tempted to go and subjugate all those dark races at once, as they were not that strong, they were more powerful than the mortals above because they had a far higher ratio of the powerhouses compared to weak ones. While the population of these dark races was lower than the population above, they had far more legend-ranked powerhouses and even demigod divinity stage powerhouses than those empires above the underground world. But now, it was not time to do anything against dark races, because it would alert gods, which would be troublesome. I did some analysis on the dark forest, which was the location where I currently was together with my wives. The goddess of the weave created the weave by relying on planar laws, which were said to cover the entire plane. Interestingly, the fog was blocking the weave here, and the weave was strong from what I have researched. Not only was it created by the supreme stage god, but it was created from stolen methods of the magic node Imperial Warlock Court/Warlock Dynasty, which created something similar on the Kangxi plane until it was destroyed. And with the addition of some remains from Arcanist factions that attempted to invade other god-controlled planes, the weave was created here. We strolled through the fog, which had some hallucinogen effects and created illusions, but it was effective only on the people beneath beings of law, so on me, it didn't have much effect. Soon enough, we crossed the grey river that was located in the dark forest. In our sight appeared a palace as towering high into the clouds that looked like it propped the dome of heaven. I saw the heads of countless extraordinary life forms embedded into the huge palace. There was the head of an archaic dragon, a head of an absolute beginning giant, a head of an abyssal fiend sage, a head of a supreme divinity stage god, a head of a high elven monarch, a head of a nine-headed dragon, a head of a primordial earthen, and the heads of other horrifying existences. All of them were either existences on the level of Tier 9 or Tier 10, especially the head nine-headed dragon, which was from the corpse of one who reached Tier 11 or even higher. While for some, these things may be considered priceless, for me, they were only average. All of the named entities I could kill by myself and research their severed heads were useless, only a living specimen had some value for me. This place is under the protection of an exceptionally powerful barrier. I muttered as I gathered decomposition magic rule and hit the barrier with the power of the decomposition magic rule, shattering it at the first attack. This power was already on the level of some weak warlock emperor, so I was aware that my combat prowess had reached higher ends of the entire universe, even without officially stepping into the Lord class. At the gate stood a 6-meter-tall, 3-head, humanoid statue holding a trident. Of its 3 heads, one was a human head, another was a dragon head, and the last one was a devil head. Suddenly the stone statue cracked and held the trident in a combat-ready position. "Who dares to barge into the palace of the Taboo Lord?" roared the statue. "So it is the inheritance site of the Taboo Emperor, not bad," muttered Hela. "It could be better, but we could also use inheritances left by the Taboo Lord." Taboo Lord was one of the strongest warlocks of the Tsangji Plain in history. The plains found around the Tsangji Plain were his domain, and no one dared disobey his orders. He was one with the strongest combat prowess among the 8 warlock emperors. Taboo Lord also comprehended several laws at the top of his cultivation, allowing him to compete with even the stronger arcane lords. Though his mastery over those laws was shit, it still gave him a significant advantage over the rest of the warlock emperors. Taboo Lord established the bloodline warlock path, and it was still one of the 2 peak paths leading to the power of the Tsangji Plain. "Shut up, gatekeeper," I snorted as I released my own pressure that eclipsed the power released by the gatekeeper of the Taboo Lord. "You are an only relic of a long-fallen powerhouse, who cannot maintain his own form and must seal himself in order to survive," I shouted. In the end, the path of Warlock was a cultivation path and thus was flawed and didn't bid well with more magical universe such as the astral boundary. This critical flaw has shown itself in the Warlock Emperor realm, as powerhouses of that rank had lowered lifespan considerably due to some problems with their cultivation system. Unless they achieved eternal rank, they could only seal themselves. The Gatekeeper was Holy Spirit Warlock ranked powerhouse. However, it was artificially made by the Taboo Lord by merging the bloodlines and genes of various species, creating this abomination of nature. But in front of my power, which was significantly enhanced after condensing godhood and becoming God, and more at that, common God, even the Gatekeeper lost his composure in a short time after it tried to resist my pressure. Shortly, I created high gravity and used the law of dark light to create dark light chains to immobilize the Gatekeeper, as Hela knocked it out. "Don't kill it," I said, as Hela already had her necroswords in her hands and wanted to decapitate the Gatekeeper. "He will be useful for our research," I noted as I created countless binding runes across his body and inserted several arcanotech devices into his body to render Gatekeeper completely useless. His body was priceless as it was one of the great works of the Taboo Lord. Empire could gain a lot by studying its bloodline and genetic composition. Chapter 307, Inheritance of the Taboo Lord. I subjugated the Gatekeeper as soon as possible, mainly because I knew that creations like him could be dangerous even to me if he decided to sacrifice his life to kill me. In the end, it was created by the Taboo Lord, who was highly proficient in life creation and genetic manipulation, and his knowledge of bloodlines was unparalleled across the entire astral boundary universe. I went to search through the inner area of the palace, which was covered in flowers in full bloom that looked like a scene taken out of a fairy tale. There was a dais with a jade table. There were 2 small jade boxes and a jade book on the jade table. The 2 small jade boxes and the jade book radiated a brilliant light that illuminated the whole palace beautifully. Taboo text, I muttered as I observed the content of one of the boxes. Inside the 2 small jade boxes, there was a total of 2 beads. One jade box contained the aforementioned chaotic bead, which was needed to cultivate the chaotic imperishable body. The other jade box contained a taboo bead, which was required to cultivate the original version of the taboo text. Time text, taboo text, demonic divine text, star text, death text, golem text, and magic note text were known as the strongest texts created by human warlocks of the Tsangji Plain. These 7 texts were the culmination of life's work of the strongest 7 warlock emperors of the Tsangji Plain. While to me, these things were directly mainly useless, but indirectly, I could research those methods and possibly incorporate something into our power system. For a long time, I have been researching the path for devils to reach basically our equivalent of the warlock monarch, as not everyone could comprehend laws, and some people were without enough talent. My idea was to create a new possibility of reaching tier 9 for devils. While our power system gave us high combat prowess, it was hard to reach Apocalypse class compared to warlocks reaching warlock monarch. Countless super devils were stuck up in their ranks, mainly due to low law comprehension talent, which resulted from low soul aptitude. This was problematic for Thonian Empire, as we lost in numbers compared to warlocks, who have hundreds of warlock monarchs. Empire barely had altogether around 40 Apocalypse class individuals. This result was mainly because of our power system. But with these methods from Taboo Lord, I believe we can create a path mainly by body strengthening that will be able to reach a new realm, comparable to the warlock monarch for devils who lacked soul aptitude for attaining Apocalypse class. Did you find anything of value, Zeo? In my end, this place is totally empty, complained Vina as she strolled through the halls of the palace of Taboo Lord. Probably the only thing of any value here is the legacy left here by the Taboo Lord. Any other resources were probably not even left here by Taboo Lord, stated Graphia, who returned with Hela. Both of them returned empty-handed. We have obtained enough. Living Gatekeeper and the Taboo Lord's legacy would greatly increase our empire's power. Now we will lure out Lolth so we can get insider info about the gods. Gatekeeper's mind is protected by the power of the Taboo Lord and some mysterious formation. Unfortunately, right now, I am not able to breach these defenses, I stated as all of my wives nodded their heads in agreement. If I could access the memories of the Gatekeeper, it would be for the best, but the protections that the Taboo Lord left on him were, truth to be told, really frightening. I couldn't read his memories, and even for others on a similar level of the Taboo Lord, it would be a hard thing to do. On this level of the underground world is a high number of dark elves and other species that worship Spider Queen Lolth. Thus, I sent Hela and Graphia to kidnap some of their leaders who had methods of contacting Lolth in time of crisis to lure her out. Best would be if she descended down onto the mortal plane. 2 hours later, Hela and FIA returned with captured dark elven woman, clad in something that reminded a priest's gown. Who did you capture? I asked while analyzing the captured dark elven woman, who radiated some amount of divine power, signifying her rank as demigod divinity stage powerhouse. At the same time, her divine power is reminiscent of the Spider Queen Lolth. Pope of the Church of Lolth on this plane, she is called Glidecar, and is one of the dark elven demigod divinity stage powerhouses. On the top of it being Lolth as Pope, she is also her chosen one, stated Hela as she woke up the Pope of the Church of Lolth Glidecar while she remained under magical bonds. Clearly, the Pope of the Church of Lolth was totally petrified, sensing our aura, as she nervously looked at me. Now, you will summon your goddess Lolth here, do you understand? I asked as she nodded nervously and went to carry out my order in a moment. Soon enough Phantom of the Spider Queen goddess Lolth appeared. Her lower torso was that of an enormous spider, while her upper body was of an astonishingly beautiful woman. Spider Queen Lolth was known as a cruel, bloodthirsty trickster, and especially a person who would betray another in a split of second. Only an avatar. Come down here properly. I frowned as I released my power and used my power to drag Lolth from her divine kingdom to the mortal plane, so her real body was here. In front of my body, she was no different from an ant, so dragging her down was no problem. Chapter 308, Secret Weapon of the Fesua. Space around the Phantom of the Spider Queen Lolth cracked as the divine kingdom of Spider Queen Lolth appeared, and her phantom dispersed while sucking force brought out the real body of the gods of Drowse to the mortal plane. After her body was dragged to the mortal plane, the space crack leading to her divine kingdom closed automatically. Now, we can start. I walked in front of the Spider Queen Lolth and placed my right hand on her forehead as several mysterious symbols appeared on her head, as I started reading her memories and everything she knew. So this is it, interesting. Unfortunately for you, my dear goddess, you have outlived your usefulness, I stated as I killed her instantly, leaving behind only her divine spark. I picked up her divine spark and drained it immediately. Unfortunately, it didn't increase my godhood index much, as Lolth was too weak for something like that. I chose to kill her, mainly because she couldn't be trusted, as a person who would betray another without batting an eye. Even if she signed a blood and soul void geas, I would never take a person with characteristics of Lolth into the Thonian Empire. Did you find anything useful from her memories? Asked Graphia soon after I was done. Yes, there are 10 supreme divinity stage gods in the Fesua plane, known as primordials. The reason why no warlock emperor could fully occupy Fesua plane and often controlled only the majority of the plane or took some resources and left is due to the existence of Empyrean grade artifact, which could be activated collective by all supreme divinity stage gods, which allowed them to kill even powerhouses as strong as warlock emperors if needed. Of course, this method had its drawbacks. After using it, all primordial gods fall into a deep slumber and need a lot of time to recuperate. Though it has enough destructive prowess to hurt and injure mighty entities such as Taboo Lord or Arcane Lords that invaded Fesua plane. I stated as the situation wasn't as bad as previously expected. I also got an identity of all Supreme Divinity stage gods and some locations where some of them were slumbering, as Lolth had rather extensive knowledge about the movements of the other gods. Each pantheon had one Supreme Divinity stage god, while 3 Supreme stage gods, with the most powerful being the goddess of Weave-Garterstave, were so-called neutral gods. She was the only one who didn't need to go to slumber after each use of the artifact because of her control over the weave, which helped her to distribute the backslash. Additionally, obtaining Empyrean-grade artifacts sounded good, as Thonian Empire had only a few of the Empyrean-grade artifacts, which were obtained either through many hardships or great luck as they were precious. For example, the Phalanx-class space fortress that was located in the 9th layer of Baator Nessus was also comparable to the Empyrean-grade artifact. Hela, take out the corpse of the god from the Xalia pantheon and leave it here. We will put the blame for Lolth's death on Xalia. With luck, those idiots from Dark God's pantheon will instantly attack those of the Xalia pantheon and kill each other, at least some of them, until other pantheons intervene. In the meantime, we will start war across the entire mortal plane. After all, when Dark God's pantheon attacks Xalia pantheon, the majority of gods would watch it instead of monitoring the mortal plane. I ordered as Hela went to work to fabricate the crime scene. At first, we will need to locate and kill 2 neutral Supreme Divinity stage gods, Irtar and Kongler. Both of them are without any faction, and right now, killing gods of Weave would do more damage than good. Irtar was god of destruction, and in terms of destructive ability, he was the most powerful god of the Fesua plane. If not for Garterstave having absolute control over Weave, he would have reigned as supreme hegemon of the Fesua gods. Meanwhile, Kongler was god of the Order, who often acted as a mediator between various pantheons, especially when supreme gods were in some kind of conflict. His main task was to maintain a certain balance across the Fesua plane's gods, mainly because if outsiders attacked them so that they could defend themselves. I think it would be most productive to kill Irtar at first. He is the strongest combatant and is a typical hermit. Nobody would probably even notice that he was killed in the first place, and they will know only when it is too late. Additionally, the fact that he has the least amount of worshippers is playing into our cards, as most of them are cultists who are wanted by all pantheons aside from the Dark God's pantheon. Proposed Vina, as we all agreed with her in that aspect. Irtar's worshippers didn't have the best reputation across the mortal world of the Fesua plane, and they were cultists that sometimes had an even worse reputation than churches devoted to the Dark God's pantheon, which was already pretty low. After I obtained Wisdom Apple, we can start our move. FIA, do you have a list of species that could be either subjugated and be integrated into the Thonian Empire? I asked shortly after. Empire always welcomed those who had some skill and swore their loyalty to the Baator and Thonian Empire under Blood and Soul Void Geas. During these 2,500 years, we have recruited countless species into the Empire, from planes we have visited or conquered. Of course, most prominent are kindreds, dragons, and dwarves. Apparently, there are several millions of dwarves inhabiting the Fesua plane, which is a lot, and they don't have very good relationships with human countries that are periodically waging war on them. Dragons could be easily recruited if some of our strong dragons defeat theirs. At the same time, kindreds are even less of the concert, and the only thing needed is to send pale blood and force them to join under bloodline pressure. Chapter 309, Development and Lazying Around. I will call for Krumkruch and either Brunstud or Alucard to take care of these matters, while the situation with dwarves could be handled by either Vina or you. They have only one mighty divinity stage god, Paladin god of dwarves, who could be easily dealt with if needed. Right now, we are going to search for the Wisdom Apple. I stated while we left the underground world of the Fesua plane and returned to the Miracle City. If possible, I wanted to take the entire Wisdom Apple tree and replant it at the Baator, probably within the gardens of the Imperial Palace, in the Sanctus Imperialis. It would be a shame for it to be destroyed during the extraction of the planar core. The only way to evolve a plane fast was to let the planar core of the plane to absorb other planar cores, which would result in the plane advancing to a higher grade. Several months later, Miracle City, Amaris Kingdom. It was unheard of for some faction to establish a kingdom in the Red Earth wasteland, but it happened. Amidst all of the chaos between gods, our mortal pawns started moving and conquering everything in their path. Soon after our adventure trip, Dark God's Pantheon attacked Xalia Pantheon and ruler of Night Mogonot, and one of the primary gods of Xalia Pantheon, Praetos god of light, fought, and both of them ended up severely injured. Though the conflict didn't end here, until now, gods from Dark God's Pantheon and Xalia Pantheon often clashed and fought to the death. Till now, several gods from both pantheons have already fallen. However, all of them were only lesser divinity stage gods, either weak or feeble stages. The best thing was a huge wave of insurrections and rebellions across the entire Morinth Empire, as worshippers of dark gods and their churches wreaked havoc, and their converted nobles attacked Empire, so Morinth's Empire had its hands full with their own problems. Other neighbors of the Red Earth wasteland, namely the Elven Empire, Titan Empire, and Beastman Empire, stayed out of the conflict under orders of their pantheons as they just stood aside and watched the show that was unfolding. Thus, within several weeks, the entire Red Earth wasteland fell into the control of the Amaris Kingdom, which subsequently defeated raids from the Titan Empire and Beastman Empire, though apparently confrontation with the Beastman Empire seemed an inevitable. Enormous amount of half-beastmen concentrated within the Amorous Kingdom. Though, there was still a lot of space for expansion for the Amorous Kingdom, west and north of its borders. North to the newly established Amorous Kingdom, Desert Empire was laying, where countless gods from neutral faction were concentrating, thus making it a suitable target. An even better target for expansion lay west to the Amorous Kingdom's borders, where several kingdom unions, various states, and other nations were and often waged war against each other in an attempt to establish an empire. Right now, all factions on the mortal plane were infiltrated by agents from the intelligence department and executioners from the execution temple. Even churches of gods were no exception to this. Apple of Wisdom was soon too ripe, and even now, people started swarming there, gods included. Even for countless gods of the Fesua plane, Apple of Wisdom was a great temptation. Additionally, there was a high possibility that foreigners would sneak into the plane to compete for the Apple of Wisdom. Past few days I have spent lazying around in bed with my wives, fulfilling our marriage duties. Our time on the Fesua plane was one nice holiday, as all of us had a lot of free time just to laze around, something that was rare during our time in the Baator. My wives had their official duties, and I focused on my research to increase my strength as much as possible, aside from doing some side projects with Magisterium of Arcanotech to develop either new technologies or weaponry. After we obtain Apple of Wisdom, we will head and deal with gods presiding over the Desert Empire, so our pawns could conquer it. After that, Amorous could become an empire and create a huge war between Titan Empire, Morin's Empire, and Beastman Empire. Afterward, we can open gates of hell and enjoy the show. I said to my wives as we were all on one huge king-sized bed after another round of having sex. We should go on holidays like this more often. Muttered Vina as she snuggled closer to May, as all three of us were covered by blanket after we rested after the intense season. Indeed we should, it would be nice. I answered as it would be nice to travel through the universe and maybe even to some other universes with some spectacular places to see. Right now, it was not an appropriate time for such a thing, but later, when I got a lot stronger and Empire was a long-established faction in the astral boundary, it would be suitable to travel. Chapter 310, Hunt for Wisdom Apple, 1. Several months later. Golden Strait was a unique place across not only Fesua plane but also across the entire astral boundary universe. The reason for that was it was a natural anti-energy area that was created here due to the presence of the Wisdom Apple tree. Also, it had an extremely strong suppression area, as even gods would be suppressed down to tier 3 level of power, which itself was astounding. Only those who reached a very high level of power could resist it. Right now, we were observing the Golden Strait as various players gathered here. From our observations, there were several gods, mainly those at the Great Divinity stage, and even some Mighty Divinity stage gods were present. Additionally, to gods, some foreigners managed to sneak up into the Fesua plane, just for the Apple of Wisdom. There were a few warlocks, but all of them were only infinity warlocks, so they would soon be killed. And just as I thought about that, a random mighty stage god who was arguing with other gods noticed these warlocks and killed them, with one swing of his sword. His divine kingdom powered up that. Zeo, there is a group of fiends over there. Said Fia as she tugged my sleeve, as I saw a small group of 3 fiends at Abyssal King stage appearing from shadows, while soon forth appeared, who was Abyssal Sage. The Abyssal Sage was concealing himself as Abyssal King, while the other 3 fiends were concealing their power as Abyssal Grand Duke. They probably wanted to play fishermen, hunt for gods, and people entering to search for the Apple of Wisdom. This is good. If such strong fiends appeared now, we don't need to summon them through the gates of hell. Hela sends a message to the Amorous to start the conflict with Morin's Empire and other mortal factions. When the time is ready, activate the sacrifice protocol. I said as Hela did what I said. We remained hidden with Vina, Fia, and Hela until the Golden Island barrier opened. It is starting. I muttered as I watched the mighty god of the Dark Gods Pantheon appear, as he instantly rushed at the mighty god of the Zalia Pantheon who was present, Dragoni. Obviously, Maganat must have used countless treasures to heal himself from suffered injuries so he could compete for the Apple of Wisdom. Other mighty stage gods were Lion God Arketh from the Beastman Pantheon and Sea Gods Daphne. After the barriers open, it would be good to kill all those who enter. Proposed Graphia as I looked at her. She wasn't usually the person to suggest a slaughter. I would expect it from Hela cause she was still pretty bloodthirsty, but even hearing Graphia wasn't that strange as she was pragmatist and realist. It was logical to dispose of all of these gods, as it would greatly benefit us. That seems doable, most probably they would think fiends did it. I said, as suddenly I felt someone teleport here while concealing his aura. Unfortunately for a person, I instantly knew who it was. Supreme Divinity Stage God, it was Kongler, the God of Order, one of the most enigmatic gods of the Fesua plane. Did you sense that? I asked my wives as they nodded their heads in agreement. All of them were top powerhouses in the Thonian Empire and were geniuses by the standards of the astral boundary. One of the mysteries appeared. Stated Hela, bloodthirsty for a good fight. You will not. I will personally go and capture Kongler, alive. I need to search his memories and about secrets of this plane. Hearing that, Hela reluctantly nodded, but then again, she looked at other remaining ODs and participants here, and her joy returned, as she could still play with other preys. Thus we have observed the fight in the shadows, as Magamat and Dragoni fought to the death. As soon Dragoni started showing an advantage in their fight because of some injuries that Magamat suffered from his fight with Prados were showing up. Soon enough, a vast tremor ran through the entire Golden Straits as the barrier around the Golden Island was open for people to come in. Of course, moment the barrier opened, Magamat and Dragoni stopped their fight and rushed to the opening. Following them were most of the gods and other people who were here for the Apple of Wisdom. At the same time, we waited and observed the situation. Not only us but also those fiends from the abyss who were concealing their strength stayed back and watched how it would unfold. We can go in. Vina and Fia will go together. Hela, I know that you will go alone, so be careful. I will go and search for Wisdom Apple, aside from capturing Kongler. I instructed. Hela wanted to cause as much carnage as possible, and her combat style was especially dangerous even to her allies if she unleashed some AoE attacks. Meanwhile, Grafia and Venilana would be best to go together, as they could support each other in case of need. I was very careful, even if my enemies were much weaker. There is a high possibility that there were some dangerous entities on our level in the Golden Island. Even though my power has grown to a terrifying degree, I was always ever careful, even if some may call me a coward. In the end, I will laugh at their death sooner or later. Chapter 311, Hunt for Wisdom Apple, 2. After most of the participants in this expedition had entered the Golden Island, we entered too. It was interesting to be on the Golden Island, as even now, I feel a bit suppressed from the Golden Island's anti-energy zone. Maybe I should transport this entire area into the Baator, it would make either wonderful prison or something similar. As I walked through the forests of the Golden Island, I said to myself, searching for the Apple Wisdom Tree and God of Order Kongler. Kongler is one of few supreme gods that is not in slumber, but I have a hunch that neither rest of them are. I think that Lolth didn't have enough information about the state of the supreme gods of other pantheons as they are either kept secret, or she herself was told false information. Golden Island wasn't that big, and even under suppression, I could scan a large part of the Golden Island effortlessly, and soon I have located Kongler, who was my secondary target, right after the Apple of Wisdom. Kongler was already near the place where the Apple Wisdom Tree was located. As expected of a supreme god, he is already nearing the place where Apple Wisdom Tree is located. I said as I sensed and saw how Hela was slaughtering gods and other people entering this place. As always, the entire place was filled with carnage, severed body parts were everywhere as blood flowed in rivers, and Hela enjoyed every single second of that. Fortunately, Grafia and Venilana were more moderate in eliminating gods and other people. After Hela disposed of her current toys, she went to search for fiends cause one of them was Abyssal Sage. Hela probably wanted a stronger target with whom she could play more. I should get to go. I said as I went to the place where Kongler was and observed him from the shadows. I observed Kongler for some time, analyzing his strength, and everything. In the end, I came to the conclusion that he is no threat, as he is several times weaker than me. In truth, he is weaker than even Abyssal Sage fiend who sneaked into the Fesua plane. Of course, this was not counting his power as he used his divine kingdom, but I would never let Kongler have that opportunity. I took out my mystic code Rosenkreuz, which was reforged as holy grade artifact, and activated decomposition magic rule to my degree high enough to cripple Kongler, but not enough to kill him instantly, as that would be counterproductive. In truth, I was planning to forge myself a new mystic code in the future that would be at least Empyrean grade with the potential to evolve. Unfortunately, Rosenkreuz was made from inferior materials at the start, so reforging it could only increase it to holy grade. I have decided to go for Blade Staff, and I was still collecting resources, mainly by exchanging them with members of the Longinus Dracian Orden, to garner unique and special resources across the entire universe. Then I only needed to find someone who would forge that weapon. Till then, Rosenkreuz still had its uses. I instantly located where the divine spark in Kongler's body was located and attacked the spot with my decomposition magic rule. The great advantage of the decomposition magic rule was that it was formless, it couldn't be seen or found. In a split of a second, I only heard Kongler scream in pain as he collapsed down on the ground, paralyzed, unable to move. I then walked to the Kongler, who lay on the ground, as I put my right hand over his head and started forcefully reading his memories. He tried to resist, but his resistance was futile even though he was supreme god. Mainly because my decomposition magic rule hit his divine spark cracked a bit, and his divine energy reversed in the flow of it, meaning he could not control even an ounce of his divine energy, meaning Kongler was left powerless. Soon enough, I obtained all information I desired from his mind by ripping it apart. Kongler was now in a state where he could be defeated even by the average warlock monarch, he couldn't even access his divine kingdom due to a fractured divine spar. And gods of the astral boundary god path who can't use their divine kingdom would find their power lowered by half. As I suspected, the information about the state of the supreme gods were not in any kind of slumber, and were observing their pantheons as actively as ever. So, things I have found about Lolth were false, as all gods who weren't mighty stage gods and pantheon heads were told false information. Additionally, from Kongler's mind, I have found out that Fesua Plain had an inheritance site of the myriad god emperor, who was born on the plane countless eras ago. It was from where they found that Empyrean-grade artifact. The entire inheritance site was emptied a long time ago. However, there was still an enormous amount of divine crystals and various divine sparks and other things located there, which supreme gods decided to leave there for worse times. Before anything, I needed to loot that inheritance site, as when the conquest started, gods could create a large army from those resources. Chapter 3:12, Hunt for Wisdom Apple, 3. After getting everything from Kongler's mind, I swung my scythe and severed his head. Without putting any resistance, he was killed in one hit. Afterward, I stored his corpse so it could be processed into pills and potions. After disposing of Kongler, who was one of the supreme gods of Fesua Plain, I went to the place where the wisdom apple tree was located, which was pretty close to me. Kongler's death will create a shockwave across the entire Fesua Plain, as other supreme gods would for sure search for the culprit, and for that reason, my executioner spread the news that Fiend at the Abyssal Sage level has sneaked up into the Fesua Plain. Additionally, after this ends, we will instantly open the gates of hell in the capitals of the Titan Empire, Morin's Empire, and Beastman Empire. Elven Empire was to be left out, as some people in the Thonian Empire proposed to integrate elves. Thonian Empire had many elven citizens, but most of them were dark elves, not ordinary elves that lived in the Fesua Plain. However, we had a small community of the Silvermoon elves living in the empire. They were refugees from the primary grade 2 plane called Nascent, where they ruled the entire plane until they were overthrown. Not only them came to the Baator, but also 3-headed golden dragons. I arrived at the place where Wisdom Apple Tree was and at first observed it for a bit. I was thinking about the most effective way how to transport the entire Wisdom Apple Tree from the Fesua Plain and replant it in the Baator. It would be an excellent gift for Vina. During past centuries she took a hobby of collecting rare plants and trees, so occasionally, when I went to wander Astral Boundary, I always brought back some rare plants and trees. So now, my lovely wife had a beautiful garden, filled with countless precious plants and trees not only from the Astral Boundary but also from other universes, that I bought her as gifts from Okwang or other members of the Longinus Dracian Orden. After some time, I took the wisdom apple and ate it in several goes. Suddenly, I felt its effect. I got enlightenment, and all questions that I was not able to solve instantly, were now making sense. Even my comprehension of the law of space was increasing at a tremendous speed, reaching a staggering 74% from the previous 41%. Not only that, I have felt that I have understood my godhood more profoundly and could use it even to higher levels, and I felt that I could now even use the basic level of the nuclear magic rule, which was something that I have worked upon for more than 1,000 years. The most destructive magic ever created allowed one to manipulate atoms and detonate them. If combined with the law of destruction, one could reach an unprecedented level of destructive power, wiping out entire planets or high-grade planes with minimal effort. Of course, the greatest benefit I have obtained was my breakthrough in mysticism, as countless questions that I couldn't solve before were now all answered, and I could only say that I was stupid for not seeing them before. The second greatest benefit was I had finally comprehended the 6th volume of the Fate algorithm. With this, I could make even more precise predictions about the fate. My mastery's over. The laws of Devour and Dark Light have automatically increased from master to perfect due to enlightenment from eating the wisdom apple. Usually, comprehension abilities rose from soul aptitude. The higher the soul aptitude was, the higher comprehension talent for laws and other things was. Of course, there existed some treasures that were able to increase comprehension abilities not dependent on the level of soul aptitude. My soul aptitude was even before terrifyingly high, which resulted in tremendous comprehension abilities. Now combined with Wisdom Apple, my abilities got even more frightening. Right now, even spells that could take geniuses years to learn and master would be solved by me in a matter of hours. After finishing the entire process, I have sealed several tens of meters around the Wisdom Apple Tree and rooted out the whole space around the Wisdom Apple Tree, and stored it in my interdimensional store for better transportation. After that, I left a space marker rune on the Golden Island and inserted a small ball-shaped arcanotech device in the ground for transportation of the Golden Island. Afterward, I left and went to search for my wives, who were doing their job, aside from Hela, who enjoyed her torture-free time. I have found Hela rather quickly, as she was playing with fiends. However, 3 of them were already being turned into body parts and gore. Only Abyssal Sage Fiend was still living, though hardly, and only because Hela let him, so she could torture him even more. Hela, darling, kill that fiend already so we can go away. I said as Hela puffed her cheeks at me, saying that she wanted to have more fun, but in the end, as an obedient wife, she listened to me and severed the head of the Abyssal Sage Fiend, killing him instantly. You know what I need right now, said Hela to me as she hugged my arm. She had a weird fetish of getting incredibly horny after commencing slaughter or torturing enemies. It always was an incredible turn-on for her. Chapter 3:13, Opening the Gates of Hell. Okay, after we return back, we won't be coming out of our bedroom for several days. I said with a smirk as Hela kissed me on the cheek, as I looked at the body of the Abyssal Sage Fiend before realizing his lineage. Frost Demon Divine Lineage. In the Infinite Abyss universe, there was great importance on the demonic lineages, and divine lineages were top of the top, aside from entities. Infinite Abyss universe had several divine lineages because their founders were divine throne-level fiends. Frost demons were somewhat reclusive species among fiends. Still, they were extremely powerful, and even compared to other divine lineages, their members were very few, but as every divine lineage, they had countless subordinates under them, so if we opened the gates of hell with the blood of this frost demon, we could lure at least 10 to 15 Abyssal Sage Fiends. Though this frost demon was probably a rogue member of their species or an outcast, if not, he would have a larger entourage or at least all of his guards would be of tier 11. The last thing I wished for was to bring here Abyssal Emperor Fiends, then, we could only pack our things and run away. After I stored the corpses of the fiends, we went to find Vina and Fia. Several days later, Miracle City, Amorous Empire. After dealing with incredibly horny Hela, we went back to planning and today was the day when we had planned for the gates of hell to open. The Amorous Kingdom has conquered large territories of the Desert Empire, Grand Rallan Kingdom, and Alliance of Nobles of the West. Its territory has expanded exponentially and has transformed into an empire. Instantly after that, it got attacked by Morin's Empire, Beastman Empire, and Titan Empire in an effort to quell the fledgling empire before it could take proper roots, and now almost the entire mortal realm was enveloped in enormous war. Right now, the situation was becoming so bad that I got info that gods were considering intervening in the hope of stopping this war. Unfortunately, from the moment of Kongler's death at the Golden Island, all gods were searching for the culprit, and some of them were becoming paranoid, even to the level of suspecting other supreme stage gods. So, is everything in place? I asked as Hela nodded because this was her responsibility. Yes, executioners have prepared for gates of hell open at capitals of the Morin's Empire, Titan Empire, and Beastman Empire, they are only waiting for your command, dear husband. Replied Hela sweetly, not really befitting her cruel smile. You can start, of course, activate the limitators, we don't want Abyssal Emperor Fiends to enter the Fesua Plain. I said as I started brewing my tea. Morin's Empire, St. Toulon City. St. Toulon City was the capital city of the Morin's Empire, so it was a very large and bustling city. Soon enough, the cheerful atmosphere city changed, as the sky turned crimson, an enormous structure appeared out of nowhere. Flaming gate, leading straight to the abyss. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of fiends of various shapes, most of them were ugly as hell. The moment they existed in the abyss, they instantly started slaughtering humans that were in the St. Toulon city. Humans! Gods, you will all become my food. Roared several enormous tens of meters tall winged fiend, that existed in the gates of hell, excluding the aura of the Abyssal Sage Fiend, as behind him, several Abyssal King Fiends exited the gates of hell. At the same time, as Abyssal Sage Fiend descended onto the Fesua Plain, enormous divine pressure descended on the mortal realm. Vile fiend, begone from the Fesua. Said a deep voice belonging to an armored god holding a spear. It was the supreme god of the Zelia pantheon, god of war Erdhal. I observed happening at the Morin's Empire, Hela went to the Titan Empire, and Vina went to the Beastman Empire. Our tasks were to kill survivors of the clash between Supreme God and Abyssal Sage Fiend. Abyssal Sage Fiend didn't say anything and just lunged at the god of war Erdhal, while at the same time divine legions of Erdhal descended down and started slaughtering fiends. While fiends were individually stronger and more numerous compared to the divine soldiers or Earthial and other gods of the Zelia pantheon, soon enough, divine soldiers were getting the upper hand as every divine soldier killed by fiends was instantly revived. But fiends also got reinforced because the gates of hell were still opened, and with each passing second, thousands upon thousands of fiends entered the Fesua Plain. I observed this carefully and also recorded it, as it was a rare instance of seeing how the divine kingdom of Supreme Stage God functioned in battle and how it reacted and worked when divine soldiers were killed and revived. Every time divine Solidar was killed, a small amount of divine energy was used to replenish it. The fight between Abyssal Sage Fiend and God of War Erdhal was equal because while Erdhal was using his divine kingdom, Abyssal Sage Fiend has evolved to the point of obtaining some special abilities that increased his combat prowess to a terrifying level, though from my point of view it was not much. After 1 hour of fighting, it was clear that gods got the upper hand and started pushing fiends back to the abyss, as their divine legions were good at cooperating with each other, and they managed to surround the gate of hell. One Abyssal King Fiend was slain, but one of the mighty stage gods of the Zelia pantheon was killed too. It was Prados who died, as his divine kingdom all of a sudden crumbled as his divine legions perished. Another Abyssal King Fiend appeared from his corpse, some kind of fiend related to shadows. Assassination, troublesome, these times of demons are hard to kill because they are almost impossible to find. I thought in my head. Chapter 3:14, Turbulent Time. The loss of Prados was an excellent deal for the Zelia pantheon, as he was one of their mighty stage gods. Usually, each pantheon only had one mighty stage god, who was cultivated by the supreme god. God of War Urthel roared in anger, seeing that one of his mighty stage god subordinates was killed, as that was a significant loss for Urthel. Right now, Zelia Pantheon was the strongest, which gave them an immense amount of freedom. Urthel coated his spear, which was his divine artifact, and threw it at the Abyssal Sage Fiend. Abyssal Sage Fiend tried to conjure a shield from abyssal energy. Unfortunately for the Abyssal Sage Fiend, it was futile, as Erdhal's spear pierced directly through the heart of the Abyssal Sage Fiend. Then something happened that really surprised me. Abyssal Sage Fiend, who was now severely injured, instantly released an enormous blast of the abyssal magic, which devastated his entire surrounding and immediately rushed through the gate of hell. He directly escaped, something that I didn't really think about. While fiends were cunning and sometimes cowardly, they were vengeful as hell and greedy as well. This fiend was probably one of the smarter breeds, as he escaped when he realized that he couldn't win. Usually, fiends would stay and fight to the death, even if it meant dying in the process. After this Abyssal Sage Fiend escaped, his subordinates, or rather fiends that came with him, ended up getting slaughtered by gods of the Zelia Pantheon. Soon enough, Urthel used his remaining power to close his gate of hell. Time to act, I said to myself as I watched the gate of hell close. Immediately, I turned to the god of war Erdhal, and conjured an orb of the nuclear magic rule, and shot a beam of it at the god of war Erdhal. In a split of a second, a small gaping hole appeared in the Erdhal's chest where his heart was supposed to be as I teleported to him and tore out his divine spark, and stored his corpse in my interdimensional storage for later processing. After killing Erdhal and teleporting away, madness spread among the gods of the Zelia Pantheon. Their supreme god was killed together with one of their mighty gods. While Zelia Pantheon still had one mighty god, this loss was too significant for them to handle. It was possible that other pantheons would attack them. Fortunately for them, and unfortunately for the entire Fesua plane, similar scenes appeared around the Fesua as a whole plane, be it at the capital of the Titan Empire or Beastman Empire, where their supreme gods were killed, and at those places, abyssal sage fiends that were lured to the Fesua plane were killed by Hela, Vina, and Fia. From the Thonian Empire, everything was in motion. I have ordered some people to went to the places where kindreds were gathering, and after some members of the Brunstad house killed the god kindreds here worshipped, all of them pledged their allegiance to the Thonian Empire. The same happened when Crumcrutch killed Supreme God, who the Dragon Country worshipped. Meanwhile, elves were rather cooperative in the negotiations, and there was a high possibility that they would agree, as obtaining a large elven population would be beneficial for the Thonian Empire of the Baator. 1 month later. After obtaining 3 divine sparks from the supreme gods, I have absorbed their divine energy and refined it to increase my godhood index to 99 million, reaching the pinnacle of common god. Meanwhile, I was in the process of getting stronger. Entire Fesua plane was in turmoil, as it was dealing with remnants of the fiends that invaded the plane, alongside Titan Empire, Morin's Empire, and Beastman Empire were facing large-scale rebellions everywhere, and our Amorous Empire was waging war against everyone. Meanwhile, gods were also fighting against strong fiends that were hiding at the Fesua plane and preying on gods and mortals alike. Among all of this chaos, Supreme God Mailer of the Dark Gods Pantheon did something that I had really expected, and attacked Zelia Pantheon and slaughtered the entire Pantheon, and used the whole capital of the Morin's Empire as a sacrifice to strengthen himself. 4 out of 10 supreme gods died, which was good. Now only 2 needed to be killed before I started the invasion, namely Yrtar and Garterstave, to collapse the weave. Killing Yrtar would ensure that no one too strong would attack our invading forces. At the same time, Garterstave must die for the invasion to begin. This invasion also served as a test for our forces combating high-level planes, as they would still encounter strong gods, including several mighty gods that were still perfectly fine. I sent Hela together with Graphia to check out the inheritance site of the Myriad God Emperor. They found a great amount of divine crystals, several tens of divine sparks of various classes, and many weapons. All of them were divine artifacts belonging to gods, some scriptures, and some various other things that needed to be identified. I gave Vina Wisdom Apple Tree as a gift, so she was delighted, and she showed me her happiness and gratitude in the bedroom. She got one of the most precious things across the entire astral boundary as a gift. Even leaves of the Wisdom Apple Tree were precious, and I have harvested several thousands of them to make tea out of them. It would have nice enlightenment effects. Chapter 3:15, Yrtar. Today I went to the Desert Empire, where the sole shrine dedicated to the god of destruction Yrtar was located. Dealing with Yrtar was probably the last thing that I needed to do before killing gods of Garterstave, thus collapsing the weave and starting the invasion. When I arrived at the Desert Empire, everything was either destroyed or in absolute chaos, as armies of the Amorous Empire marched through the cities of the Desert Empire and mercilessly slaughtered everyone who didn't surrender, painting earth in the blood. I went away, as observing all of this was useless to me, though all of that slaughter was beneficial for me. As someone who comprehended the law of slaughter, the more slaughter there was, the stronger I could get from it. Shrine of the god of destruction Yrtar was located on the outskirts of the Desert Empire, near the sea, where an enormous mountain was where the shrine was built for the Yrtar. Contrary to what was usual, as temples, churches, and shrines dedicated to the supreme gods were usually majestic and enormous, this one devoted to Ratar was humble and small. I just chuckled at that, fired an orb of the nuclear magic rule, and blasted the entire shrine to nothingness. At the same time, I activated decomposition magic rule and created a special anti-divine domain with a diameter of several kilometers while hiding it behind a concealment spell made from laws directly. Soon enough, God of Destruction Ratar descended, completely enraged that someone had destroyed his shrine. I did this to lure him out of his divine kingdom, and it paid off. Gods were insanely arrogant, so destroying his temple was probably the worst thing I could do to offend him. Of course, God as strong as Ratar would be consumed by rage and instantly descended down without investigating the situation for a moment, and he entered the trap without a second thought. Ratar looked like a middle-aged man, with shoulder-length pitch-black hair clad in luxurious robes coupled with some armor. Ratar looked around for a bit before looking at me with an intense gaze. "Foreign invader, so all of what is happening at the Fesua plain is your work?" he said quietly. I just chuckled hearing that, thinking that he was the smart one among the gods. He was able to quickly deduce, even after being enraged, that this wasn't a coincidence, but he soon realized that this was a trap for him. "You are surprisingly calm about this, Ratar," I stated as I activated the anti-divine domain created through the decomposition magic rule. "Your power is overwhelming compared to mine, especially now in this situation, so in the end, I will just discard this avatar," he said as I sharpened. "So, to whom does the real body belong?" "One of the myriad god emperors of the Divine Star region," I asked as Ratar's face changed into a frown. So that was his plan, or rather their plan. Divine Star region always tried to expand into the other 3 major star regions and other minor star regions to gain more followers and worshippers that would be feeding them with more divine power. Unfortunately for pantheons of the Divine Star region, Central Star region was impossible for them, as it was a no-go zone because of the presence of warlocks and arcanists. The same could be said about the ancient Eternal region, as it was filled with countless Emperor-ranked and several Eternal-ranked factions. So only major star region which remained was Desolate Star region for them to try to spread their influence. Minor star regions were out of the question, as every minor star region had someone of terrifying level of strength protecting it. Usually, it were either some warlocks or arcanists that left their civilization cradle and became rogues, or extraordinary lifeforms or species. Additionally, the minor star regions were very small and not worth of effort compared to the major ones. They have chosen the Desolate Star region, probably for the same reasons why I have chosen to settle Baator here. It lacked any strong presence, and while it had a few Tier 11 powerhouses, none were especially strong. Ratar didn't say anything aside from grimacing before he attempted to self-detonate his divine spark, only for ashen expression to appear when he noticed that he couldn't. "The moment you have entered this anti-divine domain, you are under the effect from decomposition magic rule, which nullifies functions of the divine spark. It is too precious for me, you know," I explained as several dark light chains pierced through his body as it completely immobilized Ratar. "It is unfortunate that your memories are protected well," I sighed. "Don't worry, devil, sooner or enough, we will meet in person, and then I will kill you and your entire filthy race," said Ratar with malice as he looked straight at me. "You gods and your arrogance, truly wondrous how stupid you can be," I said as I swung with my scythe and severed his head. Chapter 316, Planar Invasion. After killing Ratar and ignoring his blunt threat, not that I feared his true body, even though myriad god emperors were terrifyingly powerful in combat prowess, they were even stronger than average warlock emperor or arcane lord due to their divine kingdoms. They were still confined to their planes where they have ascended as gods. Though gods could leave their planes, the longer they were gone and far they went, the weaker they would become. So, I was basically safe unless I had gone to the plane where this myriad god emperor was. I was too strong for him to send some goons to do anything for me, so it was okay, though I was tempted. In the future, I will certainly go to the Divine Star region to hunt some myriad god emperors. Their bodies are peerless treasure troves that would make me stronger several times if I could get my hands even only on one corpse. Maybe I will let them deal with Garterstave. In the end, we have already developed means to deal with gods and people like her, so this could be a good test, even though Supreme God may be too much, but no risk, no gains, I said to myself as I activated my hollow brain and connected to Admiral Orlcock, who was leading the First Fleet. "Ancestor," bowed Admiral Orlok as he picked up the call request. "Use that thing to crack up the weave and kill Garterstave. If it doesn't work, I will do it personally, afterwards start an invasion," I ordered as he bowed, and I ended the call and instantly called another person. This time, it showed a handsome young man with blonde hair wearing glasses. Father-in-law. It was Arthur Pendragon, commander of the Sardaukar forces, peak Apocalypse-class powerhouse, and the sole person who attained the Law of Sword state, which was an incredibly rare state for weapon masters. "Arthur, mobilize your soldiers. Soon enough, you will get a signal for invasion of the Fesua plain. You will be covered by me and work together with Admiral Orlok in this conquest and will have a lot of gods to deal with. I will be deploying aside from Sardaukar, Burning Legion 2. For invasions of God-controlled planes, Burning Legion was always deployed. Mainly because Burning Legion was often tasked with extermination-related tasks and had extremely great collateral damages. None of this mattered on planes controlled by gods because their inhabitants were zealots that would never surrender. Of course, everything will be prepared. Artorius will lead the vanguard, stated Arthur as I nodded. Artorius, full name Artorius Pendragon Lucifer, was my grandson from Sigrun and her husband, Arthur. He was a pinnacle Satan-class powerhouse and was swordmaster like his father, one of the most talented that the Empire had ever seen. As Devil Dragonoid, his physique was terrifying, and on top of that, he has inherited Devour and Dark Light from me and Power of Death of Hela. He should have enough power to kill even some weaker Great Divinity stage gods. Third POV. Meanwhile, outside of the Fesua plain, an enormous fleet of thousands of void ships was waiting. On the biggest ship, which was 50 kilometers wide, 15 kilometers long, and 20 kilometers high. At the command center of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, Admiral Orlok now finished the call with Ancestor of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Bring down the anti-magic bombs, target the pillars of the weave. He barked orders as people started running here and there, locating the weave pillars. Each anti-magic network, like weaves, had its pillars that supported the existence of the entire network. If the pillars were to be destroyed, the entire network would collapse and severely injure God that was connected to it. God would die for sure. This was the price for the great power, as a connection to the anti-magic network gave them enormous power. Usually, their life was tied to its existence, so by collapsing the network, one would kill God. After several minutes, the bombs were dropped in several locations on the Fesua plain, and before the gods of the Fesua could react, they exploded as an enormous tremor ran through the entire plain as the weave started collapsing. "Nu!" sounded a female shriek from the Fesua plain as it soon died down. "Fire at will," commanded Admiral Orlok, as thousands of the void ships started firing at gods that crawled out of the Fesua plain to support a protective divine wall around the Fesua plain. Unfortunately for gods, they were all blasted away, one after another, mainly because their strongest ones didn't appear. Either they were already dead or stayed hidden inside their divine kingdom, as they realized that this was an all-futile effort without several supreme gods to protect it directly. After the last god who was foolish to come here died, the entire area became deadly silent. Advance further and prepare for descent. Afterward, an enormous fleet of the void ships belonging to the Thonian Empire went and entered the Fesua plain without any resistance. At the Miracle City at the center of the Amorous Empire, Astral Gate opened, as tens of thousands of white armored knights exited the Astral Gate in a neat formation, under the leadership of their commander Arthur Pendragon. "Sardaukar!" shouted Arthur as all Sardaukar stopped with their hand on their swords. Each Sardaukar had the strength of the Pinnacle Grand Class, clad in top runic armor with personal shield generator. Their weapons and armors were of top quality. Altogether, they could easily fight ultimate-class powerhouses. In Fesua plain, their combat prowess was comparable to the lesser divinity god of Feeble Stage. Of course, this was under the condition that gods wouldn't use their divine kingdom, though Sardaukar had something in their sleeves: combat formations. "March to the west, kill any god, apostle, or anything that is a threat," said Arthur as every Sardaukar knight shouted together. "We are the Emperor's blades. Those who stand against us fall. We are the Emperor's blades. Those who stand against us fall. We are the Emperor's blades. Those who stand against us fall." Chapter 317, Slaughter of Gods, 1. Fesua plain as Grade 2 plain had 100,000 god slots, from which around 65% were used. That was approximately 65,000 existing currently in the Fesua plain. Now several hundreds of gods were killed by my fleet when they entered the Fesua plain, which amounted to probably 2,500 to 3,000 gods. Together with those who died through my machinations, around 62,000 gods remained in the Fesua plain. The majority of these gods were lesser gods, probably more than 50% of them. The rest was divided between intermediate gods and several hundred greater gods. These minor gods were of no problem, they were not even strong and were worshipped only by a few thousand people. This should be no problem for Sardaukar forces and Burning Legion. Both of them had strong officers reaching up to Apocalypse class, while remaining supreme gods would be handled by either my wives or me. If not, there is Adjudicator class Juggernaut capital ship which could easily injure supreme god. As Sardaukar started marching at the holy sites of the Zalia pantheon, where most of the gods of that pantheon remained, gods of the Fesua plain started panicking as hell because now they were invaded. Contrary to the previous invasion, this time, it was different. In the Elven Empire, civil war broke out between God's faction and Freedom faction. One was compromised from God's followers, mainly the emperor, clergy, and some noble houses related to them and their forces. While the Freedom faction was compromised by nobles and people who wanted to be free from the influence of gods and join the Thonian Empire to achieve the path of power. All of this was instigated by the Thonian Empire after Vina and Fia went to dispose of their gods, as right now, they were engaged in a fierce duel with the Father of Nature, who was the supreme god of the Elven pantheon. Unfortunately for Venelana and Graphia, the Father of Nature managed to activate his divine kingdom, so Vina and Fia needed to gang up on the Father of Nature. Still, slowly they wore him down, and he was killed without a second thought. Soon enough, Sardaukar forces under Arthur's leadership entered the Morin's empire as they slaughtered their way through the endless stream of zealot worshippers that attacked them. Still, in the end, it was futile, as mortals of these plains could never match even the weakest Sardaukar soldier. Soon enough, Sardaukar forces were stopped by several hundreds of gods of the Xalia pantheon, under the leadership of God of Sun Dragoni, who took a large part of the remaining gods to stop the advance of the Xalia pantheon. As expected, other pantheons left them to deal with it on their own, though Titan pantheon was right now dealing with something more destructive than Sardaukar. Burning Legion was wreaking havoc in there. Arthur lifted his right hand to stop the march as Sardaukar stopped and readied their swords in a combat-ready position. At the same time, Arthur unsheathed his sword, Excalibur. Dragoni was god of the sun and mighty stage god. His divinity was suitable to be used against devils, but not this time, due to the special nature of the runic armors of the Sardaukar forces. It also contained light and holy resistance runes. These runes were perfected to and soon reached the level of primordial runes, and each runic armor was inscribed with light elemental resistance primordial rune and holy elemental resistance primordial rune, which allowed Sardaukar to have a high degree of resistance against these elements. Arthur didn't say anything, he just adjusted his glasses and tapped on his PSG to activate it, and sent a slash at the Dragonis, which he blocked by activating his divine kingdom. As Arthur and Dragoni started their fight, Sardaukar activated their battle formation, which increased their individual strength to at least ultimate class as they started slaughtering divine legions of the gods that gods unleashed on them. After several minutes, the first lesser gods were already killed by the Sardaukar forces, active in perfect synchronization achieved through thousands of years of training and constant battles. Meanwhile, Arthur started getting the upper hand in his fight against Dragoni, as he managed to sever the connection between Dragoni and his divine kingdom. Excalibur was holy-grade artifact, and while Arthur was still Apocalypse class, he could still unleash the sword's full power as he slashed at Dragoni, severing his right hand in which he held his divine weapon Scepter of Sun. Instantly after severing Dragoni's right hand, Arthur coated Excalibur in all of his power and pierced through Dragoni's heart, killing him immediately. After Arthur has disposed of Dragoni, he starts slaughtering great divinity stage gods like Cabbage, as none of them could stand even on a hit from Arthur's sword. After 1 hour of fight, Sardaukar slaughtered all gods that attacked them. They effectively won the battle while suffering the loss of only several tens of their members. Meanwhile, a beautiful show was unfolding in the sky, from collapsing divine kingdoms of killed gods. Clear the battlefield, kill survivors, and then we march. Commanded Arthur as Sardaukar started clearing the battlefield, taking all corpses of gods, divine sparks, and divine weapons as these things were of great value. Chapter 3:18, Slaughter of Gods, 2. Contrary to how Sardaukar fought, Burning Legion was leaving behind only carnage and destruction. While Sardaukar marched and killed only offenders and enemies, fire demons under the leadership of Surtur slaughtered everything that lived and destroyed everything in their path as they marched on the capital of the Titan Empire and its holy places. Behind them, they left the scorched ground, destroyed cities, towns, and villages, littered with corpses of everyone whom they didn't burn or eat. Fire demons of the Burning Legion were beyond the definition of the word savage, that was why Empire sent them only when they wanted to destroy something absolutely. Surtur was a powerful Apocalypse-class fire demon who comprehended law of fire and law of slaughter, and law of explosion, which made Surtur a powerful foe with very high destructive powers, especially the more he killed. Soon enough, Burning Legion arrived at the capital city of the Titan Empire, where they destroyed everything in their path, slaughtered millions, and burned the entire city to the ground, though only after the destruction of the city did several gods of the Titan pantheon appear. After their supreme god was killed and many of their gods were killed in the process, they were in a similar situation to other pantheons. They reacted very slowly to the blitzkrieg of the Chthonian Empire. Surtur waved his flaming sword, which incarnated several tens of gods that were rushing at him in a split of a second. As an Apocalypse-class powerhouse who comprehended the law of fire and fused with several powerful and mighty flames, his ability to turn enemies into ash was unparalleled. After disposing of incoming gods, he took the corpse of Great God, whose corpse was in a relatively good state, and started munching on it. This one tastes good. He muttered as his fire demons started devouring corpses of scorched gods, as they grew stronger from this. Another reason why the Empire sent them only for a total extermination mission, as nothing would remain after a march of the fire demons from the Burning Legion. Not only did they destroy everything, but they also ate everything that could be eaten, and sometimes even things that cannot be eaten. "Kill them all, you lazy bastards!" shouted Surtur as he killed another greater god with a slash of his flaming sword. Titan Empire was done for as its capital was turned into a sea of flames, and gods of the Titan pantheon were falling one after another, as ferocious fire demons were perfect in dealing with divine legions of gods. Fire demons basically just ate their way through the divine legions of gods and then overwhelmed God and killed him with their numbers. They were really a tumor to deal with. Above the great azure ocean, abroad of Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship, at the command center. Lord Admiral, we have arrived at the place, we are awaiting next orders. Stated the adjutant of Lord Admiral Orlok as she saluted. Start bombarding the holy sites and their military outposts before sending a signal to the Empire so our sea citizens could invade. Thonian Empire had many sea citizens living in vast oceans and seas in the Baator. Yes, Lord Admiral. Saluted adjutant, as several tens of void ships readied their weapons and started firing at several places across oceans. Not only this group of void ships but also other groups of void ships began doing the same, as they were at different locations across the entire Fesua plain. After a few waves of shots, enormous explosions sounded from the ocean's depths across the Fesua plain as countless military bases, holy sites, and several strategically located cities were destroyed. After some sea pantheon gods came and tried to attack the fleets of the Thonian Empire, they were shredded to pieces until nothing remained from them. This continued until Supreme God of the Sea Gods Pantheon Tritos appeared. Activate the shields to a maximum of their capacity and activate Dark Matter Shield and all primordial defensive runes. Ordered Lord Admiral Orlcox instantly after he saw Supreme God appear. Also, all other void ships aside from Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship are to retreat to a safe distance. Other void ships aside from the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship were utterly useless in the face of Supreme Stage God, such as Tritos, who could obliterate them with his attacks. Supreme God Tritos appeared like an enormous avatar made of water holding a trident made out of water. Suddenly, before anything could happen, the main cannons of Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship fired at the water avatar of the Tritos as he stumbled backward. The attacks from the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship didn't stop here, as it started firing at the water avatar of Supreme God Tritos. This wasn't a true body of Tritos, but only his avatar, though this avatar held more than 90% of the power of the true body. Soon enough, several water tornadoes formed around the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship and attacked the capital ship of the Thonian Empire, only to be blocked by the defensive shield of the void ship. Soon enough, all other void ships, especially the Emperor-class battleships and Destroyer-class battle cruisers, started firing at the avatar of the Supreme God Tritos. Emperor-class battleship had combat prowess comparable to the higher end of the Apocalypse class, meaning these ships could actually injure even Supreme Gods, while Destroyer-class battle cruisers had combat prowess on the level of the lower end of the Apocalypse class, which was comparable to Strong Mighty Stage God. After the main cannons of the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship fired lastly, it blasted away the head of the avatar, as the water avatar of Tritos couldn't handle all of that attacks and dispersed. Unfortunately for Tritos, by the destruction of his avatar, he suffered a great backslash as he was in a greatly weakened state. Adjust the course to the Divine Kingdom of Tritos, we are going to finish him by shelling his Divine Kingdom. Commanded Lord Admiral Orlok. Chapter 319, Invasion Conclusion. After the Void Fleet destroyed the avatar of the Supreme God Tritos under the command of Lord Admiral Orlok, he suffered a great backslash, and right now, Tritos was weakened to a great degree. Soon enough, they arrived at where Tritos' Divine Kingdom was located before the entire Void Fleet surrounded his Divine Kingdom. Fire at will, continue, nothing remains. While the Divine Kingdom of a Supreme God was sturdy and stood strong, it couldn't handle the combined firepower of several hundred void ships and soon started crumbling away. After several rounds, the entire Divine Kingdom has crumbled away, together with its owner Supreme God Tritos. Collect what has remained, and we are flying to the next target. Commanded Lord Admiral Orlok. MCPOV. Conquest of the Fesua plain was going very well. Due to the chaos that was spread before the invasion began, and my wives and I killed many Supreme Gods, our conquest was smooth. Of course, due to the fact that we have created conflicts between pantheons to the point that they have killed each other, right now, even surviving gods were reluctant to help each other. Xalia Pantheon, Titan Pantheon, Dark Gods Pantheon, and Beastman Pantheon could already be considered as destroyed, as their supreme gods were killed and their mighty gods were dead too, the rest was of no threat. Dragon Pantheon was subjugated after its supreme god was killed by Crum Crutch, the remaining dragons surrendered, while Sea God Pantheon was right now besieged by our void fleets. Elven Pantheon gods were either killed or captured, as the entire Elven Empire was in a civil war instigated by the Thonian Empire under the leadership of several Silvermoon elves. Neutral gods were either killed or useless after their leaders were killed. In truth, while neutrals had most gods, they were bound together only because of the silent agreement of Ertar, Kongler, and Gargastave. Still, now all three had died, most neutral gods either chose to surrender, flee to another plane or hide. Soon enough, the entire Fesua plane would be under our control. We could start mining all resources and other precious things before using this plane as a means for Baator to evolve even further. Of course, before that, it was important to take all resources and all things with any value out of the plane, or else they would be destroyed together with it, which would be a great shame, considering the fact that the Fesua plane was grade 2 plane with an immense amount of resources for us to take. Just the mining of resources would take several years, even with advanced arcanotech and a crazy amount of various mechs for this purpose. That was not all, there were many precious types of plants, trees, extraordinary lifeforms, and many others that needed to be carefully transported back to the Baator and found a suitable environment. In regard to natives, some were recruited, and some were killed. Humans and those who didn't surrender would be either killed or enslaved. Standard protocol in the Empire for slaves was to sell them either to Arcanists or to the Divine Blood Plane. Of course, some were reserved for the Thonian Empire, as we also needed countless living subjects for experiments. Usually, they would be distributed among magisteriums and their departments, and some would be sold to independent researchers and magicians of the Empire. Those who were not fit to be experimental subjects were outright killed, and their corpses were used as fertilizers for flower-type monsters that Dodo produced through the millennia. Now, the entire area of the Imperial capital was protected by not only my familiar Dodo, who was a peak apocalypse-class monster, but also countless other weaker monsters of her species. Such was day-to-day cruelty of the astral boundary, where the strong preyed on the weak, and the word genocide was basically meaningless, as entire planes were slaughtered for either resources or, in the case of some species like fiends and hellions, just for fun and sake of the slaughter. "How are things going on your end, Vina?" I asked as I sensed my wife's return. Territories of the Amorous Empire, Morin's Empire, and Desert Empire are already prepared to be industrialized, and we can start siphoning resources from those places. Titan Empire is still being cleared by the Burning Legion. Additionally, we would need some time to clear the mess they leave behind. Elven Empire is more problematic, as the environment there needs to be taken care of with a careful approach. The western area of the continent is of no problem due to lack of strong gods, and in truth, that area is rather poor compared to other areas of the Fesua based on our analysis. Explained Vina to me as I nodded in understanding. It was expected that the western area would be poor in resources, if not, it would have been conquered long ago by large mortal empires backed by major Pathians. Vina, who was in charge of IMC, was also in charge of trading with our allies or business patterns that wished to trade with the Thonian Empire, as we traded only through the IMC, which was basically a state company, even though it was controlled privately by Imperial House. Interdimensional Manufacturing Corporation was especially effective in obtaining resources from conquered territories as it was in trading and business. While IMC's primary trade area was mining of resources and manufacturing of arcanotech gadgets, it also had many other sources of income. Chapter 320, Uninvited Guest. 1 month later, Fesua Plain. After 1 month, basically, every opposition in the Fesua Plain was quelled, and right now, we have controlled the entire Fesua Plain. All hostiles were dealt with, and mortals were of no threat to the might of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. I sent Taboo Text a chaos imperishable bead back to the Empire so Ajuka and other brains of the Empire to study them so they could create an alternative path for devils to advance without comprehending the laws. I strictly believe that these things obtained from the inheritance of the Taboo Lord held the key to it. If successful, it would increase the power of our empire exponentially, as many people who couldn't comprehend laws and advance would now obtain that opportunity and advance to a higher level of power. Civil war in the Elven Empire ended in the extermination of all elven gods, and all elves were transported to the Baator to a suitable layer of the Baator, where other species of elves lived, mainly Silvermoon elves. 8th layer of the Baator, Cania had a suitable environment for elves, as it had a beautiful environment, and its capital, Insomnia, was a place where all Silvermoon elves lived. It took an open month to finish the preparations for all mining works completely. Things that went quickest was the transportation of various trees and plants to the Baator. Right now, approximately 40% of it was finished just within 1 month. All that was needed were several Tier 8 Silvermoon elves with nature manipulation abilities, which speeded up the process significantly. Mining works were much slower, even though several Tier 8 dwarves and even one Tier 9 dwarf were participating in this, together with hundreds of millions of mining drones. Dwarves were one of the major species of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Grandmaster Durin, who was the strongest dwarf in the Thonian Empire, reaching the pinnacle apocalypse class, told me that Fesua Plain had extensive loges of the ores and precious metals, and it would take approximately at least 5 years to completely mine all resources on the Fesua Plain. Currently, I was spending my time leisurely as I decided to spend here all time until it was time to mine the planar core and use it to evolve Baator. Right now, I was laying on my bed together with Hela in my embrace as we enjoyed after-sex relaxation time. As I was in a half-sleep state enjoying the warmth of my beloved wife, I suddenly felt someone enter the perimeter of the Fesua Plain, someone very, very strong, probably on my level or someone slightly stronger than me. This was interesting. Hela, I need to go right now, I said as I clothed myself in my combat outfit and teleported away. At the same time, Hela was startled that I had disappeared. She soon realized that something serious must happen. Outside of the Fesua Plain, I saw an incoming silhouette coming at the Fesua Plain with tremendous speed. Warlock. Half-step Warlock Emperor realm. Judging by fluctuations of his power, he seems to be very close to reaching Warlock Emperor, though there is something different about this one. I thought in my head as I observed the incoming silhouette, which appeared to be a male, old one. He wore typical clothing that Warlocks wore, though this fashion didn't really suit any of the Warlock dynasties. So either he was a rogue warlock, or he was from a time before 8 Imperial Warlocks courts rose up, meaning he was a really ancient warlock. He had a weird symbol between his brows, radiating a faint divine energy. So this is it. Divine slave. Divine slaves were slaves enslaved through a special method only usable through an extensive and special method of divine enslavement. Usually, powerful gods, if possible, enslaved strong warlocks, arcanists, or anyone other whom they managed to capture alive. It should be a divine slave belonging to Irtar's main body. Divine slave of Myriad God Emperor. So either way, Irtar is overwhelmingly arrogant as any other Myriad God Emperor would be, or he is confident enough that his divine slave will kill me. I thought in my head as I instantly switched to maximum readiness as I was cautious about the incoming foe. Soon enough, the Quasi-Emperor Warlock appeared and scanned the entire Faceoa plane with his senses before he turned to a location where I was hiding and performing some secret technique, which released an enormous wave of energy that rushed directly at me. At the same time, Quasi-Emperor Warlock punched at me, sending another attack my way. I waved my Mystic Code Rosenkreuz, and with a slash, I broke the incoming energy wave. At the same time, a second after, I teleported behind the Quasi-Emperor Warlock and sent a wave of nuclear magic rule beams directly at him. He didn't say anything probably, he was just a mindless puppet, and the only thing that remained in him was his combat experiences and reflexes. He took out some kind of artifact that was shield and blocked the nuclear magic rule beams with relative ease, though only the first wave of the nuclear magic beams, while he blocked the second wave of the nuclear magic rule beams, the shield artifact started showing cracks all around it. After blocking the last wave, Quasi-Emperor Warlock threw the shield artifact directly at me as he subsequently unleashed a secret technique, as a red aura enveloped his entire body and rushed at me. I used my control over the law of lightning to create lightning clouds, which started striking at the Quasi-Emperor Warlock furiously, with each lightning strike having power comparable to an average dimensional class powerhouse. Instantly dark light chains caught the shield artifact that was flying at me and returned it to the Quasi-Emperor Warlock, as the shield artifact smashed at his body, sending the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave flying back several tens of kilometers. Chapter 321, Life and Death Battle. Even though I knew that this attack had injured him, I sensed that it was not enough. Irtar's Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave was very strong, he is probably the strongest opponent I have ever fought. And this was apparently not enough to kill him, and I had a hunch that this was not his peak, if not, Irtar's true body wouldn't be sent him here to kill me. I should probably go all out. I thought in my head that I would be really going all in single combat for the first time in my life. Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave took out another divine artifact, which was a sword, and just by looking at it, I felt an instinctive danger as he rushed at me and activated a secret method, which increased his power several-fold. He is burning up his life force, and even he has supplements from Divine Kingdom of Irtar, who is Myriad God Emperor. Right now combat prowess of this Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave isn't losing to even a bit weaker Warlock Emperor. This is so exhilarating. I grinned at this sight as I released all that I had. For the first time in my life, I went to fight for my survival. I instantly activated the main ability of my godhood, which I termed God and Devil Domain. I created it from the ability I got from obtaining complete control over Baator with godhood. Using a combination of essence of Baator and godhood, father of all devils, a 25-kilometer area into your own exclusive territory. My ability will be 5 times as powerful within the area, and I can suppress the opponent's ability up to a certain level. Within this territory, demonic energy regeneration is boosted tenfold. Resistance against energy-based attacks is lowered by half no matter the level. Not even a second later, I activated my true name, Zeoticus, Prime Evil, which allowed me to store negative energy created from sinning. Basically, everyone who did anything related to 7 deadly sins would have created something I called energy of sin, which I automatically absorbed, and I could burn this energy reserved in exchange to obtain an explosive increase in power. More than 2,000 years worth of sins of all living beings of Baator was now used to increase my power, together coupled with the effects of the God and Devil Domain. Right now, I felt that I could beat even average Tier 11 beings if I played my cards right, as the disparity between Tier 10 and Tier 11 was enormous, no matter what power system one was following. After entering the God and Devil Domain, Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave was weakened significantly. He roared in anger as he burned his life force even faster to obtain greater explosive combat prowess. He slashed at me with his sword artifact, and I barely managed to dodge his strike. Even though he was greatly weakened and I was greatly strengthened, he was still very strong, burning his life force, and he was also getting boosted by the consumption of divine power from the Divine Kingdom of Irtar. The Divine Kingdom of Myriad God Emperor was really terrifying. For the next 10 minutes, we have spent by playing mouse and cat, as Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave tried to hit me, and I always dodged his attacks. I chose a strategy of playing for time. I knew that Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave had limited time to fight in this state, as sooner or later, his life force would be burned to the point where he would be getting weaker and weaker. My only mistake was a slight miscalculation when he stopped in his attacks and started gathering his aura. Shit, that method has a second level. I cursed in my mind as I observed Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave's power rising up at an unprecedented speed. However, at this rate, he would probably only withstand 5 minutes before he died from burning up all of his life force. Still, 5 minutes was enough to kill me several times. Even if I couldn't kill Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave, I needed to stall him for 5 minutes, even at the price of my very life, as I could still be resurrected through the usage of my true name Isaiah, Nirvana. If I couldn't achieve that, entire forces in the Facewa plane would be destroyed, and most importantly, there was a huge chance that my wives would probably be killed if they didn't evacuate already. I instantly teleported away at the perimeter of the God and Devil domain, while at the same time, I conjured several decomposition magic rule beams as they started shooting beams of energy at the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave and slowly weakened. Decomposition magic rule was the strongest weapon when fighting against anything energy-based. Basically, it could disrupt the flow of any kind of magic, spells, or secret methods that were energy-based like the one used by Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave. Fortunately for me, usage of the decomposition magic rule managed to decrease the overall power of the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave by approximately 15%, which was good enough by itself. My enemy slashed his sword once more, though this time, the entire sword was enveloped by flames, as my instinct screamed at me to run away from that weapon. Godslayer weapon. That weapon was imbued with God-slaying attribute, which was pretty rare these days. I conjured several tens of dark light chains through my law of dark light as they shot directly at the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave. Unfortunately for me, the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave was too fast for them, and he dodged all of them pretty easily, as I teleported from my current location to another end of the God and Devil domain, as I started bombarding him with dark light weaponry furiously, as millions of dark light weapons were being shot at the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave each second. At the same time, I imbued each of the dark light weapons with lightning with the usage of the light of lightning and destruction from using law of destruction, for them have even more destructive power. Chapter 322, End of the Fight. Dark light weaponry imbued with the law of lightning and law of destruction proved to be powerful enough to slightly injure Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave. Even though individually, those injuries were negligible. But together, and in such an enormous number, they were able to injure Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave in several places of his body, and some of those injuries were proved to be pretty severe. He took all of the incoming dark light weapons with his body head-on while sustaining injuries and appeared directly before me, slashing at me with his flaming divine sword. In a split of a second, I used my two tails to entangle his right hand, which was holding the flaming divine sword, which completely immobilized his right hand, as I slashed with my scythe at the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave, hitting him with my scythe Rosenkreuz at his chest. The Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave immediately used his free hand that struck at the Rosenkreuz Mystic Code that was still stuck in his chest, breaking apart my Mystic Code in countless pieces. Then not even a moment later, after he broke down my Mystic Code Rosenkreuz, he kicked me in my stomach with full force, and I coughed a huge amount of blood. Unfortunately for me, after the first kick, he kicked me once more this time to my chest, as he sent my flying several kilometers away. Fuck, while I was able to withstand those attacks, I am now greatly injured from those attacks. I thought in my head. After I opened my eyes, the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave was already before me as he pierced his divine artifact sword through my stomach, as I coughed blood. I used both of my hands as I grabbed the sword and sued, sealing magic to immobilize the divine sword as Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave couldn't take it out from my stomach. Instantly I used my two tails as they pierced through his head, effectively killing the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave. My tails were as hard as holy grade artifact, and the tips of my tails were even harder than Quasi-Emperor artifacts, and the same could be said about my horns. After killing the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave, I took out a vial of top-tier Phoenix Tears. This one was bigger than any other standardized vial and was also of the highest quality possible, exclusively made only for crucial people of the Thonian Empire. I gulped it down in one go after taking out the divine sword and storing it in my interdimensional storage. At the same time, I cast several Starlight Tier healing spells and used my godhood to absorb the remaining foreign divine power in my body. Unfortunately, to completely recuperate from these injuries, I would need at least several weeks. Right now, only the worst injuries are in the process of healing. Before I could approach the corpse of the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave, it started glowing slightly. I instantly teleported as far as possible, only to see that the Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave's corpse exploded and was destroyed. As expected. Iratar's true body wouldn't leave me such a precious gift as the corpse of the Quasi-Emperor Warlock. I muttered. I deactivated true name Zeoticus, primeval ability and also the God and Devil domain. This fight was hard as hell. I almost died. It was the first time I felt so close to death. This Quasi-Emperor Warlock must have been someone really powerful during a time when he wasn't a divine slave of Myriad God Emperor. When he burned his life force and had support from the divine kingdom of Myriad God Emperor, he had combat prowess the same as me, if not higher, under a state of God and Devil domain and primeval ability. Fucking gods, sooner or later, I will devour all of you till the last one. I said with a bit of hatred in my voice. I knew that Irtar's true body wouldn't be sending anyone soon after me, as he probably didn't have a lot of divine slaves on the level of this quasi-emperor warlock. Additionally, while myriad god emperors of the Divine Star regions were allies that only applied in dealing with foreigner and possible invasions of the Divine Star region. Other than that, they were enemies that wanted nothing more than to kill each other. They watched each other with great cautiousness and waited for a moment when one of them got weakened considerably so they could attack and obtain some benefits. Me killing quasi-emperor warlock divine slave would probably cost Irtar's true body to lose several high-ranking planes to his competitors, as he wouldn't have enough personnel to protect all of his planes where he is worshipped personally. This would serve as a great setback and at least some form of revenge for me. After pondering over the situation for several minutes, I returned to the Miracle City on the Fesua Plain, where Fia, Vina, and Hela were already waiting, worried and stressed. After they saw me in my desperate state, with my armor half destroyed, blood flowing from my wounds, and using a cane to support myself to walk, all of them instantly rushed to me. Hela didn't say anything and just started transferring all of her god power to me, so I could recover more easily and quickly, while Fia and Vina were casting healing spells on injuries. It was divine slave of Irtar's true body. I have killed his avatar. Apparently, he is pretty vengeful or petty, or the Fesua Plain was more important to him than it appeared. That divine slave had the cultivation of quasi-emperor warlock. When he used a secret technique burning his life force and getting a booster from the divine kingdom of myriad god emperor, his power was frighteningly high, even more than my state under the god and devil domain and primeval ability. However, he could only go in that state for something around 5 minutes, but it was still a hell of a fight. Chapter 323, Recuperation and Fast Moves. Irtar's divine slave was very strong. I wonder how strong would his true body be. Myriad god emperors were really terrifying entities, especially when their divine kingdoms supported them. We need to finish our work on the Fesua Plain as soon as possible. Previous calculations are not possible more. 2 years is the maximum time I can give you to complete all works on the Fesua Plain. We cannot be sure if Irtar's true body won't send more people here, even though it is not highly possible, but we need to be careful. Any grade 2 plane, especially primary grade 2 plane such as Fesua Plain, is priceless for any god, as they could cultivate the enormous number of worshippers here and subordinates due to the plane being capable of holding even myriad god emperor. I explained as I let myself be healed by my wives, who were worried about me. If we mobilize most of our free forces and some civilian forces, we can make it in a time span that you stated, said Vina after pondering over this topic for a while. We can station here one of the armies of the Imperialis Militarum who don't have any deployment orders. Aside from guarding the plane, they could help with all works going on across the entire plane, stated Hela shortly after Vina. Which one is available? I asked her while I checked my injuries. I can send here 4th Army Imperial Sentinels, under the command of Lord General Belphegor, stated Hela, as I agreed with her proposition. 4th Army Imperial Sentinels was an army mainly focusing on defense, fortification works, defensive warfare, and similar things. They were perfect for this kind of task. Additionally, the 4th Army Imperial Sentinels were permanently stationed at the Baator, near the Imperial City, as they were also the army tasked with the protection of the 9th layer of the Baator, Nessus. Excellent. Fia sent here all available mechs and deployed part of the Imperial mech army. Now we can transport here some of them. Their efficiency would be far superior to ordinary mining mechs with their Tier 8 prowess. Grafia nodded and went to carry out my order. 9th layer of Baator, Nessus, near the capital of the Thonian Empire, Aner Londo, city of Augustgrad. Lord General Belphegor, said Grafia, whose face appeared on the hollow brain, which belonged to Lord General Ryagun Belphegor. She was a beautiful young woman appearing in her 20s with long, wavy, cherry blossom hair and 2 horns protruding from her head. She wears high-cut battle armor with high slits and has a well-endowed bust and slim waist. She was a very powerful Apocalypse-class devil who commanded a 4th Army Imperial Sentinel since their founding and was also a head of the Belphegor family, Thonian Lord House, and held a prestigious position across the empire. High Chancellor, greeted her Ryagun. You are immediately deployed at the Fesua Plain together with the entire 4th Army Imperial Sentinels. Your task is to guard the plane and help with all resource gathering and related tasks, said Grafia as Lord General Belphegor saluted her. Yes, High Chancellor, it shall be done. The call then ended. Immediately mobilize all Imperial Sentinels. We need to have complete mobilization done within 12 hours. Ordered Lord General Ryagun Belphegor to her adjutant as they then hurried away from the room to carry out her orders. Fesua Plain, Miracle City. Now we only have to wait until the things are done before returning back home, I stated as Venelana snuggled close to me as she put her head on my chest. How long till you are healed completely? Vina asked quietly. 3 weeks, I stated. Because of their healing spells were very potent, they helped me a lot, and especially Hela when she gave me all of her divine energy that speeded up my recovery considerably, as my godhood started regenerating me extremely fast. That is good, but in case, I will ask Grandpa Zekrom to come here, stated Vina. Zekrom was similar to me, as he achieved a peak of dimensional class, and he was very close to reaching fusion of laws and ascending to Lord class. While his combat prowess was a bit lacking compared to me, mainly because of my godhood, but if not for my godhood, my offensive prowess would be lower compared to Zekrom. With Zekrom here, it would be another failsafe, as my combat prowess was lowered considerably due to my injuries. His path that he is forging is extremely destructive. He comprehended several laws, including the law of extermination, decay, and several others related to destruction, so he achieved an unprecedented level of destructive powers. He would be enough if even Irtar sent another divine slave, of course, taking into consideration that he wouldn't be as strong as Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave. Chapter 324, Great Cloud Dynasty State of Things. Some time later, Kangxi Plain, the capital city of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the Great Cloud Dynasty Royal Palace, in the Immortal Cloud Hall, there are 9 purple coiling dragons exuding bright world warlock rank. The throne was a unique Empyrean-grade secret treasure named Magic Note Throne, refined by the 7th Warlock Dynasty. Magic Note Dynasty. Although this Empyrean-grade secret treasure has no offensive ability, but it can gather the power of the dynasty's people to form something akin to a faith force, an imperial force. Magic Note Dynasty used this peerless treasure to cultivate countless experts, from whom many reached Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Above the heads of the 9 purple dragons, there is a purple gold throne, and on the throne, there sits the handsome and majestic Bai Wuqing. The Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family is different from other warlock groups. Generally, the strongest experts of the various sects are great elders, while the sect masters are in charge of various ordinary affairs. As for the royal family, the emperor is the strongest expert. In the world of warlocks, the strongest rule. A warlock emperor rank expert can suppress all the forces in the Zhangji plane by themselves. With the title of emperor, you can have the resources and power of the entire Great Cloud Dynasty to practice cultivation. Consequently, virtually every emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty was an infinity warlock. 3 people are standing in front of Bai Wuqing, and they are the 3 ducal ministers, the Grand Preceptor, the Grand Tutor, and the Grand Protector. Below the 3 ducal ministers, there are the 9 ministers of the 3 departments and 6 ministries. The 3 Grand Ministers and the 9 ministers all exude infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. In addition to the 3 Grand Ministers and the 9 ministers, all the ministers of the imperial courts exude powerful fluctuations of power comparable to that of transcendence. A censor with Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, activities of Baatorians are growing more and more numerous with each passing day. By our sources, entire subcontinents have already fallen into their control, especially those under the influence of the 3 Western dynasties, as the Western warlock world didn't pay any attention to the expansionist activities of the devil worshippers and Baatorians themselves. Unfortunately, they are now spreading into our Great Cloud Dynasty. We have documented several cases of devil intrusions here, especially in the Ligui province." Finished his report, the Moonlight Warlock censor. The Ligui province is a marvel among the Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser provinces. The Ligui province is both larger and richer than many greater provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. But it is just a lesser province, and the biggest reason for that is that it is a forbidden area for infinity warlocks. After infinity warlocks enter Ligui province, they will die in less than 30 days. Since infinity warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty cannot enter the Ligui province, it made the province a chaotic place where warlock groups that don't obey the rule of the Great Cloud Dynasty gather. So even though the Ligui province was part of the Great Cloud Dynasty, its grip on it was weak as there were countless lawless factions and rogue elements. For this reason, the entire province was surrounded by several military fortresses, and entire armies composed of high-ranking warlooks were stationed near the Ligui province or directly at its borders to prevent anyone from escaping from it. The next one to speak was Wei Jin of the Ministry of War of the 6 Ministries. We also need to deal with other insurrectionist elements within the Great Cloud Dynasty, as several of these devil worshippers appear to be in contact with 8 aristocratic family and 10 great sects. Apparently, they are trying to instigate the rebellion against the Great Cloud Dynasty. Explained Minister of War Wei Jin as, Emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty frowned in annoyance. Bai Wuqing long ago hated these sects and aristocratic families, as he viewed them as a liability in his dynasty and possible threats. Just like Bai family ended their sovereignty, he feared that history could repeat itself. Bai Yan, what has your intelligence department collected about these foreign invaders? Asked Bai Wuqing slowly as he looked at the head of the intelligence department, who was named Bai Yan, a member of the Bai family, one of the Grand Princes and Infinity Warlock. Weak factions like these didn't have a lot of information about Baator, as they lacked even warlock monarchs. Hence, it was very problematic to collect some information about the Thonian Empire of the Baator, aside from some generally known information. Yes, Your Majesty. We have managed to capture a few high-ranking devil worshippers, and also, one of our executives managed to buy some information from a traveling arcanist. We have concluded that these invaders are, for sure, led by someone from the imperial house of the Thonian Empire or one of the Elector Lord houses. There is still a possibility it is led by some of the High Lords, but that is small. All over this is bad news for us, as each of these is backed by Apocalypse class or Dimensional class entities, and compared to their Warlock cultivation counterparts, their combat prowess is way higher. Fortunately, such strong people cannot enter the Kangxi Plane due to the deterrence of the 6 imperial courts that are presiding over the Kangxi Plane, so the only logical conclusion is that a person who is leading them is super devil at most, probably someone who already achieved his law baptism. Hence, his combat prowess is comparable to weaker warlock monarchs. Arcanists said that in the entire Baator, there are only a few such people with enough social standing to initiate an operation like this, so the highest possible outcome is that the leader should be Crown Prince Abrasax Leviathan Lucifer, son of the current emperor and grandson of Father of all Devils. Concluded his speech, head of the intelligence department Bai Yen, as grave silence took over the imperial hall. Chapter 325, Great Cloud's Decision. And while Bai family was strong, on the Kangxi Plane surface world, compared to truly powerful factions, it was nothing. Even second-rate and third-rate factions in the core world or even astral boundary as a whole have at least one Tier 9 powerhouse presiding over it. While Baal family had 3 mighty stage gods, they were confined to their plane where they ascended as gods, so for the Bai family and Great Cloud dynasty as a whole, dealing with even a small expeditionary group from the Thonian Empire backed by its nobles was a headache as hell. Especially when hearing that Crown Prince Abraxas Leviathan Lucifer led the Baatorians. Thonian Empire had very strict and high requirements for nobility, and they were actualized each time when the general strength of the population increased. For example, Bright World Warlocks, who were considered peerless experts on the Kangxi Plane, second only to the Infinity Warlocks, were just entrance level to be even considered noble house. Of course, those who wanted to be nobles needed not only to achieve Satan class, equivalent to the Bright World Warlock, but also had some inheritable uniqueness, such as bloodline, ability, or something. Hence, their combat prowess was usually superior to the Bright World Warlock. On the Kangxi Plane's main continents, when Warlock achieved Moonlight Warlock realm, they were entitled to create their own noble house. Contrary to that, in the Baator, Ultimate class, which was the same rank as Moonlight Warlock, were considered just as stronger cannon fodder, nothing more and nothing less. At best, they would be elite standard soldiers. There was an enormous disparity between their strength, but fortunately, the strongest person who descended had the combat prowess of only Warlock Monarch, meaning with necessary sacrifices and traps, by Wuching believed that the Great Cloud dynasty could deal with the invaders. Order the Demon Hunting Division to start hunting all devil worshippers and breaking down their cults that are worshipping Baatorians. At the same time, notify Watchers that we have identified this threat. They will possibly deal with this mess. If not, the only thing that remains for the Great Cloud dynasty is to prepare some traps to deal with Baatorians. Ordered by Wuching. Also, there is a question: how did these invaders even enter the Kangxi Plane in the first place? Pondered by Wuching before someone said. The most probable reason is that someone let them in. They probably observed the entire Kangxi Plane and studied its political landscape for a long time. After gathering sufficient information, they made their move. We know that the first place where they appeared was Tyrandot subcontinent, which is closer to the Western Warlock world. They purposely chose one of the 3 Western dynasties to grow their influence and gather worshippers who would open astral gates for them to enter the Kangxi Plane. Summarized situation: head of the intelligence department of the Great Cloud dynasty. Indeed, while Western Warlock dynasties are weaker, their backers' immortal halls are still pretty powerful. Unfortunately, they are complete isolationists, so they would not watch over what is happening at the Kangxi Plane. This gave Baatorians the necessary space to grow. Either way, we need to deal with this threat, and we will start with their worshippers. At the same time, we can use this as a reason to deal with 10 great sects who will not submit completely to the Great Cloud dynasty. Proclaimed by Wuching with an authoritative voice as everyone clapped their hands in agreement as they went to carry out the orders of their emperor. Tyrandot subcontinent, underground world, fortress of the Thonian Empire. Your Highness, excavators have sent a message that they have found the place where the Holy Spirit Warlock ranked Hellions are sealed, and by fluctuations, some of them are the pinnacle of the Great Holy, and there are even Quasi-Emperor ranked Hellions. Fortunately, their seals are still strong, but they are visibly weakening, and in a few centuries they would completely break down. Reported one of the custodians to the Crown Prince Abraxas Leviathan Lucifer, who was in charge of this operation. Excellent, install their energy extractors and anti-magic domain device, afterward transport all Hellions back to the Baator for research. Under their weakened state, we can use them as research material, if not, kill them outright before they become a threat. Ordered Abraxas. Hellions were basically bioengineered soldiers created through forbidden alchemy, genetic manipulation, and mysticism rituals by Taboo Dynasty in collaboration with a few arcanists. If the Thonian Empire could properly research their genetics and their creations, it would be priceless as it could be used to develop a new way to strengthen species of the Baator. Or we could create our own version of Hellions, with better control, as it was common knowledge that Hellions were hard to control even by their creators, and they often went berserk and attacked everything in their sight, making them a double-edged weapon for use. Abrasax originally wanted to kill them, but in the end, High Command decided it would be more productive to send them to Ancestor, Ajuka, and Mephisto to research. All three were extremely powerful, and Ajuka and Mephisto were on the verge of reaching dimensional class, so it would be no problem for them to deal with significantly weakened Hellions. How is the output of the resources we are obtaining at the Kangxi Plain and shipping back to the Empire? Asked Abraxas, one of his adjutant. Very good, especially when we have reached the last layer of the underground world of the Turandot subcontinent. That place is filled with precious herbs, rare ores, and even some extraordinary lifeforms. Additionally, our gains through our cultists on main continents are growing day by day. Summarized his adjutant as Abraxas nodded in satisfaction. I have also ordered our cult leaders to be extra careful, as we have noticed some suspicious movements in the Great Cloud Dynasty. They are probably preparing to make a move against our pawns there. Abraxas knew that sooner or later, factions here would notice them and fight with them. It was only a matter of time, but he was ready for that. Chapter 326, Evolution of the Baator. Something more than a year later, Fesua Plain, Miracle City. After more than 1 year, all work that needed to be done on the Fesua Plain was already finished. With the deployment of all workers' forces of the Thonian Empire, part of the Mech Army and 4th Army Imperial Sentinels, all resources were mined, and all extraordinary lifeforms were transported back to the Baator together with rare plants and trees. High-ranking planes such as Fesua Plain had a staggering amount of resources, enough to construct several new fleets and expand the Mech Army several times. Unfortunately, in terms of precious herbs and rare extraordinary lifeforms, the Fesua Plain was poor, like many other planes controlled by gods. Usually, when gods took control of some plane, one of the first things they would do was exterminate all strong extraordinary lifeforms and rare herbs, plants, and trees. It was done for a reason to prevent the local population from getting powerful. For example, if this was any other grade 2 plane, it would be full of very strong monsters, extraordinary lifeforms that reached even dimensional class level monsters could be found there, and it would be full of very precious herbs and plants would be everywhere. Still, the loot in the form of ores and metals was crucial for the industrial development of the Thonian Empire, as we needed many more than what we had just obtained, as everything required precious metals and ores. We needed to construct new fleets, mechs, and other things. Right now, all forces of the Thonian Empire were already leaving the Fesua Plain back to the Baator while I was going to activate the ritual, which will refine the planar core of the Fesua Plain to evolve the Baator. The entire Fesua Plain, plus what has remained here, mainly mortals whom we just ignored and let them be, would be used as a sacrifice to expand and strengthen the first 8 layers of the Baator. I hope that the first 8 layers would be grown exponentially and the overall strength of the Baator plane would be raised to a new level. Of course, I knew that it would be impossible for Baator to reach grade 1 plane, but with some luck, it would reach the primary grade 2 plane, which was already capable of holding tier 11 existences like Lord Class or Warlock Emperors. Is everything prepared? I asked Hela, who was standing beside me as she was responsible for the evacuation of all military and civilian personnel, including all equipment and mechs from the Fesua Plain. Yes, everyone has been evacuated, and all equipment has been transported back to the Baator. Planar refinement towers have been built around the planar core and are functioning as expected. Stabilizers are also in place. The refinement could start. Stated Hela as I nodded and signaled Hela that I was about to start the procedure. After several centuries, Thonian Empire was very proficient in refining planar cores. In the past, we used a purely arcane way of mysticism to refine the planar cores of conquered planes. Nowadays, the core method remains the same, only with some additions. Now we used planar refinement towers alongside the previously used mysticism ritual, which was also upgraded for the best output. These planar refinement towers could refine the planar core more precisely, and energy leaks were precisely 0% thanks to them. Meaning nothing was lost during the refinement process. Stabilizers prevent an overwhelming amount of energy from going berserk, as that could easily happen during the refinement of planar cores, especially during the refinement of high-ranking planes. Another thing that eased up the transportation of the energy was a specially constructed planar elevator. Through the energy was mined, refined, and transported back to the Baator safely, quickly, and without any leaks. I swiftly activated the refinement spell formation that was inscribed around the planar core and activated all arcanotech devices and started the refining procedure. Soon enough entire plane shook, as across the whole plane, countless arcanotech towers popped up from the ground, and several spell formations activated and started refining the planar core of the Fesua Plain. After several minutes of me controlling the core formation, the planar core started being refined and releasing an enormous amount of energy, as all of that energy was being extracted by countless arcanotech towers and was instantly transported by the planar elevator back to the Baator, where it was instantly absorbed by a planar core of the Baatorian plane. With each passing second, the energy output was increasing, and it was also noticeable on the Baator. The energy density on all layers of the Baator was continuously growing. More importantly, as slowly as the Fesua Plain crumbled away, all layers of the Baator were expanding at slow speed, at least for now. I controlled the spell formation with precision as I continued refining the planar core of the Fesua Plain with relative ease, mainly because of my previous experiences with this and other preparations that were prepared. After several hours, entire process of the planar refinement was finished, which ended with Fesua plane being destroyed completely. At the same time, when the refinement process was finished, the entire Baator started shaking violently as the evolution started. Chapter 327, Sealed Plane and Uniquess. Suddenly I felt an enormous wave of energy as I teleported back to the Baator. Because I was the absolute controller of the Baator, due to the fact that I held complete command sequence over the plane, I benefited most from the fact of Baator's evolution as Baator was evolving to the primary grade 2 plane. Irma's wave of energy is entering the host's body. Demonic God Force has reached 7,500 units. Maximum for the dimensional class. Adjusting remaining energy flow. Godhood is reacting. Godhood index is advancing. Godhood index has reached 100 million. Godhood index has reached 150 million. Godhood index has reached 250 million. Godhood index has reached 400 million. Godhood index has reached 450 million. Godhood index has reached 500 million. At the same time, as my Godhood index was increasing and I reached half-step Paramount God, my body reached strength comparable to the mid-Empyrean grade artifact, which means that my durability would be able to withstand even attacks from the Warlock Emperors with ease right now. Even though I was still technically tier 10, with my current combat prowess, even some tier 11 powerhouses, like Dawn Warlock Emperor, would not be my match in single combat. A similar effect appeared practically on all citizens of the Baator, of course, to various degrees. Most of it was harvested by my immediate family and elders of the Baator. The second ones who gathered most of the benefits were people with the strongest cultivation and, of course, nobles. Each of the layers of the Baator expanded tremendously. First layer of Avernus expanded from the size comparable to the grade 9 plane to the size of the grade 7 plane. Second to 8th layer expanded from the size of a grade 8 plane to a grade 5 plane, while the last layer, the 9th layer Nessus, reached the size of the secondary grade 2 plane from the size of a grade 3 plane. Now my aim was to increase the grade 1 plane, and then I would need to find a method how to strengthen the plane even further, beyond the standards of the grade 1 plane, but that is still far in the future. After digesting the benefits of the evolution of the plane, I was once again a step closer to achieving the Lord class, as even my comprehension of the law of space increased slightly. Additionally, with my newly increased power, I could fight some tier 11 individuals. If I now fought that Ertar's Quasi-Emperor Warlock Divine Slave, I would win without breaking a sweat, and that was just in my base state, without using any of my trump cards. That was the result of practicing 2 power systems at the same time, but like everything in existence, everything has its price. I would need to perfectly fuse these 2 power systems at some point, meaning my Devil and Law system, and Godhood Index system to advance even further. Or else I would not be able to advance further, probably. The Exarch rank would be my limit, but if I managed to succeed and fuse these 2 paths, I would create an absolutely unique and powerful power system. After I returned back to the Aner Londo, I went to the Imperial Palace, where Serzex had already waited for me together with members of the Senatorum Imperialis. Imperial Father. Serzex gave me a low bow, as other members of the Senatorum Imperialis bowed to me more deeply, following the standard Imperial protocol. Ancestor. I nodded as everyone followed me to the Senate Hall, as we all sat on our respective seats, with Serzex sitting on the throne belonging to the Emperor, while I sat on the throne which was specially designed for me, for the father of all devils. You can start. Stated Serzex, as Magister of Domestic Affairs, stepped forward with his report about the current state of the Baator. The report was mainly real-time information about the expansion of the Baator and some minor things that I wasn't that curious about, as that was mainly for Serzex, as the current Emperor, to deal with. Now, the next thing to discuss is an invasion of the Nascent Plane, which was submitted by Patriarch of the Silvermoon Elves Vareth Windrunner and Patriarch of the Three-Headed Golden Dragon Tribe Valentra Tenmerth. Stated Graphia, who was the High Chancellor of the Thonian Empire. Nascent Plane was a rare sealed plane in the astral boundary located in the ancient Eternity Star region. It was the birthplace of both Silvermoon Elves and the Three-Headed Golden Dragon Tribe, who once ruled the Nascent until they were overthrown by humans there. The majority of their species perished in the bloody rebellion led by some human named Charles the Great, who then established his bloodline dynasty. For centuries, they recuperated their strength and thirsted for revenge in the Baator. Nascent itself was a primary grade 2 plane, which was sealed, meaning nobody could easily access it, aside from interconnected planes with it. On top of that, Nascent was fascinating because aside from being a sealed plane, it had its own power system that was practiced by natives of that plane, meaning that plane served as a lab for some eternal ranked powerhouse who was researching new power system for further advancement. For most of the tier 12 powerhouses who achieved eternal rank, exarchy, or similar, it was very hard to advance even further and ascend to the Great Old One. Usually, these powerhouses needed to forge their own path from that moment. Experimenting with new power systems was a norm for such people. After everyone had said their part, it was time for Serzex to decide if they would initiate the invasion of the Nascent Plane or not, as stated in his duty as Emperor of the Thonian Empire. I have decided to support the invasion of the nascent plane, though, only after it is confirmed that the person who sealed this plane is proved to be dead. Further details shall be discussed with Patriarch Valentratenmirth and Patriarch Windrunner. Stated Surzex as everyone accepted this outcome. Chapter 328, Incoming Danger and Opportunity. After the meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis concluded, I went together with Surzex to meet Patriarch Valentratenmirth and Patriarch Windrunner. Patriarch Valentratenmirth was almost 2 meters high, a middle-aged man with short golden hair, a well-groomed golden beard, and golden eyes with reptile pupils. Patriarch Windrunner looked like a typical Silvermoon elf, with long blonde hair and long pointy ears, and he maintained youthful looks. The meeting took place in the Imperial Palace, where patriarchs of 2 species from the already waiting for us. Aside from those 2, there was also an additional person waiting with them, and that was the daughter of the Patriarch Windrunner, Sylvanas Windrunner. She looked breathtaking, befitting her status as a princess of Silvermoon elves. When I saw Sylvanas, my brows twitched in annoyance as I instantly realized why she was there. Basically, her father was trying to set me up with his daughter for more than 200 years, mainly to secure a more prosperous and stronger position within the Empire. Especially after the daughter of Valentratenmirth, Seasonthesis married the firstborn son of Crumcruch and Tiamat. This sparked a new wave of rivalry between Windrunner and Valentratenmirth. It was an act that raised the status of the 3-headed golden dragon tribe to new highs. Your Imperial Majesty, Ancestor. All 3 of them bowed slightly as Surzex signaled them to sit down, as we all sat down around the table. Now, at the meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis, it was decided that Thonian Empire will invade Nascent Plane. Of course, this is under the presumption person who created your previous home and sealed it to prevent the anger of Eternal for destroying his experiment. Stated Surzex, as both patriarchs took his word. Meanwhile, when Surzex was discussing some minor things with them, I contacted Mercurius as he was most knowledgeable in these matters. I asked him about this plane, and as I predicted, he knew who created this plane and sealed it. The person who created it was named Ashen. He was ironically killed by Machias himself a long time ago, so Nascent Plane was free to go and conquer. Ashen was a powerhouse from ancient times of the astral boundary, even before Mercurius became half-step tier 13. He created Nascent as means of creating a new form of divine cultivation system, so he could fuse it together with his current path and ascend as a tier 13 entity. Unfortunately for Ashen, his research came to the interest of Mercurius, who ambushed him and killed him. It is safe, I said mildly, as both Vareth Windrunner and Valentratenmirth showed a dangerous glint in their eyes as they saw the possibility of revenge against the humans who overthrew them and slaughtered countless of their species. We are able to deploy for the conquest 6th Army of the Imperialis Militarum Draco Aeterna and 8th Army Silver Rangers. Nascent Plane should have some really strong people slumbering there, right? Asked Surzex. Indeed. While the Ashen dynasty of ancient gods has fallen, we have long suspected that many of them are still alive, even though they are in slumber. Stated Patriarch Valentratenmirth. The power system in the Nascent Plane was a place where the main path lay in magic and its mages. Starting from the Mage Apprentice, Tier 1, Mage Level 1, 9, Tier 2, Great Mage Level 10, 19, Tier 3, High Mage Level 20, 29, Tier 4, Archmage Level 30, 39, Tier 5 and Tier 6, Heaven Mage Level 40, 49, Tier 8. Above Heaven level was Deity Level 50, 59, which was comparable to Tier 9, and the strongest beings were titled Transcendentals, who had the power of Tier 10. Apparently, based on information provided by 2 patriarchs, Nascent Plane has several Transcendentals and an entire bunch of deities who should still be alive. This means that the Thonian Empire would need to send some of its Tier 10 powerhouses for the invasion. Ironically, weaker universes have more diverse power systems, as they have more of them compared to the stronger universe, which already has divine thrones and a more significant number of great old ones. The reason for that was, or instead were, Tier 12 powerhouses who searched the way to advance even further. This practice was somewhat necessary for strong universes as they already have perfected paths. Now, we need to prepare for the conquest. This one will be the most brutal and hardest fight that the Thonian Empire has ever experienced. If it is successful, our strength could soar in leaps and bounds and will be perfect preparations for our clash with warlock dynasties when they awake. I stated as everyone nodded grimly, hearing that. How many interconnected planes are there with Nascent Plane? Asked Surzex after a while. Nascent Plane was one of the rare ones, which has several tens of interconnected planes for it. It is clear that the person who created Nascent was planning to develop it to extreme limits, so he prepared countless other planes and sealed them together with the Nascent, so inhabitants of the Nascent could initiate planar wars and plunder the resources of weaker planes to strengthen themselves, fastening the growth of its inhabitants. In truth, this was a pretty smart move because, without special artifacts, it was almost impossible to leave sealed planes. If not for Silvermoon elves and 3-headed golden dragon tribe finding one of the research site of the Eternal, where a such artifact was concurrent, they wouldn't have escaped from the Nosknet at all. Based on our information, there should be around 60 or so. The precise number is hard to determine, as some have already been destroyed during the first era of the nascent plane by ancient gods who tried to escape the nascent and reach astral boundary. Answered Patriarch Valentratenmirth. Chapter 329, Unrest of the Kangxi, 1. Kangxi Plain, Fuso Subcontinent. Your Highness, we got green from the High Command for the operation. Reported one of the custodians who was stationed at the Kangxi Plain to guard Crown Prince Abraxas Leviathan Lucifer. Excellent, the Fuso Divine Tree is one of the peerless treasures of the Kangxi Plain, and right now is the only opportunity to get it without too much bloodshed and attention, at least partially. Fuso Subcontinent was one of the subcontinents of the Kangxi Plain. However, it was one of the largest and strongest ones, as it had warlocks at the Bright World Warlock realm somewhere hidden, and in the past, there were even some Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks originating from the Fuso Subcontinent. The entire Fuso Subcontinent was ruled mainly by the Holy Glory State, which had several infinity warlocks. While there were some smaller states, they were not that important compared to the Holy Glory State, not to mention the fact that the Fuso Divine Tree was located in the Holy Glory State. Your Highness, we have got information from the executioners and spies planted there that factions on the Fuso Subcontinent, there are countless people there with means to summon evil beings from the evil god plane. Executioners are predicting they may have relics to summon even mighty stage evil gods. Stated the custodian, as Abraxas nodded in agreement as this was predicted. The evil god plane was a chaotic plane filled with danger, where killing was as common as breathing. Apart from life forms native to the plane, there were many formidable life forms comparable to gods created by the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Dynasty, through various taboo experiments in the evil god plane. Not only from them but also from various arcanists who dumped there practically everything they had, some forbidden life forms, far more terrifying than anything that astral boundary had ever seen, were slumbering in the evil god plane. Now that the Warlock Imperial Courts were in seclusion, other warlocks were unruly, and some warlock factions often either colluded with abyssal fiends, worshipped gods or evil gods, or were in cahoots with who knows who. Devils were also one of the species who were warlocks turning to obtain a higher form of power. In the Fuso Subcontinent, in the center of the Holy Glory State, a 10,000-meter-tall Fuso Divine Tree towering into the clouds with dense and lush foliage lit up with a gentle green light that covered the entire Holy Glory State. The Holy Glory State's capital, the Holy Glory City, was a rare cultivation holy land located in the center of the Fuso Subcontinent. The Fuso Divine Tree is a treasure in its integrity, but it is also a peerless powerhouse of unfathomable strength. There was once a newly advanced Holy Spirit Warlock who wanted to cut it down and make it into a treasure, but the Holy Spirit Warlock was suppressed instead. Reportedly, the Infinity Warlock has become its nutrient. The Fuso Divine Tree was a powerful divine tree that has survived from the ancient God age. It was a treasure in its entirety as well as a first-rate material for crafting Empyrean-grade secret treasures. The powerful divine trees of the same age as the Fuso Subcontinent were basically all cut down by the Warlock Emperors or other existences of the same rank and made into powerful treasures. For the Fuso Divine Tree to be able to survive for so long, there naturally must be some reason behind it. Devil, what an interesting specimen. Sounded an archaic voice in the head of Crown Prince Abraxas Leviathan Lucifer. Are you the consciousness of the Fuso Divine Tree? Asked Crown Prince Abraxas Leviathan Lucifer. Indeed, I am. Why have you wished to contact me? Questioned Crown Prince Abraxas Lucifer. I know why you have come here, indeed. Your ancestor must be really interested in obtaining me if he is ignoring the threat of all Warlock Emperors who are still alive. Stated Fuso Divine Tree. In truth, the Fuso Divine Tree wanted to get out of the Kangxi Plain for a very long time, mainly because of greedy Warlock Emperors who would cut the Divine Tree down, like other Divine Trees. Fuso Divine Tree was the last of its kind at the Kangxi Plain, and it bore a great deal of hatred for warlocks, who destroyed all of its kin and turned it into secret treasures and other things. What do you want for an exchange, Fuso Divine Tree? There is no free lunch in this world. Stated Crown Prince. Indeed. With the capabilities of your ancestor together with my own power, relocation should be of no problem. In exchange for all warlock knowledge I have gathered for countless eras, I want only one thing that is enough nutrients to reach lordhood. Stated Fuso Divine Tree, as Crown Prince Abraxas Leviathan Lucifer revealed a toothy grin as he practically won. Thonian Empire would do anything in their power to strengthen the Fuso Divine Tree because it was a peerless lifeform like Dodo, who would be best at protecting Imperial Palace, where they wanted to plant the Divine Tree. Excellent, then allow me to plant these teleportation devices across your routes. With this, you would be able to teleport entirely without any problem. Stated Crown Prince Abraxas Leviathan Lucifer as he ordered his subordinates to carry out this task. After several hours it was done, Fuso Divine Tree gave him a signal to start. Instantly, tremendous power was released from the teleportation devices, as the ancestor of the Baator and father of all devils was using the power of the Baator to forcibly teleport the Fuso Divine Tree from the Kangxi Plain to the Baator. Fuso Divine Tree, who sensed this change, used all of his power to boost up the teleportation devices, as huge blinding light enveloped the entire Fuso subcontinent, reaching even the core world of the Kangxi Plain, where all powerhouses realized that something nefarious for the warlocks was taking place. Chapter 330, Unrest of the Kangxi, 2. Kangxi Plain, Core World. Contrary to the Kangxi Plain, Core World was entirely different. Especially in the aspect of energy density, it was countless times higher than the Kangxi Plain itself. The concentration of the energy was around 10 times higher than the surface world of the Kangxi Plain. Somewhere at the deepest part of the core world, several great step Holy Spirit warlocks were having a meeting about the recent phenomena that happened at the surface world of the Kangxi Plain. "We need to do something about this transgression against the warlock realm," said a deep voice to other shadowy silhouettes gathered around him. "And at the same time, we cannot leave the core world without the help of a special artifact, as right now, it is not the time for the core world to appear," answered him in another voice. "If we let this be, who knows if they won't attack us once more. Pride of the warlock dynasties is not something those damned foreign races can trample on," shouted one of the oldest great step Holy Spirit warlocks present at their meeting. Even if somewhat irrational, as even warlock dynasties have very vague information about the Baatorians and their exact number of powerhouses, even though it was better than compared to the information obtained by the Great Cloud dynasty, it was still not enough. Even at max, I refuse to believe that foreign filth has more power than we 6 great step Holy Spirit warlocks together with 20 ordinary Holy Spirit warlocks would be enough to overrun their lair several times over," said one of the great step Holy Spirit warlocks, bearing the sigil of the Time dynasty. In the end, the representatives of the 6 imperial warlock dynasties have decided to attack the plane known as a Baator, with 10 great step Holy Spirit warlocks and 25 Holy Spirit warlocks. From the information they gathered, they came to the conclusion that the enemy didn't have more than 10 powerhouses of their level, so they decided to conquer the foreign race that disgraced the pride of the warlocks by stealing one of their peerless treasures directly from the Kangxi Plain. "Are you sure that they will attack?" I asked a man who was standing beside me. "Of course. Warlocks inherited great arrogance from their cultivator counterparts. What your grandson did would instantly provoke them to mass attack with their top powerhouses to preserve their pride and show everyone the strength of the warlocks," answered Yatagami Kuro, Peak Magister Arcanist who was sent here by the Emperor of the Dresden Arcanum Empire, as we baked this scheme together. While the Fuso Divine Tree was something that I wanted to obtain, it was not worth of bringing armies of the warlocks to the door of the Baator. But now the situation changed. As the core world hadn't shown itself to the world, it was very hard for anyone to leave the core world. The only way was to use unique artifacts that would allow one to travel between core world and surface world. With Weissman, we thought this would be an excellent chance to lure out a whole bunch of Holy Spirit warlocks from the Warlock Imperial Courts and kill them before the majority of their great step Holy Spirit warlocks. More importantly, their warlock emperors awaken. Any chance to weaken warlocks was the top priority for all factions of Arcanists, as they were their enemy number 1. Yatagami Kuro led 5 Tier 10 Magister Arcanists and 20 Tier 9 Arch-Arcanists for this scheme, coupled with Baatorian's strength consisting of 10 Tier 10 Dimensional Class powerhouses whose combat prowess is same as Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock and 40 Tier 9 Apocalypse Class, from whom more than half had combat prowess around Holy Spirit Warlock to Advanced Holy Spirit Warlock. "Where do you plan on fighting them?" asked Yatagami Kuro. "On the first floor, that place is more dangerous than it appears. Even for Tier 11, leaving that place alive and fine would be hard." I grinned as Yatagami Kuro shuddered. First layer of the Baator, Avernus, was basically the sole entrance to the Baator, and thus it was appropriately armed and defended. It had countless weapons, arcanotech structures, and anything one could think of hidden there. For thousands of years, we have improved upon the first layer of Avernus defenses, making it an impregnable fortress. If warlocks really enter the first layer of Avernus, their strength won't really matter, as they won't ever leave that place alive. The most terrifying aspect about the first layer of Avernus was the second strongest magic net deployed there, which would be able to affect even a Tier 11 to some extent. "Oh, they have already come." I grinned as I sensed our guest coming. Chapter 331, Invasion of the Baator, 1. First layer of the Baator, Avernus. Currently, the entire first layer of the Baator Avernus was in a state of military mobilization, as the Thonian Empire was under imminent threat of invasion from the warlocks' Kangxi Plain. Soldiers were running here and there, and everybody was in the highest emergency as the warlocks would be invading the Baator. Lord General Behemoth was in charge of defenses at the Avernus together with his first army pillars. "Your Highness, all antimatter magicule cannon batteries are ready. Also, we have prepared the Phalanx-class space fortress in case we need it," stated Lord General Behemoth as we stood at the entrance fortress to the Baator, awaiting our enemies, who would be walking straight to our trap. "Are your subordinates at the place, Lord Yatagami?" I asked Magister Arcanist Yatagami Kuro casually. "Yes, Ancestor Lucifer." Other Magisters went together with Empresses Dowager and Elder of the Thonian Empire, answered Magister Arcanist Yatagami Kuro respectfully. Even though we were basically at the same rank, my personal power was far higher than his, in addition to my position of being de facto head of an enormous faction, almost on par with his Dresden Arcanum Empire aside from lack of the tier 11 powerhouses, but that was only a matter of time. Some of the elders, and my wives were on the verge of reaching the next class. When that happens, Thonian Empire would be truly one of the first-rate factions, second only to those with tier 12. They are already nearing. Great Sword Holy is leading the invasion team to the Baator. I stated with a bloodthirsty grin, especially when I realized that the person who was leading the warlocks was the Great Sword Holy, who killed Devouring Magister. Let them enter the outer perimeter of the Baator and activate the magic band net, and I will close the Baator. I ordered as we all waited until the warlock invasion team entered the outer perimeter of the Baator. When I sensed them entering the outer perimeter, I instantly controlled the Baator and sealed the entire plane. With this, they wouldn't be able to exit the plane unless they kill me, which is a virtually impossible task, even if I was fighting them not in the Baator. When I saw the warlock invasion team descend at the Baator, I readied 2 necrosword daggers that Hela created for me, as my mystic code was destroyed, and my new weapon was still under construction, or rather I was still gathering the right materials for it. I was a rather good fighter with daggers, and their fundamental nature as necrosrods made them a very good mystic code for my purposes. Great Sword Holy, the plane has closed down. How peculiar, I haven't seen such a unique planar wool for several eras. Stated one of the Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks. Focus on tasks at hand, not chattering about trivial things. Rebuked him Great Sword Holy as he dismissed any potential threat from the foreign races. Idiots. I muttered with strong despisal in my voice. Warlocks were always overly arrogant and most of the time, also ignorant. After I activated the command sequence and sealed down an entire plane, I activated Magic Band Net on the whole of first layer of the Baator. After the Magic Band Net was activated, it was clear that those invading Holy Spirit warlocks were weakened significantly, as they couldn't regenerate their energy due to the presence of the Magic Band Net. Instantly afterward, all antimatter Magicule cannon batteries started furiously firing at the invading Holy Spirit warlocks. Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks were first to react and successfully defended against incoming attacks from the antimatter Magicule cannon batteries while suffering only some minor injuries. Same, though, couldn't be said about other Holy Spirit warlocks. 5 were killed from the initial 25 Holy Spirit warlocks, and another 4 were grievously injured. Of course, this strategy was effective only at the start. When warlocks realized that they were under attack, it was very hard to move mobile target with mainly static weapons such as antimatter Magicule cannon batteries. Attack. I ordered everyone to confront the warlocks directly. Even those who weren't injured by the bombardment of the antimatter Magicule cannon batteries consumed a lot of their energy. Some of them used various precious treasures to regenerate their energy, but that luxury was not for everyone. Magister Yatagami directly slashed at one of the Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks, instantly severing his right hand. Across the astral boundary, Yatagami Kuro was known as the best swordsman of several past eras. It was also the main reason why he stagnated a bit and still didn't break through to the Arcane Lord realm. I brushed my necrosword daggers against each other and was enveloped with Law of Lightning and Law of Destruction as I teleported directly before the Great Sword Holy and slashed at him with both my necrosword daggers. Great Sword Holy truly lived to his name as one of the strongest Holy Spirit warlocks and blocked my attack, with only coughing some blood from his mouth. If it was me from before, I would have a lot of struggles with the Great Sword Holy. But now. I just grinned as I released several nuclear magic rule beams at him from all sides, as he blocked some of them with his sword, but several of them have directly hit the body of the Great Sword Holy, as I stabbed him with one of my necrosword dagger to his abdomen, as I broke the necrosword dagger, to prevent him from taking it out. Afterward, I teleported away, directly avoiding the sword aimed at me. I wonder how you managed to recover so fast from injuries suffered from the Devouring Magister. I asked curiously. Chapter 332, Invasion of the Baator, 2. Based on my calculation, the injuries you suffered against the Devouring Magister were so severe that even immortal strings wouldn't be able to heal it so fast. So, basically, it leaves only 2 other options for your complete recuperation. One would be Empyrean grade healing artifact, but none of the Warlock dynasties have something like that. The second one would be if someone healed you or speeded up the recuperation. Considering that you are Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock, only a few people could achieve a feat like that. I noted, as Great Sword Holy grimaced hearing my analysis. So who awakened? Which Warlock Emperor is awake? Is it Taboo Emperor? Or Time Emperor? As I watched his faction expression change, I noticed that it was Time Emperor. The strongest of the Warlock Emperors was already awake. If he was able to heal you, no matter of means used indicates that he has recovered a significant portion of his own power. Right now, there were only a few Tier 12 and Tier 13 powerhouses awake, as most of them went into a deep slumber to preserve their power and wait for the next great conjunctions of universes. Right now, some of them had already started slowly waking up, which was problematic for the Thonian Empire. It appears we need to speed up our plans. I said grimly as I charged at the Great Sword Holy, dodging his incoming sword attack and stabbing Great Sword Holy to his back as I infused a lot of Law of Destruction into his wound, as his body was being destroyed from within. Great Sword Holy used a secret technique as he started burning his life force and attacked me with all of his power, as overwhelming energy was released from his body, as sword beams went directly at me. After I activated Decomposition Magic Rule as they intercepted all incoming sword beams and dispersed them with ease. In front of Decomposition Magic Rule, all energy-based attacks were futile unless they were overwhelmingly strong compared to my own power. Starfall, End of the World, was the name of one of my strongest spells from the Starfall Magic Rule, as tens of the artificially made stars started falling at the Great Sword Holy, who desperately attempted to defend against incoming attacks, but it was futile. While he managed to defend against more than 15 starts, the 16th one hit the Great Sword Holy at full force as he coughed blood. The 20th one destroyed more than half of the body of Great Sword Holy. I walked up to the charred body of the Great Sword Holy as I threw the remaining Necrosword dagger, which pierced his head, instantly killing him. I stored his corpse in my dimensional storage, as it was precious material to make a new type of mech. Corpses of these Holy Spirit Warlocks would be the perfect base material to construct a new form of the Swarm mech, typed as Swarm Titan. Currently, the Thonian Empire had mechs whose strongest power was only Tier 9, so obtaining Tier 10 mechs would be very beneficial. All over the first layer of the Baator, Avernus, the fights were ending, as all Warlocks were killed. There was no mercy and also no reason for keeping them alive. Some of them were rather weak, and we could use countless techniques to obtain information from their brain. Because all Warlocks were drastically weakened due to the suppression of the Baator and the presence of the magic band net, the fight was a relatively easy one, as most Warlocks were killed without significant resistance. Ancestor Lucifer. I guess you have noticed that too, right? Asked Magister Yatagami Kuro. Yes. I nodded as Magister Yatagami grimaced. One of them already awakened, things are becoming too messy. Stated Magister Yatagami grimly as I nodded at his words. Ancestor Lucifer, would you be able to sell me the corpse of the Great Sword Holy? Asked Magister Yatagami as I raised my brow at this. You want to extract his sword essence? I stated lightly as he nodded. Yes, it is time for me to reach Arcane Lord. I have been stagnant for too long, and the time for the final war to come. Final war. Final war between Arcanists and Warlocks. Arcanists and Warlocks were enemies since immemorial, and the final clash would come sooner or later. Now the time was here. And as Thonians were allied to Arcanists and we Devils have the same path, our stance was clear. We, the Thonian Empire, will stand with our allies in this fight, and we will fight to the end. I stated as Magister Yatagami showed a slight smile. All I ask is for Magister Yatagami to teach grandson Artorias and my son-in-law the path of the sword. I said as Magister Yatagami nodded as he accepted. Arthur and Artorias both followed a very similar path to Magister Yatagami, and guidance from him would be very beneficial for them. Additionally, this was also a show of goodwill to the Dresden Arcanum Empire. As I stood there, observing the aftermath of cleaning, I suddenly felt an overwhelming presence approaching the Baator. So, he made a move personally, probably the death of his favorite retainer enraged him far more than I thought. Chapter 333, Banishing the Emperor. What is your plan, Ancestor Lucifer? Should I contact Weissman? Asked Magister Yatagami Kuro as he looked at me. Among all of the retainers of the Exarch Arcanist Adolf K. Weissman, Yatagami Kuro is the only one who could be casual with him. That is not necessary. I will show you the might of the Arcanotech of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. I said lightly as I turned my voice to the incoming aura belonging to the Time Emperor. He was really strong, probably far stronger than even Ertar's true body, without the support of his divine kingdom. Thought that was to be expected as he was the first in the line of the Warlock Emperors that emerged from the Warlock path and the Kangxi plane as whole. What has brought His Imperial Majesty Time Emperor to the humble plane of the Baator? I asked as I gave him a provocative bow. I liked mocking and provoking my opponents if possible. People were prone to anger and irrational decisions while fighting then. Another of your kind has risen. Said Time Emperor with an overwhelming presence while he looked at the Magister Yatagami Kuro. Time Emperor looked at both of us with immense hatred and abhorrence. As Warlock Emperor, he had a great deal of hatred for Arcanists. Seeing that another species rose to power, following the same path as the most hated Arcanists, was a great deal for Warlocks as a whole. Members of both of paths hated each other too much, and it was inevitable that they would fight to death. Mainly because the game has changed. Such unfortunate event for Warlocks, and fortunate event for everybody else. I said with a slight smile as the silhouette of the Time Emperor came into my vision. He looked rather ordinary in his facial features, but he was handsome in some sense. He had very long pitch-black hair flowing to his back. He wore a typical robe of the Time Dynasty with its symbols. It was Empyrean-grade artifact just by looking. I was slightly disappointed that the Time Emperor didn't fall for my tricks, but that was expected. He was Warlock Emperor and Emperor of the Time Dynasty, so his self-discipline was astounding. Suddenly out of nowhere, an enormous energy beam hit the Time Emperor and sent him flying deep into space. Seconds after, the intimidating Phalanx-class space fortress revealed itself. It had the size of a small moon or large asteroid. Its foredeck alone could dock a dozen Imperial Navy cruisers around its circumference. The hull of the starship was many kilometers long, triangular in cross-section with its upper surface bristling with weapons and sensorium domes. 2 wings swept back from the hull, trailing directional vanes like long, gilded feathers. Every surface was clad in solid armor plating, and every angle was covered by more torpedo tubes and lance batteries than any Imperial battleship could muster. "This is," muttered Magister Arcanist Yatagami Kuro in astonishment. "Phalanx-class space fortress. So far, it is the greatest wonder of the arcano-technology that the Thonian Empire has built. Its full power output is able to obliterate even warlock emperors to the dust. The only downside for them is the amount and type of resources required to build even one," I said with pride. "Phalanx was an absolute monstrosity that we built, and it was the reason why I was confident of defending against Tier 11 powerhouses who would attack Baator. It was my secret weapon that I prepared in case someone like that would dare to attack the Baator." Soon enough, after several seconds, the Phalanx-class space fortress fired once more at the Time Emperor, who showed only some superficial injuries. This time, Phalanx-class space fortress fired with even more power, which still wasn't its maximum. After the second hit, Time Emperor appeared to be injured more severely compared to the first hit, as even his Empyrean-grade robe showed slight cracks. Instantly the third hit came. This time, it was full power of the Phalanx-class space fortress as I used the entire might of the Baator as it hit the Time Emperor, who slashed his sword. Unfortunately for the Time Emperor, he didn't recover completely, and this attack was so overwhelming and powerful that he was sent flying after his Empyrean-grade robe cracked, and he coughed a huge amount of blood. After he fell into the black hole near the Baator, I knew that he was banished. I knew that his injuries were severe while he maintained his image in front of us. Not only due to the enormous firepower of the Phalanx-class space fortress but also because I let him enter the Baator. Immediately afterward, the planar suppression fell onto him in full force. We were lucky, I noted, as it was the truth. Still, alas, the mission was successful as I managed to severely injure one of their warlock emperors, once again restricting the possibility of their movements. There were several factors in this outcome. First was the moment of surprise as the Phalanx-class space fortress attacked the Time Emperor when he was talking to us. This happened only because I used Baator's will to cover up the entire Phalanx-class space fortress so the Time Emperor won't notice its presence. The second one, probably the most important factor, was that the Time Emperor didn't completely recover. I could see that he was still recovered only till around half of his power, but even that was enough, as even with that much power, he could suppress the majority of warlocks under the Warlock Emperor level. "Lord General Behemoth, leave the Phalanx-class space fortress stationed here for some time in case if he returns for more severe injuries. Afterward, send it back to the Nessus." I gave an order to the Lord General Behemoth, who teleported to my side for additional orders. Chapter 334, Here we go once again. Several years later, Baator, 9th layer of the Baator, Nessus, Imperial Palace, Sanctus Imperialis. I have spent all of my time comprehending the law of space for the past years, as I wanted to reach Tier 11 as soon as possible. I have long ago realized where my path lay, and the only thing that I missed from the puzzle was the last piece, which was the law of space. My comprehension of the law of space has reached 97% with the consumption of several priceless universal treasures, which I went and obtained or some of them I got from the Arcanum Dresden Empire after Magister Yatagami reached Tier 11 Arcane Lord level. Final preparations for the invasion of the Nosknet Plain were already finished. Because of the time, Thonian Empire will be launching a direct invasion in full force, with all of our power. So no infiltration or sabotage before the conquest. These operations would require a long time, while the brutal conquest would be much faster and swifter. Additionally, there would be fights where subterfuge, sabotage, and other similar means would be not available all the time. Sometimes, there would be situations where only a direct attack would be the solution. "Husband," called to me Hela, who was standing behind me, as I sat cross-legged in my training room, unmoving for several months already as I gained enlightenment about the law of space, and my comprehension rate soared. "Yes," I asked lightly. "The Vanguard fleet have already departed to the Nosknet Plain. The main force is departing within this week." I nodded, hearing this. After this invasion or during this invasion, I would be reaching Tier 11 Lord class as I was only a single step away from completely comprehending the law of space. "When will the Vanguard enter the Nosknet?" I asked as I looked at Hela. 4 days, Elder Zekrom, together with the advanced squad, will confront the so-called Transcendentals if they dare to show, and if not, he will slaughter high-ranking powerhouses. Nosknet is apparently much stronger in terms of the strength of its inhabitants compared to the Fesua, which only had strong gods. This will be an ideal place to test the total strength of our armies and legions. Summarized Hela as this seemed a suitable opportunity. While our armies were sent to subjugate many foreign planes, rarely were there some worthy opponents, considering that the average strength of the trooper was around Tier 3 high class. From what I knew about the Nosknant, the standard requirement level for an army which overthrew Silvermoon Elves and three-headed Golden Dragon tribe was set to be Great Mage level, which was similar in power to the Tier 3 high class in the Baator. Suppose this standard was followed till this day. In that case, we could test the efficiency of our armies on a large scale against likewise strong enemies. Also, Valley is leading Cow's brigade as part of the vanguard force. Stated Hela as I grinned at that. Cow's brigade was the strongest army of the Thonian Empire, with the standard strength of each soldier reaching Tier 5 ultimate class. At the same time, commanding officers were at least Tier 6 legendary class powerhouses. They were clad in the best battle runic armors, second only to the custodians. And most importantly, their level of loyalty and fanaticism to me didn't lose either to the custodians or Sardaukar. And aside from Valley, who was the pinnacle Tier 9 Apocalypse class, Cow's brigade altogether had 3 other Tier 9 powerhouses. Vanguard of the Thonian Empire, Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. My lords, we are nearing the perimeter of the Nascent. The artifact is opening a way for us in 5 hours. Reported one of the Silvermoon Elves who was responsible for operating one of the artifacts that were used to bypass the seal on the Nosknet plane. Together with Elder Zekrom, there were other people with him sitting around the table and planning the next moves of their Vanguard fleet. Of course, one of them was Vala Lucifer, an Imperial Elder and Thonian High Lord, commander of the Cow's brigade. Next to him sat a man with long crimson hair, a trim beard, and a mustache with yellow draconic slit eyes next to him. Draegwai Gotch, a pinnacle elder dragon and one of the commanding tribunes of the Adeptus Custodes. So, who will enter first? Asked Draegwai Gotch and Vala simultaneously as Zekrom looked at them with annoyance. Both of them were battle maniacs and wanted to fight all the time. I will, based on our information, these so-called Transcendentals should have combat prowess of the Tier 10 dimensional class, and to verify this claim, I need to look at this personally. Maybe their combat prowess would be lower than initially expected to the point where even peak Tier 9 could deal with them. In that case, both of you can make your move. Until then, you will focus on deities and other strong enemies and clear a path for our troops. Stated Zekrom sternly, as he was the leader of the vanguard forces, and both Valley and Draeg were forced to obey his orders. Our aim as the vanguard is to secure a foothold and defend it until the main force comes. 6th Army Drakon Etherna and 8th Army Moon Rangers will participate in this invasion and will be the main force of the Conquest Army. We currently have only the Cow's brigade, several hundreds of custodians, and some other supportive forces, but that is not enough for a powerful world like the Nascent. Zekrom explained all of their plans for the vanguard forces before he continued. Additionally, Zeoticus, Hela, and several other Tier 10 powerhouses would arrive together with the main invasion force. Also, our top priority aside from securing a foothold is to build a dimensional beacon so that the main invasion force can enter Nascent without any problems. Chapter 335, Embodiment of the Destruction. With Dimensional Beacon, entering the Nascent plane for the main invasion force would be practically effortless. We have entered, be ready for the fight. Stated Zekrom sternly as he took out his katana. When they entered the outer perimeter of the Nascent with the help of the special artifact, Zekrom felt the presence of several Transcendents coming at their fleet. There are 3 of them, their power is weaker than initially expected, Limit Apocalypse class could deal with them. Muttered Zekrom as he shot Draeg and Valley a last look before he teleported away, intercepting the 3 incoming Transcendentals of the Nascent plane. As Zekrom arrived before the 3 Transcendentals, he noticed that all 3 of them looked exactly the same, silhouettes of blinding light. Without any word, they observed him for a bit before they started merging together into one body, as its power started tremendously rising. Soon enough, its power was equivalent to that of Zekrom's. Interesting, they are like one. Said Zekrom to himself as he readied his katana and slashed at the faceless Transcendental who finished his merging process. Maybe I will go all out, for the first time in a very, very long time. Muttered Zekrom as he released his true names and activated his true form, becoming an embodiment of the destruction itself. Out of nowhere, raging waves of the destruction energy flew out of his body as the merged Transcendental looked at Zekrom warily. In his true form, Zekrom revealed 12 majestic devil wings, coupled with 2 pairs of huge demon horns over his head and a single sharp, strong spear tail. The enemy Zekrom, termed as the merged Transcendental, rushed the Zekrom with tremendous speed and attacked him with an overwhelming light energy slash, to which Zekrom swung his katana enveloped by the destruction energy, breaking his attack in a single hit. The merged Transcendental didn't take it as anything, and his entire body glowed in a blinding light as he attacked Zekrom with overwhelming light energy. This time, though, he started releasing it at all sides. Zekrom used his 12 wings to envelope his entire body, creating a protective cocoon, which protected him from all incoming attacks cast by merged Transcendental. Devil wings were very sturdy, especially in later stages, and if the devil strengthened his body to limits, they were the best defensive tool in one's arsenal. Most devils used their wings to defend against powerful attacks, or some even as a weapon, as their tips were exceptionally sharp. After the merged Transcendental stopped bombarding Zekrom with light elemental attacks, Zekrom flew directly at the merged Transcendental and slashed at him with his sword, sending at him a slash of the destruction energy, to which the merged Transcendental called forward a protective shield to defend against extremely destructive attack. Unfortunately for the merged Transcendental, the destruction energy used by Zekrom was too powerful and too ferocious as the protective shield crumbled down within several seconds. After the merged Transcendental came into direct contact with the destruction energy, part of his right hand completely disintegrated to the dust. Not even a second after that happened, the merged Transcendental turned into thousands of light particles and disappeared to the nascent plane. Escaped, more decisive than I initially thought, said Zekrom to himself, as he initially thought that gods would fight to the death, as they were mainly overly arrogant to take anyone into consideration. Apparently, this was not the case, and his opponent escaped before he could finish him. From the brief fight with the merged Transcendental, Zekrom knew that while the person was rather powerful, he was weak. Probably none of the so-called Trasknetnidals here had proper combat experience, and it was clear that they achieved their power not through blood and fire but rather through some kind of shortcuts. He noticed that the merged Transcendental was inexperienced when he fought him, which surprised him, as powerhouses of this level were usually very good fighters. MCPOV. Main Invasion Fleet, Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship. I was currently in my personal quarters at the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship together with Hela and Vina as we enjoyed some time together. Not anything sexual, we just were together lying on the bed and cuddling with each other while Vina was watching some TV shows. Apparently, it was something popular these days in the Empire, not that I cared, as I spent my time on more productive things than watching TV. While Vina was hugging me like a teddy bear, I sensed that I got a message at my holobrain. People who could send me a message on the holobrain could be counted on one hand, so I instantly checked its content. When I read that message, I frowned a little, as this was a somewhat unexpected development. The good news was that the Nosknet plane was not a threat, and Transcendentals were weak and scarce, but the bad news was that they were like cowardly rats and hiding. This could prove a significant problem during our invasion if they decide to attack ordinary soldiers and troopers before someone could intercept them. "What is happening, dear?" asked me Hela as she looked at me. "Zekrom encountered little trouble at the nascent, you will have your fun as it appears." I smiled as I kissed her forehead. Hela enjoyed hunting her prey and torturing them subsequently. Chapter 336, Vanguard and Lord. After Zekrom fought with the merged Transcendental, he let Drake and Vala kill a few deities who accompanied Transcendentals here. None of them were any threat to them and were swiftly disposed of. Afterward, Vanguard, led by the elder of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, Zekrom Baal, landed down at the Nosknet plain. The Vanguard invasion force landed on the outskirts of the main continent. Instantly after the Vanguard force landed down, countless mechs and soldiers existed tens of Voichesp and started constructing fortifications and other arcanotech buildings necessary for the successful invasion. One of the main of them was the construction of the dimensional beacon, which would be able to create a stable gate to the Nosknet plain for the main invasion force. Vali took his Cows Brigade and went to clear out their surrounding area from any kind of hostile life forms. Now the Nosknet plain was ruled mainly by humans, and Baatorians had more hostile relationships with the human race as a whole, with the single exception of Arcanists. Arcanists didn't care about humanity or their species at all, they cared only for power and the pursuit of the endless path of the arcane and obtaining knowledge. Everything else was absolutely unnecessary. Just within several hours, enormous walls were built around the several-kilometer diameter where the Vanguard force landed, as countless arcanotech towers were stretched in their all-majesty, with antimatter magicule cannons were installed on the walls, as they all awaited incoming attacks. Mechs worked at their maximum for several hours until the basic outline for the base was done, and afterward, they continued expanding the base. Vali returned several hours later as he managed to exterminate several magical beast hordes and several settlements of barbarian human tribes who were inhabiting this area. He even captured several barbarians as his prisoners, as they were unique human species with their innate magic resistance, which was truly fascinating. Each barbarian warrior was as strong physically as any trained high-class devil soldier, so barbarians gave some trouble to even the infamous Cows Brigade. From the interrogation, I found out that the barbarian king would sooner or later notice the disappearance of entire tribes in this area. He should be Transcendental level, a new advanced one who ascended after the Charles the Great defeated Silvermoon Elves and three-headed Golden Dragon tribe. Reported Vali as he returned back to the command center, where Zekrom was already waiting for him, together with other officials of the Vanguard force. "We need to capture some more knowledgeable natives. The deities who came with those 3 Trasknendidals were useless, either they died on the battlefield or their memories were sealed and destroyed the moment we attempted to interrogate them," stated Zekrom grimly. "Information we have from patriarchs of Silvermoon Elves and three-headed Golden Dragon tribe is no longer actual, inhabitants are stronger than initially anticipated, and there is more powerhouse compared to what have we predicted. Apparently, something must have changed on the Nosknet during the period when 2 species were banished from this plane," answered him Vali, who sat down behind the table. Either way, it won't be soon before the sacred Milnile dynasty notices our presence and send their troops. Their top powerhouses should already be aware of our presence due to our fight with transcendental powerhouses. Soon enough, they will send their legions and experts, and without the main invasion force, we could only stay defensive. So we need to finish construction of the dimensional beacon as fast as possible. Ordered Zekrom as everyone agreed with his statement and left to carry out their tasks. MCPOV. Now that the so-called Transcendentals were hiding from us, Hela would have her fun with the hunt. I didn't really plan to participate in this invasion. I wanted to act as only a backup if something messed up. This time, I will only search for treasures and use this opportunity to reach the Lord class as my comprehension of the law of space was nearing its competition. After I reached the Lord class, it would be time for the Thonian Empire to clash with the Warlocks after some time of development. We had several people who were on the verge of breaking through and needed some push forward. With me reaching the Lord class, I could probably help create 4 more Lord class powerhouses by either pushing some people or obtaining rare treasures of heaven and earth somebody maybe needs for the next advancement. I also talked with Mercurius, and it was decided that I would be traveling to another universe to recruit a new member for the Longinus Dracian Orden, as we needed to fill all seats on the Orden. Mercurius himself was near reaching the Great Old One level, and I knew that when he reached that, he wouldn't be far from reaching the level of Paragon. Paragons were absolute entities, unique across the void. Each one of them held great power and would be able to slaughter divine thrones in thousands like nothing. And the secret to ascending as Paragon was becoming a concept. Something that I was on the right path on, as I already held some bits of concept. Additionally, I could probably become unique if I managed to become Paragon, as per the statement of Mercurius. At the same time, I already had bits of concepts. I could develop my path to another, meaning I would have 2 concepts. Such a thing was unheard of in the void, as all Paragons only had 1 concept. That was a rule set in stone. Chapter 337, Cavalry Arrives. After Vina got bored from watching her TV show, she decided it was time for another round of our duty as husband and wife, instantly after Hela went to check on some things, as she wanted to get ahead of her. Even though we have been married for almost 3,000 years, nothing between us has really changed. Love was one of the most mysterious things that I had never understood completely. I only knew that I wouldn't be able to live without my wives, and I would do everything in my power and abilities to protect them from danger. My wife still competed with each other, but at least they stopped outright fighting against each other. That was only sometimes. The fighting stopped mainly due to the presence of Bibi Dong, who was the weakest among them, as she was only technically at a level of a super devil due to the uniqueness of her power system. Just as we were to go to do our thing, I was practically cock-blocked by my own hollow brain, as I received a message from the Lord Admiral that we were already at the Nasan plane, and we would be entering the place through the dimensional gate generated through the dimensional beacon. Shit. I cursed as Vina giggled slightly as she kissed me. We can always continue later, my love. She whispered into my ears as I begrudgingly nodded in agreement as I clad myself in my armor and left my quarters for the command center. Above the nascent plane, which was a sealed plane, an enormous dimensional crack appeared through which all of our void ships slowly entered the nascent and landed at the place where the Vanguard forces created their fortifications. When I exited the capital ship together with Venelana and Hela, Zekrom was already there waiting for us, together with Draig and Valley. You arrived exactly at the time. Soon enough, natives would be launching an offensive at this place. I nodded as I instantly sent several messages through my holobrain for generals of the Imperialis Militarum and members of the Mechanicum to move as fast as possible and prepare for the incoming attacks. Who is attacking? Asked Hela with anticipation as she had her expression, I want to kill something already, over her face. Some forces of the barbarian king. One of the hegemons of the Nascent. Together with that other man who led the rebellion of humans, Charles the Great, he is one of the strongest powerhouses on the Nascent. Currently, we are located on the outskirts of the Nascent plain. After we arrived, there was a strong presence of the barbarian tribes here, and after Valley and his Cows Brigade annihilated them, it probably alerted the barbarian king, so he sent a large portion of his army to attack us. We could anticipate the same from Charles the Great. Summarized Zekrama our current situation, not that I truly cared about intervening in it. This invasion had basically several top powerhouses in the form of Zekrom, Venelana, and Hela. I was here just as a backup and to reach Lord class as I searched the Enlightenment for my breakthrough to the Lord class. And I felt that it would happen on the Na-7. At least by my calculation with the usage of the fate algorithm, it has approximately of 58%, which was a high number for me not to ignore the calculation. I will go and try to capture one of those transcendentals for further research. Based on data from your fight, I can conclude it is an artificial stage, that is the reason why they are practically that weak. I stated while Zekrom nodded, and Hela went to do her things with the Imperialis Militarum and Archmagoses of the Mechanicum. Meanwhile, Venelana remained and started hounding poor Valley about when he will have children. Among my children, only Valley, Rinchiwe, and Rias were without progeny. Rinchiwe was too young, while Rias and Valley were married to each other, but it didn't appear either of them had such plans, which made Vina very unhappy. And unhappy Vina was a terrifying one, even more than angry Hela. I went to do my things and research the magic resistance of the barbrains. In truth, it was fascinating. Across the entire astral boundary, there weren't many races with innate magic resistance across the astral boundary, not to mention such strong and high ones as the barbarian race on the Nascent. It was a rare occasion to meet species with any kind of energy-type resistance, even in other universes. I wanted to research the entirety of the barbarian species and see if I could extract their magic resistance genome and integrate it into that of devils, which would further boost our might. As father of all devils, I need to integrate it into myself, and the effect would show itself on all members of my species. Fortunately, Vala kept some of the barbarians alive, and there were enough of them for extensive research. Though I was sure I would need to dissect the so-called barbarian king to achieve my goal. If my guess is correct, he is bearing the bloodline source of their entire species, which would allow me to completely decipher the genome of the barbarian race and uncover secrets of their magic resistance. After several hours, I had dissected around 20 barbarians. Most of them were warriors, so healthy men and women. Though to properly observe the development of their magic resistance and their genome, I needed to experiment with pregnant women and newly birthed children. I ran some tests on death row prisoners I brought from the Empire, but unfortunately, every attempt ended in colossal failure. Each time I tried to integrate barbarian magic resistance genome into a devil's DNA, it would crumble away the moment it entered the subject's body. Even if it entered safely, it would usually not survive for more than 5 minutes before crumbling away in the subject's body, along with the subject's original DNA, so I lost 3 prisoners. Chapter 338, Barbarians. Not far from the forces of the Thonian Empire, several months later. Currently, it was heavy winter, and everything was covered by a large amount of snow. As the white blanket of snow covered everything, tens of thousands of fur-clad barbarians were marching through it. Each of those barbarians wore fur clothing made out of some kind of native animals and were armed with crude weapons, mainly axes, hammers, clubs, and other primitive arms, made of either stone or basic metalwork. Though some of the barbarians wore pristine armors and top-class magical weapons, signifying their status and personal strength in the tribe. It was clear that these weapons and armors were obtained from killed or defeated foes from the more civilized area of the Nascent Plain. Leading this horde of the tens of thousands of barbarians was the barbarian king himself, an existence on the transcendental level by standards of the Nascent Plain. Under the rule of the barbarian king, there were several of the tribal chieftains who reached the deity level and were pretty strong themselves. If not for their strength, the barbarian race would be long ago either wiped out or enslaved by the sacred Milnile Empire established by Charles the Great. Sacred Milnile Empire waged war against barbarians for decades already as they battled for resources. I stood on the cliff as I observed the barbarians marching at our fortifications without showing any emotions. Hela and Zekrom were together with me as we all observed the march of their species. At the same time, all 3 of us analyzed their strength and prepared plans on how to deal with them. I went here for only one reason, and that was so I could capture the barbarian king and bring him on the dissection table for his magic resistance. If not for that, I wouldn't have bothered myself in participating in this endeavor as I have decided to stay out. All of these planar conquests have lost their charm to me after several centuries of conquering the plains here and there, and after the conquest of the Fesua Plain, I wasn't that interested in it anymore. There are more than 3 million barbarians, they are outnumbering out slightly. I stated the oblivious thing as I looked at the hordes of barbarians marching. They may be, but we make it up with superior equipment. Aside from a few important members of the tribes, chieftains, and other officials in their horde, which are only a few thousand people, the rest have trash equipment. Our weapons and armors are one of the best quality. Scoffed Hela in distaste for the barbarians, as she found them dirty, primitive, and stupid species. While physically, the standard of the barbarians was the same as our soldiers, the difference in their equipment was too vast. Each soldier of the Imperialis Militarum was armed with the best mass-produced weapons and armors of the low-grade artifact, something that cannot be matched by not even primitive magic weapons of the sacred Milnile Empire. Even the lowest of the low-grade artifact was stronger than top-grade magic weapons or armor. And not everyone was so extravagant as to clad entire armies in such equipment as it became standard for the lowest soldiers. Not to mention officers and stronger soldiers who have higher-grade artifact equipment. This wealth was putting even some warlock dynasties into shame bit by bit, as even they would think twice before making a standard of the low-grade artifact for basically 10 million soldiers. For the Thonian Empire, it was only a small price, and that was mainly thanks to our brutal plundering of plains. Contrary to warlocks, who decided to rule it when they conquered the plain, we Baatorians extracted everything from it, including the planar core. While the plain was destroyed in the process, we obtained far more wealth from it. Additionally, Thonian Empire was never interested in procuring territories outside the Baator, as it was not worth it for us. We would instead focus on developing our own plain. Also, we didn't have such a vast population that we would need more outer territories due to a still low birth rate. Compared to humans, we multiplied slowly like snails. When they start their siege, I will take care of the barbarian king. Also, leave your opponents alive, I need them for my further experiments. I said while I teleported away from the cliff where we watched the barbarians marching. After I reached the remote location, I summoned 3 of my familiars. Namely Jean, Haitian, and Isla. All 3 of them have reached tier 9, and while their appearance has not changed much, their power was very strong, as they were nurtured by me personally. Isla's illusion could trap even powerful tier 9 beings, and it was almost impossible to break from them unless one used a unique method or overwhelming power. Additionally, after reaching the tier 9, she could use her innate elemental magic of fire, wind, earth, water, and metal elements to cast extremely devastating spells. Haitian, the dark devil god tiger whom I brought from the Dolua planet, has grown a little and now looked pretty more intimidating. If he currently fought any gods from there, they would become his foods, aside from those who reached the level of the God King, of course. He also unlocked more of his innate power and achieved new darkness control and clone creation abilities. His clones were pretty terrifying, as Haitian could use of souls of devoured enemies to create a clone with the same combat prowess as him. And finally, Jean, wolf god whom I fed corpses of countless gods and sometimes even gods that were alive, became his meal. In truth, Jin's anti-divine abilities were so frightening that even I, as peak common god, was wary of him not getting accidentally injured if I played with him. He also could kill a supreme stage god of the astral boundary with relative ease due to his particular nature. Chapter 339, Attack of the Barbarian Horde. I patted my familiars and scratched Isla behind her ears just like she liked it. Go and take control over the monster hordes across the nascent, cause as much carnage to humans as possible. I ordered as Isla attempted to scratch me for giving her a troublesome task as she wanted to sleep. While Jean barked in anticipation and Haitian had a mischievous glint in his eyes. Nascent Plain was, in this regard, similar to the Baator, as it had countless monsters that inhabited various parts of the plain. This was basically an untouched war potential for us, as I could use my familiars to take over these monster hordes and use them as a weapon to attack human nations and weaken them considerably. This was the only thing aside from capturing the barbarian king and his chieftains for the invasion of the nascent. After I instructed my familiars on what to do, they instantly disappeared to the distance to carry out my tasks while I returned to the fortifications to await the assault of the barbarian horde. There are a lot of them, stated Hela as she continued to snuggle against me in our room in the castle that was built in the fortification. Right now, it looks like a smaller city already due to the excellent work of the subjects of the Thonian Empire. This is the first time we are waging war against something with a similar level of strength. Contrary to the Fesua Plain, in which we used more subterfuge and sabotage, this is pure warfare and nothing more. Our armies need to experience proper tempering with blood and iron against similarly leveled enemies. Nascent was a testing ground, basically. Till now, in all of our conquest, our armies didn't fight another army with a strength level similar to theirs, and that was a great gap that needed to be amended before we clash with warlocks. Warlock dynasties have even stronger standard armies than natives of the Nascent. However, it is still good cooperation between the two of them. Aside from making use of the monster hordes at the Nascent, we didn't kill any of their powerhouses or weaken them in any other way to make our forces roughly at the same level to achieve the predicted result. I want to stay here, heading to the battlefield is bothersome, whined Venelana, who laid naked to my right as she rolled on the bed protesting. At times we were enjoying our life like this. Vina wanted just to laze around, cuddle or go another round, so she was a bit grumpy about going out to the fight. Meanwhile, Hela was getting hornier and hornier. Don't whine already, so much slaughter and carnage makes me all wet, she said as she whispered into my ear seductively. I await some reward after it is over. I almost got hard instantly. For Hela, slaughtering millions is an incredible turn-on as she always gets horny, and we have much fun together. So I decided to tease her back as payback cause right now, I won't be able to think about anything else. You know. As I nibbled on her ear, I said as my right hand went to her things and teased her down there. Bad girl who gets of on the slaughtering millions will be bounded so she cannot move an inch and punished properly. I whispered as I sensed she came for my teasing as I said those words and rubbed her down there. Suddenly we all heard the sound of the horn as the barbarian horde launched its attack on our fortifications. It appears that they started, I stated as I got up from the bed as Vina and Hela followed after me and then went to their respective places on the battlefield. At the same time, I teleported away and hid under the concealment spells while observing how the barbarians advanced on our positions. Right now, barbarians entered the demilitarized zone and were bombarded by the antimatter magicule cannon and artillery of the Arcanotech Tower and Void Fleet while also suffering heavy casualties from the other traps that were put on the demilitarized zone, which significantly lowered their numbers. Still, their losses were lower than I initially expected. Their magical resistance considerably lowered the effect of these weapons as they were magical or rather energical in their fundamental nature. Of course, my generals of the Imperialis Militarum reacted accordingly, as they adjusted their strategy to counter their magical resistance. While hundreds of thousands of barbarians were closing the gap between soldiers of the Imperialis Militarum and them, generals of the Imperialis Militum instantly ordered to cast supporting spells on the entire army. So-called buffs greatly enhanced our soldiers' physical strength, speed, defense, and other attributes, as every soldier of the Imperialis Militarum readied their weapon upon orders of their officers. I nodded in approval, seeing this strategy as armies clashed in a split second, and fierce close combat began. As the soldiers of the Imperialis Militarum tore through the ferocious hordes of the barbarian invaders, hundreds of shadows appeared from the Arcanotech structures. They rushed directly at the chieftains and other important people in the barbarian horde. They held at least some authority over the horde. In a short time, heads started flying high in the air, as the first wave of the assassinations was a success and executioners decapitated tens of important people in the horde, which greatly lowered their commanding abilities. The effect of this action was immediate, as entire areas where barbarians fought instantly fell into total anarchy without any supervision over them. Most barbarians obeyed only their chieftain, shaman, or tribal champion. Many of these people were assassinated by executioners. Their tribesmen fell into a state of anarchy as there was no one who would issue commands. This weakness was not even a second later exploited by imperial soldiers, as generals started brutally pushing through the places where the command chain was broken, and the blood of the barbarians flowed like a river. Chapter 340, Barbarian King. As the situation on the battlefield rapidly changed with the death of tens of important commanding barbarians who controlled the barbarian horde, the barbarian king and his chieftains, that were on the deity level, were preparing to make a move. Just as the barbarian king and his retinue were preparing to enter the battlefield, suddenly, two-dimensional portals opened at the edges of the battlefield. Sardaukar forces and Chaos Brigade exited from them respectively and went to attack barbarians with a ferocity not seen before. Sardaukar and Chaos Brigade were also participating in the invasion, and generals decided to use them as trump cards and deploy them only when the battle entered its middle stages so that they could encircle them and slaughter barbarian soldiers with ease. All Sardaukar force and Chaos Brigade soldiers were at the pinnacle of Tier 4 at the lowest and were clad with the best armor and armed with the best weapons. Additionally, both of these non-standard military subjects were filled with powerful experts on their own. When the Sardaukar and Chaos Brigade entered the battlefield, the morale of the other soldiers of the Imperialis Militarum skyrocketed to new heights as they started pushing even further, as dragons transformed into their true dragon forms and started wreaking havoc on the battlefield, while Farstriders were sniping strong combatants on the barbarian side. Just as the barbarian king was about to descend on the battlefield, I activated the teleportation spell and teleported him away to a remote location. While the barbarian king was confused at first, he soon got hold of himself and readied his weapon for upcoming combat with me, as he already knew that this was a trap prepared explicitly for him. Barbarian King's physical strength was roughly at the same level as mine, only a bit weaker, but his terrifying magic resistance made it up. Meaning I had only a few opinions on how to dispose of him effectively, and in truth, I wanted some challenge, so I went for close combat. I took the combat stance as I prepared myself and used the Law of Destruction and Law of Lightning to enhance my striking power. While I wasn't devoted to martial arts or anything like that, I have learned several of them to be considered a master, and one of them was Destruction Martial Arts, created by Serord Bale. After reaching Satan class in terms of physique, he accumulated slowly enough merits to redeem ritual that unlocked his clan trait and strengthened it considerably with his demonic energy reserves. Afterward, he fused the power of destruction with his close combat style, creating extremely terrifying martial arts after it was imbued with the power of destruction. Almost all members of the Bale clan learned it, including Vanillana, Surzex, Zekrom, and even Rias. In a split of a second, I disappeared from my position and appeared before the barbarian king, striking him with my fist, enveloped with the Law of Destruction and Law of Lightning, giving my attack a terrifying destructive power. Barbarian King hastily used his battle axe as means to block my attack. Unfortunately for the barbarian king, his battle axe was only a monarch-grade artifact. It soon started cracking until it broke into countless parts. My fist hit the barbarian king straight to his chest, sending him flying several tens of kilometers. Before he could recuperate, I conjured countless dark light chastened through the Law of Dark Light and bonded the barbarian king in one place, as I unleashed a second strike aimed directly at his head, as I instantly knocked him out. Indeed, the disparity between us is too huge. I muttered as I looked at the unconscious form of the barbarian king. I used several seals of the mysticism to completely seal out his power as I levitated the unconscious barbarian king and went to the castle to carry out my experiments on the valuable specimen. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between barbarians and Thonian armies. After the barbarian king was teleported out or rather kidnapped, remaining deity-level chieftains and lieutenants of the barbarian king instantly fell into a state of chaos, as they started arguing with each other on who shall lead the barbarian armies during the absence of their king. Before they could decide on anything, a beam of a blinding light hit one of the chieftains, creating an enormous hole in his chest where his heart was, efficiently killing him instantly, as Valley appeared before them, gripping his spear, True Longinus. Seconds later, Draegwai Gotch descended down in his dragon form. He flapped his enormous wings while releasing a shaking dragon roar, which made all of the barbarians near him freeze in their tracks as they couldn't move an inch. Valley exploited this, who swung True Longinus at another barbarian standing next to him, and pierced through his stomach as he released the holy flame and burned the barbarian chieftain alive from inside as the holy flames turned his entire body into the ash. When the deity-level barbarians broke out of the shaking effect of the elder dragon's roar, several of them rushed at Drake, swinging their weapons at him, only for them to break apart entirely when they fell onto his exceptionally low scales. Chapter 341, Point of View, Graphia. POV Graphia. For the past 2,500 years, our species have changed a lot. From the small and insignificant place called Underworld, where devils had barely one super devil before the war, we now stood as the behemoth faction, even mighty in the astral boundary. Right now, the Thonian Empire of the Baator was a strong faction that spread terror and dread across the entire astral boundary universe. As most of the Tier 11 powerhouses were indisposed, Thonian Empire was currently one of the strongest factions. When my beloved husband would reach Tier 11, there would be no solid reason for fear, even those like warlock dynasties. In the current empire, there were already several people on the verge of breaking through to Tier 11, namely Hela, Elder Zekrom, and Architect. If all three of them reached it, we would have 4 Tier 11 powerhouses, which would most significantly increase the power of the Thonian Empire. Especially in the future clash against warlocks, myriad god emperors, or those of the Eternal Star region, which has been unusually silent for past millennia. For more than 2,500 years, I have been observing the growth of our empire and served as the High Chancellor of the Senatorum Imperialis and the Thonian Empire of the Baator. At the end of the day, I enjoyed my job, and truthfully, even though there were some times I wanted to retire, I have always decided against it. Mainly because there was a lack of a suitable successor among the Imperial House, as some positions of utmost importance may be held only by skilled and powerful members of the Imperial House of Lucifer. Unfortunately, my daughter was not suitable for a position in high-level politics with her highly militaristic and aggressive approach, and her job as Commissar General of the Commissariat suited her more. I even heard rumors that Hela planned to retire from her position as Lord High Marshal of the Imperialis Militarum in favor of her daughter Sigrun. The latter was, by her words, ready to take over the mantle. And same could be said about Venelana, who was also grooming a suitable successor for the CEO of the IMC, the Interdimensional Manufacturing Corporation. In the end, she chose one of the Vala's wives, Latia Astaroth, who proved to be skilled in terms of economics, trade, and business. IMC was crucial in trading with other factions, so it needed a trustworthy and competent member of the Imperial House to manage it. As I was in my office and pondering about what to do next, suddenly, doors opened, and Sigmar entered my office without any previous announcement. "Aunt Graphia, I bring you a report." I sighed, but at least he is not as loud and barbaric as he was several thousand years ago. Apparently, Yasaka did wonders on him. What happened? I questioned him, as Sigmar wouldn't bother to annoy me as I would always scold him for irresponsible and inappropriate behavior, and this time, I was already preparing my monologue in my mind. Nephew Abrasak sent me a message that they have isolated several Holy Spirit Hellions. Among them were even 3 quasi-Empyrean Hellions and prepared them for transport to the Baator. Additionally, they are requesting further order on what to do in regard to the Kangxi Plain, as they have been noticed by local warlocks and probably even warlock imperial courts. Summarized Sigmar, while I frowned partly hearing this. Though it may sound like a piece of good news, obtaining these Hellions would probably make Ajuka, Mephisto, and Zeo jump in joy. The fact that they have been noticed by warlocks is not good. Did you inform your brother about this? At my question, he nodded. What did Surzek say? I questioned him. High-dimensional stones deep within an underground world, take as many resources as possible, and retreat back to the Baator. Surzek stated even though warlocks suffered greatly under our trap with Arcanists, it is dangerous to preserve our forces in their backyard. Suppose they found out that the direct descendant of the Imperial Hazu is there. In that case, it is highly possible they would send several Holy Spirit warlocks to capture Abrasax. Hearing this, I agreed with this statement wholeheartedly. Indeed, Surzek is right. This is the correct course of action. Now that warlocks are aware of the power of the Thonian Empire, and especially after Zeo banished Warlock Emperor, they want revenge, and it is only a matter of time before they aim their attention on the Kangxi Plain. From reports of the Department of Intelligence and Execution Temple, warlocks have hastened the pace of unsealing of the core world. I stated to this topic. I admit that fighting warlocks now is not rational. Wait until father, mother, and grandpa reach Lord class, then we can slaughter them like chickens. Grinned Sigmar with a bloodthirsty grin. That is still in the future. Right now, control yourself and go and prepare everything for the successful evacuation from the Kangxi Plain. We need to have those Hellions and our people safe in the Empire. And be extra careful with those Hellions. Even though they are asleep and sealed, their power is still overwhelming and could cause a lot of problems if mishandled. I stated sternly to Sigmar, who just nodded defeatedly. Chapter 342, Magic Resistance Genome. After I captured the Barbarian King, I immediately went to the dissection table and started dissecting him alive. I was a bit afraid to kill him, unsure how it would affect his bloodline origin, so I kept him unconscious as I carried out my procedure. Soon enough, I had finished extraction of the majority of his bloodline origin, and now only the heart blood was remaining in the barbarian king's body, which was barely holding him alive. So, the energy resistance properties of the barbarians are directly tied to their bloodline origin, is specifically numbered genetical sequence. With barbarian king's bloodline origin and heart blood, I can easily incorporate that genetic sequence into my body with a special ritual. I muttered to myself as I studied the energy resistance of this peculiar species. Going to the bound body of the barbarian king, I cast several powerful healing spells to prevent him from dying, as I found out that to carry out the ritual, I needed him alive. Mainly because his heart blood would instantly dissipate when he died, which would, in turn, destroy the entire ritual. After I healed him a bit, I started creating a ritual circle to prepare for the bloodline transference. After creating the ritual circle, I laid down in the middle of the ritual circle, activated the procedure, and started the bloodline transference procedure. In a second, a steady stream of blood started flowing out of the barbarian king's body to mine own, as I felt it accommodating in my body. Controlling the magic circle, I started fusing magic resistance properties into my DNA as I carefully inserted the genetic sequence of the barbarians into my own. After several minutes the entire procedure was done, and from the strong and robust body of the barbarian king remained only a withered corpse, like a mummy, as all blood and everything of any importance drained from the body of the barbarian king. Reconfiguration of the genetic sequence done. Magic resistance gene successfully integrated. Physique rose to the peak of the Empyrean grade. I heard the voice of the architect in my head as I opened my eyes and stretched my body a bit. Right now, my physique was stronger than any of the warlock emperors. Integrating the magic resistance gene of the barbarian species, I gained a tremendous boost in my physical strength. Right now, I would be not afraid to take head on many of the tier 11 powerhouses with my physique, and even if I couldn't kill them, defeating was another thing. After I rested a bit, I proceeded with the next step. Activating my godhood, Father of all devils, I concentrated all of my demonic god force on the newly acquired magic resistance genome and started incorporating this genome into all devils across all astral boundary who were my subjects. I could sense that in the Baator, all planes lit up in divine light of my godhood as my godhood reconfigured the genetic sequence of all devils, as all of them gained the same genome as me, though on a bit lesser level. Hela would need to do the same thing with her subjects to Aesir and Vanir, who worshipped Hela as god. The same could be said with Krumkruch to dragons living in the Baator and blood races. I planned for all citizens to obtain the same magic resistance genome, as it would be a tremendous boost for our forces. In regard to the other species, their leader must at first undergo a procedure that would incorporate the magic resistance genome, and then they must use their godhood. Hela was not a problem to this, and only Krumkruch and Brunist were a bit problem, as they didn't follow the godhood path, but that would be addressed later. Magic resistance genome has its most considerable worth mainly for those who are not beings of law, and even for those, it had some kind of boost, like for me, but my case was particular a bit. Architect scan me. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil. Race, God Devil, Transdevil Fiend / God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend. Age, 800 plus years. Class, Dimensional Class / Common God. Combat Prowess, Average Tier 11. Life Form Level, 2, Tier 2. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Inferior. Laws, Devour, 100%, Perfect, Dark Light, 100%, Perfect, Slaughter, 100%, Perfect, Destruction, 100%, Perfect, Lightning, 100%, Perfect, Space, 97%. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Godhood, Father of all devils. Concept, Void, 3%. Demonic God Force, 7,500. Godhood Index, 500 million. Body, Peak Empyrean Grade, Magic Resistance. Baator Command Sequence, 100%. I observed the changes, especially in the scans evaluating my physique. Now, I need to reach the Lord class as soon as possible, so I can help others to reach the Lord class. Matter of the Godhood needs to be addressed as well. To reach Paramount God, a lot of faith would be needed. When I reach both Lord class and Paramount God, then I can probably fight all remaining Warlock Emperors and kill them with relative ease. I muttered. The Godhood method I obtained from Rotspin was one of the best and gave tremendous strength with almost no cost. Refining faith to increase Godhood also didn't bring any side effects, like personality changes or dependence on their worshippers. Most of the methods to reach Godhood have heavy and severe side effects. The main ones were dependence on the worshippers to advance, and personality changes. The power of faith was generated by believers and thus was some form of tainted energy by believers, and could greatly change the personality of its under. Fortunately, none of these were problems with my Godhood path. Chapter 343, Pride on Our Own. After the battle with barbarians ended, my forces started the cleaning process of the battlefield. Approximately 85% to 90% of the barbarians were killed on the battlefield together with all of their powerhouses, with only 2 or 3 managing to escape the onslaught. On the other hand, we also suffered heavy losses. Around death, the count was around 165,000. Almost all of them were from the Imperialis Militarum, while some were from the non-standard elite forces of the military. As this was the first time when our forces clashed with the army on the roughly same level, it was bound to suffer some losses in the process. Hela was instructing our daughter Sigrun on adequately dealing with large-scale cleanups. Now that we had obtained Fuso Divine Tree, and it took roots in the Imperial Palace near Dodo, providing an additional layer of protection, I intended to properly fulfill my promise to raise the Fuso Divine Tree to the Lord class. Strip all corpses of their equipment and send it for inspection. Afterward, useless things need to go to recyclation. Store all corpses in the interspatial rings and transport them back to the homeland to become fertilizer. Thonian Empire had a doctrine of absolute recyclation and reuse of everything since its founding. This mentality originated when we still were a fledgling nation in the dimensional gap. We learned to reuse everything in a place where resources were scarce and practically every Orvane was worth fighting for. We also recycled everything possible to reuse resources, and additionally, it proved to be beneficial for the environment. When Hela and Sigrun noticed me, they immediately went to me, especially Sigrun, who had already detected changes to her body when I incorporated magic resistance genome to the genetic sequence of devil race through my godhood, father of all devils. Father. Greeted me my daughter Sigrun as she sprinted toward me. You did a good job, Sigrun. I believe that you will be very good Lord Martial Militant of the Imperialis Militarum. I stated mildly as Sigrun smiled, and Hela nodded to acknowledge my statement. Sigrun was really a suitable successor to the post of the Lord Martial Militant. Thank you, Father. Now, if you excuse me, I need to prepare for the upcoming confrontation with the armies of the Sacred Milnile dynasty. They have already noticed the march of the barbarian hordes and their subsequent defeat. Said Sigrun as she went to attend to her duties. You know, I am really proud of her as her mother. In times like this, I was never more glad that I married you and had children. Said Hela with a weird sense of nostalgia as I hugged my wife gently. I know. I whispered as we snuggled together on the battlefield full of corpses of our enemies. Hela, after I succeeded in implementing the magic resistance gene into the genome of devil race, you would need to do the same thing to the Aesir and Vanir living in the Baator, as their main god whom they worship. I said to my wife. I could replicate the effect of the original genome through my own DNA after I incorporated it there, so it was no problem for Hela and other so-called racial leaders to undergo the same procedure as me and incorporate this genome into all citizens of the Thonian Empire of the Baator after some time. Of course, but after we deal with the Sacred Milnile Empire. Answered my wife as I rolled my eyes, knowing that she wanted to participate in more fights like the proper battle maniac she was. Sacred Milnile Empire would be far more difficult to defeat compared to the barbarian hordes. Not to mention the great disparity in equipment, the Sacred Milnile Empire armies were top-notch in terms of discipline and coordination. Similar to our own. Frankly, I cannot wait for the clash of two armies as I plan to enjoy the show after I stall or kill their powerhouses. Maybe I should capture their emperor and dissect him too. Someone like him cannot have simple origins. He should have some sort of bloodline or innate ability that would be worth researching. Additionally, he might know something about the inheritance of the creator of this plane. I thought in my head while I was scheming future plots. One of my goals entering the Nascent was to find an inheritance site of the Tier 12 expert who created this sealed plane. If my guess was correct, it should have an enormous amount of resources and treasures, enough for inhabitants of Nascent to develop to the level of warlocks of the Kangxi plane several millennia later. Just looking at the strength of the inhabitants, it should be clear that something like this was located in the plane. If not, how else would the primary Grade 2 plane inhabitants grow to such an extent within such a short time? The founder of the Sacred Milnile Empire, Charles the Great, must found it after he established his empire and banished Silvermoon elves and the three-headed golden dragon tribe. It also meant that a large part of the inheritance was still untouched and just waiting for us to take. If everything goes well, there should be something that will help me reach Lord class easily, maybe even Paramount God. Slowly but steadily, the battlefield was being cleaned by the soldiers of the Imperialis Militarism and mechanical legions that were also participating in the fight. From what I saw, we have obtained an enormous amount of equipment from the corpses of barbarians, or an rather enormous amount of resources as all of these weapons and armors would be smelted down and reworked to ingots so they could be used elsewhere correctly. All corpses were then collected and sent back to the homeland to fulfill their purpose as fertilizer for Dodo and Fuso Divine 3 to speed up their evolution. These ones would be valuable for them, as there were countless high-tiered corpses, even some of Tier 9 and 2 Tier 10. Chapter 344, Citizens Interlude I, Lothar van Hohenheim. Baator, Nessus, Imperial Capital Einer Londo, Lordran Imperial University. Lordran Imperial Universe was the best education institute in the entire Thonian Empire of the Baator, with extremely strict recruitment requirements for possible students, especially in terms of their power, talent, and other personal capabilities. Just as every morning, I woke up and went directly to the university after finishing breakfast with my wife. Today we are refining unholy protection pill. Damn, I wonder how many dunderheads would explode their cauldrons or worse furnaces. I still remember the times before the unification, times before the Thonian Empire, and times when the original 4 Satans were still alive. Times were hard there for an ordinary common devil like me, without any bloodline or abilities. In time, which is now only part of the history books, common devils had a very hard time. We were constantly humiliated or used as pawns by those of the higher social status, not to mention that rising on the social ladder was nigh impossible. Then, after the war between devils, angels, and fallen angels, everything changed. He came and conquered everything and established a new nation with infinite possibilities for everyone based on their personal power and skill. Times where nobles and others alike ran rampant and bullied commoners ended when commissariats started brutal purge and execution against everyone who dared to commit crimes in the new nation, in the new empire. The new nation gave everyone the same opportunities. Even common devils could rise to nobility if they fulfilled conditions. At the same time, old nobles were either demoted to lesser rank or were outright stripped of their noble title if they were not up to the standards. I was never a fighter, and my talent wasn't that high. But what I was talented for was alchemy. Apparently, I was born with rare talents, and I was able to become one of the most prominent alchemists in the empire within several centuries. Later, when the empire entered the astral boundary, we obtained tons of the alchemical knowledge I currently have. I was one of the few across the entire empire to be titled Grand Alchemist Grandmaster. I strolled through the corridors of the Lordran Imperial University until I arrived at my classroom, which was located in a spacious room, filled with countless alchemy tools, from potion cauldrons to pill furnaces. I entered the classroom, which was filled with around 30 students. Lordran Imperial University had only a few thousand students due to strict requirements. Everyone is present? I asked. As I scanned the room, there was northwest vacant place. This was a basic alchemy course, as everyone needed to have at least advanced knowledge on the topic of alchemy, especially on the pill refinement and potion brewing in times of need to make necessary potions and pills. Good, in this class, we would be refining unholy protection pill. Who can tell me the creation process? Several hands were already up. Yes, Miss Citrigaru. Serena Citrigaru, daughter between Sona Citri and Lu Garu, she looked very much like her mother, but she inherited her father's silver hair. Unholy protection pill allows one to temporarily negate holy and light elements, meaning those who are weak to it won't be for some time. The pill itself is composed of the lightless potion, necro powder, lyrium and red lyrium stones, and several other minor ingredients. I nodded. Prepare your cauldrons and start brewing the lightless potion. I commanded as everyone started brewing the lightless potion. Lightless potion was a base ingredient for the unholy protection pill. It was brewed from the blood of several holy and darkness-attributed creatures, with the blood of the final product user. I strolled among the students as I observed how they were brewing the potion. Suddenly, I heard the subtle bubbling of one of the cauldrons that were way faster than it should be. I looked at the source as I was instantly confronted with a sad and terrible reality. Phoenix and Baal, you idiotic dunderheads. Step away from the cauldron. It's exploding. Just as I screamed, everyone stepped away from the duo while casting protections. At the same time, Baal and Phoenix stood there, dumbly staring at the bubbling cauldron, which exploded in a violent explosion in a split of a second. After the explosion died down and the dust settled, I scanned the entire classroom to see if anyone was injured. Any injuries? I asked my students. No, but it appears that Phoenix has lost his right hand. Answered one of the students as I looked at the bleeding roll Phoenix, who lost his right hand to the explosion. Someone take Mr. Phoenix to infantry, though his hand would heal within several minutes. Where is Mr. Baal? I stated as I looked at Clarion Baal, who was only bruised and had a few scraps on his body. Damn, what a monster physique, that explosion had power output comparable to the tactical tier spell. Physical attributes from his father, coupled with black hole from his mother, created truly a monster of nature. And take another dunderhead with you, he needs a few healing spells on him. I stated as I sat behind my desk. Now, after dealing with these idiots, we can continue. I said as I lit up my pill furnace. Now, the first step in creating unholy protection pill is to combine necro powder with lyrium dust and red lyrium dust. After you combine these three things, light up your furnace and heat the powder mix to 1000 degrees Celsius. Afterward, add the herb mix and continue increasing the heat up to 4000 degrees Celsius while mixing the herbs and mix and proceed to form a pill by carefully manipulating the flames and force in the furnace. After 20 minutes, you will increase the temperature to exactly 5578 degrees Celsius and pour the lightless potion over the pill, and finish the refining process by slowly cooling the pill. I explained the process. Hopefully, nobody would make their furnaces explode this time. Chapter 345, Citizens Interlude 2. Lestat and Belial. Baator, Nessus, Blackrock City. Blackrock City was very close to the Mirkwood Forest, which was home to the countless rat-type magical beast species. In the Baator, there was a rare symbiosis between magical beasts and other races. It was from times when the Empire was created that it was forbidden to hunt magical beasts to extinction, and we just let them be. Every few decades, they would face overpopulation and thus would create magical beast hordes that would attack our cities, where we would usually kill them all. This was done for several reasons, but mainly that the Empire's population constantly lived in danger and had reason to improve themselves. And this reason was fulfilled splendidly, as every citizen was forced to learn to fight and strive to improve personal power as much as possible. Letting magical beasts live on the same level as citizens of the Empire dramatically speeds up the creation of a strict martial society and competitive environment. Another reason was that there was practically no reason to actively hunt magical beasts for resources, as technically, there was no need for that. Magical beasts reproduced countless times faster than any species in the Baator, and within a few decades, their overall population could be multiplied even 100 times, if not more. This then caused brutal infighting between various magical beast races and thus creating either magical beasts hordes that would be created to lessen their own numbers. Also, we can often scavenge corpses of magical beasts that killed each other. Also, this resulted in the creation of other prominent professions in the Baator, that is Beastmaster and Familiar Contractor. Both of them focused on the cultivation of magical beasts to fight. Attention to the citizens of Blackrock City. Incoming magical beast horde from the Mirkwood Forest. Shit, why just now must those fucking spiders be overpopulated? Mirkwood Forest was home to large colonies of spider-type magical beasts. There were especially several enormous colonies of acromantulas. As a current Lord Belial, head of the house with the rank of Thonian High Lord, my duty was to lead the soldiers into the fight to protect the city. I quickly went to the city walls, where soldiers of the various military branches were gathering as millions of spider-type magical beasts were exiting the Mirkwood Forest. Mirkwood Forest is one of the danger zones in the Baator, and the average level of magical beasts was around Commander level to Grand Commander level, which was comparable to the High Class and Grand Class, respectively. I already saw even thousands of higher-leveled spiders, mainly General to Monarch level, and there was even one Emperor-level spider leading the horde. Either this is newly advanced Emperor-level magical beast spider, or this one probably offended Aragog and was cast out of the Mirkwood. I thought while observing the spiders. Aragog was Tier 9 Acromantula who was the de facto ruler of the Mirkwood Forest. Activate the barrier and load batteries, and start bombardment. I ordered, as soon enough translucent barrier enveloped the entire city. This barrier was strong enough to resist even Tier 10 powerhouses for an extended period of time. Unfortunately, the energy consumption was too high and could be maintained only at full power only for a few hours before it would be weakened. While rare, sometimes magical beast hordes managed to breach cities, that happened only twice. Both hordes were enormous and were led by Apocalypse-class magical beasts. Antimatter Magicule cannon batteries started firing countless rounds at the incoming spider swarm as Magician Corps started casting numerous spells. Even Forbidden Tier spells were used rather often, as they could cast them collectively. Unfortunately, Blackrock City didn't have stationed Void Fleet permanently, thus, our offensive capabilities were significantly reduced, but thinking about it, using Void Fleet against the magical beast horde would tear it to shreds, something that I was trying to prevent. It would seriously damage potential resources. Focus on the Emperor-level Acromantula and those of Monarch level and Martial level. We need to deal with swarm controllers first. I gave out orders to try to kill as many strongest spiders as possible. Usually, in magical beast species, the strongest individuals are the so-called controllers as they could control the magical beast horde. Not every time it was so, but in the majority of cases, out of several Monarch-level spiders, at least 2 would be horde controllers aside from the swarm leader. Most of the spider-type magical beasts, if not all, were mainly physically oriented when it came to combat, while their innate magic was more subtle. The strong sides of spiders were mostly their poison, as some species had extremely difficult abilities to deal with, especially when it came to their venom. On the other hand, that made it so rare in the Empire, and even one bottle of the venom from strong Acromantula would fetch a nice amount of soul coins. Of course, venom glands of Emperor-level Acromantula or other spider species of similar strength would fetch even a considerable amount of divine crystals or mana crystals. While my worthless clan trait was a bad match against these things, my martial arts would make an easy process with them as I gripped my spear and rushed at the incoming strong spider-type magical beasts. With each swing of my spear, one of the spiders were killed. I focused mainly on the martial and monarch-level spiders, as they were in actual danger, soldiers could handle the rest. After my spear pierced the head of one of monarch-level spiders of the kind I don't recognize, I looked around and found the leader of this horde of spider-type magical beasts, the Emperor-level Acromantula that was wreaking havoc on the battlefield, as it fiercely attacked the barrier. That fucker found one of the pillar points. I thought in my head as I spread my wings and flew to the location of the Emperor-level Acromantula. Fortunately, I am Super Devil in both demonic energy and Faisuk, as everyone in the House of Belial was required to train their body to the extreme, as it complemented our clan trait and, later on, the law of negation. This is going to be a long fight. I thought as I watched how the spider's chitin armor deflected most of the damage. Chapter 346, The Path. Nascent Plain, several weeks later. After the hordes of the barbarians were crushed by the forces of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, we started slowly attacking other factions and devouring them one by one. Forces of the Sacred Milnile Empire were still sitting on the fence, as the Emperor of the Sacred Milnile Empire, Charles the Great, was still deciding how to attack our forces that cursed even someone as powerful as Barbarian King and his hordes of savages. I either spent these weeks in leisure with my wife Hela and Vina, as Hela dumped all of her work on poor Sigrun, so he could enjoy the debauchery every second we were together. Currently, I was heading to the outskirts of the Nascent Plain, a desolate place in the distant west, where the Barbarian King was said to undergo something like a spiritual journey and ascended as a powerhouse, chosen by a greater power to lead his species. What a bunch of dragon shit. Executioners found one of the vaults of the Tier 12 powerhouse that sealed and created the Nascent Plain. Probably the Barbarian King found it and became what he was. The same could be said about Charles the Great, though the vault discovered by the Emperor was of a higher grade than the one found by the Barbarian King. I soon arrived at the mountain range, where the vault left by the Tier 12 powerhouse was located. Fortunately, it didn't take a long time to locate the vault itself, as the executioners had already left it marked for me, even though they couldn't enter the vault due to powerful barrier blocking them. As I entered the cave where the vault of the Tier 12 powerhouse was located, I was soon stopped by the invisible barrier that was blocking my advance. Interesting, this thing is not blocking people mainly because of their power, but on their origin. It is sensing that we are all foreigners to the Nascent, so it is blocking the path. Unfortunately, nobody has recharged the ward stones for countless eras, and their power of them is not what they were in the long-forgotten past. I said to myself while examining the barrier. Soon enough, I spread my right hand and cast the decomposition magic rule, which split into several beams and hit 5 spots across the entire barrier, as it started crumbling down like a broken glassy sky. After the barrier crumbled down, I entered the cave. After walking through endless corridors for more than an hour, I finally arrived at the humongous stone gate that was several tens of meters tall. I opened the gate easily with a single push, and what I saw really shocked me to the core. Enormous underground space, filled with countless treasures, energy crystals of all grades, divine crystals were predominant, as there were tens of millions if not hundreds of millions of them here, from which countless were monarch grade, holy grade, and empyrean grade. Apart from that, there were countless law comprehension crystals, natural treasured, and even more things. Weapons, armor, some things from other universes, cultivation manuals, books, God, this was too much. After I walked around and observed how stacked it was, far eclipsing even the wealth of factions in the astral boundary, I stopped in my tracks as I realized what it was. These vaults are the failsafe for recultivation reincarnation. The entire Nascent Plain was a failsafe for the Tier 12 powerhouse, which wanted to become a great old one and failed. He probably prepared the plane in case he failed, so he could reincarnate here and build his power here once more. With all of these treasures, it would be no problem for him to reach Tier 11 within a pretty short time, and with the sacrifice of all natives of Nascent, he could effortlessly ascend as Exarch/Eternal. But, as it appears, he was not reincarnated as his soul was probably obliterated from existence and everything that he prepared was for naught, that is, for him. I would benefit greatly from that. And this was just one of those vaults. Wealth of mighty experts was really something else. I was really fortunate that he didn't leave here some traps, curses, or any form of protection, but fortunately, he didn't. Probably the arrogance from creating the sealed plane, but even if he did leave here something, it would probably have already turned to the dust from the passage of time. Even that barrier which was going for countless eras, was going from the last force. I walked through the hordes of treasures until I stopped and looked at the one particular thing that caught my sight. Heart of the Void Beast. I muttered as I looked at the perfectly preserved heart, as I felt that my concept of void inside me was a bit stirring. As it was telling me what to do. And I knew what to do. Follow my path. I took the heart in my right hand. It was small, probably from some younger void beast. It was warm and still beating. I didn't hesitate, as I started heating it. In 3 bites, I ate the entire heart of the void beast. After several seconds, I felt it. The law of space has reached comprehension of 100%. Concept of void has increased by 2%. Void beast bloodline has been integrated in the body. Ascension project is possible. Chapter 347, The Path of the End. I could now ascend to a Tier 11 Lord class. And I have decided not to waste any time and ascend right now. Fortunately for me, this place had a secured place for cultivation breakthroughs. The original owner of these vaults specially prepared that. After I checked the inscriptions, they were still functioning, so they would be usable for my ascension to the Tier 11. The inscriptions here were for the case of breakthroughs and also acted as a place that would hide the user from all privy eyes, as usually the breakthrough to tier 11 was a huge mess and would attract a lot of unwanted attention. I released several automatons from my interspatial ring, and they started preparing the place for my needs. They brought necessary Empyrean-grade divine crystals and magic stones, nuclei, and everything that was on the list. Additionally, they brought me here some useful things during the breakthroughs for Arcanists, as there were several such treasures. I went then to repair some damaged runic inscriptions and improved some parts of it. When everything was ready, I didn't hesitate and activated the ritual circle and started Project Ascension. Law fusion has begun. I heard the voice of the architect in my head. My path is clear as the pure blood that flows through rivers of the slaughter I commit. I said as I felt the magicule particles rising tremendously. Darkness and light joined in a flawless union. I continued the chant as dark and light particles danced around me. I destroy the life, I destroy the death, everyone who stands in my way would be destroyed. Force of destruction flowed out as the ground started cracking. I bore the divine judgment lightning onto my enemies. Several bolts of the lighting strike the ground. The space itself is bound to my will and has no boundary of any dimension, plane, or universe. I chanted as several space cracks appeared around me. I am the great devourer of everyone, of everything, and anything and all becomes my nourishment. I am the end of the infinity. The infinity has no beginning, and no beginning can have no end. As I finished the chant, enormous power burst out of me, as I felt that the process of law fusion was successfully finished, and my demonic god force was rising at a tremendous rate, as every magic crystals, nuclei, or divine crystal that was prepared for the ceremony was being drained with the speed of light. My godhood index shot to the sky, as it instantly crossed the border of 1 billion, and I ascended as a paramount god as a divine light enveloped my entire body, as I started getting stronger with each passing second. Host has ascended as Lord class. Ascension to paramount god successful. The path of the end has been stabilized. The end. That was my path. I am the one who is bringing the end of life, end of death, end of creation and end of destruction. Scan. I commanded. Recalculating. Recalculation is done. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Primeval. Race, God Devil, Transdevil Fiend/God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend, Unknown Void Beast. Age, 800 plus years. Class, Lord Class/Paramount God. Combat Prowess, Elite Tier 11. Life Form Level, 2, Tier 3. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Inferior. Path, the End. Laws, Devour, 100%, Perfect, Dark Light, 100%, Perfect, Slaughter, 100%, Perfect, Destruction, 100%, Perfect, Lightning, 100%, Perfect, Space, 100%. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Godhood, Father of all devils. Concept, Void, 5%. Demonic God Force, 46,489. Godhood Index, 39 billion. Body, Limit Empyrean Grade, Magic Resistance. Baator Command Sequence, 100%. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Law. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Origin. Devil Magic, Forbidden. Norse Runic Magic, Forbidden. Abyssal Runic Magic, Forbidden. Human Magic, Forbidden. Mysticism, Forbidden. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, June 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Master. Hand to Hand, Master. Blade Staff, Grandmaster. My current combat prowess was comparable to Elite Tier 11 powerhouses, and after several years, after I get used to my power, I would probably be considered as one of the strongest Tier 11, matched only by a peerless few like Time Emperor in his peak and other of his level. Not only did I ascend to a new tier, but I have also become very strong in that tier, as my demonic god force was already comparable to that of intermediate Tier 11, not to that who just newly advanced. Now it is time to deal with those fucking warlock pests. Kangxi Plain would be a good place to rob. As I thought about the warlocks and their final annihilation, I revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Contrary to Weissman, I was a vengeful person, as I always paid my debts. Chapter 348, Might of the Water on the Sea. Third POV. Kangxi Plain, Tyrannid Subcontinent, Underground World. Has everything been transported back to the homeland? Question Crown Prince Abrasak's leaders of the expedition to the Kangxi Plain. Yes, Your Highness. Everything has been sent back. Right now, the last of our troops are pulling back to the Baator. Answered one of the members of the Adeptus Custodes who were tasked with the protection of the Crown Prince. Excellent, when will they arrive at the subcontinent? Asked Abrasax. Recently warlocks have started great cleaning of their factions from the influence of the Baatorians. The purge was brutal, as warlock imperial courts and even some hidden faction that houses warlocks monarchs that were still in the surface world of the Kangxi Plain participated. In the Western world, 3 immortal halls properly cleared out their backyards, which cost Abrasax almost all of his pawns. However, he was long ago ready for that, as he was aware that this expedition as a whole was doomed to fail from the start. His true mission was only to create chaos between the warlock factions, thus weakening them as a whole, additionally to collect resources and information. Practically all of them were even more than successful. He managed to drain countless factions of their resources, and on top of that, he practically obtained countless warlock monarch hellions and even several holy spirit hellions, including 3 quasi-empyrean hellions who have been transported back to the homeland for the study. That was one of the most important legacies of the researchers of the Taboo dynasty. Hidden in a small corner of the world, on a barren subcontinent, in its underground world. Magister Beelzebub was delighted that he could study the hellions. Not only that, he even entered the state of enlightenment and soon would be apparently reaching the tier 10 dimensional class. And same could be said about his father, who reached the limit of laws he could comprehend as a tier 9 apocalypse class and reached tier 10 dimensional class a few weeks ago. Your Highness, the plans in the Great Cloud dynasty went even better than anticipated, and Bai Wuching declared war on 8 great sects in his delirious state, and even some of the aristocratic families weren't spared from his wrath. Reported one of the spies. How they fare? Asked Abrasax curiously. Battle Demon sect has abandoned the Kangxi Plain for their hidden plane. Same about the Bright Moon School. Myriad Snow Gate and Corpse Demon sect were already annihilated. Saint Demon sect and Star River sect are now in the final preparation of fleeing the Kangxi Plain. Golem Gate was besieged and disbanded, and its remnants are merged into the alchemy division of the Great Cloud dynasty. The fate of others is unknown. Great Cloud dynasty is having the upper hand as they went all out in surprise attacks and managed to cripple most of their enemies before the war even began. Answered the spies as Abrasax's lips curled into a cruel smile. Good, very good. Use the remaining people and cultists to spread as much chaos as possible. Let the surface warlocks kill each other, at least many talents would be killed, preventing the birth of dangerous powerhouses. Ordered Abrasax as he then left the meeting room and went to the surface. Several hours later. Near the Tyrannid subcontinent, an enormous fleet of battleships was sailing the sea towards the coastline. There were hundreds of them, and each was filled with the top warlocks of the Great Cloud dynasty, and there were even top warlock powerhouses from the hidden factions, including tens of infinity warlocks. Abrasax was hidden under the effect of the concealment spell as he sneered at stupid human warlocks. Actually sailing without any proper protections, what an idiots. He frowned as he used his 2 clan traits. Water Control and Sea Serpent of the End. Water Control was the clan trait of the Citri House, which allowed one to have absolute control over the water. Not only control, in later stages, one could even create water from the moisture in the air, and most importantly, when the clan trait was mastered, then one was unbeatable in places where was a huge amount of water. Sea Serpent of the End was clan trait of the House Leviathan. It allowed the user to control vast amounts of water, which they can manipulate into various shapes, including creating a water beast and allowing the user to transform into a large snake-like dragon. When these 2 clan traits were used together in a place like a sea, Abrasax could beat even proper apocalypse-class powerhouses, despite the fact that he was still only a super devil at law baptism. Suddenly the water started rising as several sea dragon water constructs rose from the sea and violently slammed down at the warlock fleet. Abrasax could hear the screams of the warlocks, who were either lucky to survive or were grievously wounded from the attack. Using Sea Serpent of the End in combination with water control was extremely destructive, especially when used on the sea. While Abrasax's power in these 2 clan traits was inferior to his mother, as he inherited only normal clan traits, not the rare mutation, which included ice control. Few of the Infinity Warlocks managed to escape from the destruction of the fleet. They flew into the air in an attempt to escape from the sea dragon constructs. Still, it was to no avail, as Abrasax waved his hand, as the sea dragon constructs instantly crashed at the Infinity Warlocks, killing them instantly on the spot. Chapter 349, Avatar Descent, Quasi-Interlude. After Abrasax disposed of the Infinity Warlocks, he turned his sea dragon constructs to the survivors of the fleet and used his sea dragon constructs to kill every one of them, while at the same time, he was using his magic to collect all of their interspatial equipment. Aside from the resources he got from the mission rewards he completed, all of the other resources he got were through his own genius and hard work. This should be probably enough, they should appear already. Hopefully, only warlock monarchs will appear, or this would be big shit. Thought Abrasax as a lone figure appeared on the horizon. Great step, Holy Spirit Warlock. Damn. Cursed Abrasax as he took out a small arcanotech gadget and threw it on under him, as he was in a split of a second enveloped in a crystal barrier. This small barrier should be able to protect several minutes even against limit tier 10 powerhouses. And soon, it proved its worth, as it completely stopped the full power attack of the Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock that was attacking Abrasax. I call upon the name of the Great Devourer, the Father of all Devils. In the infinity, no beginning can be found, as no beginning can have no end. Hear the plight of your own blood, the bringer of the end. As Abrasax finished his chant, a blinding light appeared from him as an avatar descended down next to him. After several seconds, the features of the avatar adjusted, revealing Father of all Devils in his avatar form. Go and leave the Kangxi plane. This avatar will dissipate in 10 minutes, until then, I will entertain incoming warlocks here. Said Avatar of the Father of all Devils, as Abrasax hurriedly left the place, as he didn't wish to be caught up in the incoming mess his grandfather was going to unleash. So this is how all those young masters feel when their elders appear. Stated Abrasax as he saw the Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock pale when he saw the Avatar of the Father of all Devils. MCPOV. Descending somewhere in the avatar was always weird for me, probably I just can get used to having multiple consciousnesses simultaneously. Usually, when I was using an avatar, I would let Architect control my avatar, as it was more straightforward. Though this time, I controlled my avatar personally, as I wanted to slaughter some warlocks who dared to pursue my grandson. With a wave of my hand, I unleashed an enormous wave of the destruction energy, which hit the Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock, who instantly used some kind of protection artifact. Unfortunately or fortunately for him, even though the protection artifact was turned to dust, the Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock survived, though he lost half of his body. So even in my avatar form, I retain around 75% of my overall power. I thought as I used the avatar creation technique I got from Okwang and adjusted it to my needs. It was far more superior to avatar techniques available in the astral boundary universe. You warlocks are really annoying bunch of ants. I stated as I killed the Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock with several lightning bolts that hit him simultaneously. Of course, after killing the Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock, I took his interspatial ring, as I hated wasting resources. Afterward, I looked around as I decided on what to do. I dealt with this Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock within 3 minutes, so this avatar has a lifespan of 7 minutes or so. In the end, I decided to wait and see if someone would come and fight me, but unfortunately, such a thing didn't happen. When only several seconds were remaining, I instantly perked up as I sensed a tremendous change in energy of heaven and earth in the Kangxi plane. So they finally chose to reveal themselves. I muttered as my avatar slowly dispersed into countless particles. Chapter 350, Political Landscape Changes Once More. After the avatar of the Father of all Devils dispersed, a vast aura spread from the place where Time Sky City is located in the Eastern Warlock world. A huge rift opened at the location of Time Sky City, and bright gold light gushed out. When the gold light, which gushed out from underground, combined with the air above ground, they formed magic stones and magic crystals that sprayed in all directions like raindrops. There was a heaven-shaking blare, and the huge rift expanded to 1,000 meters long, and a tremendous amount of gold light gushed out from underground. Under the impact of the terrifying gold light, the many low-level warlocks screamed, twisted, and turned into strange existences, and then burst apart and turned into clouds of blood mist, which combined with the gold light and turned into a new resource. The earth kept shaking, the ground cracked wildly, the rift expanded to 100,000 kilometers long, and dazzling gold light rushed into the sky. Suddenly, a terrifying giant tree 100,000 kilometers in diameter broke out of the ground, pierced the sky, and entered the starry sky. A vast force diffused out of the giant tree and spread in all directions. That giant tree pierced through the Zhangji Plains atmosphere, and then 9 branches suddenly separated from the canopy. There is a floating continent, with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, suspended above each branch. Thin branches extended from the giant tree, pierced into the void, extracted various forces, and transported them to the floating continent in the canopy. Along with an earth-shaking noise, an exquisite castle flew out from the ground and instantly appeared on a branch floating continent. This continent belongs to our Time dynasty. Anyone who enters without permission shall die. A domineering voice came from the castle, and radiant light shone. A 10,000-meter-long primordial dragon flew out of the ground and flew onto another branch floating continent. A cold and domineering voice spread, "This continent belongs to our taboo dynasty. Anyone who enters without permission shall die." The earth cracked, and a 10,000-meter-tall headless giant, engraved with countless runes, broke out of the ground and jumped onto a branch floating continent. A flat voice and a terrifying aura spread from the floating continent. "This continent belongs to our transcendent dynasty. Anyone who enters without permission shall die." Similar occurrences continued as all remaining 6 warlock dynasties descended to the surface world of the Kangxi Plain, and additionally, not only them but also their vassals and other stronger factions that were backed by the Great Steppe Holy Spirit warlocks. Some arrogant warlocks, especially those who were at the Infinity Warlock realm, tried their luck and ignored the warnings of the Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock realm powerhouses. Still, unfortunately for them, they were instantly pulverized to dust. Every human warlock dynasty has given birth to more than 50 Holy Spirit warlocks. This number can be called outrageous. Those Holy Spirit warlocks are the helpers of the respective warlock emperor and the foundation for them to control countless planes. Altogether, they created more than 400 Holy Spirit warlocks. Even if just half of them survived to this day, it was around 175 Holy Spirit warlocks that were still alive. Unlike Golem Dynasty and Dawn Dynasty, the other 6 warlock dynasties continued to exist in Sungji Plains core world. Only the Golem Dynasty was an exception, as it collapsed completely and had no known survivors. Dawn Dynasty relocated after Dawn Lord chose to reincarnate or whatever. So, warlock dynasties as a whole were powerful, as they had countless powerhouses, unfortunately for them, as they were not really a unified faction but rather some kind of weird variation of an alliance, they could not use their potential to their fullest. Taboo, Transcendent, Magic Note, Star, Death, we should start cleaning our home turf from the foreign races, said a young-looking man to other people sitting around the round table on one of the highest-ranked floating continents. Indeed, recent infiltration of the Baatorians and Avatar of the Father of all Devils proved that foreigners infest the surface world. Not only Baatorians but fiends, bloodkin species, dragons, and there are even countless worshippers of gods, evil god, and some other entities. Reported woman wearing clothes of the Transcendent Dynasty. For now, until the sovereign recuperate, leave Baator and its ruling force alone. It is apparent that the Father of all Devils has reached the next tier, and his power alone is at or above the peak state of stronger warlock emperors. With our lieges recuperating, we do not have enough power to confront and kill someone as strong as him on his home turf. I can say, by this act, they are clear with their intentions of leaving the Kangxi Plain alone for now, and we have more important things to focus on, not to mention, we have lost too much in the recent attack, due to schemes of Dresden and Thonian. Stated bitterly, a woman wearing robes of the Taboo Dynasty. Indeed, now we need to secure the entire plain and root out any possible dangers. Soon enough, the Kangxi will undergo nirvana, and countless treasures will be born. It would be a great time for us to cultivate new powerhouses to bolster our strength, said a man from the Magic Note Dynasty. Chapter 351, Consequences. MCPOV. Nascent Plain. After my avatar was dispersed, my main consciousness returned back, never really getting used to the feeling of having my consciousness split up like that. As I started pondering about our next moves because the political landscape has changed drastically just in a very short time, and many of our plans needed to be adjusted. The early emergence of the 6 warlock imperial courts was not welcomed. Right now, the Kangxi Plain was utterly inaccessible for Baatorians. The 6 warlock imperial courts were watching everything like hawks, so there was not much space to exploit for us. Especially right now, after they forced us to retreat from the Kangxi Plain, they would be extra vigilant about the happenings on their home turf. While I have reached tier 11, the collective strength of the 6 surviving warlock dynasties was nothing to scoff at, especially when their warlock emperors recovered. Currently, warlocks were the greatest threat to the Baator, as they were eyeing the desolate Star region as their expansion for resources, as the Star region lacked tier 12 powerhouse to preside over it. Warlock Sovereign is still indisposed, but if Weissman makes a move, then he would appear as well, and we are back at the deadlock. The only possible choice is to swallow them, without the help of anyone of tier 12, and trap Warlock Sovereign, and kill him together with Weissman. Yes, that could work. I thought as I walked over in circles in my room at the fortress. After some time, I decided to go and check up on Hela and the progress of the crusade against the inhabitants of the Nosknet Plain. I wanted this entire thing finished as soon as possible, so the Thonian Empire could begin absorbing the benefits from the conquest, especially the resources left by the pinnacle tier 12 powerhouse who created this place. Our armies had already started advancing on the territories of the sacred Milnile Empire, and slowly they were slaughtering their armies and civilians. It was apparent that the purge was going very well, especially dragons who enjoyed it too much, looking at the state of cities where the Draco-Etherna army passed by. Dragons were naturally destructive in their means of combat, and they tended to destroy everything in their path. At the same time, some of that was part of their nature, most did it just because of shits and giggles, as they just loved destroying things here and there. Not to mention, Nosknet was a place where many of the elves and dragons previously ruled until they were overthrown by humans and hunted almost to extinction, so in a certain sense, those who experienced those times or were just angry at such thoughts were wanting their frustration here. Hela, how is your progress? I asked my wife as I hugged her waist. It's going well, we have absorbed all secondary territories of the sacred Milnile Empire and independent states. Right now, we are drafting a plan on how to invade the main territory of sacred Milnile Empire. Summarized Hela as I was rather satisfied with the progress, even though it could be faster. When we were at war, and especially the one she was leading, she was always the happiest person in the world, which was something appreciated, especially in the evenings. And the vault. Right now, we finished categorization of things located there and transported highly prioritized things back to the Empire, so people who are nearing the breakthrough to the tier 11 can achieve it faster. Answered Hela as I nodded in agreement. Good. We need to have at least 4 or 5 tier 11 powerhouses before we can invade Kangxi Plain at full force. Also, before that, we need to find the plane where the Dawn Lord has been reincarnated and where he has been keeping his god avatar. I stated for the next course of things. In the end, as predicted, the natives, even if they were more powerful, were slowly losing due to their inferior equipment. If their rulers chose to share even a bit from the vault they found, this battle wouldn't be so one-sided at all. But apparently, the politics were at play, and their ruler Charles the Great had made many enemies, so he probably chose to conceal the fact he found Inheritance Vault. If you ask me, a relatively short side move, but I can understand it at least partially. They were in a position where they were unaware of the extraterrestrial threats, as the sealed planes are very tough nuts to crack. If not for the Empire's superior arcanotech and magical knowledge, it would be almost impossible to break through the barrier, find a weak point, and expand it to enough size for an entire invasion force to enter. Tell your generals and lord generals to stop holding back and push through the full force. Stop playing with them and finish the invasion as soon as possible. I stated grimly, as there was no need to pursue this thing this far. Up until now, all lord generals of the armies and generals of legions were fighting while testing various strategies and other things, in preparation for battles with enemies on the same level. Additionally, none of them used too destructive means and such. Now, this was going to the end. Chapter 352, Repercussions. Third POV. Baator, Nessus, holy capital of the Aner Londo. Several years have passed since the ascension of the father of all devils to the Lord-class being. After more than 2 years, Mechs and other people assigned to the task managed to categorize and transport everything from the Inheritance Vault of the Peak Tier 12 being back to the Baator. After the resources and other things were transported to the Empire, most of the Empire's so-called inner circle, meaning the important members of the House Lucifer, elders of the Baator, and some other prominent members like those of the Senatorum Imperialis, got their hands on it first and their strength increased tremendously. This meant that the Empire had an increase in Tier 9 powerhouses, and even some people who were long stuck at the Epicleops class ascended to the Dimensional class like Surzex. The latter ascended straight to the later stages of the Dimensional class. Today, a usual meeting of the elders of the Baator. These meetings were always taking place each time after 100 years intervals to discuss important things about the development of the Empire. Aside from the elders, Emperor was always in attendance and the ancestor and founder of the Empire. Zekrom Baal, the first elder of the Baator, was someone who stood beside the ancestor even before the Empire was officially founded and currently was the pinnacle Dimensional class powerhouse, only one step away from reaching Lord class. Congratulations Zekrom, I heard that your great-grandson was appointed as a new Captain General of Adeptus Custodes. Said Crum Crutch, the second elder of the Baator and basically the leader of the dragons of the Baator and ruler of the fourth layer of the Baator, Phlegethos. Dragons were one of the major species of the Thonian Empire and the Baator, aside from devils, fallen angels, or bloodkins. Zekrom's great-grandson, Serord Baal, was one of the legends of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Born with a unique condition where his clan trait was dormant, he was scorned by the majority of his own family, especially his own father, who viewed him as a disgrace to the High Lord House Baal. Ironically though, the boy had a tremendous talent for anything related to physical cultivation, be it learning senjutsu or tuki or some other body-strengthening methods. Just in a short 20 years, he reached Satan class in terms of physique, which was an astonishing speed, especially taking into account that he did it with his own efforts without outside help. When he was 14 years old, he was made an exemption. The Adeptus Custodes took him as one of the youngest recruits ever recruited. By 15 years old, he was initiated as a full-fledged battle brother. By 16 years old, he was already named a prefect, and by 18, he became one of the commanding tribunes. After reaching Super Devil class in terms of his physique, he was physically strong enough to undergo clan trait awakening ritual, which was prepared for him by his great-grandfather Zekrom Baal, who collected all precious resources and things required for the ritual. After he awakened his clan trait, Serorg incorporated his power of destruction into his own self-created martial arts, which made him the most deadly close-quarter combatant in the whole empire. Especially after he reached the Apocalypse class, as he comprehended the law of Earth, which was known for its physical aspect, be it in defense or offense. His life story was one of the most inspirational ones across the Empire, and there were even several books or movies about it already. Indeed, it is a grand accomplishment, as expected from my descendant. Laughed Zekrom jovially as he boasted about the power of his blood. Soon enough, another person entered the room. Azura, you have finally arrived. Stated Zekrom to a man with long silver hair and piercing crimson eyes. After the Thonian Empire obtained the Inheritance Vault of the pinnacle Tier 12 powerhouse, the one who benefited the most was Azura, who managed to create an avatar with unique treasures helped to trick the universal law of the Shao universe into thinking the avatar was the real Azura god. When Azura passed the god tablet to his avatar, he left the Shao universe and entered the astral boundary universe. Indeed. I was taking care of some important matters on my floor. Stated Azura as he sat down on his chair. After several minutes all others arrived. After Surzex arrived, the meeting could start. Now, all of you know why you are here. We need to discuss the incoming war against the warlocks of the Kangxi Plain as the 6 Imperial Warlocks courts emerged. Father decided that we would be the ones leading the offensive against them after some of our peak Diemsnil class powerhouses reach the next class. Summarized Surzex the situation. With Zeoticus and Azura, we have 2 strong tier 11 experts. I am on the verge of reaching the next class, and so is Krumkruch. The first thing we need to do is to remove all unpredictable from the equation. Said Zekrom as everyone knew what he meant. While the 8 warlock emperors that founded their respective dynasties were the most famous ones, there existed other warlocks that reached the realm and either became hermits or created smaller factions far away from the Kangxi Plain. Only 6 remained at the Kangxi Plain, even from the 8 warlock dynasties, though some smaller ones which had tier 11 warlocks still had some contacts with the Kangxi Plain, as that was the ancestral home of all warlocks in the astral boundary. Abrasax reported that remains of the Golem dynasty are located at the Kangxi Plain, and there is a high probability that Golem Emperor is slumbering there. Dawn dynasty is relocated in the Heavenly Plane, the primary grade 2 plane ruled by God Avatar of the Dawn Emperor. Additionally, we have located another 3 resting places of warlock emperors that are currently slumbering and are guarded by their factions. None of them present any threat to the forces of the Empire. Summarized Surzex the information they have collected so far. Chapter 353, Eve of the War. Attacking the primary grade 2 plane under the control of the God Avatar of the Dawn Emperor, additionally, filled with remains of the Dawn dynasty, would be a hard, very, very hard thing to do. That place should be fortified to the absolute extreme after the countless eras during which the Dawn dynasty was inhabiting it. Stated Zekrom as the other nodded while Azura looked thoughtful about the situation. Did you hear that rumor? Questioned Azura after a short time. What rumor? Others turned to top him. Interesting one, apparently, the Dawn Emperor successfully reincarnated. His reincarnation is right now, barely an Infinity Realm warlock. Even though his reincarnation is guarded at all times by 2 great step Holy Spirit warlocks, we can overcome them and kidnap him and use his reincarnation as our tick to enter the Heavenly Plane and take them out in an ambush. Stated Azura as others looked at him and thought about his plan. That could work, thought the question is, where is he located right now? Asked Azrael. Mostly in the Kangxi Plain. The thing is, after the 6 Imperial courts revealed themselves, he immediately went to the Kangxi Plain and is currently trying to create his own faction by recruiting other warlock factions. Apparently, he managed to get hold of several warlock factions that are not inhabiting the Kangxi Plain. Answered Azura. Then we need to wait when he is in one of the weaker planes and prepare a trap. Based on what we know, Dawn Emperor cannot stay too long at the Kangxi Plain, or 6 Imperial courts would attack him. Additionally, with 2 tier 11 experts, we can safely extract the Dawn Emperor from whatever place he is, aside from the Kangxi and Heavenly Plains. Said Surzex. Now, the next topic is, Father decided to make this thing a holy war against the warlocks. The declaration of the Holy War was a very serious matter. During the centuries that passed, the religion of the Father of all Devils penetrated through all levels of the Baatorian society, through everything. This created a lot of zealots and fanaticism that believed in the Father of all Devils. In truth, the Holy War and subsequent crusade was declared only once in the existence of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. It was around 400 years ago when they encountered a certain civilization that was really anti-religious, and this heresy against the Church. Short, long story, the civilization ended slaughter to the last one, and the entire plane where they were living was destroyed. Usually, holy war means absolute extermination. He wants to eradicate the Kangxi Plain completely and cut down the warlock path. If the ancestral place of the warlocks is destroyed, it would be an end for all warlocks. Additionally, if we absorb enormous resources of the Kangxi Plain, it would propel Baator and the Empire on a whole new level of power. Completed Surzek's statement from his father. Then we will proceed this way. Nodded other elders of the Baator. MCPOV. Meanwhile, at the nascent plane. Father, I passed your intentions to the elders during the last meeting. All of them agreed to proceed with your plan. They will start preparing for the capture of the reincarnation of the Dawn Emperor and the subsequent invasion of the Heavenly Plane. Additionally, Captain General Diablo resigned his post in favor of Serord Bale and is currently headed for the nascent. Said Surzrex's hologram from my holobrain as he woke me up, though I forgave him due to bringing me good news. I was really happy that his plan would be carried out, and especially that Diablo would be to my personal needs once more. He may not look like it, but he was the best butler and confidant one could ask for. Unfortunately, he was the only person I could fully trust with the position of the Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes. Of course, the soul of the Dawn Emperor would be Diablo's to eat after we capture him, and his uses would be no more. Good. Also, what about the Golem Emperor? Based on what Abrasax brought, there are billions of golems from the Golem dynasty. Do you have any plans for that? I questioned my eldest son as he nodded to my delight. Seeing that my teachings to my children were not wasted was good. Yes. It is apparent that either other warlock dynasties don't know where the pocket dimension with the remains of the Golem dynasty is remained, or there is something more terrifying up there, so they don't dare to enter. Either way, the best course of action would be for either you or Elder Azura to sneak up there and claim it. It should be no problem for powerful tier 11 powerhouses such as yourself. Answered Surzex as I nodded. Good, my son. For now, focus more on increasing the collective strength of the Empire. Especially the number of our high-end fighters. We need to raise as many tier 9 and tier 10 powerhouses as possible before the Holy War starts. All elders need to reach tier 11, we are doing this thing alone, without the outside help. I stated, as Surzex instantly understood my meaning. If we chose to do this with Arcanists, we would need to divide the spoils of war, something that I was not so keen on doing so. Not to mention, with my unique path and dual cultivation, I believe if I reach the peak of my class and god rank, I could handle even someone as strong as Warlock Sovereign. Based on what Kaziklibe told me, Warlock Sovereign was currently severely injured, but he had a few extremely powerful artifacts that even he was wary of. If not for the existence of those weapons, he would have long ago killed the Warlock Sovereign. It shall be done, father. Custodians will have priority together with the Cows Brigade and Sardaukar forces. Surzex answered as he ended the call. Chapter 354, Final Siege of Nascent. Done, things are progressing steadily. I muttered to myself as I ended the call with Surzex. Warlock faction was one of the strongest at the astral boundary, with the deepest foundation, and controlled one of the few grade 1 planes in the astral boundary. Thus, they became my target to devour them and absorb their resources and power. Especially devouring the entire Kangxi plane would evolve Baator to the grade 1 plane. In the end, it would be some kind of starting point for me to become truly a hegemon on the scale of the void. From the perspective of these facts, the jihad against the warlocks was a necessary thing for the Thonian Empire to thrive in the long term. Additionally, another jihad would be beneficial for the Empire, as it would create another wave of internal unity against a new enemy. After Rias was appointed as the Ecclesiarch of the Ecclesiarchy, she did a splendid job of spreading my religion and brainwashing a heavy majority of the population into blind and undying loyalty to the father of all devils. She took it to another level, and apparently, my faith is greatly spread even in other universes that are rather weak or in some sealed dimensions that we happen to stumble upon. All of this created a nice endless stream of faith, which was nicely refined by my godhood and increased my strength. Of course, all of this was only possible due to the special nature of the godhood method that Rotspin brought to me. Ironically though, I long ago suspected that this godhood method was created by one of the three. Nobody else wouldn't be able to create such a method from scratch. In a place where tier 11 powerhouses were everywhere, my current strength level was nothing. Countless people with the same tier roamed the void, as tier 11 was something like the lowest level of strength to enter the void. The entire void was filled with strong people, either at tier 12 or tier 13, who searched for opportunities to ascend as paragons or upgrade their strength. Of course, my own goal was more ambitious. To become a singularity. From the existence of everything, only 3 people managed to become singularity. Fundamentally, singularities were true rulers of the void, unchallenged, unkillable, and truly immortal entities. Now is not the time to think about the far, far future, the jihad is coming. I muttered as I stood from the bed and went to find Hela to tell her to end the thing. Last time, I told Hela to speed up the entire thing, and it was coming out nicely as we were nearing the capital city of the sacred Milnile Empire, as our legions crushed all opposition and slaughtered their way through the Nascent Plain. Obviously, the natives could not defend properly when the forces of the Thonian Empire of the Baator started getting serious and were fighting to their fullest, so it was reasonable that our forces would soon reach the capital city of the natives. Also, during the conquest, another 3 transcendental level powerhouses were killed by Hela, as some of them tried to attack our armies from the shadows. Unfortunately for them, none of them were a match for my wife, especially when she got angry. Even Vina killed one transcendental level powerhouse when she was ambushed. The one she killed was, in truth, affiliated with the sacred Millennial Empire and was one of the servants of the Emperor, Charles the Great. His own personal assassin. Before Vina killed him, she, of course, extracted a lot of memories from his soul before it dissipated. So, how is the final push going? I asked my wife as I exited the teleportation circle and enveloped Hela in a big hug. Normally, she would push me back as we were in public, but this time, for whatever reason, she let me hug her in public. Not good. The imperial capital is surprisingly very well fortified, probably on par with our major cities. However, the level here is not far from the capital of the floors. We need more time to prepare everything to breach the fortifications without destroying the large part of the city. Stated Hela solemnly as I nodded. If the imperial capital is warded like our major cities, then this will take some time. Of course, there was still the possibility of me storming the city, but that would destroy the majority of it, and that is something we need to prevent. Destroying the city means wasting the valuable resources that we can obtain. Don't worry, nobody will escape. I surrounded the entire city in an impenetrable 7-layer defense barrier, and we laid down anti-teleportation wards around the entire place. Additionally, we did deep scans of the place and blocked all underground tunnels and other escape routes from the imperial city of the sacred Milnile Empire. All those who are in that city are trapped there, waiting to be butchered one by one," said Hela, and I swore I could see she was getting excited about the upcoming slaughter. Some things never change. I sighed mentally, but alas, at least her intentions and fetishes are directed at our enemies and are bringing benefits to the Empire. "We enough time for this, just leave none alive, we are aiming for the ghost town, of course," I said with a bloody grin as I gave my final orders before I departed to the capital ship to watch the show unfolding. Chapter 355, Last City Breached. It only took several hours to prepare all things for the siege. It wasn't that hard for the Imperialis Militarum to prepare for the siege, as we had similar protocols in the Empire for a situation like this. As our cities are fortified to the extreme, and some ward schemes are so complicated and powerful that it would give even me some headache to break them down without destroying them outright. Thus, we had devised particular protocols to take down our own cities in case they were taken over either by an enemy invasion force or someone that managed to sneak up into the Empire and take the city hostage. The ward breakers were very valuable, and each branch of the military was cultivating its own with utmost importance. Not only because they could break them down, but they were also masters in creating magical defenses. We even had a profession in the Empire that specialized in breaking down magical defenses, like barriers, spell formation, wards, or bounded fields. "Start the attack," commanded Hela as the final siege of the last city standing on the nascent plain was beginning. Because the ward scheme of the Imperial City was especially sturdy, it required a gentle approach to tear it down without destroying everything with brute force. The usual approach was to locate the ward stones or eye of the formation and destroy it. Alas, in this situation, such a thing was hard to do, so the most logical approach was to use a wormhole device to create a small weak point in the barrier for some ward breakers to enter and locate the ward stones and destroy them from the inside. The imperial city of the sacred Milnile Empire had around more than 3 million soldiers in it because it contained the remains of all military forces of the sacred Milnile Empire that were either crushed by Thonians or managed to survive by any means. Hela stationed the antimatter magicule cannon batteries all around the imperial city as they were slowly firing round after round at the barrier surrounding the imperial city. She purposely chose the attacks from the antimatter magicule cannon batteries to be at their weakest and lowest capacity, just only to serve as a distraction before the wards could be torn down from the inside. I sat on my throne in the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship while observing the siege of the imperial city of the sacred Milnile Empire. Though I was not alone, as Vina was snuggling close to me, as she was not interested in participating in the attack, not that it mattered. Sacred Milnile Empire currently had only 2 transcendental-level powerhouses, their Emperor Charles the Great, and his teacher, the Grand Tutor of the Empire. Both of them were no threat to Hela, as she could kill them combined without any effort. After several minutes, my gaze sharpened as several cracks appeared in the barrier, and out of nowhere entire part of the barrier cracked down into countless crystalline shards as a barrier as the hole around the whole city block collapsed, and soldiers of the Thonian Empire started pouring into the city. Rather anticlimactic, but alas, it was as expected. I muttered as I watched the first part of the defenses being breached. As the first city block's barrier was cracked down, soldiers of the Imperialis Militarum and elite forces started pouring into the city, carrying out merciless slaughter of everything that was breathing, as we took no survivors. While the armies of the sacred Milnile Empire attempted to put up a resistance, it was futile. Even though sacred Millennial Empire had a numerical advantage over the forces of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, they were being continuously pushed out, and street after street, house after house, fell into our control of us. After approximately half an hour, another city block's barrier was cracked down. At the same time, our soldiers breached another city block from the first one we stepped our foot on. Right now, the only relatively safe place was the Imperial Palace, where slowly, most of the entire forces of the sacred Milnile Empire were retreating to have their last stand while leaving others to their fate in our hands. After the main gate fell to us, all soldiers of the sacred Milnile Empire realized that the civilian districts were lost and started to retreat to the inner circle of the city, where the Imperial Palace was located, leaving the defenseless civilians getting slaughtered or eaten by hungry dragons of the Draco Eterna army. After enjoying the show a little, I activated my hollow brain and called Hela. "Why are you calling me now, darling?" "I am having my fun," said a holographic image of Hela with a sadistic smile. "Just to remind you that the Emperor and Grand Tutor are to be captured, not killed. I want to find the inheritance vault as soon as possible, something not realistic if they are both dead. Also, capture the entire Imperial family alive," I remarked as Hela rather reluctantly nodded, as I knew that she wanted to kill the natives. Of course, something was not possible, as I promised 3-headed golden dragon tribe that they might eat them alive, as it was Charles the Great who led the rebellion against the 3-headed dragon tribe and Silvermoon elves. "I will try," answered Hela as she cut the connection while I shook my head. "Really troublesome, if she is in a fight, she is almost uncontrollable, though who am I to complain when I have the same tendencies?" While not overly open with it, I had extremely strong battle lust and sadistic tendencies during fights, though I knew perfectly how to control myself. Usually, my logical and cold, rational side was mostly in control, but sometimes I snapped. If that happened, things got messy really fast. As I was thinking about something, I felt that Vina woke up, and she started teasing me down there. "Can't we?" She looked at me with expectation, though I wanted to enjoy the slaughter of humans as I got that from Hela. I could not ignore my wife when she was in the mood for some adult activities. Chapter 356, Wrapping Things Up. Not right now. Hela is leading the charge, and I need to be on vigil in case they take out their trump card, if they have any though, but rather be safe than sorry. I said to Vanillana, who just pouted cutely but didn't really refute my words. Even though it was clear that the sacred Milnile Empire didn't obtain much from the inheritance vault of the pinnacle Tier 12 powerhouse, there was still some possibility they could have obtained some artifact or weapon capable of killing someone as strong as Hela. Thus, because of this, I chose to observe over the battle carefully. With my Tier 11 strength, I could clearly see everything that is happening in the even Imperial Palace, as the wards and barriers couldn't stop my piercing gaze. After half an hour, the gates of the Imperial District were breached, and now fighting had been moved to the heart of the Imperial capital of the sacred Milnile Empire, as their soldiers were being killed like flies. Observing Hela as she charged and slaughtered her way straight to the Imperial Palace, where she, with a single slash of her necrosword, created a breach in the protective barrier over the Imperial Palace, which was soon enough swarmed by Cow's brigade under the leadership of Vale, as they entered the Imperial Palace together with Hela. In the Imperial Palace, they met with resistance from the Imperial Mage Corps and Imperial Knights and some of the more powerful remaining experts of the sacred Milnile Empire that were still alive. As expected, while Imperialis Militarum was dealing with the standard soldiery out in the Imperial District and Cow's brigade was entertaining the so-called elite forces of the sacred Milnile Empire, Hela, together with a few of her closest lieutenants, had unhindered progress across the Imperial Palace. All resistance they encountered was either from some high-ranking nobles that were hiding in the depths of the Imperial Place or some other important high-ranking individuals in the Imperial governmental body, but they were all swiftly killed. Quickly, they have found their way to the throne room. When Hela entered the throne room, only 2 people were there. One of them was a feeble-looking old man with long white hair and a beard, wearing a plain blue robe and holding a staff. The second one sat on the throne, wearing ceremonial armor and a crown upon his head. Hela scanned both of them from tip to toe, afterward which she conjured 2 necroswords, and without any wasting time, she threw both of her necroswords towards the old man whom she recognized as the Grand Tutor of the Empire and teacher of the Emperor, Charles the Great. Even though the Grand Tutor was weaker than the Emperor in combat prowess, Hela has significantly learned from me that very skilled magic users are a pain in the ass to deal with. Even me, when I was weaker, I could deal with enemies several times stronger than me, with traps, specifically designed spells, or just annoying them to death, literally. As skilled as he was, the Grand Tutor instantly cast an instant teleportation spell and teleported away, dodging the necroswords. At the same time, Hela looked behind her, conjuring the other necroswords and throwing them at a specific second. In a split of a second, Grand Tutor reappeared, several meters behind Hela, and instantly as he reappeared, 2 necroswords pierced through his body. One through his heart and one through his head, killing him instantly. I clicked my tongue in annoyance as the Grand Tutor was killed, but we needed only one of them, and Emperor was more valuable. Detaining someone like Grand Tutor, who was a transcendental level magician, was a hard thing to do in a small amount of time. This trick Hela learned from me. When someone was casting any kind of short-range teleportation spells, it disturbed space itself. I developed a spell that allowed its caster to read the disturbance line in the space, easily predicting where the enemy would reappear with his teleportation. This spell was commonly learned by most of the close-quarter combatants, as it was one of the fastest ways to deal with magicians. Another thing was that almost all skilled magic users could cast teleportation spells, which was very hard to deal with for warriors. With this spell, they could fight the teleportation and space hopping of mages. As Hela turned around, she narrowly dodged the incoming sword slash from Charles the Great, who attacked her with his great sword. While he was strong and experienced, no doubt about that, Hela was vastly superior to him in every aspect. Hela swiftly counterattacked with another pair of conjured necroswords as she continued to exchange blows with Charles the Great. It was apparent that Charles the Great was a strong and skilled warrior, but Hela was stronger and more skilled. After more than 10 minutes, Hela was becoming more and more enraged that she still didn't manage to kill Charles the Great, and her attacks were becoming more and more ferocious and powerful. In her anger, she used most of her power to launch a powerful kick at Charles the Great, which he blocked with his great sword at the price of it cracking down. Hela used the split of second of advantage as she pierced his right leg with her necrosword. As he knelt down, she instantly delivered powerful strict with the blunt edge of the necrosword at his head, kicking him out. That marked the end of the first and last emperor of the sole human nation that ever existed and would exist on the nascent plane, Charles the Great. And that it is. I muttered as I watched everything from my adjudicator-class juggernaut capital ship. It was like watching a good show on the TV, and I enjoyed it greatly, though not as much as Hela, who was wreaking havoc down there, killing everything that was moving, but whatever. Chapter 357, Last Inheritance Vault. One day later, the imperial capital of the sacred Milnile Empire, the Imperial Palace. Yesterday the conquest of the Nascent Plain officially ended. Even though there still remained some individual resistance groups with some natives that were still fighting the invading forces of the Thonian Empire, but they were of no importance. I was currently enjoying my time with Venilana in the Emperor's quarters while Hela was having her time as she was torturing the Emperor of was formerly existing sacred Milnile Empire. Because Hela was an expert interrogator and torturer, soon enough, he would be spilling everything he knew, including the location of the Inheritance Vault. Imperial City was being cleaned by the Imperialis Militarum and taken apart by the mechanical legions of the Thonian Empire. The heavy majority, if not all of the local population of the Imperial City of the sacred Milnile Empire was killed during the siege, and those who were not killed were rounded up and executed right now, or those stronger were eaten alive by dragons, as dragons loved eating strong people, it was a delicacy for them. I already sent several Tier 9 experts with extensive magic knowledge to lay down refining formation so the Baator could effectively absorb the Nascent Plane and evolve to a higher level, even though I doubted it would happen, as the primary Grade 2 plane was not enough for the Baator to evolve to the Grade 1, but I hoped it would evolve to the primary Grade 2 plane from the current level of secondary Grade 2 plane. After several hours, it was as expected, no one could continue to though under Hela's tender care, and soon enough, we had the location of the Inheritance Vault of the Pinnacle Tier 12 powerhouse. After the uses of Charles the Great passed, Hela left him for the three-headed golden dragon tribe to deal with. They would probably chop him apart and eat him. As a transcendental level powerhouse, his body was highly nutritious for species like dragons, who can get stronger by eating powerful lifeforms to become stronger. I departed instantly after getting the location of the Inheritance Vault, so I could unlock it as soon as possible to obtain its resources. Surprisingly, the Inheritance Vault was located deep under the Imperial Palace. Under the Imperial Place, there was a very extensive cave system that reached extremely deep, almost reaching the planar core itself. Somewhere in that endless labyrinth of corridors, paths, and caves, in some random part of it, the Inheritance Vault was located. Charles the Great found the Inheritance Vault by accident when they attempted to map the cave system. I quickly located the Inheritance Vault and arrived before the vault gates within 10 minutes. The gate was even bigger than that of the one which I found after killing the barbarian king. I entered the place without any difficulties, as I knew the method from the previous one. However, this one was a bit different, as the barriers surrounding the gates and runes powering them were a bit stronger, probably because it was the main Inheritance Vault with more treasures and riches. After I opened the gates, I released the specialized drones that were doing their job in fast scanning the entire vault and its content for better organization and transportation. I spread my senses through the entire vault and sensed for anything that had a void aura, and I quickly located several perfectly preserved body parts of the void lifeforms. Some of them had heard of the void beasts. I scrutinized them for a bit before I directly used Devour on them and absorbed them to boost up my newly acquired void bloodline. One void beast bloodline has been identified as Void Leviathan. Concept of void increased by 5%. I heard the architect's voice in my head. Instantly as the comprehension of the concept of void crossed the 10%, which was unthinkable but somehow understandable, as all body parts of the void lifeforms were from the strongest bloodlines, and apparently, their affinity for the void was so high, they managed to touch the concept. Also, this meant that they must be from the Tier 11 or Tier 12 void lifeforms, maybe even from Tier 13. I then continued inspecting the Inheritance Vault for something that could be of use to me. I found several soul treasures that can increase their user's soul aptitude. I used one to upgrade my soul aptitude to level 10 superior and left the rest for my family members as they would need it currently more than I do. Not that they would be able to increase my soul aptitude to level 11. Aside from that, the most valuable thing in this entire vault were probably several tens of books, each one carefully describing various power systems, even those outside of the astral boundary universe, and how to incorporate certain aspects of them into one another. Also, there was instruction on reaching the Exarch rank and how to condense the strongest arcane crest for the Arcanists, which was a priceless treasure just by itself. Currently, only Kaziklabe held this knowledge, and he wouldn't share it with anybody as it was too priceless. With my speed, it would take me only a few centuries to hit the limits of the Lord class, and afterward, I would need to think about how to break through to the Exarchy. This information I obtained right now would be of the utmost importance later on, not for me, but for all powerhouses in the Baator, many millennia later. Chapter 358, Returning Back. After I got what I wanted at first from the Inheritance Vault, I decided it was time to return back to the Baator and to the Empire to prepare for the jihad against the Warlocks as the Holy War had already sent out its call. I also needed to check up on my familiars, as I felt that Dodo was very close to the next evolution to the Lord class as she digested too many fertilizers and rare things that really sped up her evolution. Venilana was happy to depart from the Nascent Plane, while Hela decided to remain here as she wanted to complete her work. Additionally, she was also nearing her breakthrough to the Paramount God, as she took an enormous amount of divine crystals from the Inheritance Vaults and was currently using them to achieve a breakthrough. Baator, 9th layer, Nessus, Holy Imperial Capital of Aner Londo, Imperial Palace. After we exited the Dimensional Gate, there was some kind of welcome committee consisting of Surzex and whatever members of the Imperial House who were at the time located at the Imperial Capital Aner Londo. I saw Seraphal, Abraxas, and Sigmar was unsurprisingly not present, though his wives Yasaka and Rosweiss were here, together with my granddaughter Kunu, who grew to a beautiful lady. Unfortunately for her, she was still unmarried as her father successfully managed to scare everyone who approached his daughter. He is even worse than me in that aspect. I thought in my head as Surzex came to us before I could look around more. Father, mother. He greeted us in a more polite tone, while Vina, as usual, ignored most of the protocols and jumped on him, giving her son a big hug. Fortunately, FIA was away. Currently, she was in the first layer of the Baator, Avernus, so Vina was saved from her scolding and lecture on how to behave. After everyone exchanged their greeting, Surzex and I departed to the Solar in the Imperial Place to have a discussion about the upcoming holy war against the Warlocks and the usage of the inheritance vaults from the Nascent Plane. So, how is the distribution from the first one going on? I asked Surzex as we sat down on the sofas at the Solar. Most of the resources were given to the custodians, Sardaukar or Cow's Brigade, from which the custodians got more than 60%. Stated Surzex. Why that much? The Chaos Imperishable bead and the taboo text that you brought back from the Fesua plane has finally been to some use, and combined with our own research and texts obtained from the first inheritance vault, we managed to devise a new path for devils, without comprehending the laws, mainly focusing on the body refinement and artificially expanded energy reserves. Stated Surzex as this really caught up my interest. Results. I stated a simple question. As expected, compared to the law comprehension path, it is greatly lacking, but surprisingly, it is still superior to the normal Warlock Monarch and Holy Spirit Warlocks. Taboo text, which acted as the base for this method, focuses on unnatural body strengthening and body refining aspects, which we managed to combine with arcane methods of expanding the demonic energy reserves, creating a whole new path for devils who are unable to comprehend the laws. Right now, we are adjusting this method for fallen angels as they are the only species with a complicated path. This was unexpectedly a piece of very good news. I always knew that this would become a problem sooner or later, as talent for law comprehension was very rare, and it was the reason why Thonian Empire had so few high-end powerhouses, even after plundering resources here and there for more than 2 millennia. While the law comprehension path that gave birth Apocalypse class was specifically for very high combat prowess that was focused on quality. Comprehending laws was hard, thus, there was a need to find another path for the people who didn't have an aptitude for law comprehension, as we needed more powerhouses. Transfer more resources to this endeavor and open part of the Imperial Vaults, we need to increase the collective strength of the custodians as much as possible before jihad against the Warlocks. We must focus on cultivating as many higher-end powerhouses as possible to weigh out the odds. I ordered as Surzex nodded in agreement. In truth, the policies of the Empire were pretty lax towards the most loyal Imperial forces, such as the 3 mentioned above. They always got most of the resources and with great discount on the merits, as all 3 of them were the most loyal and most fanatical. I have also given orders to expand the mech army. Currently, we have around 100 million Tier 8 mechs and 50 Tier 9 mechs, which is too little, compared to the amount that Warlock dynasties have at their disposal collectively. Even though their golems are of a lower quality, their quantity would be in billions, and they would drown us in pure numbers. Said my son, as I agreed with this completely. Alas, there was nothing that could be done about it, as that was the difference in the foundation between the factions. After I stabilize my strength, we will go and strike at the Dawn Lord and Somewhat Alliance or whatever crap they are calling themselves. We need to cut out the weaker Warlock factions before they are forced to ally with each other. That would be a problem if that happened. Right now, they are still fractured and weak, meaning it is our opportunity. I mentioned my plans, though that would happen only after some years, as I would need several years to stabilize my class completely. We are already tailing the forces of the Dawn Lord, and it is Sunrise Alliance, by the way. We are monitoring everywhere he is going. Currently, we located one particular plane, where he has some kind of secret outpost, where he stops every time before he goes back to the Heaven plane. Answered Surzex. Chapter 359, Baldaquin. Several years later, an unknown plane across the astral boundary, on the top of the Phalanx-class space fortress Baldaquin. More than 5 years have passed, and the Thonian Empire entered an era of unprecedented prosperity due to the inheritance vaults as its contents were already long ago, and its contents were mainly distributed among the higher echelons of the Empire or invested in cultivating powerhouses. I also personally constructed another Phalanx-class space fortress that served as my personal flagship, named Baldaquin. The architecture of Baldaquin was a bit different compared to the standard outline of the Phalanx-class space fortress, as I gave the Baldaquin a more fantasy feel and made it look like some kind of floating castle. The reason for that was that it was my residence when I ventured the astral boundary, and in the future even to the other universe and perhaps even the void, so I wanted it to be as comfortable as possible, conceivably acting as a second home. Currently, altogether, the Thonian Empire of the Baator had 4 Tier 11 powerhouses. Aside from me, Hela reached Paramount God several months after the Nascent Plane was conquered, and then another person to reach the Paramount God was Architect. Coupled with Azura, we have 4 very strong Tier 11 powerhouses. On top of that, the collective strength of our elite military forces has undergone a significant change, and our mech legions and fleets were expanded really well, even though the expansion didn't yet end, as we are still mining the resources from the Nosknet. Surprisingly, even though the Nosknet plane was a primary Grade 2 plane, its size was only a few times smaller than a Grade 1 plane, though that was probably the work of the person who created it. This also meant that the Nascent had an enormous amount of resources that could be mined, cut down, hunted, or transported, and by prediction of the Magisterium of Domestic Affairs and Development, it would take another 20 to 30 years to completely digest all of the Nascent planes, even if we are working at the 110% of our capacities. Master, it is time for dinner. Your wives are already expecting you. Sounded the voice of Diablo, who was wearing a butler outfit, after he resigned from his position as Captain General of Adeptus Custodes. I will be there in a minute, Diablo. I answered as I stood up and went to the dining room, which was a rather huge, luxuriously decorated room in a Victorian-era style from Earth. After Hela reached Paramount God level, she resigned from her position as Lord Marshal Militant of the Imperialis Militarum and let Arthur Pendragon, former commander of the Sardaukar forces, to take over her place. It was choosing between him or his wife and her daughter Sigrun, but in the end, Arthur proved to be a better choice for the administrative position like the Lord Marshal Militant of the Imperialis Militarum, especially due to Arthur's keen strategic mind. Grafia and Venelana have long ago reached the peak of the dimensional class. However, unfortunately for them, they still cannot realize their path to advance further on the law comprehension path. However, their strength has been dramatically increased with all of those resources from the inheritance vaults. Currently, we were flying in the Bald Aquin to some random plane, where apparently, the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord is presently staying, together with 2 of the Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock Guardians. Our task was to capture the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord. Another person who was reaching the breakthrough was Diablo, who was not far from reaching the Abyssal Emperor level, as he consumed a good amount of resources. Abyssal fiends mainly advanced by either cannibalizing their own species or devouring corpses or bodies of powerful beings. In the inheritance vaults, there were even hearts of several Abyssal fiend emperors, and I instantly gave Diablo one of them so that he could advance to the new level of power. I sat at the end of the table while my wives were already there waiting for me. To my surprise, even Bibi Dong arrived to have dinner with all of us. Bald Aquin had installed Trans-Universal Gate connected to the Shao universe. Usually, Bibi Dong didn't really go into the Astral Boundary universe, and it was usually me who went to the Shao universe. How are the things going on at the Dolua planet? I put on the question as we started dining. Today's menu was a steak from 3-horned black tuna at the Tier 9, fished at the 6th layer of the Baator Malbolge. It was an absolute delicacy. Of course, at the same time, it was extremely lavish to use such a thing as casual food. Right now, the entire planet is solidly under the control of the Spirit Empire and Spirit Hall. Now we are focusing on increasing the collective strength of the Empire before we start expanding into the galaxy. Right now, the number of titled Duluos is greatly increasing with each passing year, and after some time, we would be having a wild gods appearing, as the spirit energy density is increasing. Answered Bibi Dong as she bit into her 3-horned black tuna steak. And how is progressing your path to godhood? I asked as I looked at my wife, who was among my 4 wives, the weakest one. I knew that it was something that always was on her mind, and she felt a bit inferior compared to Hela, Fia, or Vina. But, alas, her cultivation system was different and a little bit more complicated. I should be able to ascend as a god in next year, maybe 2, as I am very near. With the resources I have in my disposition, I would be able to reach God King level in a decade. After that, I plan on digesting and comprehending the laws from the God Tablet so I can leave the Shao universe just like my predecessor. Chapter 360, First Strike. I nodded in agreement as this was the best course of action. Bibi Dong's universe was too limiting, as it was almost impossible to reach a higher tier than that of Tier 11, which translated itself into the God King class in there. Meaning for that was the universal laws that limited and restricted everyone else. So, the best thing for her is to do what Azura did. Use the God Tablet to comprehend laws from it, and then leave the universe, when one reaches the peak of the strength that is able to be achieved in the Shao universe, to search for opportunities elsewhere. How long before we arrive at the Abemi plane? Questioned Hela, a little irritated that they were flying through the starry sky for so long, even though it was only a few days, but alas, she was always the impatient one. 7 hours, our sources said that the so-called god descendant Arjamiro, the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord, is still there, together with Sunforge Great Holy and Sunrise Great Holy, 2 Pinnacle Great Step Holy Spirit Warlocks. I stated as I looked at my wives. Why are they taking so long? Asked Grafia with some suspicion in case they were plotting something nefarious, which for sure they were. Dunno, but spooks from the intelligence department saw insignias of the Wind God Palace on some warlocks that were entering the Abemi Plain. Perhaps they are negotiating something. Wind God Palace was a relatively powerful independent warlock faction that didn't have any ties to the Kangxi Plain and was founded by warlock emperor called Wind Emperor. Unfortunately for the Wind Emperor, he was killed by someone, but before being killed, he transferred his main consciousness to make a god avatar and declared himself to be a wind god of Wind God Plain, which was a primary grade 2 plane. From then on, he was always scheming on how to get back on the Kangxi Plain and revive himself on the warlock path. When we arrive, Vina and FIA will go and dispose of 2 great step Holy Spirit warlock guardians of the Argemiro, while Diablo will go and confront the Dawn Lord's reincarnation. There is still a high possibility that this reincarnation still has a remnant will of the original body, meaning he should be able to explode with Warlock Emperor level of power for a limited amount of time. I stated. What about people of the Wind God Palace? Asked Hela. They would be your responsibility if they make a move. With your strength as paramount god, it should not be a problem. Though they are warlocks, it would be best to capture them and interrogate them properly. I will stay in the Bald Aquin in the case of unforeseen circumstances. My plan was simple, capture important people, and kill the rest. Diablo, are you ready? I asked with a grin as I looked at my most loyal servant. Of course, my master. Though, can I eat him after his use is past? He stated and put the question on the air. Yes, maybe it would help you to achieve the Abyssal Emperor level even faster. Additionally, for the Abyssal Fiends, it was some kind of ritual to eat their most hated foes that they killed, or eat anything that they have killed. We still had around 7 hours of traveling, so after finishing dinner, we went to play some games together, which Vina brought with her. I don't really know how, but still, it was pretty fun to relax from time to time. After Vina won in all games, she brought it with her and properly rubbed it on Hela's face, as both of them were pretty competitive against each other, and Hela hated losing in anything. Don't pout, darling, it will be bad for your pretty face. I said as I consoled my wife, who hugged me and attempted to fakely cry on my shoulder while I swore I could see her grinning at Vanillana, showing her small victory. When I think about this, she learned this technique from Vina, and ironically, it works even better for her than for Vina. I thought in my head. Not fair. I want kisses and hugs too. Shouted wild Vanillana as she threw herself at me and gave me a passionate kiss as she managed to separate me from Hela. FIA and BB Dong watched this scene with a bit of amusement mixed with some jealousy. Soon enough not to be left out, they too joined in our fun together, and it didn't take long before we started being more intimate with each other. Several hours later, master room in the Bald Aquin Space Fortress. After having several hours of very intense and passionate group sex and 2 hours nap, I got woken up as we were already nearing the Abemi Plain to carry out the first steps in the Holy War, as the jihad was beginning. After everyone got clad up in their battle armors and combat outfits, aside from the BB Dong, as she cannot participate in fights of this level due to her low strength, thus she remained in my bedroom, as it was basically one of the safest rooms in the entire Bald Aquin. I went to the command center of the Space Fortress while my wives and Diablo went on the descent to the Abemi Plain. My task was to observe the entire thing, as I was stronger and probably the laziest, so I would be here only in case of emergency. Additionally, it would be a good fight for FIA and Vina as those 2 Warlock Guardians are pretty strong, and Diablo wants to exact his own vengeance on the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord. Meanwhile, Hela would deal with those weaklings from the Wind God Palace. Even if they don't have any Tier 11 powerhouse protecting them, they should have a strong legacy and plenty of resources that could be robbed from them in the name of the greater good. Chapter 361, Capture and Death, 1. Third-person POV. Abemi Plain. Abemi Plain was a rather average plain without any specialty or uniqueness to it. Perhaps that was the reason why the Dawn Lord chose it to be his secret meeting spot with other warlock faction that was not dwelling in the Kangxi Plain. Have you heard what happened on the Kangxi Plain in recent time, Great Windrun Holy? Asked Argemiro, who had an appearance of a young man in his late 20s, wearing a white-yellowish robe with dragon and sun patterns on it. You mean the foreigners? Questioned the old white-haired man, who was the Great Windrun Holy from the Wind God Palace. Yes, somehow those pests from the Baator managed to sneak into the Kangxi Plain and somehow steal the Fuso Divine Tree, and one of them summoned Father of all Devils in his avatar form, who killed their Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock in one hit. Stated Argemiro, as his 2 Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock Guardians, frowned hearing this. Among the higher echelons of the Warlock worlds, it was an open secret that they were too fractured to fight against strong factions, for example, those like Arcanists who were all united or some stronger united foreign species, like Divine Blood Plane or Dragon's Lair. Indeed, it is troubling, the Baatorians are becoming exponentially stronger with each decade and each plane that falls into their hands. Lame-netted Great Windrun Holy. Their strategies are flawless, and whoever designed them is tactical and strategical genius, that I must admit. Said solemnly Argemiro. Why do you say that, Your Excellency? Asked curiously, Great Windrun Holy. If you look carefully at the development of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, you will notice a few things. Firstly, they are behaving like a swarm of grasshoppers, or rather like void insects. They find a plane with an abundant resource that is not strong, conquer it and use everything to increase their power. Their usage of resources is above the efficiency of even the Dresden Arcanum Empire, and from what I know, through the endless slaughter of natives, or rather those without their use, they manage to invent some ritual that allows them to refine soul into the energy crystals. Secondly, they know how to lay low and avoid trouble. They purposely chose the planes and places to attack and conquer. They knew nobody would notice, meaning they were preserving and increasing their strength. Thirdly, even though the Empire had overwhelming military power, they preferred to use strategy, subterfuge, and other methods to weaken their opponents as much as possible before a direct confrontation. Fourthly, their rigorous meritocratic and military society, from what we gathered, created generations of excellent warriors, magicians, and other professions, and their nobility, compared to ours, are the most battle-hardened and most powerful powerhouses in the Empire. The intelligence network of the Warlock Imperial Courts was frightening, but even they didn't manage to obtain a lot of info on the Thonian Empire of the Baator and only had some surface information. They are indeed troubling concerns. Unfortunately, with their fast development, without a united warlock front, we would be just targets too ripe for them. As long as His Majesty decides to integrate himself into our matters completely," said Great Windrun Holy, as suddenly, he had some bad promotion. "We are under attack. The outer protective spell formation has been breached." Two Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks standing beside Argemiro were immediately alerted as they were deciding on what to do. But unfortunately for them, before they could decide what to do, suddenly an entire building started shaking, as crimson-black energy started disintegrating everything in its path as if it never existed. Law of destruction, thought Argemiro as he saw that violent energy approaching them, obliterating everything in its path. A pure white battle armor engraved with countless runes of dawn suddenly emerged and covered him, and a staff exuding resplendent light suddenly appeared and entered his hand. These were two holy-grade artifacts, battle armor of dawn and staff of dawn. While Argemiro was only a quasi-holy, he was still a reincarnation of the Dawn Lord, so even with his low strength, he could use these two artifacts to around 50% of their power, which was already a lot for his current capabilities. At the moment he took out his two artifacts, suddenly the Great Sunforge Holy was hit with an enormous star-like object conjured from the destruction energy, and it sent him flying several tens of meters back. Similarly, the Great Sunrise Holy was being bombarded by the ice spears created from the Law of Ice and imbued with the Law of Annihilation. Argemiro could see two women that appeared were clad in top-notch holy-grade equipment that was not inferior to his own battle armor of dawn, and by sensing their unique energy, he realized that those were devils. They should be the wives of the father of all devils. With his overprotective nature, as rumor said, he should be near. "I need to escape." Argemiro instantly decided to escape, leaving all of his subordinates to his fate. He was very well aware that it would be hard to survive against an elite dimensional class powerhouse that had nearly realized its path in his current state. Not to mention that Father of all devils was far stronger than his form from before the reincarnation, during his peak. As he took out a special teleportation artifact from his interspatial ring, suddenly, he felt an intense pain on his back, as he found himself to be stuck in the nearby wall from the powerful kick from behind. "How the mighty has fallen, don't you agree, Dawn?" sounded a voice filled with malice, viciousness, and bloodthirsty. Argemiro could hear footsteps approaching him as he quickly got onto his legs and got into the combat stance. Black hair with streaks of red and gold, as well as golden eyes, appeared out of the darkness as they faced the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord. Chapter 362, Capture and Death, 2. Argemiro looked frozen at his place as he looked at the fiend before him, and it took him several seconds to realize who it was. Noir. Absolutely fuck. This already couldn't be worse. Cursed Argemiro as he realized the identity of his attacker. Diablo Noir, in countless eras, managed to encounter gravely injured fiend, whom he couldn't kill. Thus, he separated his body into several parts before throwing them in the astral boundary. Only later did he find out that the fiend he killed was actually a reincarnation of one of the primordials, and he was just lucky that he managed to encounter him while he was at his lowest. If not, he would have long ago become fiend's food. "Last time, you were just lucky, Dawn. If not for me being injured and cursed with heaven-like curse and my power regression to the Abyssal King fiend level, you would have long ago become my nutrient. Though, at least, thanks to you, I became a servant of a man who will later become singularity, not that you meager peanut brain could comprehend the meaning of my words." Chuckled Diablo as he waved his hands, as thousands of shadow spikes appeared around them and all of them in a split of a second shot at Argemiro. Diablo Noir, a primordial black. Primordials in the infinite abyssal universe are powerful beings at tier 13 or tier 14. All of them were one of the most powerful fiends, with unique abilities and bloodlines. De facto, they were the true hegemons of the infinite abyssal universe, and there were rumors many of them could trace their lineage and birth directly to the Abyss Master. Countless eras ago, Diablo Noir stood at the top of the infinite abyssal universe before he wandered deep into the void. After spending countless eras in the void, attempting to reach the level of Paragon, he managed to encounter another tier 14 powerhouse. After a huge battle, Diablo was forced to reincarnate, but not before he was hit with a curse that hit his very soul. After he successfully reincarnated, he still had some remains of the curse, and he barely had the strength of the Abyssal King Fiend level. Unfortunately for him, just a few years after his reincarnation, he got severely injured when he attempted to slaughter some civilization. Still, unfortunately for him, their technology was too fearsome, and he got almost killed. After he fled the place, he entered the astral boundary universe. Diablo encountered the Dawn Lord, and after the battle, he was defeated, and the rest is, as they say, a history. Dawn Lord swung his Dawn staff at the incoming shadow spikes, breaking them in a single slash, though unfortunately for him, they were too numerous, and their power was gradually increasing. Diablo wasn't giving Dawn Lord any time to even react to what was happening, as he was bombarding him with countless attacks, each stronger than the previous one. Meanwhile, Diablo was literally playing with the Dawn Lord's reincarnation Argemiro, and Venelana was fighting against the Sunforge Great Holy. At the peak of the Warlocks, a pinnacle Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock, Sunforge was very strong, and even Venelana, a pinnacle dimensional class comprehended several laws, admitted that he was strong. While Warlocks didn't comprehend laws and lacked innate high combat prowess, they made it up by creating and learning various techniques and methods that temporarily significantly boosted their powers. When cultivated to their limit, these methods could showcase a frightening level of power, as many of them were created by modeling laws. Sunforge Great Holy was unleashing his signature 9 Sunforge technique. As 9 artificial suns circled around the Sunforge Great Holy, he had temporary combat prowess on the same level as Venelana. Though she could keenly observe how much strain put this technique on his body. Contrary to Vina, whose power and most powerful attacks didn't bother her much, as the power was not damaging her at all, compared to Warlock's secret techniques. I need to destroy his 9 suns, afterward, he will suffer such strong backslash that would probably cripple him instantly. Venelana quickly formulated a plan in her head. Her motto was to fight smart, not hard. She was never a fighter, and thus she preferred ending her fight before they could properly begin. Quickly noticing the obvious weak points in 9 Sunforge technique that Sunforge Great Holy cast, she struck first. She conjured tens of orbs made from the Law of Destruction and started throwing them with tremendous speed at the Sunforge Great Holy and his 9 Artificla suns that were hovering around him. While the Sunforge Great Holy quickly caught what was going on, and started dodging the destruction orbs, only when he saw Venelana's grin did he realize that he had been played, as instantly several of the destruction orbs imploded and created an enormous wave of the destruction energy that obliterated everything in its path, including 4 out of 9 artificial suns, while the other 5 that managed to survive the hit had cracks and were already on the verge of being destroyed. This was something she learned from her husband, as Zeoticus loved to explode things. In his words, explosion is art. He would always say. Not giving Sunforge Great Holy any time to recuperate and recover from the attacks, she started casting starlight tier spells here and there as enormous lightning bolts descended from the sky and struck directly at the remaining artificial suns. At the last moment, Sunforge Great Holy used a secret technique and secret treasure to create a protective translucent barrier around him. Still, it was to no avail, as the barrier was destroyed by the first lightning bolt, as his remaining 5 artificial suns couldn't hold up, and one by one started cracking one. As the last one cracked, Sunforge Great Holy knelt on the ground as he coughed huge mournful blood because the 9 Sunforge technique, while bringing an enormous increase in combat prowess, had an even bigger backslash if the 9 suns were ever destroyed in the combat. Chapter 363, Capture and Death, 3. While Venelana was having a relatively easy time with the Sunforge Great Holy, the same couldn't be said about Graphia's fight with the Sunrise Great Holy. While Graphia could use the Law of Annihilation, it was dangerous law to use it in the proximity of other living beings, so she couldn't use any of her most powerful attacks incorporating the Law of Annihilation. Thus she was forced to mainly fight with the usage of Law of Ice, Starlight tier ice spells, and here and there, incorporating Law of Annihilation in small bits in her attacks. Around their fight, the entire area has been long ago turned into the wondrous contract of ice region and scorching hot desert, as 2 polar opposites clashed against each other. However, it was apparent that Graphia was pushing, bit by bit, Sunrise Great Holy back. Great Sunrise Holy was a close-quarter combatant who focused on the arts of the sword, so all of his attacks were extremely sharp and deadly. Though Graphia, with her Law of Ice, was effortlessly creating ice constructs that were blocking all of his attacks and at the same time were attacking the Great Sunrise Holy, forcing him to be on the defensive. Graphia's ice contracts were pretty powerful on their own, as they were the crystallization of her master over the Law of Ice, and several Starlight tier ice spells, and most importantly, they were the product of the Ice Creator magic rule, as Graphia Lucifer was one of the few people across entire Thonian Empire of the Baator, who grasped and mastered the usage of the magic rule. Ice Creator magic rule centered around free creation, manipulation, and control of ice in various shapes, magnitudes, and usages. All of her magic constructs had combat prowess of tier 9 individuals, with her ice titans being tier 10 and having the same combat prowess as average Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks. Unfortunately, she could currently conjure only 2 Ice Titans, and that only with the help of Crown of Eternal Winter, which was an Empyrean-grade artifact that she got as a wedding anniversary gift from her beloved husband on their 2000th anniversary. The Crown of Eternal Winter boosted anything related to the ice several times and was a very powerful artifact. Additionally, it lowered the usage of energy to cast ice-related spells to 1/5 of their original required value. It also had an inbuilt energy conversion function that converted at least 5 types of energy to demonic energy. Sunrise Great Holy dodged attacks of 2 Titan ice constructs, who, despite their huge size, were rather agile and fast, but as soon as he dodged the 2 ferocious Titan ice construct, he found himself being attacked by thousands of ice spikes as his opponent was conjuring them by hundreds effortless, under the bluish shining light shined on her head, as the Crown of Eternal Winter was activated to its limits. "Damned creature!" screamed Sunrise Great Holy in pure hatred as he felt his being slowly being frozen to a huge chunk of ice. Not even his soul was spared, as his death was imminent and was only a matter of time. Graphia remained stoic as ever. She never reacted to taunts or anything her enemy said, as she had her icy facade. Her attunement to ice helped a lot in that, as she was exceptionally talented in the mind arts due to her affinity to ice. Hela, on the hand, was easily enraged by the taunts of her enemies sometimes, but that usually meant that her opponent would die very slowly and painfully, as she gave special care to those who angered her. While Graphia froze her opponent to death, who became a huge chunk of ice, and Vanillana crippled hers, Hela unleashed her astral army of necrotic undead that shone with menacing green light as they were slaughtering every living human being on the Abemi plane. Hela's necrotic astral army was composed of several billions of necrotic undead of various tiers, with the weakest being tier 4 and the strongest reaching tier 10. All of her undead were special in that they contained her divinity, meaning their weakness to anything related to divinity, holy, and light was removed and didn't cause them extra damage or wasn't outright insta-kill them. Hela's godhood she condenses was called Black Empress of Death, which gave her basically unparalleled abilities in soul control, curses, necromancy, and many other fields associated with that. Her astral army undead evolved to the necrotic undead, and she gained one peculiar ability, to borrow the collective power of her army. Theoretically speaking, she could attain the power of even tier 12 if she had her army large enough and strong enough right now. Also, she could effortlessly evolve her undead to higher tier undead life forms and increase their power. Hela was strong, be it individually or as one woman army, as she could unleash an army of billions in a split of second, and her astral necrotic undead were strong, as currently, she had 5 tier 10 undead and more than 40 tier 9 undead. Previously, due to lack of strength, she wasn't able to evolve this strong undead and give them full sentience and everything, thus, their combat prowess was greatly diminished as they acted only on instincts or on orders. Now she was retrofitting every of her stronger undead, evolving it to a higher form of undead life and giving them full sentience and consciousness, which greatly enhanced their strength. Of course, this act required an enormous amount of resources, especially blood and souls, and other precious things, mainly some rare ores and an especially astronomical amount of various energy-type crystals, that would even force the Thonian Empire of the Baator to go broke. She also didn't take a lot from the inheritance vaults, even though she could, because she wanted to leave resources for others, and mainly because Hela viewed this as a challenge for herself. If I slaughter the entire plane, coupled with those others Holy Spirit warlocks, I should have enough materials to finish evolution for all my tier 10 undead. Muttered Hela wickedly as she decapitated Holy Spirit Warlock of the Wind God Palace that was crawling with a huge wound on her chest under Hela's legs. Chapter 364, Capturing the Key. MC POV. At the same time, at the observer deck at the Baldaquin, I watched how Hela's astral necrotic army was slaughtering its way through the entire plane as BB Dong was sitting on my lap while we snuggled together, occasionally exchanging some kisses. She was Azura's heir, meaning she was very sensible to the slaughter aura, that being created in huge numbers in the Abemi plane thanks to Hela's help. Currently, she was lacking only one step towards reaching godhood and breaking through to the spirit rank 100. She also purposely postponed this so that she could build as robust foundation as possible, which would be crucial in the later stages, as stated by Azura. So he is going all out. I wondered as I sensed an enormous aura erupt from the Abemi plane, belonging to a tier 11 powerhouse. It was apparent that the Dawn Lord's reincarnation had used all of its weapons in possession and brought out all trump cards. And the last joker to change the game was the remnant power of the Dawn Lord. I will leave it to Diablo to deal with him. I muttered as I waved my hand, as I broke into the world's will of the Abemi plane and started changing the laws of the plane at my will, completely isolating Dawn Lord's tight against Diablo from the rest of the Abemi plane. I didn't want that level of power to injure either Vina or FIA by some accident. With my current power, even if the Dawn Lord was at his peak, he wouldn't last more than 10 minutes against me because the disparity between us was too huge. Due to the overwhelming destructive power of my path, even without my other abilities, bloodlines, magic rules, and godhood, I would still be able to suppress all warlock emperors at their peak. Though combined with my other abilities, practically nobody at the same rank could figure me one in one single combat. Of course, that was not counting similar freaks of nature like me. Venelana and Graphia finished their fights and searched for anything that caught their interest or went to help deal with other warlocks hiding across the plain. Due to me blocking the entire plain, nobody could exit it, and it had been turned into one huge prison. Both my wives were searching for the warlocks of the Wind God Palace or Sunrise Alliance. Most of them would be killed on the spot as they were not especially useful for the great scheme of things. After several minutes, the battle between Diablo and Dawn Lord was coming to a conclusion, as Argimiro's body couldn't handle the outburst of the power of Warlock Emperor, as his body was under tremendous strain. Diablo was using various curses and other black spells to weaken him even further, and it all paid off. Soon enough, Argimiro's body was crumbling, and his power was diminishing. Splendid, now we have captured our key to enter the heavenly plane. I muttered as I watched Diablo knock out Argimiro and seal his power, making him powerless. It ended more quickly than I initially anticipated. I wanted to enjoy more struggling and despair from the warlocks. This is not entertaining as I previously anticipated. I muttered as I observed what was unfolding on the Abemi plane. Somewhere at the astral boundary, thousands of void ships were flying to the perimeter of some plane. All of these void ships were enormous in size, some biggest were even more than 10 kilometers in length and 5 kilometers in height and width. They were truly space behemoths. All of these void ships bore the symbol of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. At the same time, the leading Adjudicator-class Juggernaut capital ship also had a dragon crest engraved into its hull, signifying the personal mothership of the Pendragon family. Because Sardaukar didn't have another commander after he was chosen to replace Hela as Lord Marshal Militant of the Imperialis Militarum, he still retained commandership of the Sardaukar until someone competent was chosen. "We are nearing the target, Commander," said one of the subcommanders as he saluted him. "Prepare to engage. The strongest warlock at the submerged tomb plane is only at the Infinity Warlock realm. Though there should be some greater gods present, probably, we need to clean the plane fast. We have at least 3 more we need to complete today," said Arthur to subcommanders of the Sardaukar who were around him. Submerged Tomb Plane was a rather average grade 4 plane that was controlled smaller warlock faction called Graveyard of Dead, basically a bunch of fake necromancers. The only notable thing about them was that they were vassals of the Dawn Lord, even from the time before Dawn Lord's reincarnation established the Sunrise Alliance. Sardaukar had to clean out 4 similar planes to the Submerged Tomb Plane just today, as they were an elite force of the Imperial Militarum. They were very powerful and exceptionally fast at their job. Soon enough, they arrived at the perimeter of the Submerged Tomb Plane. A total of 12 lesser gods of weak rank and 2 intermediate divinity stage gods left their divine kingdoms. By burning divine force, they cast various formidable divine spells to bless the angels. On Submerged Tomb Plane's floating continent, Graveyard of the Dead's warlocks chanted incantations. Devil corpses of dragons, giants, devils, fiends, evil gods, devil insects, high elves, kindred, astral creatures, and other extraordinary life forms suddenly appeared. Trash. Arthur commented on the strength of the warlocks, not even bothering to give them a second glance as thousands of void ship fired. As soon as the shot came into contact with warlock defenses, all things that warlocks of the Graveyard of the Dead prepared were torn into nothing, as their refined corpses were destroyed in a single hit, their gods were killed instantly, and even their divine kingdoms were cracking and being destroyed in a matter of seconds. "Send down 1 battalion and leave here formation of void ships as protection. We are departing to another target," ordered Arthur, as the entire battle didn't take even 10 minutes before it was concluded. Those who survived would be killed by Sardaukar descending down, though there was not much of resistance as the majority of strong warlocks were killed during the initial attack by the Void Fleet. Chapter 365, Onto the Heavenly Plane. Across the astral boundary, in the Baldakin's dungeons. "So, what did you get from them?" I asked Hela while giving her a kiss on the cheek for a piece of a good job, as she was finished with interrogation for 2 great step Holy Spirit warlocks of the Wind God Palace. Surprisingly, the Wind Emperor is still alive after he faked his death to prevent the rest of the warlock imperial courts from sending their people to kill him after he was injured. Even though he was injured some years ago, he managed to recuperate secretly, and right now, he is back to his full power. This information is something known only to the highest leaders of the Wind God Palace and Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks of the Wind God Palace," stated Hela carefully. As it appeared, more and more hidden experts thought to be long dead were, in fact, still alive. But that was not what gave me a realization about this situation. That avatar of the Dawn Lord, it must have reached Myriad God Emperor, if not, Wind God Palace, which has the backing of strong Warlock Emperor, wouldn't be talking with them on equal grounds. If the God avatar of the Dawn Lord reached that level already, then we are greatly blessed by Lady Luck that we managed to capture his reincarnation before anything else," I exclaimed. It sounded logical. Wind God Palace was always an arrogant bunch as they were directly descended from the independent Warlock Emperor without the support of the Kangxi's plain deep foundation of the Warlock path. Suppose they were talking with Sunrise Alliance as equals. In that case, it means the Sunrise Alliance must have similar backing, and the only option is God Avatar of the Dawn Lord. Right now, what I was feeling was elation. an elation that I would get to fight a powerful myriad god emperor this early. While the divine kingdom of extremely powerful myriad god emperor, such as Dawn Lord, who controlled the entire primary grade 2 plane as a soul god, was troubling, it only increased my battle lust to fight against him. Don't bother interrogating Arjamiro at all. His soul is probably directly connected to the divine kingdom of myriad god emperor Avatar, and without breaking the seal, we won't be able to search him, and we need him alive and fine for our trick to work. I said as Hela reluctantly nodded, as she hugged me with puppy eyes, probably wanting me to ask to let her fight with the Dawn Lord's god Avatar. When we arrive at the Wind God plane, you can fight with the Wind Emperor. I need to collect data on the myriad god emperors in preparation for the future. Hela started seductively bumbling on my ear in an attempt to persuade me otherwise. While I am not against sex, it will not change my opinion, I noted, while grabbing her perky ass as I kissed her deeply. Around the same time, with the Sardaukar fleet. This was the last one, Commander. Saluted Vice Commander of the Sardaukar forces. We managed to clear 17 planes and got rid of 29 warlock factions within 5 days. That is an achievement. Among the killed, we got 6 warlock monarchs and one very, very, very old Holy Spirit warlock that I think time would kill him for us if we waited a few more days. Said Arthur indifferently from the throne on his personal adjudicator-class juggernaut capital ship that belonged to the Pendragon family. In the Thonian Empire, every High Lord house and higher have the right to buy a capital ship for themselves and use it as a personnel means of transportation in space. When will the jihad be declared, my lord? Questioned Vice Commander carefully, as Arthur's expression remained unchanged at all. Soon, very soon, probably sooner than we initially planned, as cleanup is going faster than we thought. It appears we're overestimated the strength of the warlocks. It is clear that aside from those with the inheritance of Tier 12 and Tier 11, the rest of them don't have even power to put up a decent fight. Stated Arthur as he contemplated about the current course of things. Where are we going now, my lord? Right now, their mission was done, as they managed to destroy a lot of independent warlock factions, cutting a lot of lifeblood for the warlock imperial courts. Heavenly Plane. I got a message from the father-in-law that the final act before the start of the war is going to happen right now. We are to meet with the cows on the way, and at the meeting point, other forces of the military would be waiting for us. Stated Arthur as he got a message from his father-in-law. MCPOV. Baldaquin. I woke from a good sleep after having a round with Hela, and after that, my other wives joined and it turned into a small orgy that was going on for more than 10 hours. After I had slept for around one entire day, just because I loved sleeping, I got woken up by the architect saying that we were closing the meeting point with forces that would be invading the Heavenly Plane. I chose to commence the invasion of the Heavenly Plane as soon as possible for a simple reason. The longer the Dawn Lord's god Avatar knew that his reincarnation was captured, the better prepared he would be for the inevitable battle. Thus it was in our best interest to end this matter as soon as possible. We were a good long distance from the Heavenly Plane, so they could not detect it in their proximity, as the forces of the Thonian Empire of the Baator were gathering. I could see that people roaming the astral boundary were running away the moment they saw imposing void ships and sensed the overwhelming aura of people that were at the ships themselves. Chapter 366, Baatorian Jihad, 1. On the top tower of the Baldaquin. Valley and Arthur were the first ones to arrive, and after they arrived, 2 armies of the Imperialis Militarum that would be participating in the first battle of the Baatorian Jihad. First Army of the Imperialis Militarum, Pillar's army headed by Lord General Behemoth, who still leads his army after thousands of years. Pillar's army became the strongest, most prominent, and disciplined army of the entire Imperialis Militarum. Second Army of the Imperialis Militarum, Luna Wolves, headed by Lord General Ragnar Lothbrok, a loyal follower of Hela from the time when Hela was still affiliated with the Asgardians, which was more than 3,000 years ago. The declaration of the jihad would be streamed through the entire Baator and other territories of the Thonian Empire, as during my declaration, the rest of the military would move, and countless factions, planes, or warlock strongholds would be attacked at the same time, with ferocity and brutality not seen before. I didn't publicly show my face to the citizens of the Empire for more than 1,000 years. Several remembrancers were flying around me like bees, and some reported stationing their devices as I would be giving a speech to the entire Thonian Empire of the Baator, as this would become a memorable day for the entire existence of the Empire. I sat on my throne, wearing a ceremonial robe, with Vanillana, Hela, Graphia, and Bibi Dong standing at my side. All of them were wearing official clothing reserved for formal situations like this. Sons and daughters of the Baator. I said and did a slight pause for a more dramatic effect, as my speech was currently being live-streamed through the entire empire, from the lowest commoners to the most powerful nobles and imperials. Today, I address you as the herald of the change. For the past thousands of years, we, the Thonians of the Baator, lived in the shadows, growing, training, researching, and becoming better with each passing day. Now, we are standing nation-strong, proud and mighty, ready to take our destiny. I could sense that every word I said created a great wave in the empire. With this, I declare the jihad on the scourge of our universe, the warlocks. We will march on their plains, destroy their foundation, kill their people to the last one and devour their entire lineage. Let the holy war, let the Baatorian jihad commence. I shouted the last part of the speech as the streaming was cut. Blue Pole Plain. Above the Blue Pole Plain, an enormous fleet of void ships was approaching the plain as suddenly, from the plain enormous giant flew out, radiating the power of the Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock. This is the territory of the Time Dynasty, scram out! Shouted enraged Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock, as suddenly, thousands of void ships started firing, attacking the Blue Pole Plain with indiscriminate bombardment, not caring about anything else. Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock of the Time Dynasty cast a protective shield around him, as several other Holy Spirit Warlocks and Warlock Monarchs existed the plane to boost up the defense of the plane, but unfortunately for them, they were torn to shreds by the combined firepower of the Void Fleet. Damned races! Shouted the enraged Great Steppe Holy Spirit Warlock of the Time Dynasty as life left his eyes as he was killed by a shot from the Adjudicator-class Juggernaut, a capital ship, as the Void Fleet annihilated the large fighting power of the Time Dynasty without using even a single powerhouse. Burning Sun Plain. Come out, you bloody cowards, let my hammer taste you! Shouted Sigmar as he was attacked on secondary Sun Plain under the control of the Magic Note Dynasty as he readied his golden warhammer Galmaraz. Not wanting to wait until someone appeared, Sigmar outstretched his right hand and swung his warhammer Galmaraz right at the Burning Sun Plain, as it generated something akin to a dimensional slash, as it hit the Burning Sun Plain. Upon being hit by Sigmar's strongest attack, the entire plane started shaking by the overwhelming power of his godhood. Sigmar's godhood was War God of Twin-Tailed Comet, which signified his mastery over darkness and light from the dark light. In contrast, the comet's head signified his control over death inherited from his mother. As he was wreaking havoc attacking the Burning Sun Plain, he felt several auras flying out of the plane. Soon he was surrounded by several Holy Spirit Warlocks, clad in some weird armors, which were greatly increasing their power. Magic Note Dynasty was famous for refining countless artifacts and secret treasures that were able to increase someone's power greatly. Sigmar raised his hand to stop his subordinates to coming to help him, as he wanted to enjoy the fight. Instantly he swung his warhammer Galmaraz at the nearest Holy Spirit Warlock because all of them were clad in that weird mechanical armor. They looked pretty the same, but Sigmar could distinguish between them effortlessly as he could sense their aura. One strike from the warhammer Galmaraz cracked his armor and sent the Holy Spirit Warlock crashing back to the Burning Sun Plain. At the same time, he created a wave of the dark light and unleashed it at other Holy Spirit Warlocks, who immediately took out some shield artifacts to protect themselves from the overwhelming tsunami of destructive energy of dark light. As expected from a bunch of trashes who can't fight without artifacts. Cursed Sigmar as he was becoming disappointed with the individual strength of the Warlocks of the Magic Note Dynasty. He could clearly see that if they didn't have those armor artifacts, most of them would be long ago killed by him. Where is Magic Note? Questioned Sigmar as he wanted to have a run with Magic Note Emperor. While he knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat him, he wanted to test himself against a top expert. Chapter 367, Baatorian Jihad, 2. The Heavenly Plane was a primary Grade 2 plane that was the residence of the Dawn Imperial Court and was where the forces of the god avatar of the Dawn Lord were concentrating their efforts. As a matter of fact, the entire plane was protected by an ancient artifact that, for a short period of time, was able to stop even attacks from Tier 12 powerhouses by creating a translucent barrier with a pattern of dawn around every corner of the plane. Therefore, in order to enter the plane and disable the protection, we needed the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord, who entered the plane and sabotaged the protection. Our Void Fleet has finished encircling the entire plane with its powerhouses, while the Sunrise Alliance centered around the Dawn Imperial Court, as well as Dawn Lord's god avatar were preparing for a defensive war against the invasion forces of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. It will be starting soon. Stated Hela leisurely as she was observing the incoming war. She was already feeling how her godhood was becoming slightly stronger by absorbing all these feelings around the war, be it despair, expectations, slaughter intent, and many, many more. She also had divinity over war, so being in the center of war, empowered her greatly. While I was holding Dawn Lord's reincarnation Argemiro in my hand, I activated the spell I had already prepared for the occasion. As Argemiro's eyes dimmed and his expression resembled a lifeless husk, the translucent dawn-like defensive barrier that protected the heavenly plane began to disappear in a split of a second. All of this was accompanied by the enraged shout of the Dawn Lord's god avatar, who instantly projected his divine kingdom and sent a powerful shooting star-like attack at the bald Aquin, as God Avatar sensed that something was wrong with his reincarnation, which led him to realize that he had been fooled when the barrier vanished. When I saw the incoming attack, I swiftly reacted by throwing Argemiro at Diablo in front of the incoming attack. I raised my hand with my right hand just above my shoulder, and with the use of the decomposition magic rule, which materialized around my right hand, I broke all incoming attacks on our Void Fleet. Myriad God Emperor supported by his divine kingdom is really something else. I thought in my head as I sweated a little, just a little. My Starfall magic rule materialized several objects that resembled stars, as they literally fell upon the incoming Dawn Lord God Avatar, but more precisely, these attacks were not simply aimed at him, but rather, they were aimed more at his divine kingdom as well. The best course of action when fighting a god who has the divine kingdom is, first of all, to disable his ability to use his divine kingdom, which means cutting off his support in order to defeat him. Meanwhile, as Dawn Lord's myriad god Emperor god Avatar and I started our duel, the battle between others had already begun as the Void Fleet started bombardment of the heavenly plane, and our powerhouses engaged those of the Sunrise Alliance. The Dawn Lord's myriad god Emperor god Avatar exploded with an enormous amount of power, as I instinctively stepped back as I felt that something had gone wrong, and as I instinctively stepped back, I felt that something had become weird. It did not take me long for me to realize what had happened. I could see invisible energy flowing out of Baldaquin Castle and flowing to Dawn Lord's myriad god Emperor god Avatar. Master, our Gremory is dead. His soul was somehow devoured by the Dawn Lord's myriad god Emperor god Avatar. I heard Diablo's voice in my head as I easily put 2 plus 2 together. As expected from an old monster that has been alive for countless eras. When he realized that the reincarnation of the Dawn Lord, ergo our Gremory, was captured by us and brainwashed, he activated the failsafe that the Dawn Lord's myriad god Emperor god Avatar left in his soul, and with help and on the expenditure of his divine kingdom, the Dawn Lord's myriad god Emperor god Avatar devoured his reincarnation. Suddenly light exploded from his body, and an enormous amount of life force started flowing from the heavenly plane directly to his body. With my senses, I could see that he was sacrificing all living life forms on the heavenly plane. All of his worshippers and even 80% of warlocks were sacrificed, and only the most powerful ones were left out. When the transformation ended, overwhelming power burst out of his body, pushing back everything in sight, as even I was feeling the pressure he was releasing. So, in the end, you succeeded at least partially. Indeed, this was somewhat exciting. I could clearly see that he managed to combine his myriad god Emperor rank with the remnant power of Warlock Emperor Dawn Lord to create something new. If I should give some estimation, he was probably more powerful than me in terms of raw power, and with the usage of Divine Kingdom, I would probably be overpowered rather fast. Unfortunately for Dawn Lord, forcibly combining the cultivation system never paid off, as he basically crippled himself right now with this stunt. He won't be able to increase his cultivation, and not only he would never reach tier 12, but he would be stuck at the exact same level and stage he was now, not to mention. From the energy he was released, even though it was overpowering, it was extremely unstable, so much unstable that it would backslash at him if he used too much of it at the same time. I summoned my staff blade, which was finally created, and the moment it was forged, it was the best of the best Empyrean grade artifacts. A tiche looked like a pitch-black staff with pulsing blue veins of pure crystallized mana, called lyrium, which was extremely rare even in the void, while a sharp blade was at the bottom of the staff. At the top of the staff was a pattern with the eye of the staff, which was made from the stardust crystal. Stardust crystal was the crystallization of the stardust energy, which belonged to the category of higher dimensional energies, which are available only for tier 13 powerhouses and higher. Stardust crystal was a very rare thing and could be found only in a few danger zones in the void or after the universe was destroyed. Sometimes, one could find a vein of stardust crystals in the vicinity. Chapter 368, Baatorian Jihad, 3. I swung my staff forward as tens of magic circles appeared around me, shining in a menacing crimson color, as magicule particles started swirling around me. Suddenly, all of the magic circles lit up, and a wave of destructive energy was created from the nuclear magic rule centered around Dawn Lord and me, and he was being hit from all sides by nuclear beams. Nuclear magic rule was the most destructive power I had in my arsenal, aside from my path, the end, which I didn't really want to utilize, as it could destroy or rather devour the entire heavenly plane because the end was the personification of endless devouring and destructive power. Countless nuclear beams hit the divine kingdom of the newly created Dawn Lord. It started showing cracks all around as Dawn Lord summoned his divine legions, which were upgraded from the enormous surge of the divine power and grew to a frightening level, where even the weakest was at tier 8. Countless of them were at tier 9 with combat prowess comparable to the Warlock Monarch. Let's try something new, shall we? I asked with a grin as I used the newest part of my true name that I got bestowed by the Baator after I reached Lord class, the Satani Storia. I activated the true name Satani Storia, as it enveloped not only the entire area where I fought with the Dawn Lord but the entire heavenly plane and the entire area where the war was going on. Purgatory Furnace, the resentment and grudges of the souls are pulled out by hellfire, which burns the deeds of the souls to use as a source of energy. When actively used, all souls would flock to the name bearer in the vicinity and would be used as fuel. I aimed a tiche at the divine legions of the Dawn Lord and his angel armies, as an enormous wall made from the destruction energy enveloped them entirely, obliterating several tens of thousands of divine soldiers and angels from existence. Usually, when divine soldier or angel belonging to some god is killed, his soul would be automatically collected by the divine kingdom, resurrected, and be ready to fight now once. Though now, around 100,000 souls were drawn to me as they entered my body, where the ferocious hellfire located in my soul space burned them all and fueled them to the purest soul energy, which I instantly used for myself. In a split of a second, I deployed the God and Devil domain which immediately boosted up all of my combat prowess and power level tremendously. At the same time, Dawn Lord roared in rage, seeing that his precious divine soldiers were killed for good, and on top of that, he lost even several hundreds of Tier 8 and Tier 9 angels, which was a big hit for him. With the help of the Purgatory Furnace from Satani Storia, all souls that were killed on the battlefield, not belonging to the Thonian Empire of the Baator, were collected by the Satani Storia, refined in the Purgatory Furnace, and were immediately used to boost up my spells, greatly increasing their combat prowess. A large part of God's power stemmed from the might of his divine kingdom and the strength of his divine legions. While this was not common knowledge even among gods, and only very powerful or old gods knew of this, there existed a method that allowed God to borrow the power of his divine legions and angels or even devour them to increase his own power. Additionally, the divine legions and angels generated an enormous amount of power of faith for their god, so being permanently killed was detrimental for God in the long run. My acts were quickly noticed not only by the gods that were subordinates of the Dawn Lord but, most importantly, by the forces of the Thonian Empire, as they adjusted their strategies to my acts, so kill as many of divine legions, warlocks, and other of Sunrise Alliance to allow me to collect even more souls. The Dawn gods were deeply in distress as they watched their divine legions being slaughtered by ferocious bombardment from the Void fleets and by Sardaukar forces and Chaos Brigade. Some of the weaker gods already were killed by the experts in the two elite forces of the Imperialis Militarum. Heavenly Plane itself was under ferocious siege from 1st Army Pillars and 2nd Army Luna Wolves as they stormed the plane under the leadership of their two Lord Generals, who both were Tier 10 powerhouses. Though only newly advanced, it was enough, as there had a ton of experiences and even the best artifacts and equipment the Empire had so that they could hold their own against Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks and gang on them and kill them with strategy and numbers. Unfortunately for the invading forces, the Heavenly Plane was very well fortified, with defenses being strong, and defenders were fighting like hell as they were fighting for their survival. 1st Army Pillars fought disciplined and with meticulous approach, as they cleaned fortress after fortress, defense trench after defense trench, and overcame all defenders, as they left only dead bodies where they have passed, as they were approaching the Dawn continent, where the HQ of the Sunrise Alliance was located. On the contrary, 2nd Army, the Luna Wolves, fought like berserker warriors, destroying and slaughtering everything in their way, not causing collateral damage, as they came like a tsunami, taking everything in their way. With their familiar, the Stygian Wolves, which was a scarce breed of wolf-like magical beast. They were 5 times bigger than the average wolf and were born at the warrior level, and by adulthood, they reached Grand Commander level. This made them a favorite familiar of the stronger members of the Luna Wolves army, and thanks to the Stygian Wolves, they were best at tracking enemies, and no enemy could ever find himself from the keen senses of the Stygian Wolf. Chapter 369, Baatorian Jihad, 4. 3rd POV. At the same time, at the Heavenly Plane, the outskirts of the Dawn continent. Heavenly Plane was divided into many continents, but the most important one was the Dawn continent, which served as the headquarters of the Sunrise Alliance. Additionally, it was also a holy place for the worshippers of the Dawn God, and remnants of the Dawn Imperial courts were also located at the Dawn continent. 1st Legion of the 1st Army Pillars was progressing steadily, as they were among the first ones to land on the Dawn continent after they managed to cross the oceans and break through the wards around the Dawn continent. As I thought, you guys are weak, shouted a general of the 1st Legion as he stomped on the young warlock female lying beneath his leg, crushing her head in gore mess. Jabberwock Behemoth, a general of the 1st Legion of the 1st Army Pillars, didn't change a lot, at least when he was in combat. His appearance remained the same as his spiky crimson-red hair tied into a long ponytail fluttered in the air, as the wind was strong today. Come on, husband, we need to move fast and not have fun with fighting each stronger warlock or god you find, stated his wife, as she rubbed her head in annoyance as they had already lost 1 hour, as her foolish husband wanted to fight more people on their way, which slowed their advance. But, not even able to finish his words, he just begrudgingly nodded, as his wife was right, and he learned hard that a happy wife means a happy life after sleeping on the couch for 10 years. The weakness of every powerful man was his wife, as they liked to say. Hilda was also participating in the conquest, as she brought several departments of her commissariat, as they would be systematically cleaning out the Heavenly Plane, or at least what remained from it during the march, to save time. Additionally, the commissariat also had plenty of powerhouses and unique individuals, so their presence would significantly speed up their advance. Additionally, they were best at searching for targets and sniffing out rebels, heretics, and other individuals that needed to be disposed of. Though are you sure it is wise to fight in your state? He questioned as his wife bonked his head in annoyance. I only found that I was pregnant a week ago, you idiot, and father gave me a ton of protective artifacts and spells, so even he would have to invest a lot of time to cast an injury on me, stated Hilda, as her wish finally came true, and she was pregnant. Devils were one of the species that had low birth rates, and as their strength progressed, the lesser chance for the child was. Especially for those who were of strong bloodlines like her, and even though Lord General Behemoth was a commoner, he created his own bloodline, and Jabberwock perfected it and pushed it to perfection. She long ago longed for a child, but unfortunately, all of those from the noble houses have problems with procreation, even with the help of various treasures that were able to increase fertility. Especially problematic were the lineages of elder houses and imperial house, or those with a unique heritage like her husband. But finally, after many centuries of hard work, finally Lady Luck smiled at them and blessed them with a child. Now the only thing she feared was that her children would inherit their father's stupidity, but alas, that was the way of life. "Oki, at least take Sodom with you when I am not near," he said, as Hilda smiled that her husband was always thinking of her safety, even though she was after her mother, so she would never say it out loud, but she was happy in moments like this, that even after several thousand years, their marriage still stood strong as their love was blooming. Sodom was a void dragon and was an actual void life form, and even though he was only juvenile and a few hundred years old, he was already an archaic dragon. He became Jabberwock's familiar after a fight and saw that they had very similar personalities. After several hours, the first legion of the first army pillars finally arrived at the first major place of importance in their conquest, as they arrived at the location of the Dawn Pillar. Dawn Pillars were basically artifacts refined by the Dawn Lord at the peak of his strength that allowed him to control the entire plane in a similar way to their father, thus greatly boosting up his power and ensuring absolute control over the plane. Altogether there were 5 Dawn planes, 4 being secondary and 1 primary, located at the Dawn Continent Center, at the Dawn Court. "This guy has really a problem with his ego, naming everything with a Dawn," grumbled Jabberwock, as Hilda just nodded her head in agreement as they observed the fortress city, which guarded one of the 4 secondary Dawn pillars. "Oki, bring in the siege equipment and lay it down, we are going to cause some trouble, ha ha ha," laughed Jabberwock as he gave his orders, and soldiers of the First Legion started running here and there, bringing in the siege equipment, especially the antimatter magicule cannon batteries were brought here, those with the strongest firepower, as they started bombarding the fortress city that was surrounded by a protective barrier, that the warlocks in the city hastily activated when they realized that enemies were already at bay. Meanwhile, the barrier was cracking. Hilda was giving directions to the commissars who were tasked with securing their already captured territory and cleaning them out, or rather rounding up everyone, transporting them to a place where they would all be exterminated. Dawn Plain had only humans as inhabitants, so they would be killed, and their corpses would be used as food for familiars, fertilizer, or outright dropped in the Baator so the magical beasts would eat them. Chapter 370, Baatorian Jihad, 5. After the barrier surrounding the fortress city cracked, Jabberwock personally led the charge into the city, breaking through the city wall and massacring everyone in his way. The resistance wasn't that much, as the strongest warlocks were fighting on the front line against the Cows Brigade and Sardaukar and experts of the Thonian Empire together with the Dawn Lord. Not to mention, the majority of the plane's population was absorbed by the Dawn Lord. There was only one Holy Spirit warlock, who was killed by Jabberwock even before he could attempt to escape. After securing the area, Hilda proceeded to skin the Dawn Pillar, as they got instructions to analyze it and record everything possible around it, so they could research them and reverse engineer this technology back in the Empire, as it had a lot of potential. A simple reason behind that. Usually, it was impossible for someone to control the plane, as something like their father held, the command sequence didn't exist, as the control itself was with the planar will. So, countless people researched methods on how to seize control of the planar will, and apparently, Dawn Lord managed to create a method on how to do it, which was a pretty straightforward one and could be used by almost anyone. Before the Dawn Lord could realize anything and send someone to intercept them, even though that act would be absolutely in vain, after getting all relevant data from the Dawn Pillars, Jabberwock punched at the Dawn Pillar at his full power several times, as the pillar finally crumbled down. "Pack up your thing, everybody, we are marching at the Dawn City." "God, that fucker either has a crap naming sense, or his ego is over the size of a titan," shouted Jabberwock orders as the First Legion moved forward. Around the same time, with the Cows Brigade. Always living to their name and reputation as the strongest force of the Empire after the custodians who guarded the holy imperial city of Aenorlando and, more importantly, the Imperial Palace and Sanctus Imperialis, Cows Brigade was unmatched on the battlefield. Under the leadership of their commander Vala Lucifer, who advanced to the Dimensional class some time ago, they were crushing the opposition from the warlocks of the Sunrise Alliance, Dawn Imperial Court and gods of the Heavenly Plane aka Dawn Pantheon, one by one. 30,000 Tier 5 soldiers of the Cows Brigade clad in the runic armors were basically killing anything that came to their way, slaughtering their ways through the divine legions of gods, as the father of all devils collected the souls. Valley was fighting a group of Holy Spirit warlocks of the Dawn Imperial Court, as suddenly, one of them just found himself with a huge gaping hole where his heart was supposed to be. Valley just swung his spear True Longinus to get rid of it of blood. He was a battle maniac through and through. Time only worsened his tendencies, as he was fighting 7 Holy Spirit warlocks at the same time, of which 3 of them were advanced Holy Spirit warlocks. However, one of them was right now killed by the True Longinus. His skill over the Holy Spear True Longinus, coupled with his terrifying physique due to being Devil Dragonoid, was physically wise. He was at least 2 times stronger than other devils with the same exact physique. Suddenly an enormous amount of holy flames burst out of his body, forming a giant pillar as it enveloped his entire body. With a swing of his spear forward, all of the holy flames swirled in a tornado as they were literally being thrown at the Holy Spirit warlocks. All Holy Spirit warlocks hastily activated all protections they could, only for the weaker ones to be burned to ash, as their protective artifacts crumbled and, under the might of the holy flames, turned into ashes as Valid teleported in front of unprotected warlocks. With 3 swift stories of the Holy Spear True Lognunus, 3 heads sprung into the air, and 3 headless bodies fell onto the ground. Dresden Arcanum Empire, Arcane Temple, Inner Sanctum. They have started, Your Majesty. Reported the unnamed shadow to a handsome man with long silver hair, who was leisurely laying on the sofa. Who would have thought that he would act this soon? It appears that he must have progressed faster than anyone anticipated, and now he wants to swallow the warlock path. Not that it is a bad thing to see those failures disappear from the world. I think we need to hold Xianyuan at bay when the flames of the jihad reach Kangxi. Muttered Adolf K. Weissman, the founder of the Dresden Arcanum Empire and Exarch Arcanists, one of the most powerful beings in the astral boundary. In the end, the one who benefited most from the formation of the Orden was Samuel Zentor. Ironically that Mercurius, who created the Orden, was, in the end, losing its control over it due to his very nature as observer. Thought Silver King. Mercurius had a unique condition, and he, due to the nature of his entire existence, was forced only to act as an observer. Send a message to the Emperor and inform other color kings and tower masters to prepare for the war. Target all places where the jihad has not been, and prevent all outside interference in this matter. I am sure that those wretched parasites would sooner or later attack when they realize what is happening, and the same for those old fossils in the ancient Eternal Star region. Ordered Weissman, as for a second, the cheerful aura was gone and was replaced by endless pressure of power and dread. Jihad will be completed, and Kangxi will fall into the hands of Thonians. It won't be long before he surpasses even me, and his ambitions are far beyond Mercurius or me could ever imagine. Sighed Weissman, as he was aware of the ambitions of his friend. Becoming a singularity. Impossible goal. Even Weissman acknowledged that he didn't have enough for that, thus, he remained content by reaching the level of the Tier 13 or ascending to the Tier 13.1. Divine Throne, either one of them was satisfactory. In some cases, powerful Great Old Ones could squash even Divine Thrones to death in terms of combat prowess, though Divine Thrones cannot really die unless their universe is destroyed. Chapter 371, Baatorian Jihad, 6. MCPOV. Meanwhile, the siege on the Heavenly Plane and, more importantly, on its Dawn continent was commencing. As I felt that the Dawn Pillars were destroyed, I continued my duel with the Dawn Lord, as his attacks became even more ferocious and brutal. Dawn Lord was pushing his divine kingdom to its limits, especially after he realized that he was losing the Dawn Pillars and his control over the Heavenly Plane was now basically non-existent, which considerably lowered his combat prowess, as the support of the primary Grade 2 plane was nothing to scoff at. I could see that his divine kingdom was full of cracks from the pressure he was putting on it, and his hastily breakthrough in combination with Warlock Emperor cultivation to become some weird aberration didn't really help it. I just need to continue defending myself and let him tire out and suffer backslash, which would come very soon, and then killing Dawn Lord would be a pretty easy thing to do. I thought, as I continued spawning nuclear beams and shooting them in great numbers at the Dawn Lord and his divine kingdom, as my strategy was slowly paying off, as his divine kingdom was weakening, and even Dawn Lord was getting more and more injured, with each passing wave of attacks. Because I was tying down the Dawn Lord, forces of the Sunrise Alliance were basically on constant retreat from the Imperial armies, especially when Hela entered the fight and started wreaking havoc. As she was a Tier 11 powerhouse and an extremely powerful one at that, there was practically no one who could stop her until 3 Great Step Holy Spirit Warlocks unleashed some collective technique that burned her life force, which really boosted up their combat prowess, and they managed to halt Hela's carnage on their forces. Dawn Lord looked around and saw his forces being killed one by one as defenses of the Heavenly Plane were breached by the armies of the Baator. The strongest cultivators of the Dawn Imperial Court and Sunrise Alliance were killed by Thonians, and Dawn Gods were slowly overwhelmed one by one, as they were killed and their divine sparks were seized. He felt an immense rage flowing inside him as he felt that his life work was crumbling down, even though he was immensely arrogant, as any Warlock Emperor, and being influenced by the power of faith didn't really help him. He realized that this was a lost cause. Damn it. Dawn Lord roared in a rage as he mobilized all of his power and projected the power of his divine kingdom and his own power to the maximum, as he was creating a massive energy storm directed at me. Even I could sense the overwhelming power of this attack as his divine kingdom started instantly falling apart from the sheet pressure and power the projection was forced to give out. This idiot, he will self-implode his divine kingdom and take everything with him. Aside from powerful Tier 11 beings, everyone else would be pulverized to dust. I cursed the Dawn Lord, who lost most of his reason in rage, and decided to use a suicide attack to kill him or most of his forces. This is why the majority of gods are fucked up. The power of faith was influencing their minds, usually causing them to lose most of their personality completely. That was why most of the gods were temperamental, mentally unstable, and mood swingers. Power of faith or faith was tainted energy that originated from the nature of the energy itself and how it was created. Power of faith was crystallized energy created by people believing in them, which created a form of energy known as faith. Because of this, the energy was tainted by the desires, beliefs, and ideals of people who were praying to God. Thus the God who absorbed the power of faith was influenced by the faith, and slowly but steadily, the power of faith will change the mentality and personality of the God, largely based on the image of the believers. For example, if a large number of believers believe that their God is mad, then the power of faith would contain this belief, and slowly the God who was observing this power of faith would soon enough fall into madness. That was why the godhood I had was extremely precious, as it didn't require the usage of the power of faith, and my godhood could perfectly refine the power of faith from all of its taints and use it in its purest form. In a split of a second, I utilized decomposition magic rule as I shot a wave of the decomposition magic rule technique, Gram demolition, which demolished energy particles. In a split of a second, when the Gram demolition came into contact with the divine kingdom of the Dawn Lord, a series of explosions sounded from the divine kingdom, as it fell into several parts, as Dawn Lord coughed a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, after the fall of the divine kingdom, the energy ball he was condensing to attack me exploded in his hands, as blood splashed as it took both of his hands and half of his face, leaving the Dawn Lord barely alive, as his cultivation started regressing and divinity crumbling and falling to the ordinary mortal. That was a close one. If I wasn't fast enough, this would have turned ugly. What Dawn Lord wanted to do would probably destroy a large part of the Thonian fleet and killed the majority of our armies that were participating in this. Fortunately, due to the decomposition magic rule, basically, all energies that I completely analyzed and knew I could neutralize with the decomposition magic rule, so I would practically never lose anyone of the same strength using energy-based attacks. Of course, close combatants were another matter entirely, but fortunately for me, Dawn Lord was typical caster type. He wasn't a close-quarter combatant, as he preferred to fight with warlock spells, which made him a spellcaster, and I was the nemesis of spellcasters. Chapter 372, Baatorian Jihad, 7. As per the contract, the Dawn Lord is yours to eat, Diablo. I stated as I lifted up the half-dead Dawn Lord and tossed him to Diablo so he could eat him. After I disposed of the Dawn Lord, basically, the entire Sunrise Alliance lost, as our forces slowly killed them one by one. Dawn Imperial Court collapsed as the last one, as they fortified themselves at the holy city of the Dawn, in the center of the Dawn continent. It was the most defendable position they had, and it was clear to them survival was not an option, so they wanted to take as many of us with them as they could, which was something I could respect. While the holy city took several days to breach, in the end, it was breached, and everyone who resisted was killed, and the legacy of the Dawn Imperial Court and Dawn Gods was seized. After the collapse of the Dawn Imperial Court, which was the leading faction among the Sunrise Alliance, and the death of the Dawn Lord, the entire Sunrise Alliance, or what has remained from it, has collapsed. The news of the Baatorian Jihad soon spread through the entire astral boundary, as the entire Central Star region was enveloped in an enormous war, as countless planes fell day by day, and countless human warlocks were killed with each minute by the flames of the jihad. On the borders of the Divine Star regions, as expected, the coalition of myriad god emperors attempted to invade the Central Star region in an attempt to spread their faith, as warlocks were losing their power, as the Thonian Empire of the Baator was winning battles on every front. Fortunately, the Dresden Arcanum Empire intercepted the crusades of the myriad god emperors that marched from the Divine Star region to the Central Star region in ferocious combat. As soon enough, the crusaders were crushed. Even one of the myriad god emperors fell during the ferocious confrontation between Yatagmi Kuro and Zaxier, which resulted in the death of myriad god emperor Zaxier. Kanzi Plain, meeting of the Human Council. Has everyone heard the information? Asked a taboo monarch in a grave voice, but nobody answered as everyone looked grave. Several days ago, a piece of news got into the Kanzi Plain. It only said that the Dawn had fallen. While the Dawn Imperial Court had left the Kanzi Plain, it was still a human warlock faction, and technically they were loose allies in the astral boundary. Contrary to other Imperial Courts, Dawn Imperial Court rebuilt itself very fast, as they absorbed countless independent warlock factions, clans, sects, and organizations that resided in the astral boundary and outside of the influence of Kanzi Plain and established Sunrise Alliance, which was very powerful faction even in the eyes of 6 warlock Imperial Courts. How many of them are there? Asked a Time Monarch, who was the successor of the Time Emperor and unofficial leader of the Human Council of the Kanzi Plain. At least 3 or 4, 2 were signed during the siege of the Heavenly Plain, including the Father of all Devils, whose strength was noted to countless even Taboo Emperor and Time Emperor at their peak. Additionally, his wife, Black Empress, was also noticed to reach Tier 11 and attain frightening power. Aside from that, they must have another 1 or 2 Tier 11 experts, who are presiding over the Baator and protecting their home turf. Answered Taboo Monarch. And how long until the jihad reaches inner territory? Outer ones are lost, as millions of warlocks are slaughtered as cattle. Questioned Transcendent Monarch with an unprecedented hatred for the Baator, as he was very well aware of what was happening to their human warlocks across the conquered territories. Death could be considered mercy compared to what devils did to them. Year at best, realistically under a half year. Forces of the Thonian Empire are advancing too fast. They must have been prepared for this for centuries, as they knew exactly where to strike and who to kill, and are systematically exterminating our warlocks, culture, and even ordinary humans are exterminated. Answered Time Monarch grimly. We need to bolster up our positions and fight back against them until the emperors recuperate completely. Said hotly, Death Monarch of the Death Imperial Court, who belonged to Warhawks among the Human Council. Currently, only 2 of the Warlock Emperors were recuperated entirely, but that was not enough as they could not leave the Kangxi Plain as they needed to protect their home turf. Now that the Dawn Imperial Court fell and Dawn Lord was killed, Warlock Path as a whole took an enormous hit in their collective power, as they lost a Warlock Emperor permanently, and even the factions he built was destroyed. What about other factions established by other Warlock Emperors? Questioned Star Monarch. Several Warlock factions were established by other Warlock Emperors not originating from the Kangxi Plain. Unfortunately, their legacy was way weaker compared to the factions originating from the Kangxi as they lacked the original methods of the Warlock Sovereign. Not good, not many of them survived the passage of time. From what we know, right now, one of the strongest ones, the Chenghuado sect, was destroyed by gods 2 days ago, and their Sword Emperor was killed. Heavenly Wind Palace is right now under the siege of Black Empress and her astral legions of necrotic undead, so that is already lost cause. And suddenly the Time Monarch paused in his words. What? Ancient Eternal Star Region factions, which contain a few Warlock factions, are all now besieged simultaneously. We are alone in this fight. Hearing this, all of them fell silent. As long as we awoke emperors, we can use our numbers to fight that foreign filth and prove that we warlocks are strongest under the heavens. Shouted Death Monarch, as all of them felt that their choices were non-existent, as, in the end, the only thing they could do was to prepare for the war. Chapter 373, Baatorian Jihad, 8. The 9th layer of the Baator Nessus, the city of Graelia, Magisterium of Arcanotechnology. The city of Graelia, for centuries, has been Empire's heart when it came to the Arcanotech and its advancement. In the Graelia, most of the scientific breakthroughs were made, and all foreign technology or magical technology was reverse-engineered after being captured by the Imperial forces. How is it, Ajuka? Asked Surzex, his best friend, as they were conducting experiments on the Dawn Pillars that were transported back to the Empire. In the end, they managed to obtain 2 whole Dawn Pillars and had data from all of them, how they worked and how they affected the planar will. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Muttered Ajuka as Mephistopheles, Magister of the Arcane and Magic Research, stood next to him as they watched data collected when the Dawn Pillars were working. How fascinating exactly? Said Surzex curiously, as, from his point of view, they were just giant pieces of rock and metal patched together and inscribed with some weird runes. This, basically, you take several of these pillars and place them at the strongest ley lines points. After you activate them, they will create a pillar network that will, over time, suppress the planar will and start assimilating its consciousness and taking from it the aspect of control over the plane, transferring the control over the plane to a person who is registered as an owner. From what we saw, with some adjustments, these pillars should be able to achieve a similar effect even if placed on a grade 1 plane with some time. Ajuka couldn't hide his excitement as he was talking about the Dawn Pillars. They were indeed one of the marvels of Aranotech and engineering. How much time? If that was the truth, they could use these pillars in their future conquest of stronger planes and strong worlds. The Dawn Lord was indeed a genius if he managed to create something so advanced such as the Dawn Pillars. We will see, but if we do some tweaks and adjustments and combine this technology with that of the Baator, we could probably create a stronger type of pillar with an incubation time of around a few months for the grade 1 plane. Now that would be a splendid achievement, as there were already talks in the branches of the military on how to approach the inevitable invasion of the Kangxi Plain, which would be very well defended, as they already got information that 6 Imperial courts started fortifying the Kangxi Plain with everything they got, and they even start building the Crystal Wall, which was pretty problematic by itself. Fortunately, they had a way to overcome the Crystal Wall, which is considered as ultimate world defense, because, during the time when Abraxas was running wild at the Kangxi Plain, he hid in several places across the Kangxi Plain, planar disruptors, which were special devices created for a single purpose, and that was the destabilization of the plane, which would allow them to destroy the Crystal Wall from the inside with pushing just one button. Fortunately, because warlocks were arrogant and impatient buck, they checked only a few locations where Abraxas had been, mainly searching his outpost at the Turandid subcontinent, but that was all. With these things, we can lower our awaited losses during the invasion of the Kangxi by at least 70%. Stated Surzex seriously, as having control over the plane was crucial. One of the reasons why their father was basically unbeatable in the Baator was in the end, even if he was losing, he could just push the might of an entire plane at his enemies, effectively crushing them to death. Additionally, their own forces would receive a significant boost to their power from the plane, while their enemies would receive fierce suppression. Suppose they used these Dawn Pillars in the Kangxi Plain and defended them as turtles until they were activated. In that case, they could successfully steal the control over the plane and then just rush through the entire plane. Any advantage gained during the planar conquest could decide the outcome of the battle and the whole war. How long till you will have it completed? This project right in the second became one of the most important ongoing operations in the Empire. Probably half a year, if not year. This technology is advanced, so we will need to break it down and rebuild it from scratch completely. 1 year was good enough, as Sirzex nodded at Ajuka's statement as he departed to meet Rias to discuss the development of the ecclesiarchy, as some important people in the Empire practiced the godhood method and ascended as gods, so as to faster increase their power. It would be productive to gather some power of faith for them. The ecclesiarchal palace was located near the imperial palace, but it was still a good distance as the holy imperial capital was huge. After Sirzex arrived at the ecclesiarchal palace, he was quickly led in by some cardinals who were already waiting for him, all of them being tier 8 powerhouses and very strong ones. Some of them were on the verge of reaching a tier 9 after some time. It was apparent that many of them obtained a ton of blessings from their gods, and Sirzex felt that his father and Aunt Hela personally blessed several of them. Rias was made ecclesiarch of the ecclesiarchy several centuries ago, as he had a good talent for manipulating people, and her administration skills also evolved to a higher level after managing some smaller organizations and territories. Nowadays, the ecclesiarchy encompassed all religions within the Baator and the gods who were worshipped collectively, called the Baatorian pantheon. Most notable being his father as the father of all devils, then Aunt Hela, who was worshipped as the Black Empress of Death, and Alucard and Brunstad as twin blood gods. Of course, there were some more people who had just now started practicing the godhood method and didn't need now collect faith. Chapter 374, Baatorian Jihad, 9. Gods of the Baatorian pantheon didn't really require faith, as they could increase their godhood index by absorbing and converting other energy into their god force to increase their godhood index. Still, the power of faith was one of the fastest ways, though, of course, only after the faith had been cleansed and refined. In truth, Sirzex didn't really like dealing with these fanatics, as they were mad and lost in their faith, many of them not able to see any kind of reason. So, he kind of admired that Rias was not only able to work with them, but they also adored her, probably because she every time said exactly what they wanted to hear. Brother, I need your authorization to mobilize Executioner Temple and the Department of Intelligence for a new mission for the ecclesiarchy. Sirzex sat with Rias in her office. Her office was located at the top tower of the ecclesiarchal palace, which was an enormous building, almost rivaling the imperial palace, as this was the spiritual pillar of the empire. Sometimes Sirzex really wondered how the religions were powerful and how they could be used as a method of control or weapon. What is it this time? Asked Sirzex as he could see troubles coming. Every time ecclesiarchy did something, it usually resulted in a bloody war with someone, as the churches of gods they worshipped were pretty unruly and kept on creating enemies left and right. We found a few big sealed dimensions in the void. We are attempting to spread out faith in, among them was even one entire universe. These places could be a steady stream of power of faith in the future, so I need to obtain as much information as possible before we start spreading our roots there and preaching. Spreading faith was always the main task of the ecclesiarchy, as they were the mortal instrument for their gods. And, of course, the best place to spread their faith were humans. They were not really mortal, but in the eyes of believers, they posed as mortals. Usually, the ecclesiarchy, which came into contact with some human civilization, they would at first analyze the civilization. If it was primitive, the job was easy peasy, and they could start preaching. If it was advanced, the progress was a bit complicated but straightforward. They would engineer the apocalypse of the civilization, destroy all of their technological or magical any other kind of advances, and create a new culture and new civilization from the ashes of the old one, which were fanatical believers of the Baatorian gods. Basically, enormous world-sized human farms of the believers. Not only did they get an enormous amount of faith in their gods, but they also farmed souls, which were refined into soul power, and which was refined into divine crystals, demonic energy crystals, or mana crystals. Also, one of the big gains when breeding humans was that sometimes genetic mutations occur and rare bloodlines among humans would appear, and these ones were precious for some species among Baatorians who got stronger by devouring such bloodlines. Around 70 years, she even sold one of such humans to one of the generals of the Draco Eterna army who was stuck at the Heavenly Dragon level for a very long time, for 50 million soul coins, which was an astronomical amount of money. After eating the human alive, General broke through and reached Elder Dragon class. Of course, such things were rare, but as humans bred fast as rabbits when they were in safe environments and controlled, ecclesiarchy would find a few of such humans every 100 years, as some of them were born with very unique and special bloodlines. Okay, I will authorize everything, anything else. How are you handling the jihad? Asked Sirzex in concern as he could see that Rias was overworked. Too much work, entire jihad is overworking all churches to maximum, as the number of active believers are increasing at least 5 times. Believers were divided into several types based on how strong their faith was and, thus how much power of faith they generated. First were the non-believers, second were the pseudo-believers, basically occasional or half-believers, then there were shallow believers, people with not so strong faith, but not so weak either, so somewhere in the middle and they don't pray too often. Then there were the important ones for the gods. True believers were the foundation of every religion. They were people who truly believed in God and prayed often. Fanatics were, just as the name said, blinded by their faith and loyalty to God. These were the best ones God could ask for. And finally, there were saints. Saints were chosen for the gods and were most devoted to God. We also took over several planes where the Dawn Lord was spreading the faith in a similar way than we are, so I was forced to relocate a lot of manpower on handling this issue. One of these planes is a secondary grade 2 with a population of about 1 billion, and another one is some kind of dimension in the void, with a population of another 870 million, and we barely have enough priests. Complained Rias, as the manpower of the ecclesiarchy was currently stretched as much as possible, as they were digesting the planes from the Dawn Lord. Because the Dawn Lord's god Avatar has been cultivating his faith for several eras, he had entire planes where he was breeding and rearing his worshippers as any ancient animal breeder would. And to digest, all those places required a tremendous amount of work. Sirzex didn't really say anything, as he knew that priest and other clergy were more complex to train than even custodians. Not only were there requirements on the power of the clergy, but also all of them must be fanatician-level believers, must obtain blessings from their gods, learn how to perform miracles, and a ton other things, so becoming a clergy was an arduous path. Chapter 375, Baatorian Jihad, 10. MC POV. Heavenly Plane. Has everything been cleared out? I asked Lord General Behemoth, who was in charge of the after-battle things, mainly finding valuables and transporting them back to the Empire. How it could be called, this responsibility couldn't be handled by Lord General Ragnar, as he wasn't really known for his patience and administrative skills. Yes, my lord. Fortunately, the Dawn Lord did us a great service when he, with his stunt, killed approximately 80% to 90% of the heavenly plane, which left us with much faster progress. Unfortunately, there are not many resources at the heavenly plane, as the repetition cycle is messed up, and all power of the planes was focused on providing Dawn Lord a power of faith. Answered Lord General Behemoth as I was preparing to refine the heavenly plane so the Baator could evolve further. Baator was currently a primary grade 2 plane and was on a very good way to evolving into the grade 1 plane. Even for standard primary grade 2 planes, the Baator had unusually high energy density and highly sturdy laws. Right now, for anyone under the tier 8 was impossible to teleport, and flying in the plane was possible only from tier 6. This was so frightening that even Kangxi plane had much weaker laws, but that was the work of the Warlock Sovereign, as they must have messed up with the planar laws to allow their warlocks perform these feats and have an easier time, but in turn, they would be losing much of their combat prowess. Basically, living in a world with extremely sturdy laws meant like passively refining your body and spirit, constantly each passing second. So if you go to another world or exit the plane, you will find that your combat prowess is frightening due to your entire being was constantly tempered by strong world laws. This was all written in a book called How to Build a Superior World for Idiots, which I got from Rotspin in one of the meetings of the Longinus Drajan Orden. The author of that book was some supreme cultivator who had a hobby of creating worlds from scratch and cultivating them to high levels. Yeah, that was a hobby of tier 13 or tier 14 powerhouses, who, aside from exploring void, didn't really have much to do, so they spent their time creating worlds, shepherding civilization, and usually, letting them destroy each other and repeat the cycle. Though it was apparently beneficial, as cultivators Tao could benefit from that, there are some other things aside from that which could be used to increase your strength. Then evacuate the plane. I am going to summon Baator's world will and devour the heavenly plane. I stated indifferently as Lord General Behemoth bowed and went to carry out my order. Due to the good and efficient organization of our military, the evacuation was done in a few hours, as everyone left the plane at a safe distance, while I was hovering in outer space above the plane with a tish in my right hand, as I looked at the heavenly plane. Hela was standing to me, as she always enjoyed how the planes were destroyed. Hence, she awaited the show with great eagerness. Suddenly thousands of magic circles appeared all around the heavenly plane, in the heavenly plane, and more importantly, around the planar core of the heavenly plane, as they lit up and started sealing the plane altogether and summoning the Baator's world will. Because the world will of the heavenly plane was exposed to the Dawn Pillars, probably for several eras straight, the Dawn Lord managed to kill any consciousness of the world's will effectively, and now only instincts remained pretty basic and primitive ones. As soon as the Baator's world will descended into the heavenly plane, hundreds of vortexes appeared around the entire plane, in all places, and started absorbing the matter from the heavenly plane to them. The absorption process began as the Baator's world will fiercely attacked the heavenly plane's world will, and soon enough, it managed to completely subjugate the heavenly plane's world will and killing it by absorbing it completely. Then the absorption process of the heavenly plane sped up significantly, as the entire plane was like fading right before our eyes, as one by one, rock by rock, tree by tree, everything was pulverized to a pure energy of heaven and earth and magicules and absorbed through the vortexes by the Baator. At the same time, at the Baator, all layers started expanding fierce, magicules were becoming even denser, the laws were becoming even sturdier as the environment was becoming better. Countless magical beasts felt the surge of the incoming energy, as those who were stuck at their level for countless years, from out of nowhere, began their evolution process to reach higher levels of power. The same could be said about other species of the Baator, as many who were stuck at their levels suddenly felt their bodies getting stronger and energy containers expanding like crazy, as this was increasing the collective strength of the entire Baator as a whole. Of course, the ones who benefited the most from this were the law baptism or pre-law baptism experts among the 1st Army Pillars, 2nd Army Luna Wolves, Cow's Brigade, Sardaukar or Commissariat who were watching the slow destruction of the heavenly plane. They have first-hand experience of observing the destruction of the plane, which meant they could directly observe all the laws here, how they work during the world destruction, and comprehend them. Those who were focusing on the law of destruction, law of slaughter, law of extinction, law of fire, law of lightning, law of disaster, and similar obtained a great boon to their power level, as their chances of transcending and becoming a beings of law dramatically increased. The entire procedure took around 2 hours until it was done. Come, we are heading to the Wind God plane and then to the others. There are several planes to be absorbed. Chapter 376, Baatorian Jihad, 11. Going from plane to plane and assimilating them to the Baator was a pain in the ass. Because there was no one who could do a better job than me at this, due to me having the control command sequence over the world's will, I needed to visit all design planes for the absorption and personally let the Baator absorb them. Of course, I benefited the most from each time the plane was assimilated by the Baator, as I got an opportunity to tremendously increase my control over the comprehended laws. My demonic god force was increasing with each assimilation as I got to absorb remnant energies, and my godhood index was also on a nice way to gaining numbers. Suddenly, as I was roaming the empty corridors of the Bald Aquin as I went to find my wives to have some fun, not in a sexual way, but even that was welcomed, I felt something change in my body, more precisely in my godhood. Architect, do a complex scan, I cannot find the difference, I said in my head. As you wish. Initiating the complex structural analysis. Progress, 1%, 5%, 17%, 29%, 38%, 45%, 59%, 66%, 71%, 82%, 93%, 94%, 97%, 98%, 99%. Complex structural analysis is at 100%. Change has been identified as the metamorphosis of godhood. Stated architect's voice in my head as I grew a bit annoyed. I know that, show me the scan. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. True name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil, Satani Storia, Purgatory Furnace. Race, God Devil, Trans-Devil Fiend / God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend, Void Leviathan. Age, 3000 plus years. Class, Lord Class / Paramount God. Combat Prowess, Elite Tier 11. Life Form Level, 2, Tier 3. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Superior. Path, the End. Laws, Devour, 100%, Supreme, Dark Light, 100%, Perfect, Slaughter, 100%, Supreme, Destruction, 100%, Supreme, Lightning, 100%, Perfect, Space, 100%, Supreme. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Godhood, Father of all devils. Unable to analyze. Concept, Void, 8%. Demonic God Force, 58,741. Godhood Index, 51 billion. Body, Limit Empyrean Grade, Magic Resistance. Constitution, Fateless 1. Baator Command Sequence, 100%. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Law. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Origin. Devil Magic, Forbidden. Norse Runic Magic, Forbidden. Abyssal Runic Magic, Forbidden. Human Magic, Forbidden. Mysticism, Forbidden. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, June 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Master. Hand to Hand, Master. Blade Staff, Grandmaster. I immediately read everything, and nothing was unusual. My attributes increased as I felt during the assimilation, but what caught my attention were 3 question marks next to my godhood and the note, unable to analyze. I am developing a new godhood. I muttered in a half shock. One of the downsides of the godhood method was that one could develop godhood only over one thing and nothing more. Compared to other gods, who could have divinities even over 10 things, I could have only over one thing. Basically, quality over quantity, but still, it was the downside, as other gods could also develop their divinities to a frightening level. Now, with my godhood method, the chances of developing the second one were close to 0. However, still, here I am, seeing exactly what I saw for the first time when I started practicing the godhood method. Probably by the end of the jihad, my new godhood would be already consolidated, and my combat prowess would soar once more, probably reaching weaker tier 12 when I would be in the peak of the Lord class. I muttered as I entered our bedroom, as BB Dong was watching here TV, exactly a news channel. Now the reporters were talking about the expansion of the Baator, as all layers expanded drastically. You should return to the Shao universe so you can ascend Donger, I said affectionately to my wife, who just pouted at me. During the years spent here as she came to visit, she developed a weird habit of laziness after Rinshua took over the majority of her responsibilities as the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall. She was on the verge of ascending to godhood, and when she ascended, it would be very hard for her to leave her universe until she reached the peak of the God King class and then used some method to trick the universal law or left behind her God position and left permanently. I know, but if I ascend, then I won't be able to come here soon, and you will need to visit me often. With how busy you are, it won't be often, meaning I want to remain here. She said in a spoiled voice, really not fitting the cold and ruthless Empress and Supreme Pontiff at the Dolua planet as she was portrayed there. Don't worry, if you use all resources at your disposal, then you will reach that level in no time at all. I said while I hugged her from behind, let her head rest on my shoulders, and she relaxed in my embrace. BB Dong not only monopolized all resources of the Dolua planet for the Spirit Hall but also had the unconditional support of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, which was supplying the Spirit Hall with technology, equipment, and treasures, in return for some raw materials and other things unique to the Shao universe. From what I knew, Spirit Hall was already preparing to expand their forces to the wider galaxies as they wanted to search for the resources in the stars, as they were now creating their own starship blueprints. If you say so. She muttered as we continued to watch TV while just cuddling together. Chapter 377, Baatorian Jihad, 12. Bald Aquan Castle, some distance from the Kangxi Plain. I stood at the command deck of the Bald Aquan Castle as I watched the countless stars and planes in the starry sky. Who else is coming? I asked Hela, as she was currently coordinating the attack on the Kangxi Plain as the final part of the war was beginning. When the Kangxi Plain fell, then the only thing that would remain would be hunting for surviving warlocks and annihilating their legacies and people, but that was the task for the Commissariat and Executioner Temple, not the regular army. Elder Azura has decided to leave the Baator and make an appearance. It would be a great shock for the warlocks that we have brought to their doors 4 Tier 11 powerhouses. That would leave Architect as the only Tier 11 entity guarding the Baator. Don't worry, Elder Zekrom is reaching his breakthrough to the Tier 11. Also, Architect is most efficient at the Baator, as he could utilize all defenses to maximum. Said Hela to soothe my worries as I agreed with her on that part. Azura coming here would create a huge mess, while he seems calm and indifferent on the outside when he enters the fight. I said with a bloodthirsty grin as I remembered the time when I fought with Azura. Azura had basically 2 personalities. One of them was the I called non-fight, which was usually the calm and indifferent person who never let his emotions out. But when he fought, he turned into a bloodthirsty maniac, enjoying carnage and slaughter as he killed everything in his sight. Soon enough, all of the military forces were slowly arriving and surrounding the Kangxi Plain as 6 imperial courts were prepared for the war of attritions. While I grimaced at the thought of that, there was nothing we could do about that, as even the crystal wall was formed around the Kangxi Plain. They really went all out in their efforts to slow our advance as much as possible. Also, Elder Azura departed from the Empire together with the 9th Army Yesid Keepers. Among the 10 armies of the Imperialis Miliotarum, if one would stand out and be considered a unique one, it would be the 9th Army Yesid Keepers. 9th Army Yesid Keepers originated from another universe, which was destroyed by some calamity, and resulted in a great schism among the survivors. All survivors started leaving their dying universe to search for new homes until no one remained. The single exception were the remnants of the Celestials, once a great race of snake-like people with a great attitude toward battle, martial honor, and progress. Soon enough, the Celestial, together with their universe, perished when the universe collapsed and destroyed itself. But that was not the end, as the Celestial race, who remained in the universe and were destroyed together with their universe, got their hands on the Yesid fragments, which infused their bodies and transformed them into an entirely new species of pseudo-immortals. They became demons who could not be killed until their pillar was destroyed. Even if you kill one, they could revive indefinitely until someone destroyed their pillar, which maintained their pseudo-immortality through the Yesid, or exterminated their souls from very existence. They were undefeatable as they would always return back. For untold eras, demons of the Yesid roamed from world to world, where they massacred the local population to increase their own powers, until one day, they found a dimensional pathway in some sealed world in the void that led them to the Baator. Then I met their leader, Feng Xiao, who even then was very strong, probably peak tier 8. Even when he had no chance against me, he still changed me to the fight, which he obviously lost, but his courage and power impressed me, so I offered them a permanent home and safe haven in exchange for their services. This invasion would be a huge mess. I muttered under my breath as I just lay on the sofa and closed my eyes, trying to sleep a little while waiting for all forces to arrive. Aside from the current forces which I had with me in the 9th Army that was on their way, around half of the custodians would be arriving with Surzex, several teams of executioners led by Lord Executioners and even 5 Lord Archmagoses from the Mechanicum were on their way, with their mechanical and golem legions. Also, Burning Legion and Farstriders also arrived, meaning all entire non-standard forces of the Imperialis Militarum would be present for the grand conquest of the Kangxi Plain. After 1 hour, my hollow brain lit up as someone was calling me. "We have arrived at our position, Ancestor," said a man with long flowing black purplish hair with blood-red eyes clad with pale skin, wearing crimson-black combat robes. "Wait for the other to arrive and blockade the entire Kangxi Plain. When I give my signal, we will start." Feng Xiu then bowed and cut the connection as another call was incoming. This time, it was Magister Adjuka Beelzebub. "I am just reporting that the Dawn Pillars are readjusted and prepared for the deployment. Also, the preparations to destroy the crystal wall are done, and the devices that Abraxas put there are functioning as they should," he stated shortly before ending the call. Adjuka was never one who said more than required, and after reporting his piece, he basically ended the call and went to do his own things. After waiting for another 3 hours, the entire Kangxi Plain was surrounded, and all dimensional pathways were noted down, and we sent fleets with experts there so that they could enter through them to the Kangxi Plain. Chapter 378, Baatorian Jihad, 13. I observed the crystal wall around the Kangxi Plain and was secretly wondering about how they managed to build it around 1 year. Indeed, that was surprising because I would never predict it. Maybe that was the result of their cooperation if they, instead of fighting against each other, working with one another. They must have sacrificed a ton of resources in building that monstrosity that fast. Unfortunately, they never thought I would be prepared for that too. I thought in my head as I sent a signal to Adjuka to activate the disruptor devices hidden across the entire Kangxi Plain. Third POV. Kangxi Plain, Core World, Council Meeting Hall. Right now, all surviving Warlock Emperors of the 6 Imperial Courts were in the meeting. Together with them, there were another 2 Warlock Emperors, who found their way to the Kangxi Plain by some miracle, as they were rogue ones, with any factions. They were Heavenly Sword Emperor and Venom Vulture Emperor. Heavenly Sword Emperor was a sword cultivator who focused on his sword path and nothing else. He didn't belong to any faction or lineage and was just an independent warlock who worked as a mercenary for whoever paid him the most. After he became Warlock Emperor, he secluded himself to pursue a higher form of the sword. Meanwhile, the Venom Vulture Emperor was a madman who was sealed by the Transcendent Emperor a long time ago. As the poison cultivator, he wanted to unleash some poison on the Kangxi Plain to annihilate the entire populace so he could create even more fearsome poisons. Everyone had a gloomy depression watching the Thonian armada surrounding the Kangxi Plain, as only the crystal wall was separating the warlocks from the Thonians. Their forces are more numerous and more powerful than we originally anticipated. Additionally, there are 4 Tier 11 powerhouses, and each one of them is extremely powerful, especially his aura is almost suffocating. Even if we outnumber them 2:1, it will be a close one," stated Taboo Emperor, as he looked grimly at his fellow emperors. "Fortunately, we managed to construct the crystal wall in time, and we can fight to form a safe distance. No matter what they do, they won't be to destroy the crystal wall in a short time without proper preparations," stated Time Emperor as he thought over the situation as others agreed with them. Their plan was to depend on the crystal wall to stall the advancement of the crusading Thonanes, fight them from behind the crystal wall and kill or injure most of their powerhouses before confronting the Thonians head-on. The crystal wall was impossible to destroy with brute force by anyone under the Tier 12, as only Tier 12 powerhouses had enough power to destroy the crystal wall, and even they would need to expand a lot of power to achieve that feat. Suddenly, as the 8 Warlock Emperors were planning their defense's next steps, the entire Kangxi Plain trembled violently, and earthquakes spread through the entire plain several times with bigger magnitude. Suddenly the earthquakes grew so powerful and so violent that countless builds that were built by mortals of the Kangxi Plain or weak warlocks started crumbling and falling down as it hit the subcontinent's hardest. "The crystal wall!" shouted Star Emperor as she stood from her chair, as tens of huge cracks appeared around the entirety of the crystal wall. "It is crushing down," said Heavenly Sword Emperor under his breath as their strongest defense was turned to a pile of rubbles in several seconds, and the battle didn't even start properly. "Immediately, activate the defensive spell formations. The crystal wall is down, all at your positions," shouted Taboo Emperor, as other Warlock Emperors didn't waste a second and shot towards their designated positions, as the crystal wall was basically rendered useless and would be down in several minutes, so the real battle was beginning. In one moment, mass panic erupted from the Warlock forces and various factions across the entire plain, as their primary plan was to fight depending on the impenetrable defenses of the crystal wall, but that was in vain. Now they would be facing strong armies of the Thonian Empire head-on. Of course, worst of all were the ordinary warlock factions that didn't have headquarters in the core world, as their territories would be instantly turned into a huge battlefield, as the core world was, like the name suggested, the core of the Kangxi Plain and the final bastion. But that was understandable because even Starry Sky warlocks, who had a relatively high status in the Kangxi Plain's surface world, were just cannon fodder for the war of this scale, as all forces of the Thonian Empire were minimally of that level. Basically, warlock emperors divided their defenses into 4 layers. First was the crystal wall, which was the strongest out of the 4, and was aimed to be the main battlefield. Second was the entirety of the surface world, as they built walls and trenches, laid spell formation and created outposts to hold the invaders there if, in case, managed to breach the crystal wall. Third were the floating continents, which floated around the enormous tree which served as the entrance to the core world. Fourth was the gate to the core world, which had the strongest defenses and highest number of powerhouses guarding it aside from the crystal wall, as it was the entrance to the heart of the warlock legacy. In the core world, they didn't really prepare anything special, aside from fortifying the surrounding around the gate, because if the enemies managed to breach the gate and enter the core world, the fight was basically lost. After 3 minutes, the last parts of the crystal wall fell down into the stars, as they were followed by a massive artillery barrage of the Void Fleet and attacks of experts from the Chnonian Empire of the Baator. Countless warlock monarchs, Holy Spirit warlocks, and even a few great step Holy Spirit warlocks were instantly sent to oblivion after just the first salvo, and losses of lower-ranked warlocks were immeasurable. Fortunately for warlocks, the defensive spell formations were activated before the second salvo could reach them, as they created barriers around the most important defensive positions around the Kangxi Plain. The fight for the Kangxi and survival of the warlock path has begun. Chapter 379, Baatorian Jihad, 14. All warlocks looked in horror and fear as the enormous void crafts were descending to the Kangxi Plain, their targets being the subcontinents. All of the warlocks across the entire plain mobilized their warlock towers, secret treasures, and alchemical weapons to attack the descending Void Fleet, as the sky lit up with the countless attacks coming from the Kangxi Plain at the incoming Void Fleet. As they were near the Void Fleet, suddenly, the sky turned black in a split of a second, as malicious energy spread across the entire plain, and everyone felt the temperature drop as it was almost freezing, as all attacks from the warlocks just ended, disappeared into thin air, as the wave of black energy devoured them all. That monster, this is already on the level of pseudo-tier 12. Muttered Taboo Emperor as he watched how the father of all devils disposed of everything that could threaten the safety of his Void Fleet, as the Void ship safely descended onto the several subcontinents of the Kangxi Plain, as their soldiers started exiting the transports. MC POV. Protect the pillar, turtle up in the subcontinent, we are not attacking. I said to the mental link I had with Hela, Azura, and Diablo, who just a few weeks ago evolved into the Abyssal Fiend Emperor. Our forces landed at the 4 strategically chosen subcontinents, which we will be conquered, as the resistance on them was low, and then after planting down the Dawn Pillars, we would be waiting for them to take effect and just play turtles. If we assailed the heavily fortified positions of warlocks, we would suffer heavy losses. Every life of every soldier of the Chthonian Empire was precious, so we would be taking our time. Maybe it will frustrate the hot-tempered warlocks and provoke them into attacking us instead. Dawn Pillars were a crucial part of the conquest to ensure the lowest casualties as possible by taking over control over the world's will to suppress warlocks and boost our forces. I took with me the 9th Army Yesid Keepers to the Tyrannid subcontinent, Hela took the 2nd Army Luna Wolves with her to the Fuso subcontinent, Azura took the 1st Army Pillars to the Cairo subcontinent, and Diablo took the 7th Army Silver Legion to the Ixnir subcontinent. All of us had a single task to plant a Dawn Pillar at the center of the subcontinent and defend the pillars until they form a connection and usurp the control from the world's will. For now, on my order, only 4 armies of the Imperialis Militarum made an appearance, as other forces remain in the shadows and would make an appearance at the right time. As the 9th Army Yesid Keepers marched at the defenses of the warlocks around the Tyrannid subcontinent, and unsurprisingly, we didn't encounter any kind of resistance, aside from some ant-like factions that were basically abandoned here or never had any opportunity to escape the subcontinent. What was actually surprising was that we managed to encounter a lone Holy Spirit warlock, who I don't really know what he was doing here, but he was quickly killed by Feng Xiu, who turned into his devil dragon form, and ate the human warlock in one gulp. Plant the pillar and construct a fortress around it. Lay down the bounded fields as soon as possible, we cannot risk being attacked by the warlock emperors without proper defenses. I gave orders to Lord General Feng Xiu while I was observing the main continents and floating continents, where currently warlock emperors were rallying up their forces. 3rd POV. Cairo subcontinent. Bum bum. Head rolled on the ground as Azura swung his crimson sword to get rid of the blood, as he looked at the corpses of warlocks, hellions, freak, and alchemical lifeforms around him, as the resistance of the Cairo subcontinent proved to be much higher than initially expected. Suddenly, as Azura was preparing to advance, he felt killing intent from a distance and instantly dodged the incoming sword chi slash. Heavenly Sword Emperor, said Azura in a low voice, as he kept wondering how he managed to appear there, from the floating continent where he was supposed to be. He probably wanted to fight Azura, as Azura was also a sword cultivator, as he picked practicing swords since long time ago, and after he became Elder of the Baator, his swordsmanship had long ago transcended the realm of Grandmaster. Azura mobilized his energy as he gripped his sword and shot toward the Heavenly Sword Emperor, leaving only crimson lighting after Mirage as he appeared next to the Heavenly Sword Emperor. In contrast, the crimson lightning cracked around his entire sword as he slashed at the Heavenly Sword Emperor. His opponent reacted swiftly, blocking his sword strike effectively, but the crimson lighting got him burns all around his right hand in which he held the sword. Seeing that he managed to injure the Heavenly Sword Emperor, Azura hacked his sword several times, each time pushing the Heavenly Sword Emperor further and causing him additional injuries. Even though when it came to mastery over the sword, they were equal, Azura had one great advantage, and that was an example of the power and unique abilities he created or obtained, which was something the Heavenly Sword Emperor lacked. By combining his power, laws, and unique abilities around his sword, he was able to show terrifying destructive prowess. Splash. Suddenly only silence took over the battlefield, as with his last slash, Azura severed Heavenly Sword Emperor's right hand, essentially crippling him, as his dominant sword head was his right hand. Seeing that the situation was critical, Heavenly Sword Emperor used the teleportation talisman as he escaped as fast as he could before Azura would have killed him. Chapter 380, Baatorian Jihad, 15. After the Heavenly Sword Emperor teleported out and escaped with his tail between his legs, Azura just kept staring at the location of the floating continents located on the Eastern Continent, or the Eastern Warlock World, as the local warlocks called it. Elder, we managed to secure the entire subcontinent, and altogether 2 Holy Spirit Warlocks were killed together with 5 Warlock Monarchs. Reported Lord General Behemoth, as he was finished with securing of the Cairo subcontinent. Plant the Dawn Pillar and construct the fortress around it and active the bounded field, just like Zeoticus said. Answered Azura nonchalantly as he returned to his more normal and amiable state. Fuso subcontinent, around the same time. When Hela descended on the Fuso subcontinent, it could be described only as the end of the time. Fuso subcontinent was once one of the stronger subcontinents. Still, after the crown prince of the Thonian Empire of the Baator took the Fuso divine tree, the subcontinent suffered greatly due to that. Still, it was nothing compared to what was happening right now. In a moment, Hela set foot on the subcontinent, she released her astral necrotic army as billions of undead started swallowing the entire subcontinent like a tsunami, as slaughtering every human they could find. She unleashed her godhood, Black Empress of Death, to the maximum, as she boosted up the combat prowess of her undead, as she collected all souls from the killed warlocks, as each soul that was killed by her undead was automatically collected by her godhood, refined and absorbed as pure soul power, which slightly increased her godhood index. Basically, the more death she caused, the more souls she obtained, and the more powerful she grew. Hundreds of thousands of souls were collected with each passing second as the necrotic flood passed through the entire Fuso subcontinent, as it reminded the undead calamity to some. All of the souls that were collected by Hela were instantly refined to the soul power, and part of it was absorbed by her godhood. In contrast, another part was sent toward the astral undead to evolve them slowly. In this way, she could continuously strengthen her astral undead so they would get more and more powerful as time passed. The place should be cleared, plant the Dawn Pillar. Stated Hela after 1 hour. It took 1 hour for an entire subcontinent populated by billions of humans to become a complete wasteland as every human was found and killed mercilessly by her undead hordes. This was a good one, my godhood index increased tremendously thanks to this. She muttered under her breath as she felt her strength being greatly enhanced as her godhood absorbed several billions of souls, and many of those souls belonged to Werex, from which countless of them were ranging from great warlocks to even glorious sun warlocks, and there were a few bright world warlocks. While their individual strength was nothing in front of Hela, they were numbering in immeasurable numbers. Souls of warlocks were surprisingly strong and had great numbers. With her special refining method, she was able to create a lot of soul power from the souls she captured. Ixnur subcontinent. Ixnur subcontinent was home to a reclusive warlock faction called Huangong, who were practically as close to their cultivation origins as possible, as even calling them warlocks would be weird at that point. Warlocks of the Huangong were a solitary bunch that rarely left the palace where they had their headquarters and spent all of their time meditating, understanding the will of the heavens, or pursuing immortality. Diablo left the 7th Army Silver leak into their own devices as he went directly to the imperial palace of the Huangong. As he turned to his fiend form, from his more human form, he struck with his fist and destroyed a large part of the imperial palace in a single hit. Warlocks of the Huangong screamed in fear as the Diablo in his fiend emperor form descended down, and wreaked havoc among them, instantly slaughtering everything above Infinity Warlock realm as he killed around 15 Warlock Monarchs and 4 Holy Spirit Warlocks in a short time. Diablo was a bit surprised to find such a strong Warlock faction among the Warlocks of the surface world and not that of the core world. They must have something that increased their strength, thought Diablo as he kept killing his way through the imperial place of Huangong, occasionally stuffing some of the warlocks into his mouth and eating them, as he soon arrived at the place that appeared to be some kind of vault after he had killed practically everyone in the sect. Unfortunately, the stronger person was the advanced Holy Spirit Warlock, who was the palace master of the Huangong. Though he was pretty close to reaching Great Step Holy Spirit Warlock, he was still killed in a split of a second and eaten. From memories of Eaton Sect Master, Grand Elder, and a few elders, he found out that the warlocks of the Huangong managed to encounter several cultivators from another universe. After expanding a lot of manpower, they managed to kill their opponents and snatch up their interspatial rings, where they found countless cultivation techniques and other things. After they combined these things with their own warlock path, they managed to increase their own power in short 10 years, countless times. They were pretty lucky, managing to encounter a bunch of rogue cultivators who fell into void tunnels and arrived in our universe. T.S., if not for us, we would have witnessed the rise of the new golden age of warlocks. Stated Diablo as he has quickly gone through all of his memories, and he was deeply shocked that the cultivation methods that the Huanggong developed with the things they got from the cultivators from another universe were even outclassing the techniques of 6 warlock imperial courts. Of course. Warlocks were made by ancient arcanists and magicians observing the cultivators from various universes by adjusting the path to fit with the laws and aspects of the astral boundary, and Huanggong just adjusted the warlock path closer to its origin. Laughed Diablo as he took everything in the vaults of the Huanggong and stored it in his dimensional storage. Chapter 381, Baatorian Jihad, 16. MCPOV. Tyrannid subcontinent, short time later. Diablo found something that interesting. I muttered as I got a message from Diablo about his finding in the Huanggong, which was something really unexpected. And probably we were in great luck, as if we waited with the jihad for additionally a few centuries, then warlocks would have gained a new powerful faction, probably eclipsing that of the remaining 6 imperial courts. Because the warlock path was nothing more than just cultivators adjusted to the laws and aspects of the astral boundary universe, I knew how dangerous the situation could become if they returned closer to their origin. Now that all dawn pillars have been planted and fortifications are built, we can start our plan. It would take several days, and maybe even weeks when they realize what the purpose of the dawn pillars is. Probably the magic note monarch would probably realize even faster if he saw some from close distance. I said to myself as I kept reading the magic tome. Third POV. Meanwhile, Zeoticus was in charge of the fort built around the Dawn Pillar at the Tyrannid subcontinent together with the Lord General Feng Xiu of the 9th Army Yesid Keepers. Did you notice anything unusual, Lord General? Asked Zeoticus as he came to check up on the recent happenings, as it was becoming a bit boring here. Nothing, Your Majesty, everything is quiet. Warlocks are concentrated mainly in the eastern continent, as even western continent has been partially abandoned in favor of a stronger defense line over the eastern warlock world. I doubt they will attack our positions anytime soon, because they are still unaware of the function of the Dawn Pillars. That would take them some time to realize. Answered Lord General Feng Xiu. Eastern continent was the one which housed the entrance to the core world, and due to the division of the Kangxi Plain and warlocks as a whole, additionally, all remaining Warcock Emperor and Imperial courts were those of the eastern world, decided to abandon the western world unanimously. The main division stemmed from the fact that the Western warlocks were closer to the original power system of the astral boundary and were attempting to incorporate magic into their path to become closer to arcanists, magicians, and similar occupations. While on the other hand, Eastern warlocks attempted to come close to their root, which were cultivators. Feng Xiu was Devil Dragon, a demon species are known for their battle lust and thirst for blood, so for him to be in a position where there was war but no battles were equivalent to torture. I think you called it here. Said Zeoticus as he turned his sight to the far west as he could sense enormous life signals approaching the fortifications. Among them were even 2 warlock emperors and a whole bunch of Holy Spirit warlocks and warlock monarchs. It appears we bit underestimated them, Your Majesty. Stated Feng Xiu with a slight laugh as he grinned with anticipation. It appears so, not that it would make any difference. Zeoticus brushed it off as luck from the side of warlocks, though they came sooner, probably only by a few days, as they awaited the attacks from the warlock forces because of the existence of the Dawn Pillars won't be hidden for long. Warlock emperors would sooner or later realize that something wrong was with Kangxi Plain, and when they saw the Dawn Pillars, they would immediately know what was wrong and why. Flashback 1 day earlier. Core World, Warlock Imperial Council meeting. What did you say? Shouted Taboo Emperor in an equal amount of shock and fear. That they planted down some devices that are usurping the control over the plane from the world's will. Answered Magic Note Emperor, as he was most experienced with these kinds of things, thus was his title Magic Note, due to his ability to refine secret treasures. We need to destroy those pillars as soon as possible. If they manage to gain control over the plane, we would be suppressed instantly, and with their boosted power, we would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered one by one. Stated Time Emperor, while others begrudgingly agreed with him. And how do you want to achieve that? They built almost impregnable fortifications around each pillar, and for sure, they have Tier 11 powerhouse guarding over it, together with their other forces and arcanotech. It would be one hell of a fight and practically a suicide mission. I say it would be safer to let them gain control and retreat into the core world, where the world's will doesn't reach. Stated Transcendent Emperor. Core world was a very unique place, so even if the invading forces gained control over the world's will, the core world was separated from its influences by the warlock sovereign himself, so they could safely remain there without being suppressed. And be imprisoned there. You know very well we would be unable to leave there, and they could just blockade us and wait until we die one by one. Said Death Emperor to the statement of his fellow warlock emperor. Then let us vote on that matter. Spoke Taboo Emperor calmly as they voted on the matter. 6 against 2. We would be attacking the pillars. End of the flashback. All forces of the Thonian Empire be ready for the incoming fight. Lord General Feng Xiu mobilized the soldiers and activate the defenses of the fortress, said Serzex, as he looked at the floating baldaquin high in the sky, as he knew that his father would soon make an appearance to take care of the two warlock emperors. Normally, Serzex would want to find one of them under different circumstances, but the situation called otherwise. Chapter 382, Baatorian Jihad, 17. MCPOV. They are attacking faster than anticipated, I said as I observed incoming warlock forces that were attacking our bounded fields and would soon reach the fortification lines. We prepared to greet them. I knew that when they realized what the purpose of the pillars was, they won't have another choice aside from attacking us, because the moment we obtain control through the Dawn Pillars, the warlocks won't have any other choice aside from retreating to the core world and living there their last days. They brought with them a nice lineup. Taboo and Time, two strongest, came here for me, I muttered as Serzex and Feng Xiu stood behind me as they were awaiting my decision regarding this battle. You two, prepare the soldiers and defenses. I am going to play with two warlock emperors, not that they present any threat to me at all. Maybe I would be able to kill one of them right now, I ordered as I spread my 6 pairs of wings, as I flew high in the air, and shot directly at the two warlock emperors. It was time to play, and I was curious about the power of the warlock emperors, that were hailed as the strongest in the history of the warlock. And Taboo Emperor and Time Emperor were the strongest warlock emperors, and both of them were pretty unique. Taboo Emperor managed even to comprehend some laws related to the physical aspect of strength, but I knew that, like other warlocks, even if he comprehended some, his mastery over them was trash. Time Emperor, on the other hand, was more dangerous, as he had eaten essence of time and was comprehending the law of time. Even though he didn't fully finish comprehension of the law of time, it still made him someone to be wary of. I swung a tish forwards as several waves of the nuclear magic rule burst out in a split of a second and shot towards the Taboo Emperor and Time Emperor. Both of them instantly reacted and used their treasures to resist my overwhelmingly powerful attack without suffering any significant injuries. Just as they were defending from the nuclear magic beams, I conjured 10s of the artificial starts through the Starfall magic rule and let them fall onto the incoming warlock army, explicitly targeting their Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks, quasi-Empyreans, and what was backward, the alchemical equipment such as warlock towers, various spacecraft and other things used in battles, that were primarily protected by weaker warlocks. When the warlock emperors realized that they had fallen into my trap, they could only helplessly watch as their subordinates were killed by the huge impact of the falling stars. Though the Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks and quasi-Empyreans had it best, as they managed to avoid or escape the incoming attack, only 2 of them were killed, but the same cannot be said about the siege regiment that was at the tail of the army. That one was completely destroyed as the protective barrier they erected in haste crumbled upon contact with the first star. My aim from the start was to destroy the things they brought with them to support their attacks, as I knew that if I attacked the 2 warlock emperors, everyone would assume we started our duel and won't be attacking other targets. Hence, they grew a bit lax, as, in the minds of warlocks, I was being taken care of by 2 warlock emperors. Basically, despicableness for the win. Immediately afterward, I turned to the Time Emperor, as I viewed him as more troublesome to deal with compared to the Taboo Emperor. Even though in terms of raw power, Time Emperor was severely outclassed by Taboo Emperor, Time had some troublesome abilities that I didn't really want to experience, so in this fight, I made him my target to kill. I knew that Taboo Emperor was basically a brutish martial artist who depended on his overwhelmingly strong physique, which was probably a bit stronger than mine, and his powerful martial arts and secret techniques to fight, so as long as I didn't come close to him, I would be fine. Several rays of energy were shot toward my head and heart as I created a translucent barrier around me, as Time Emperor was casting some warlock spells at me. At the same time, Taboo Emperor already appeared before me and swung with his fist. Using his full power, he shattered my protective barrier in one hit as I teleported backward while casting several thousands of dark light weapons, imbued with Path of the End, and shooting them at 2 warlock emperors. Seeing that countless dark light weapons were shooting towards them, each one being able to kill advanced Holy Spirit warlock in one hit, both of them dispersed as they avoided being hit by the majority of them. However, the Taboo Emperor was getting hit more and more by the dark light weapons, as injuries were gathering around his body. Though at the same time, these injuries caused by my attacks were already healing and regenerating, just as if nothing had happened. Especially the Taboo Emperor was famous for his powerful, fleshy body, and his imperishable chaos body was one of the best body refining methods in the astral boundary. For that reason, after we obtained his legacy, we created the soul path for the people with no future in the law comprehension area, focusing on the strength of their bodies together with rituals to expand their energy reserves. Pointing a tish at the Time Emperor, I cast one of the most powerful Starlight tier spells I had in my disposition, Divine Punishment Lighting, which I created based on records from Okwang's universe, as Okwang said that this type of lighting was able to eradicate almost everything from existence. I could design a spell with similar attributes by researching it and obtaining a few samples. As the sky darkened and clouds gathered above us, in a split of a second, a ferocious thunderbolt struck down at both Time Emperor and Taboo Emperor. Chapter 383, Baatorian Jihad, 18. Taboo Emperor took the spell head-on, as with his fleshy body coupled with protective artifacts, he sensed that he could successfully defend against an attack of such magnitude with his life intact or without essentially crippling himself. But the Time Emperor was different, as he was sent flying several hundred kilometers crushing through the mountain range behind us from the spell's impact. His fleshy body wasn't that powerful. Additionally, after I attacked him with my path at the same time as the thunderbolt fell onto him, his protective artifact crumbled to dust, and my attack severely injured him. Seeing this, Taboo Emperor rushed at me as he appeared next to me before I could react properly, punching me to the chest and sending me flying as I spread my wings, and stopped midway while swinging a tish and creating countless runes around me as they shot powerful random spells at the Taboo Emperor. Each of these spells was strong enough to hurt Holy Spirit Warlock severely. With the wave of my left hand, tens of dark light portals appeared all around the Taboo Emperor, as countless chains of heaven shot towards him, enveloping and coiling around him, just like a snake would around his prey. Meanwhile, I flew at my top speed at the location where the Time Emperor crashed down. I could sense that he was seriously injured from the attack, as it was my most powerful spell that would kill weaker Tier 11 experts in a single hit. I struck a tish onto the ground with a powerful strike, as the ground split and countless mystic runes appeared out of nowhere, as they started creating a dome-shaped barrier just around the Time Emperor and me, where I was planning to fight him to death. Seal! I shouted as the dome was complete, and I even directly connected the Atish with the Dawn Pillars, meaning because the Atish was creating the barrier and taking power from the Dawn Pillars, who were, in turn, powering themselves from the Kangxi plane itself. Even someone like Taboo Emperor will take months to break down this barrier. As I flapped my wings, I released my true form, as I was far more conformable without having to hide my wings, tails, and horns. However, devils had a tradition of hiding them and just appearing more human-like, mainly because it was better for deceiving others when coercing them into the contract, so you don't scare away your possible food. It was a mistake, said the tattered voice of the Time Emperor as he stood up. His clothes and protective artifacts were half destroyed already, as he had injuries all around his body, together with his relatively handsome appearance ruined. Continue. I frowned at him but let him say the last words. We should have eradicated your filthy species from the start. He spat on the ground, probably attempting to rile me up, but I am not caring about petty curses and insults, as I was already beyond that. Indeed, you should. I muttered as he readied his sword while I took out the necrosword dagger that Hela gave me countless years ago, as even when I finished Atish, I liked this weapon very much, not to mention it was a gift from my wife. As I know Hela, she wouldn't care if it was lost or destroyed, but she would be sad if her necrosword didn't have a taste of battle and blood. I instantly unleashed the God and Devil domain, as 25 kilometers turned into my reclusive property as I felt my strength soar to greater heights. At the same time, Time Emperor found himself being suppressed by my domain, which was even more powerful than it ever was. I mobilized the strength of my path the end, as I struck with my necrosword dagger directly at the Time Emperor, though he managed to block my attack with his sword. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said about the path of the end. In brief contact between our weapons, a ferocious and malicious black miasma exploded from the clash as it started corroding the Time Emperor's sword, in several seconds turning it into dust, as it latched onto his right hand, which was holding the sword. When the Time Emperor realized what had happened, he didn't hesitate for even 1 second as he cut down his arm, which was entirely disintegrated by the black miasma before it could fall onto the ground. It is futile. Your soul was already contaminated by the end. I muttered as I watched Time Emperor's eyes widen as he quickly realized that the black miasma had somehow latched onto his soul, slowly consuming and disintegrating his soul. This is the end. Infinity of devouring and destruction. I laughed as I watched Time Emperor in despair because of all the techniques he tried. Nothing has worked even to slow down the miasma that was disintegrating his own very soul. I was controlling the end that was latching onto his soul, supplying it with more and more energy, as soon enough, parts of the Time Emperor's body started disintegrating. At the same time, Time Emperor completely forgot about me and focused only on combating the end in his soul that was killing him. For the people on the level of Time Emperor, the most important thing was their own very life, and the life he had was only one and was currently being extinguished, while I was reaping benefits as my godhood index was slowly increasing through the absorption of disintegrated parts of his souls, through my path. Fortunately, you two idiots, though, if you were two, you could win against me. I muttered as I felt the remaining parts of the Time Emperor's soul were completely gone. Even if the Warlock Emperors acknowledged me as a powerful entity, they were naturally arrogant people, so Taboo Emperor and Time Emperor were already something to behold, as such figures would rarely work together. They probably thought that no matter how powerful I was, if they combined their power, they would be able to defeat me or at least stop me for enough time. Chapter 384, Baatorian Jihad, 19. I was undefeatable under Tier 12 if I used my path, the end, and even to those lofty beings who already forsake any interest in mortal matters, if injured by the end, it could end very badly for them. Death of the Time Emperor greatly shook the hearts and minds of all warlocks, as all of them instantly felt that one of their emperors was killed. Worst on it were the people from the Time Dynasty, as many of them had a mind break seeing their leader being killed. Isn't it ironic? The warlocks despise gods for how they are worshipped, but warlocks are doing the same to their emperors. Really just killing one of them was enough to cause countless of them to commit suicide as they just cannot bear it. What a deranged path. In truth, I was shocked at how easily I was able to dispose of 20% of the warlock army just by killing their warlock emperor. For a civilization that conquered countless planes and heavily abhorred divine path, even though they often utilized it to save their skins, it was really fascinating how strong their faith in their warlock emperor was, that just killing him, I would be able to create heart demon in tens of thousands of warlocks and kill them. Not something I expected. I initially predicted that their morale would be stronger, but apparently I was very wrong in this. Though, when you thought about it properly, it wasn't that surprising anymore, as warlock emperors were venerated from generation to generation, and we worshipped just like believers worshippers of their gods. Countless warlocks of the warlock path couldn't imagine that their undefeatable and almighty warlock emperors could not only be defeated but also killed. Retreat! Shouted Taboo Emperor as he managed to break off from the constant attacks of the dark light chains of heaven somehow, and even though he was severely injured by the chains of heaven, he immediately took control of the battlefield and ordered a retreat. He knew that they had fallen into the trap that I had prepared for them, but it was too late, as Time Emperor died an anticlimactic death, as I killed him before he could have the opportunity to use any of his special abilities which would be turning the table for them. I looked around to see that the 9th Army Yesid Keepers had lost some of its members. Still, those would be resurrected later, so this force was practically intact. How are our losses? I asked as Lord General Feng Xiu arrived beside me. 0 from the 9th Army, but we suffered several thousand dead from other branches, including 3 Apocalypse classes killed in the Siege of Warlocks, though they lost even more than us during the combat. Reported Lord General Feng Xiu, as some losses of lives were already expected, and probably the Tyrannid subcontinent was attacked hardest. After half an hour, I got reports from the other 3 subcontinents that they had been attacked by the warlock forces. Especially in the Karo subcontinent, Azura managed to kill the Heavenly Sword Emperor, who returned for revenge, together with the Transcendent Emperor, who lost most of his freaks and sealed creatures he collected through the countless eras. This meant that Transcendent Emperor had lost more than 80% of his combat power, as his true strength lay in his sealed creatures, freaks, and other lifeforms he managed to collect, from which some of them at tier 11 in terms of combat prowess. Now that Azura had killed most of his freaks and sealed creatures, Transcendent Emperor didn't pose a much higher threat, as his personal power was not that great compared to other warlock emperors. Ancestor, warlocks are retreating the core world. They are completely abandoning the surface world. The voice of someone brought me up from my thought process, as I had already anticipated such an outcome. At Tyrannid and Karo subcontinents, 2 warlock emperors were killed. Diablo managed to cripple Star Emperor to the point of almost reverting him to an ordinary mortal human. At the same time, Hela slaughtered everyone, and only warlock emperors managed to escape together with some great step Holy Spirit warlocks from the Fuso subcontinent. Of course, our forces too suffered as aside from the Fuso subcontinent, where the losses of lives were precisely 0, on the other 2 subcontinents our losses numbered in tens of thousands dead, with many of our tier 8 and tier 9 powerhouses killed in the fight. But I knew that the moment warlocks retreated to the core world, they lost the fight, and we won. Relay orders, march slowly, and secure all major points. For now, the Dawn Pillars' refinement and their integration with the Kangxi plane is still the top priority. Even though we won the war, we still cannot be careless until the last warlock has been killed. Additionally, I don't know what the reaction of Shen Yuan would be. The greatest threat during this weren't warlock dynasties or the warlocks themselves, but rather their originator, the warlock sovereign Shen Yuan, who Kaziklabe was currently stalling. Eternal ranked warlock, he was pretty powerful to the point even Weissman stated his power was nothing to scoff at. However, his destructive prowess was relatively low compared to the average standard of tier 12 across countless cultivation systems and power systems. His survival abilities were top-notch, not to mention Shen Yuan had some weird innate abilities that were troublesome to deal with. For me, I was very wary that Warlock Sovereign would use some unscrupulous method to dispose of Weissman's efforts to arrive at the Kangxi plane to save warlocks from extinction. And thus was the secret purpose of the Dawn Pillars that I installed into them. While the original purpose of the Dawn Pillars was to obtain partial control over the plane, to allow their user to use some abilities from the world's will like suppression or boosting aspect, I installed into them a special protocol that would hijack the consciousness of the world's will for a brief period of time, to design specified individual as world's enemy. Chapter 385, Baatorian Jihad, 20. World enemy was something that I found about only through countless experiments with lesser planes and long research. Fundamentally, I have always wondered, if there existed something as Son of Destiny, who was the world's darling and was supposed to save the world from certain destruction, shouldn't an opposite exist? Designation for people who were destroying the world and greatly upsetting the stability of the world and endangering it. If there was a way for a world to appoint a person who was supposed to save it, then the opposite should also exist. And I was right. After dissecting countless worlds will and studying that of the Baator, I found out about the designation of world's enemy. It was a term bestowed onto an individual, just like the Son of Destiny, by the world itself. It was for people who were so dangerous and destructive to the world they were in, so the world's consciousness wanted to kill them to preserve itself and the world. These methods ranged from everything starting from lightning punishments, strong planar suppression, curses, and countless other methods that the world could utilize. For example, with my command sequence of the Baator, I can easily now designate someone as the world's enemy, after I studied it for a while, as anything that had something to do with worlds was a highly complex topic. Studying the world could easily backslash on someone, as most of the worlds had at least rudimentary intelligence and could defend themselves. The intriguing thing was I never encountered anything like what happened in the Baator, or rather in the underworld when it was still part of the Draconic Deus, as something like command sequence, which basically contained absolute control over the world's will, was unheard of. It was not that nobody attempted to achieve that, but nobody succeeded. And it was required to say that countless people tried, among them even Magister Arcanists, but yet to no avail. I knew that Warlock Sovereign would arrive because he invested a tremendous amount of resources into grooming the Warlock path for his own devices and his own advancements, so he won't just watch how they were being slaughtered one by one while Weissman was stalling him for time. And I, on the other hand, knew that as long as Xianyuan was alive, the Warlocks would rise once more, as he could start from scratch, so as long as I killed him, it would be the end. Without him, even if I just annihilated the Kangxi plane, it would be impossible for Warlocks to rise once again in countless eras. Unfortunately for me, I knew that I could not kill an old monster like him, even with my current powers, because even though the Warlock path was an inferior one because the cultivation system sacrificed combat prowess for lifespan, Xianyuan was a very powerful one, as he made for the defects and weakness of his cultivation system by slowly integrating others into it. But there is still someone or something that could achieve this feat, and that was the Kangxi plane itself, through its defense mechanism. I just need to activate it when Warlock Sovereign enters the plane, and there is a 98-74% probability that the Kangxi plane will kill him in the moment he enters the world. Kangxi plane was a grade 1 plane and a very powerful one, and as a plane that could give birth to a tier 12 entity, it could also end one. 1 year later. It took more than half a year for the Dawn Pillars to completely integrate with the Kangxi plane and usurp part of the control aspect from the world's will, but it was enough for our purpose, which was the suppression of the Warlocks. After their disastrous defeats when they attacked the subcontinent with the Dawn Pillars, the death of the 2 Warlock Emperors, a crippling additional one, death of countless Holy Spirit Warlocks and lower-ranking ones, Warlocks completely retreated to the core world and destroyed the dimensional entrance to the core world so that we can pursue them. That was a good move, actually, as rebuilding the dimensional gateway between the core world and surface world would take years at best, even when I was working on it together with the brightest minds of the Empire. Original dimensional gateway was created by the combination of the natural pathway that appeared and the might of the tier 12 powerhouse, which was the Warlock Sovereign. So a lot of time would be required to build a new one, but it didn't matter at all. We obtained a lot by us controlling the surface world, especially when the reversal of heaven and earth happened. At the same time, the Warlocks in the core world would have an arduous time even recuperating there, not to mention rebuilding something. The reversal of heaven and earth was a fascinating phenomenon that happened one time per era when the core world and surface world connected to each other. Usually, when they were divided, practically every benefit of grade 1 plane could provide was directed at the core world. And when the reversal of heaven and earth, it shifted to the surface world, and core world suffered a lot from that, but not that it was a problem because, during that time, Warlocks from the core world would leave and dominate the surface world and then, when the end was coming they would once again retreat to the core world to enjoy benefits. Now the reversal of heaven and earth happened. Basically, the core world became a wasteland that has barely enough energy to support a tier 9 expert, not to mention even tier 10 and Warlock Emperor as tier 11 could only depend on their deep foundation to do anything. No wonder they carried out those suicide attacks, as they were aware of what locking themselves up in the core world after the reversal of heaven and earth would mean to them, as they would be royally fucked up. Chapter 386, Baatorian Jihad, 21. I must admit that today was a very good day. After our forces basically pished out the Warlocks from the surface world and due to the Dawn Pillars, they were confined to the core world, I just took my time, enjoying my free time with my wives, as even Venelana and Grafia arrived from the Empire to take a look at the Kangxi plane. Ajuka, together with Mephisto and others, were rebuilding the pathway to the core world of the Kangxi plane as they were making steady progress on that one. Suddenly as I was having a lovely afternoon together with my wives, suddenly, I had some bad promotion towards something. And immediately after that bad feeling, I felt the Devil Tarot card pulsating near my heart as if someone was contacting me. He is heading towards the Kangxi plane, estimated arrival 27 minutes. Said a voice whom I recognized as belonging to Kazikla Bay or by his name Adolf K. Weissman. A normal person would be washed by a dread. That tier 12 person was heading towards the Kangxi plane basically to kill me and everyone here, but I just felt revealed because I knew that the moment Xuanyuan steps onto the Kangxi plane, he would die. I made many preparations for Xuanyuan's arrival, and in truth, I wanted to kill him here by trap, not to fight him in any way. For that reason, I asked Weissman to stall him and tire him out as much as possible, so he could not properly resist the world's will when it tried to kill him. Ladies, Warlock Sovereign is heading towards the Kangxi plane and will arrive in approximately 25 minutes. I said, as all three of my wives immediately knew what to do, as they all went to the Baldaquin. No other words were needed, as everyone knew what their role was, and we had the utmost trust in each other. Aside from the designation of world's enemy onto the Warlock Sovereign, I had prepared another plan for him, and that was, turning the entire Kangese Plain into one enormous killing spell formation. Across the entire Kangese Plain, we planted several enormous ward stones that created a killing spell formation where the most dangerous spells were inscribed onto them. Afterward, these war stones were then subsequently connected to the Dawn Pillars and even to the planar core, so the power of the killing spell formation would be enormous. Not to mention these spells inscribed into the ward stones were not ordinary but something directly obtained from Weissman and a few others who fought with Xian Yuan and knew his strong and weak sides. While it was hard to negotiate with some of the myriad god Amipiers of the Divine Star region as I hated those fucking things because of their nature, but their information proved to be very useful. All spells were specifically designed and created to target the weakest spots the Warlock Sovereign had. I obtained all information regarding Warlock Sovereign's techniques, battle style, attacks, defenses, artifacts, even how strong his fleshy body was or what laws he attempted to comprehend, essentially everything. Even though Xian Yuan had a terrifying fleshy body, he was vulnerable against divine attributed energy because he was born with a unique physique, which granted him his defect. I knew against which elements he was strong and against which he was weak. For him, anything related to divine or god energy was like a most deadly poison. It was his closest guarded secret that was known only by myriad god emperors and me, and not even Weissman was aware of that. That was the reason why warlocks never managed, in truth, conquer the Divine Star region, because Xian Yuan could be severely injured if he was exposed to serious injuries with divine or god attribute, and that was exactly the same attribute that gods of the astral boundary had or that of my demonic god force. Because of that, the entire spell-killing formation was built from the purest divine energy and god force I could create. My reason for creating this formation was to kill him as fast as possible, in case he managed to resist the Kangese Plains world will, designing him as a world enemy. I stood in a remote location while holding a brilliant crystal in my hand as I felt an overwhelming presence descend onto the Kangese Plain. Tier 12. Astral Boundary was a weak universe by many standards, as the strongest person here was just half step into Tier 13. Even though our universe managed to give birth to a whole bunch of Tier 13 power sources in the past, that was not really matching. Right now, we were weak, and that was important. So for someone to see a Tier 12 powerhouse was rare, as, in the Astral Boundary, these experts were peerless ones. Even though for the Astral Boundary, your death would be detrimental, nothing could be done about it. I said quietly, as the crystal in my right hand lit up with a bright light before it shattered into countless particles that spread around the entirety of the Kangese Plain, as suddenly an enormous spell formation lit up and a world-sized magic circle appeared around the Kangese Plain. At the same time, the dawn pillars started shining, as the entire plain shook tremendously, as countless buildings collapsed. Panic spread across the plain, even from our forces, as a tremendously ancient and cold voice sounded through the entire plain. World enemy. The worlds will spoke only those two words, and thousands of purple-colored lightning bolts shot towards the Warlock Sovereign with such speed that he couldn't dodge and shot him down from the sky, directly falling down through the killing spell formation. Killing spell formation lit up, and countless divine curses fell into him as divine energy and god force penetrated deeply into his existence. Chapter 387, Baatorian Jihad, End. Nu! Shouted Warlock Sovereign Xian Yuan as he coughed blood as thousands of punishment lighting bolts struck his body simultaneously. Each one of the punishment lighting bolts contained tremendous power, enough to pulverize an average Tier 11 to dust after a few rounds. Due to divine energy and god force corroding his body, he couldn't even properly utilize his artifacts to protect against the punishment lightning bolts, as they struck and struck again and again, as the Kangese Plains world will did everything in its power to kill the invader. I looked at the clouds as they bombarded the Warlock Sovereign Xian Yuan, while at the same time, his body was corroded by the divine energy and god force cursed from the killing spell formation and facing the might of the entire Grade 1 plane. I used the Dawn Pillars to power up another magic circle that appeared above the Kangese Plain, whose center was placed where the Warlock Sovereign Xian Yuan was located and barely defending against the lighting bolts that the Kangese Plain was dropping at him. At the same time, now even the killing spell formation started attacking him with other spells aside from curses. Infinity has no beginning, the beginning can have no end. I said as I activated the magic circle, as it lit up with menacing dark miasma. Infinity has no beginning, the beginning can have no end. Soon enough wave of the dark miasma of the end burst out from the magic circle, supported by the power of the entire Kangese Plain. Infinity has no beginning, the beginning can have no end. As I shouted the incarnation for the third time, the end violently attacked the Warlock Sovereign Xian Yuan, as it was boosted up by the world's will as it sensed that I was helping it to defeat the world's enemy, it did everything it could do for me to kill him. Usually, the consciousness of the world's will is plainly said, stupid, and could be easily tricked. That was because they rarely developed consciousness and most of the time, they acted just on their instincts, basically sensing things like fear, danger, or they could sense that something is beneficial to them. I started circulating my godhood to its limits as I deployed the god and devil domain around the warlock sovereign Xianyuan as the end started doing its purpose. Devouring the eternal ranked warlock. This was a unique opportunity that would practically allow me to skyrocket my strength, as with the end, I should be able to devour such an entity completely, and with the support of the entire Grade 1 plane, it should even be easily done and without any side effects. Due to the special nature of my existence, any progress I made would come with high sacrifices. I would need to devour countless entities on the same level as me to reach the peak of the class. Still, with Xianyuan, I could considerably shorten the time required for me to do so. And Kangxi plane would basically serve me the tier 12 expert on a silver plane, as due to my machinations, he was half dead when I unleashed boosted up Path of the End on him. Because even previously, he was pretty tired out from several years-long fights with Khazikla Bey. When he rushed to the Kangxi plane to stop the invasion, he didn't check up on the plane or probably thought it unnecessary, as even he didn't have the power to intervene with the plane itself. And when he carelessly entered the plane, he immediately fell into the trap that killed him. Overwhelming amount of energy is being absorbed by host. I heard the architect's voice as I felt my demonic god force rising at tremendous speed, as the warlock sovereign Xianyuan was disintegrating into countless particles due to being devoured by the end and at the same time being attacked by the world's will, which was still bombarding him with countless lightning bolts. The despair in his eyes was evident because when he attempted to teleport out, he realized that space was frozen around him, as the entire world wanted nothing more than just to kill him. Demonic god force has crossed the 70,000 unit threshold. Godhood index has crossed the 60 billion threshold. Suddenly the increment brought from devouring the warlock sovereign Xianyuan was lesser and lesser as more of his body was disintegrated. Partially because some parts of his existence was destroyed by the world's will and thus cannot be devoured. Soon enough, the end devoured the last parts of his entire existence, thus marking the death of the warlock sovereign Xianyuan, who died pathetically, like most of the people whom I tricked. I always preferred to use brute strength as one of the last options. Dealing with someone without any effort was more pleasing, especially with troublesome opponents and those who were too powerful for me to kill. After the warlock sovereign perished and the last punishment lightning bolt destroyed his own very soul, the dark clouds dispersed, and the magic circle disappeared as it was done. It is done. I said absent-mindedly, as right now, it was the end. The Baatorian jihad against the warlocks has ended. We won. I could finally have some peaceful time. Now, aside from the myriad god emperors who never left their divine star region and eternal star region, there were no factions that could directly threaten the Thonian empire of the Baator and our expansion. We could go on vacation somewhere. I heard there is one grade 4 plane which has unnatural beauty and Weissman has it as his personal resting plane. I said as I looked at the sunset. Chapter 388, Aftermath, 1. As I was expecting, the core world was breached several months later. After the death of warlock sovereign Zonyuan, basically, the entire warlock path could be considered extinguished, and this was exploited by other factions, especially Weissman's Dresden Arcanum Empire, which launched a massive invasion into the warlock-controlled space, or at least what has remained from it, and started conquering the planes which were still under warlock control or were under its influence. After Ajuka and Mephisto finished the construction of the dimensional gateway to the core world, once again connecting the core world together with the surface world, surviving warlocks couldn't withstand the combined might of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, and they were swiftly killed, leaving none alive. Thus right now, 8 months later, the entire Kangxi plane was under the control of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. We have already started mining resources, finding treasures, inheritance sites, and practically anything of some value. Of course, the entire Baatorian jihad and its end created big waves across the whole astral boundary universe, mainly because Baator was a relatively unknown plane and Thonian Empire was an unknown faction. But right now, those unknowns practically conquered and destroyed one of the oldest and strongest factions in the astral boundary, and it fell, together with Tier 12 Hegemon, who was killed on his own home turf by his own plane. Especially those with Tier 12 Hegemons were paying attention to the Thonian Empire, namely Blood Covenant of the Divine Blood Plane, Dragon's Lair of the Dragon's Lair Plane, and some old fossils that were slumbering in the ancient Eternal Star region. Another strong reaction, this time that of fear rather than intrigue, came from the Divine Star region, as countless supreme gods and myriad god emperors watched the development in horror and shock. Their main reasons were simple: even if warlocks often attacked their planes for resources, the abhorrence they had for gods was way lesser than that of Arcanists or Thonians. Watching how the Dresden Arcanum Empire assimilated one plane after another must have hurt them a lot. Especially considering that the universe may witness another crusade, this time though against gods of the Divine Star region, and this time it would be initiated by the Arcanists. I got that information directly from Weissman, as right now entire empire is in turmoil, and countless noble houses and even Emperor himself petitioned Weissman to declare a crusade against the gods of the Divine Star region in a few centuries. Mainly because the gods of the astral boundary were practically leeches. Because they depended on faith to increase their strength, and thus every plane which had gods was backward, weak, and under total control, which in turn significantly weakened the entire universe. Because of that, Arcanists always strive to purge the god path from the astral boundary, as this type of god path was slowly but steadily destroying the astral boundary as a whole. In truth, I told Weissman that if he declared crusade against the gods in the Divine Star region, the Thonian Empire would support it with all of its available forces. Now that the Baatorian jihad ended came a relative time of peace, as everybody was focusing on digesting the gains we obtained, which was grade 1 plane and countless other planes, from which some would be left as they are, while some would be assimilated into the Baator, but at the later stage, every plane would be incorporated to the Baator, as I planned to transform Baator into my own universe. I already realized my path to the Exarchy, and not only to that, but I had a hunch about how to become a Primarch, which is realm after the Exarch rank, corresponding to the Great Old One start of power in the astral boundary. Additionally, by infusing the entire Baator universe with me, I would become a stronger version of the Divine Throne expert and would have better chances to ascend as Paragon later on. Another reason for creating something so insane as cultivating your own universe, which I planned to fuse with my very own being, was that, so I could artificially, later on, help people elevate to Tier 13, the Primarch rank. I knew very well that some of my wives would hit the limit with their talent or that, for my direct descendants, or just to increase the overall strength of the Empire, when I planned to achieve my end game, which was the singularity. Being a Divine Throne expert didn't mean that person was stronger than Primarch. There were countless cases in the Void where Primarches easily killed those on the Divine Throne level, just thrones could effortlessly resurrect, and in their home universes, they were very, very strong. But for me, becoming just an ordinary Divine Throne wasn't enough because I wouldn't be in control. From what Deus Ex Machina told me, the moment someone fuses with the Divine Throne, he would partially be restricted to the universe and be forced to defend it even with his death if such a situation came. The Divine Throne itself was a manifestation of the will of an entire universe, meaning it wouldn't give it for free. Just like the planes have their consciousness, universe had one too, and it was strong, cunning, and intelligent, not inferior to any genius. I wasn't really fond of fusing something with my soul that has the remnant will of universals will on it. Because of that, I considered it as a flawed path that has more restrictions than benefits, but greed is usually overcoming logic. Though, I know why some people would still fuse with the Divine Throne even if they were made aware of such flaws. There are countless people who reach the pinnacle of their strength but wouldn't dare to set foot outside of their universe and enter the void in fear of dying. It was twisted irony that the strongest people have the strongest fear of death. Chapter 389, Aftermath, 2. So, how are the preliminary assumptions of what was left after Warlocks? I asked as I visited Graphia, who was in charge of organizing everything we found after taking over the Kangxi Plain. Lot, even if we don't count what noble houses and powerful experts captured on their own and got their cut of 80%, we are still talking about an enormous amount of resources left by the Warlock factions. Fortunately, no one managed to escape the Kangxi Plain. The majority of the population was either killed during conquest as collateral damage or killed in combat. Those who managed to survive are right now being hunted down by magical beasts we released. Answered Graphia as I expected something like this. Warlocks were one of the oldest paths in the universe, and there were countless factions, be it on the surface world or in the core world, and we needed to search every nook and cranny through the entire plane before I would let Baator devour the Kangxi Plain. Plenty of inheritance sites and legacy should be hidden across the entire plane. After the conquest ended, Graphia arrived at the Kangxi Plain to organize all things because it was found out I sucked at paperwork, and in truth, I didn't even want to deal with it, and my idiotic son Surzex disappeared somewhere with Seraphal. Right now, our priority should be digesting the entire Kangxi Plain and everything we snatched from the Warlocks after the conquest. Additionally, let the Executioner Temple screen through every captured territory if we didn't miss something and start selling slaves. Have the blood races and others contacted us already? The slave business was one of the most profitable things the Thonian Empire did. Usually, when we conquered some plane, and the population wasn't instantly exterminated due to some reasons, then the best way to dispose of them was to sell them to other species. Such species were, of course, blood races of the divine blood plane who needed large quantities of blood, dragons from the various planes who wanted cheap food, and some magical beasts hegemons who established their own factions and, similarly to dragons, wanted those people as food. Of course, this morning, representatives of several true ancestors, primordial dragons, and monster lords arrived at the Baator and are currently negotiating the prices with Venelana as they would be all sold through the IMC. If this was a cartoon, my eyes would have a symbol of gold in them because we would be selling billions of humans and other races from the conquered territories, and the riches we would make on it would be staggering. The reason Graphia decided to sell them through the IMC was simple. All profit would directly go to the Imperial House. If it was sold through the Empire, then all profit would go to the Imperial Treasury. I established this rule when creating an empire so the later generation won't be able to finance their living styles and luxury with the national money but would be forced to use their own. Vene would be able to raise the price to the top, but impose some conditions on them and especially the one they must help in transportation of the slaves. We have captured basically billions of people, and countless of them are relatively powerful warlocks for lesser standards and could cause problems during the transportation. I said as I didn't want to see any problems during this deal. Of course, I will tell them to ignore security, and we can choose one plane which would act as a transitory one for the slaves. One of the things we were selling just because we had too much of it were several captured Holy Spirit warlocks and the corpses of some of them. That alone would fetch an astronomical price for even a single one, as kindreds could significantly advance their strength by devouring their blood. Of course, the corpses of Warlock Emperor and their blood weren't put on sale. Still, they were reserved for our own citizens who can redeem them with merits or would get them as a reward for achievements. I already sent several tens of liters of their blood to the Alucard and Brunstad so they could increase their strength. Unfortunately, from the Warlock Sovereign Xianyuan, not even a soul remained after the world was done with him and the end was done with him, and if I was a bit more powerful, I could have reaped greater benefits. I then grabbed my wife at her waist, as she yelped in surprise and put FIA on my lap, as I was hugging her close to me. Now is not the appropriate time for such acts, muttered Graphia as she attempted to resist, but to no avail, and in the end, she just stayed in my embrace. I heard that the location of the inheritance tomb of the Golem Emperor was finally discovered and unsealed. I plan to enter that place by myself, I said, because, as a fan of golems, I cannot wait to rob the inheritance of the Golem Emperor. Golem dynasty was one of the two warlock dynasties that originated from the Kangxi plain but weren't located here, or rather contrary to the Dawn dynasty, which left, this one collapsed. Apparently, in his later years, the Golem Emperor went a bit mad and basically refined most of his servants into living golems or killed them. This included some of the powerful Great Step Holy Spirit warlocks. When people rose against him in rebellion, he just went puff, and nobody heard about him or his court ever again. Thus his Golem dynasty collapsed without any resistance and became an annals of history. It was told in rumors that billions of golems disappeared together with the Golem Emperor, and his inheritance of superior golem refining method was buried with him if he ever died. Though, there are even rumors that he refined himself into some kind of ultimate golem. Chapter 390, Relic Site of the Golem Dynasty. Eastern Warlock World. Right now, it would be better to name it Ruins of the Eastern Warlock World. Somewhere where once existed Ligui province, countless people were running here and there, with various equipment, putting down the ward stones and other things, as the relic site of the Golem Emperor was discovered, and I would be entering it, together with Hela and Graphia. Golem dynasty was one of the strongest warlock dynasties, and if the Golem Emperor didn't go mad in his later years, it would still stand strong to this day as a hegemon in the core world. The Golem dynasty's power didn't originate from their individual combat prowess or cultivation but from the immeasurable armies of golems and puppets. The Golem dynasty has produced 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems. With the power to contend against Warlock Emperor rank existences, the 3 Empyrean golems are the crystallization of the Golem Lord's golem arts. The 12 holy golems have the strength to contend against holy rank Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. Even the Thonian Empire didn't produce mechs at tier 10 yet, though the blueprints for such things were already done and prepared, just gathering materials and people skilled enough to construct them aside from Ajuka or me were almost non-existent. Can we go? I asked my 2 wives who would be accompanying me to the Golem Emperor's relic. Hela was already tier 11, and Graphia was just one step from reaching tier 11 as well. Of course, husband, said Hela as we entered the relic site. The entire relic site was like a massive planet, as all 3 of them felt a strong, attractive force take hold of them and pull them towards the celestial body. When they entered the celestial body, they saw fantastic buildings thousands of meters tall, giving off the sense of a futuristic technological civilization. Only the 10 and 11-story tall warlock towers as well as the mysterious runes engraved on the various buildings demonstrate that this is a warlock celestial body. Have you noticed it? I asked as both of them nodded and readied for combat. There is practically no life despite the ridiculous amount of energy in the air, stated Hela warily as I summoned a Tish, Hela her necroswords and Graphia her dagger. The level of magicules here was practically no inferior to that of Avernus, which had the lowest amount of magicules in the Baator, but even that was bigger than the majority of the primary grade 2 planes in the astral boundary. Even under these conditions, no life was present. It could mean only one thing. Something or someone killed every life form in this relic site. As I scanned the area closer, I immediately noticed something. Living golem. Now I felt immense greed in myself when I saw that living golem. The Golem dynasty's highest crystallization of alchemy is an incredible golem art called Living Golem. The Living Golem can practice cultivation on its own and use golem force. In the era of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the Golem Lord traveled to countless planes with 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems in tow. At that time, countless powerful existences were eroded and turned into golems by the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems. After the collapse of the 6th Warlock dynasty, the other race-allied army fearing the living golems slew them. Legend has it that the 3 Empyrean golems and 12 holy golems leading the remaining living golems escaped to a plane and established a world called Golem Realm. Living golems are a supreme masterpiece of the Golem Emperor. They are fearsome existences that can practice cultivation and possess powerful force. These were even far superior to the mechanical automatons developed by the Thonian Empire of the Baator. If I could capture that living golem, not only I would be able to uncover the mysteries of its creation, but also use him to locate the golem realm and conquer the golem realm and obtain the complete inheritance of the golem dynasty, together with billions of golems. I immediately unleashed my presence on the entire relic site, and after several seconds of scanning it through and through, I realized there was nothing to fear, as the strongest golem here was only tier 7. I swiftly captured the tier 7 living golem and started searching through his soul, obtaining all important information about this relic site. Apparently this was an inheritance site of one Holy Spirit living golems, called Holy Sword Puppet, so nothing really impressive. The only notable thing about this place was that it had more than 100 billion low-level golems, which could be recycled as materials and some other living golems. Though I discovered something more, and that was Golem Mountain, which was the supreme god treasure personally refined by the Golem Emperor. Hence, it was powerful and pretty valuable. This place is actually scam, though there are few Empyrean origin blood essence fruits and other similar things, nothing useful for us is here. I expected more. I was a bit disappointed finding out that this place was practically worthless to me, though not to the Empire, as it was filled with treasures. But to me, not that so. But I gained something precious from this trip. An item with the residual will of the Golem Emperor that could be used to track down the Golem realm. Chapter 391, Invitation to Banquet. After obtaining what could be obtained from the inheritance site of the Golem dynasty, practically no interesting findings were done at the Kangxi Plain as the forces of the Thonian Empire were searching through the plain. In a few years, the entire Kangxi Plain would be assimilated by the Baator, which would, in turn, advance into a Grade 1 plain. The resources we were obtaining from the Kangxi Plain, be its natural treasures, robbing graves/inheritance sites, or just mining precious ores, metals, gems, plants, and trees, were astounding. Interesting. I said to myself as I read the invitation that dropped on my lap out of nowhere or precisely from the space crack that appeared above me. What it is, dear? Asked Vinalana as she arrived from the Baator because she wanted to check up on something here, but her real reason was jealousy that Hela and Grafia were once again ahead of her. I got an invitation from Weissman to participate in the banquet in celebration of Warlock extermination. As I said that, Vina brightened and immediately gave me a kiss on the cheek. Among my wives, only Vanilla and Grafia were for these kinds of occasions, as Hela hated them and preferred rather go to the gladiatorial arena. And Venelana absolutely loved participating in occasions like these. For here, these social gatherings were one of her favorite leisure activities, as she could exchange gossips that were popular in the Thonian Empire with ladies of the Dresden Arcanum Empire. I am going to order new dresses for both of us. Venelana immediately dressed herself up, as I admired her enchanting nude body, as suddenly my head hurt. Why new ones? We have enough of them. Each dress that Vina ordered was extremely priced, extremely. For orientation, each was made from materials gathered from tier 10 lifeforms, and even my heart bled when she went shopping. But all of them are outdated, and currently, the season is different. Now clothes made from furs of tier 9 or tier 10 lion-type magical beasts are in trend, especially those with black or white color. I squinted my eyes at her before I shook my head and just laid back. And we will be going with Hela and Fia. Last time, they ditched it, and I want to pay them back. I said after a short time with a vicious grin as I threw my wives under the train. Personally, I was not fond of these types of actions very much, as I found them boring, and in truth, I would prefer to be subjected to Hela's preferences and to the gladiatorial arena to watch some life and death match. The last few times we were invited to some social gathering, be it in the Empire or somewhere else, Hela and Grafia always ditched it and found some excuse for not going. But not today. Today, as we were given the invitation of Weissman, who was sort of my friend, it would be rude not to show up, so no matter what, I would be dragging both Hela and Fia with us, so they could suffer the same boredom as me there. Of course, I will also take them with me shopping. Venelana smiled, probably aware of my non-pure intentions, but alas, she was happy that we would be all going together. Oh, how Hela would curse as the shopping as this was totally activity not for her. If it were to be left to her own devices, she would be still wearing the same black-green battle armor suit from when I first met her around 3,000 years ago. We can check up on what Kunu is doing. It has been a few decades since she moved to the Dresden Arcanum Empire to study ritualistic magic. Kunu moved to the Dresden Arcanum Empire around 40 or 50 years ago to pursue higher mastery in the ritualistic magic, as she had a very high talent for it, and after learning everything in the Thonian Empire, she wanted to learn what arcanists had to provide. Third POV, Venelana. We would be all going to the ball together. I need to make my dress look most beautiful to show that bitch Roxanne her place. Thought Venelana as she thought about her rival. Roxanne was her business rival from the Dresden Arcanum Empire and the wife of one magisters. They often came into conflict due to similar endeavors, and both basically wanted to rip each other into shreds. Now even Hela and Fia are going with us. I would need to choose dresses for both of them, though only for Hela, so that troublesome woman doesn't wear armor. Though Venelana, as she called the maid to her. Yes, my lady. Seconds later, Venelana's personal maid arrived. Ziria, I need you to contact all the best tailor shops and reserve a private meeting with the best tailors for our dresses for the banquet at the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Instructed Venelana seriously, as the maid took notes before she diligently went to carry out orders of her master. It would be nice if Zio and I had matching outfits, She thought before deciding to make an order for matching outfits for her and her husband. In the past few decades, she has seen that her husband was becoming more and more detached from the worldly matters entirely, and the only people he cared about were his wives, but that was that. Even his children he started to view as something passable. Or expandable. Or that they were already old enough, and their choices were their own. She knew that Zeoticus wouldn't care too much about his other descendants aside from direct ones, and all that would end with Abraxas and Kunu as they were the last ones from his descendants whom he cared about to a certain extent. Chapter 392, Shattenrake City. MC POV. After 1 week, I took Vina, Hela, FIA, and even BB Dong, whom I invited for this occasion, to the Bald Aquin as I set course to the Dresden Plain as today was the banquet organized by Weissman. Dresden Plain was one of the few Grade 1 planes in the astral boundary capable of holding and giving birth to the Tier 12 beings, so it was well protected with countless space fortresses similar yet different to the Bald Aquin were stationed in front of it as a defensive line. Venelana chose dresses for Hela and me, while Grafia and BB Dong were capable enough to choose their dresses by themselves. Vina and I had a matching outfit made from the same peak Tier 10 black three-tailed lion magical beast. In contrast, Hela had something similar to that, in her themed colors of green and black. Your Excellency, we have been awaiting you, said a voice from the message that arrived at the Bald Aquin as the path towards the Dresden Plain opened. We were descending to the Shattenrake City, which was the capital of the Dresden Arcanum Empire and also the place where Weissman was born and lived till this day. I was annoyed a bit, as I was going to get a lot of unwanted attention, particularly due to my feat of achieving the destruction of the Warlock path from the Kangxi Plain, and more importantly, because it was sure that I would sooner or later, probably sooner reach Exarchy. Even now, I have combat prowess that would be able to compete against some weak ones. Even the weakest of Tier 12 was still immensely powerful compared to even the strongest Tier 11, but alas, I was an irregularity. Smile, honey, or you will make a bad impression. I grimaced a bit and looked at Venelana with bewildered looks. She always knew what to say or not to say. Woman, what bad impression. I am that could just kill them all, and just now, a few weeks ago, I extinguished billions including Tier 12 expert. Of course, these words just stayed in my head. I didn't really want to argue with Vina. What bad impression. They should be glad we don't kill them. That was the role for Hela, as I saw my wife speak her thoughts out of loud. Because I refrained to arguing with Vina about these things, the same cannot be said about Hela, who would always say her piece. Not everyone is such a brute like you. Venelana turned back and shouted to Hela. Of course, though you don't complain during the rough sex we have. Suddenly a blast of power of destruction passed near Hela's head as Venelana turned bright red. Fight, that wasn't long here. I thought as with a wave of my hand, an anti-energy area was deployed as Vina's power of destruction and Hela's power of death dissipated into nothingness. Hela, don't provoke Venelana, Venelana, don't fall for her provocation. And to both of you, don't start fighting here. I said to them sternly, as I held BB Dong close to me, as she was still a Tier 8, so she would die in case she was hit by some misdirected attack. Of course, with me here, no such thing would happen, not to mention BB Dong was wearing a necklace which was a defensive artifact that I personally made. It had the power to defend against the full power of Tier 11 experts. After everyone calmed down, Bald Aquin slowly approached the capital city of the Dresden Arcanum Empire, the Arcane City, the City of Magic, Shattenrake. I always found it funny that in terms of appearance, the city reminded me of Yharnam or other cities of the blood races with its relatively gloomy Gothic architecture but with a bit of steampunk twist with weird structures and buildings. Your Excellencies, a private landing area was prepared for you in the Imperial Zone of the Shattenrake. We were heading to the Imperial Palace in the Shattenrake City as I looked through the commanding center's windows or the Baldaquin's throne room. At the same time, I admired the beauty of Shattenrake City. I always liked that weird Gothic/steampunk or manapunk feel the city was giving off. After several minutes of flight, Bald Aquin finally landed down or rather arrived at the destination, and we exited the Bald Aquin. In front of the Bald Aquin was already a welcoming delegation waiting for us, led by Yatagami Kuro, who became Tier 11 Arcane Lord some time ago. Welcome, Your Excellencies, to the Shattenrake City. He gave a standard bow which was common among nobles of the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Just like nobles of the Thonian Empire of the Baator had their own greetings, which I performed together with my wives. Of my wives, only BB Dong never visited Shattenrake City, while Hela and Grafia have visited it on several occasions already. And Venelana was basically regularly visiting the Shattenrake every 10 years or so to participate in the tea parties or similar things organized by noble ladies of the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Lord Yatagami, it is a pleasure once more, I said as he nodded before signaling us to follow him. He was really a man of few words and didn't speak up a lot. Maybe for that reason, he hit off well with Arthur, as neither my son-in-law spoke a lot unless it was necessary. Your holy war created a storm through the entire astral boundary, Your Excellency. Many of the old times in the Eternal Star region are pretty agitated that one of the oldest paths in the universe has fallen. And most importantly, that the astral boundary lost one of its few Tier 12 experts. As we entered some futuristic-looking limousine, he said, as I grimaced a bit. If they don't like it, then they could also become my food. At least those old half-rotting corpses would be useful once. I snorted in response. Chapter 393, Before the Banquet. Eternal Star region was full of these old times and fence-sitters that just stayed in their holes and just observed the astral boundary burn. Rarely would they crawl out, and if they did, it was only in dire circumstances when everything was already fucked up pretty bad. Bibi Dong curiously looked through the window of the limousine as she admired the beauty of the Shattenrake city while I chatted with Magister Yatagami. Hella looked bored as hell, and Vina was controlling her dress so that she looked perfect. So, how are the things in the north going? I asked as I took a sip of the drink that was prepared for me. Stalemate. Leeches are strong in their divine region as they occupied the divine star region for countless eras, but we managed to push them out of the central star region completely, and now we are preparing to attack them en masse. He answered as I perked up, understanding the message between the lines. The next holy war was for sure coming. And we have arrived at the Imperial Palace. Imperial Palace of the Dresden Arcanum Empire was no less impressive than that of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, but ours was a bit bigger and more majestic. Baatorians usually like to show out our power, especially devils who like to build everything magnificent to project strength and status. I exited the limousine with Arcane Lord Yatagami and helped my wives exit the car as we went through the prepared path for us. The banquet was just starting, and guests were just coming. Is Kunu going to come? I asked Hella as she nodded. She didn't see her granddaughter for several decades after she left the Empire to study mysticism and rituals at the Dresden Arcanum Empire. I don't know how strong she became, but at least she reached the peak of Tier 9 with her bloodline. Everything less than that would be an utter disgrace. Zio, I am bored. Can't we go to the arena? I shook my head to Hella's question as that was not an option for now. We weren't here even 5 minutes, as she already wanted to leave to fight in their arena. Shattenrake had a huge gladiatorial arena, where various lifeforms fought to the death. Usually slaves or captured beings, or some unique lifeforms or experiments. Because of this, the grand arena of the Shattenrake was very popular among many battle maniacs of the astral boundary universe or just ordinary people who wanted to watch. No, we can't. But after the banquet ends, we will go and take a look. I said as Hella brightened on me, mentioning that we would be visiting the arena. One of the arcane lords caught a special Tier 11 lifeform that is currently in the arena under the seals. The manager of the arena was hoping to use it as bait to lure in more customers. Remarked Lord Yatagami from the side, as Hella couldn't wait to fight a Tier 11 extraordinary lifeform. Capturing Tier 11 extraordinary lifeform was no easy task, so even I was a bit interested in what they have caught and brought to the arena. Third POV. Arcane Truth Academy, Shattenrake City, Dresden Arcanum Empire. Arcane Truth Academy was one of the best institutes for magical studies and research in the entire astral boundary, if not the best one. Even the Imperial University of the Thonian Empire of the Baator was a bit inferior to it, but that was a matter of foundation. Several students wearing the uniforms of the Arcane Truth Academy were walking as they were talking about interesting topics and things that had happened in the past few days. Did you hear that Princess Kunu reached peak Tier 9 a few days ago? Said one of the male students. All of them were only Tier 4 to Tier 7 Arcanists. In truth, the entire Arcane Truth Academy had only several Tier 8 students. Tier 9 were basically rarities, and only people with unique circumstances with Tier 9-1 could be considered experts anywhere they went in the astral boundary. The reason why Kunu Lucifer came here was to pursue her studies in mysticism and ritualistic magic. After several years living in the Dresden Arcanum Empire and attending the Arcane Truth Academy, she had a relatively fearsome reputation. While Kunu was a dream of every male student, not only due to her beauty and personality, she had a prestigious background and was very strong on her own. Not to mention she was a nine-tailed fox, a species that was known for the seductiveness of its female members. Of course, nobody had the proper courage even to approach her, as partially she had the reputation of beating up her suitors whom she didn't like. That was something she inherited from her father, as she had quite a temper. Not to mention, there were rumors that her father was an overprotective madman who reached peak Tier 10 and wanted to kill anyone who attempted to court his daughter. And of course, these kinds of rumors were very popular and scary sounding. As they were talking, they suddenly saw a young-looking woman walking toward them. She was wearing the Haim Miko outfit, while her 9 tails fluttered behind her, as her long blonde hair was flowing down. Altogether she was giving out an aura of a seductress to anyone who could see her. She just passed them as she scoffed at them. Spinless trashes. Kunu Sigmar's daughter Lucifer thought, as they couldn't resist her charm and were nearly turned into drooling idiots as she flipped her tails behind her. Chapter 394, Banquet at the Shattenrake, 1. After Kunu returned to her room, which was enormous and luxurious as one would expect, she suddenly got a call from the principal of the Arcane Truth University. The principal of the Arcane Truth Academy was an old Tier 9 Arcanist. While the man wasn't the strongest one, but he was even more knowledgeable on many matters than many Tier 10 Arcanists, as he was the prime epitome of a scholar. After several minutes Kunu arrived at the principal office, which was more modern than one would suppose it to be, as she sat down on the chair. The principal was the old-looking man with a typical Arcanist gown. As time had already written upon him, he had long white hair and a long white beard. "You have called for me, principal?" she asked politely as she sat down. "Yes, of course," answered principal as he put down the cup of coffee he was drinking. "There has been a call from the Imperial Palace that your family has arrived at the Shattenrake City, Princess. Transportation to the Imperial Palace would arrive shortly and don't take too much time. It would be prudent to arrive before the banquet starts officially," he explained as just now he got the call from the Imperial Palace. While the old man wasn't the strongest Arcanist around, his occupation as principal of the Arcane Truth Academy gave him relatively high status in the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Because of that, he was aware that the founder of the Empire, sole Tier 12 Arcanist, Adolf K. Weissman the Silver King, was hosting an important banquet tonight, upon the success of their allies in the annihilation of the Warlock Path and the Baatorian Jihad. Not only that, but there were rumors that Arcanists themselves would be declaring holy war against the gods in the Divine Star region. It was clear that the Dresden Arcanum Empire would soon enough undergo a huge change. "Of course, principal, if that is all, may I excuse myself?" asked Kudu graciously, as the principal nodded and she left the office. Extermination war against the Divine Star region and God Path. After several minutes, he sighed in frustration while thinking about what was to come. Of course, the extermination war would mean an immeasurable amount of Arcanists dying in the war, and mainly because they were not so militaristic as the Thonians. The old Arcanists studied the Baatorian Jihad and especially their military strategies on how they attacked the various planes, the siege of the Heavenly Plane, and killed the Dawn Lord or whatever abomination he became. Or the siege of the Kangxi Plane. He had to admit that even though the Dresden Arcanum Empire was a bit stronger than the Thonian Empire of the Baator, they severely lacked military power. Arcanists were by nature pursuers of the truth. Baatorians, on the other hand, was a militaristic bunch that created their warrior and military culture for more than 3,000 years, and it bore them splendid results if he had to admit. Thonian Empire of the Baator had far superior military doctrine and combat doctrine compared to the Dresden Arcanum Empire, which mainly depended on the superior power of their Arcanists or some gadgets. Baatorian used the usage of modern combined warfare, combining together their powerhouses, regular armies, elite combat units, and fearsome advanced arcanotechnology to create the most efficient war plans. This allowed the Thonian Empire of the Baator to take on even stronger foes and enemies than themselves and came out victorious. Not only that but even with minimal efforts and low casualties. But at the same time, this would mean an opportunity for the Dresden Arcanum Empire and many Arcanists in it. An opportunity to reach higher tiers or obtain valuable resources from the gods they killed. Not only the divine sparks of God could contain some bits of laws, but the entire corpse of God is a priceless treasure that could be refined into potions, pills, artifacts, or used in rituals. Only time would tell, only time would tell. Some short time later, Imperial Place of the Shattenrake, MCPOV. Presently, there was still some time before the banquet would officially start. Still, before the start, I went to meet Weissman as we had some things to discuss together. "So in the end, you have decided for that outcome. I always thought you were a fence-sitter," I said as I looked at the Shattenrake city's panorama on the balcony of our room while my wives were resting after the journey. "Not much of choice after that stunt that you pulled. Many of the war hawks are advocating for the war to start. Some of them are doing it for thousands of years already, especially those with the plains near the Divine Star region, so in the end, it came to that," answered a smooth male voice as Weissman entered the balcony. "You are very close to the Tier 12. Stated Silver King plainly as he took the spot next to me, as we both watched the panorama of the Shattenrake city. While I still had plenty of improvement place available to me, I long ago realized how to condense my arcane crest, and my path was practically ready. If I wanted, I could do it right now, but I wanted to reach the limit of Tier 11. Especially my godhood still had a lot of room to grow. "So, when will the party start?" I asked, as the extermination war on the gods sounded very appealing to me, a lot of precious resources, divine sparks, and population. All of that would be available for the ripe. In a few decades. We need to ready armies and everything. Arcanists are not warmongers like you people," he said mischievously as I ignored his comment, trying to rile me up. "You know, Hela always says that war is an art. And we are just artists." I bit back with a smile, remembering how my beloved always talked about the war. Chapter 395, Talk with the Arcane Ancestor. Do you have a plan on how to deal with the myriad god emperor and their divine kingdoms? I asked Weissman as he nodded. Myriad god emperors were very powerful, especially in their divine kingdom if it boosted them to the extreme. Then they could resist even tier 12 powerhouses to a certain extent. Not to mention that the divine kingdoms of the 7 myriad god emperors would be extremely powerful. They had ruled the entire divine star region for countless eras, being worshippers as supreme gods for hundreds of thousands of years. Nobody could know how much wealth and power they accumulated over that long period of time. I have found something that we can use, though from the start we'll be employing only standard anti-faith measures to lower their strength, and only after the myriad god emperors appeared will we use it. Standard anti-faith or anti-god or anti-divine measures were at first annihilated their believers, usually as fast as possible, not giving God time to react. Because the divine path of the astral boundary made the gods dependent on the faith, they could easily fall if they didn't have believers, and even if they didn't fall, it would still significantly weaken them. We will join, but at a later date, let the gods think that arcanists are in this alone, and when they lower their guard, thinking nobody else would attack them, we will strike from the shadows and at the place where they are awaiting it the less. For now, the Thonian Empire of the Baator needed years, probably even decades, to completely digest gains from the Baatorian jihad as they were too many and too much of them. I predicted that once the digestion process of our gains was finished, our strength would be superior to that of the entire Arcanist path and all of their faction together. In the end, warlocks were, in fact, more numerous than Arcanists and controlled more planes. Even though they were not so old as them, they still had more wealth and treasures, which all fell into the hands of the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Hela would be delighted to wage war against the gods, though she would be delighted to wage war against anyone, as long as they are strong. I said, mainly to myself, as the new war was already on the horizon. This time it was to exterminate what was viewed by Arcanists as the menace of the universe, gods. Though technically Baator too had gods, we were different, mainly in that I didn't plan for the Baator to remain in the astral boundary universe for much longer. Maybe a few thousand years until I could successfully carry out my plans and evolve it to a whole new universe. And how are you progressing with your plan on that matter? He asked as if reading my thoughts, but alas, it was not hard to guess as we were talking about a related topic. Soon, very soon, with this, Kangxi plane could evolve to the grade 1 plane, and I can fuse all god slots into my body, essentially becoming fake universe master, but with me controlling planar command sequence. When it evolves, even as tier 13 I would be unkillable. I commented with a bit of pride. Immortality was foe, the true immortality. It meant that one could not be killed. That was different from being ageless, which I am right now, as I can't die from an old get. But I wanted to be a true immortal, not being killed, and I always searched for ways to achieve that. And soon enough, one opened before me, even if it was a pseudo-immortality of sorts. Tier 13 had not just one subcategory, which was Divine Throne, but apparently, there existed another, but that was exceedingly rare. It was as rare as meeting Tier 14 Paragon. Becoming a Universe Master. If the Divine Throne controlled part of the universe, as they were given the Divine Throne by the universe, then Universe Master controlled the entire universe. They were embodiments of the universe, and there existed only one way to kill them, which was to destroy the entire universe. And that was a feat only Tier 14 Paragons could achieve, to destroy the whole universe in a second. Contrary to the Divine Throne experts, who could be killed in many other ways, there existed only a single way to kill Universe Master. Not only that, but there were no restrictions on the Universe Master like they were on the Divine Thrones. One could even argue that it was a boosted-up version of a Divine Throne. But in all of this, there was a slight catch. Those under Paragon level had to create the universe by themselves or use the help of some special artifact or something to fuse with the existing universe. However, that would need to be a weak universe. Usually, those under the level of Paragon could wipe out the consciousness of the entire universe and fuse the whole universe into themselves. For that, those under that level of power needed to cultivate their own universe. And because of that, since I found that information, I have been working on the way to realizing my way to becoming a Universe Master. You and Mercurius, I don't know which of you is crazier. One is attempting to usurp the universe's consciousness, and the other is cultivating his own universe. Really chaotic time, how simple the things were in the ancient times. Stated Weissman. Mercurius was aiming for the same thing as me, through a wholly different and probably far more dangerous method than me. And as a half-step Tier 13, it was really something to behold, attempting such suicidal things. We should be going, the banquet will be starting any moment. I said as he nodded. Chapter 396, Banquet at the Schattenreich, 2. The Banquet Hall. I looked around the hall while I observed the interaction of the nobles and other prominent people interacting with each other. Indeed, I agreed with Hela, this was boring as hell, and I wished to go home or to the lab and just laze around. Grafia was talking with some high-ranking officials of the Dresden Arcanum Empire about some matter, and by looks, it was clear she was enjoying herself in the discussion. If I had to guess, it was some boring administrative job in which FIA was excelling, and that boring thing was enjoying for her. To my surprise, even Hela found herself a way to pass the time as she was discussing the incoming military strategy for the holy war against the gods of the Divine Star regions. There were a lot of high-ranking generals, marshal, and admirals of the Dresden Arcanum Empire participating in the banquet. It is boring as hell, I muttered as Venelana visibly flinched next to me. Don't be grumpy, said Venelana as she noticed someone she knew and dragged me there. Oya, isn't it Natalia? Said Vina as we came in front of some beautiful blonde woman with very long hair, whom I barely recognized as Venelana's rival. And right now, there would start a round of insults, bragging, and similar things, until one side admitted defeat. It is. I must admit tonight you look good, are you alone here? Asked Venelana with venom in her voice as she looked at Natalia. Hearing that, Natalia scowled at Venelana before she decided to counterattack. Indeed, I am. Contrary to seductress like you, I don't have much luck, especially when similar bitches always tempt good men. Stated Natalia as she narrowed her eyes at me while Vina visibly flinched. Or is it because you don't have anything to tempt? Venelana quickly bites back as Natalia's expression falters. Frankly speaking, you are flat as a board and have an insufferable personality, no wonder most men would avoid you like the plague. As Natalia was fuming with anger, Vina was enjoying her expression, and I was feeling very awkward, as now I realized why she dragged me here. She wanted to brag about me to her enemy, friend, frenemy, or whatever. I learned to be self-conscious about myself, and from the point of view of these noble ladies, I was, how would one say it, a catch yes. I was very handsome, powerful, and other things that apparently appealed to them. So Venelana was basically using me to win over her rival. So you two are frenemies? Best friends turned from enemies or whatever. Not the smartest thing to say in this situation, as both of them glared at me, especially Vina's expression I knew very well. It was an expression of, you can sleep on the couch or ground or rot in hell tonight. Seeing that, I just left them and went far from them so as to not rile my wife. Even more, it was wise to leave. Hello, grandfather. Suddenly I turned around to see my granddaughter Kuna greeting me with the same grace and elegance as her mother had. It weird feeling sometimes, how the time flew. I still remember her as a shy little girl that hid behind her mother, and on all formal occasions, she was always hiding behind me to avoid any attention. She always tugged my robes if she wanted something. I always used to pick her up and place her on my shoulders. How the time flew, really weird feeling, nostalgic. Depressive? Who knows? I wasn't that old compared to truly old monsters, I was only something above 3,000 years old, which was basically nothing. What did you say again to Grandma Venelana so that you had to leave? She asked as I scratched my head in shame, probably. Don't know, maybe I called her and that woman Natalia frenemies. Why did she be so pissed about something like that? I muttered, not really understanding it all. And why I am talking about it to you, you little Helion, not really little, but you are still causing mischief anywhere you go. I said to my granddaughter as she smirked at me. Nine-tailed foxes were known for their mischievous nature and tricking people, causing mischief and troubles anywhere they went. So, how are you enjoying the banquet? I asked her as Kuna shook her head because she was not for occasions like this. One would think she inherited Yusaka's tastes for social occasions, but in this regard, she took more from my son Sigmar. It is boring here. Maybe I will go and annoy grandmother for a bit, that could be fun. She answered as I shook my head, and she departed to find Hela, who was talking about the military strategy with various high-ranking military officers of the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Can I have your attention, please? Said the soft voice of arcane ancestor Adolf K. Weissman as the entire banquet hall quieted down. Today, we are celebrating the most notable occasion for the past eras, and that is nothing other than the extermination of the warlock path from the astral boundary universe by our allies. Stated arcane ancestor as everyone waited for his next words. But that is not enough. From now on, the Dresden Arcanum Empire will be unleashing the crusade against the gods in the Divine Star region after several decades since today. After the crusade against the gods of the Divine Star region was officially announced, everyone looked excited as now they had the most bulletproof confirmation about the upcoming war against the gods. Nobody said anything, people just clapped in happiness that their empire would be going to war. Of course, arcanists were rather military amateurs, not really aware of the horrors that the war brought, but those horrors were usually restricted to the soldiers, not the experts. Still, I was watching this with a gleam in my eyes, as we can benefit from this war very much, once again. Chapter 397, After the Banquet. After the banquet ended or at least officially ended, the guests started slowly leaving one by one. I talked with a few magisters and arcane lords about the development of the Dresden Arcanum Empire and the Thonian Empire of the Baator in the future. Meanwhile, Venelana finally finished arguing with her frenemy about some probably unimportant things, as she came to me because we would be soon enough leaving for our chambers. This was basically a vacation for us, so it was the best choice to enjoy it and enjoy our stay in Schattenreich City. Tomorrow we would be going to the Grand Arena on Hela's behest because she wanted to go there and fight the Tier 11 life form that the Arcanists found somewhere and captured it. So what, have you finished your argument? I teased Vina as she pouted a bit. That insufferable woman just kept saying that I am incompetent, and if not for you being my husband, I would for surely bankrupt IMC. She said with fake tears in her eyes, complaining to me, and at the same time, she asked for a hug, which I complied with. Can we finally depart already? I asked impatiently. Yes, we can. Finally, at last, this boring shit of ass-kissers has finally ended. Somewhere in the Divine Star region, unknown primary grade 2 belongs to the myriad god Emperor Tar. It was located on the outskirts of the Divine Star region and basically next to the universal wall, which was separating the astral boundary universe from the outside void. This primary grade 2 plane was under the control of the myriad god Emperor Tar since immemorial, for countless eras already, and thus it became his HQ, especially since it was the plane where he ascended as god, so technically, he was tied to the planet itself. High above the plane in the astral plane of the primary grade 2 plane, there was the biggest and most powerful divine kingdom from all divine kingdoms surrounding this primary grade 2 plane. Surprisingly, despite the grade of the plane, there were only a few divine kingdoms stationed around the plane, probably not even 20 of them, which was a very low number for even a grade 5 plane. It was apparent that this plane was divided between a few super powerful gods that didn't want to share their power with anyone else. In the biggest divine kingdom, in the middle of it, there was an enormous lofty divine palace where the sole Tier 11 god lived and currently was sitting on his throne, while some of his servants were bringing him the news about the developments in the astral boundary universe. Your godness, the situation among the divine coalition is unstable right now, as many wants to retreat and fortify their positions. Not many of them want to fight against the Arcanists of the Dresden Arcanum Empire. Reported one of the divine slaves of Irtar. In terms of appearance, Irtar had the same appearance as his clone in the Fesua plane, which was killed, but his true body had a more sharp and powerful aura compared to that of the clone. The Divine Coalition was an alliance between the 7 myriad god emperors of the Divine Star region, which was created to fight and spread their religion collectively. Mostly to attack other star regions or to repel attacks from the Central Star region that happened from time to time. News about the fall of the warlock kind was disturbing to many of the god emperors, as many of them decided to retreat to the depths of their territories and just defend. Not even aware of how the Arcanists and Thonians were scheming their downfall. Fucking cowards, if we attack right now, they are weakened, we could capture at least a ton of new planes and obtain countless worshippers and try to break the limit of our path. Cursed Irtar at his fellow myriad god emperors. In their hearts, gods were cowards that feared death or falling back to the mortalhood more than anything else in the world. Suddenly as he was going to throw a rage tantrum, he stopped in his tracks, as his eyes looked at his home plane with a sharp gaze due to the changes he felt this second. We are under the attack, the material plane. Said Irtar as he forcibly descended with his true body onto the plane, as he searched for the invader while his servants spread the message to his subordinate gods. Normally gods could remain indefinite outside their divine kingdoms, and even myriad god emperors were not an exception to this restriction, but Irtar could remain for a much longer time in the material world. When he descended down, he was horrified about what he saw. The entire plane was slowly but surely being infested by the various enormous-sized insectoids, from which many of them were Tier 9, Tier 10, and even tens of Tier 11 insects. This is going to hell. Irtar cursed without much emotion as he recognized the void insect swarm. With the presence of tens of Tier 11 insects, it was clear that this was a very strong swarm, and he realized that he wouldn't make it alive probably. Fortunately, he had several clones in various star regions, of which many were supreme gods, but even then, losing his entire foundation was not something he fancied. Suddenly, he felt 7 Tier 11 insects surround him, all acting as one. Each one of these insects was a peak Tier 11 powerhouse with highly terrifying physical capabilities and psionic potential. Not to mention that the hive mind of the swarm, which was Tier 12, could exert the might of the entire void insect swarm through these insects. This really wasn't in my calculations. He said quietly as his body was pulverized to ash by the attack of peak Tier 12 hive mind, in a split of a second. He realized that he had entered the trap, but it was too late, as he was dead before he could do anything. At the same time, before he could revive in his divine kingdom, which was ferociously attacked by the hive mind and eaten like a morning snack. Chapter 398, Disturbing News from the Divine Star Region. Several days later, after we departed from Shattenrake City, on my departure for the Baldaquin, I got disturbing news from the Weissman as I was leaving. Apparently, the entire home plane of the myriad god Emperor of Destruction Irtar fell within one day, and even Irtar was instantly killed. This was an unprecedented situation that had never happened before, and everyone who became aware of it was horrified. It meant a single thing. Enemies from the Void or another universe invaded the astral boundary universe, but the Void case was more probably. If it was another universe, the situation would be different. From the initial analysis, it was concluded that the astral boundary became a target of the Void insect swarm. This entire action had a pattern of the void insects, which was, one word, or two. We are all fucked up. Even weakest swarm was led by Tier 12 hive mind. There was no possibility that the astral boundary could survive if it is Tier 13 hive mind, then we are all fucked up, and only the fastest to escape would survive. When I heard that, I chose to fasten all my plans to elevate the Baator to the Grade 1 plane so I could fuse all of the god slots into my body and start realizing my plan to elevate the Baator to the universe and ascend to the higher tiers. Dealing with the void insect swarm smelled like shit, and even though I should be glad, the first target they chose were gods of the Divine Star region. In the end, that was a bad thing. While the gods of the Divine Star region are leeches of the astral boundary universe, being devoured by the swarm was a shitty situation. Basically, the swarm gets more biomass to create more insects and bugs, which means stronger and more numerous their forces would be. Especially with the Divine Spark, they could create mutation of god bugs or whatever, which would be a nightmare to fight against. So either way, the situation was very bad, though it would depend on the swarm. If it was led by Tier 13 hive mind, then the only way would be an escape. If it was led by Tier 12 hive mind, we could fight and win, though we would be suffering enormous losses. Though, this could be used to our benefit as well. Ancient Eternal Star region should be strong enough to hold its own against the incoming swarm for a long time, as there were even some Tier 12 beings sleeping, so the only thing I needed to do was to direct the trajectory of the void insect swarm towards the Ancient Eternal Star region and let them fight to the death. Afterward, it would be easier to kill those who survived. Ancient Eternal Star region was always a reclusive place, where its inhabitants just fought among themselves, but even despite the constant wars and carnage that was filling the place, it was the stronger star region. The ratio of powerhouses of the Ancient Eternal Star region to other star regions was several times higher. It was a very strong place, filled with countless powerhouses, and even had tens of Tier 11 ones. But also on the other hand, just as many powerhouses were in the Ancient Eternal Star region, there were also countless factions. We are returned home as soon as possible, there are many things to do. I said to my wives as they looked at me confusedly because I didn't tell them yet of anything that Weissman had told me this morning. After the Bald Aquin left the Dresden plane, I was sitting on my throne at the throne room of the Bald Aquin as I watched the universe. I always liked it, observing the stars and space when I was traveling with the Void ship. Husband, what is happening? You look stressed from the meeting with Weissman. Asked Vina, as she was easily able to deduce something was bothering me. Among my wives, she was the one with the highest empathy and could always tell how someone was feeling. Void insect swarm has invaded the astral boundary universe, and they are currently wreaking havoc in the Divine Star region. Territories of the myriad god Emperor Tar have already fallen. I said bluntly, as all of them were shocked to hear that we were about to face void insect swarm. For now, we need to return to the Baator, and the process of evolution to the Grade 1 plane is to be speeded up as much as possible. FIA, how is the process of cleanup of the Kangxi plane and other evolutionary planes? I stated as I looked at Grafia, who opened her hollow brain and searched for some information. All four of them knew that this was not time to be overwhelmed by fear because that would be a natural reaction if someone found out their universe was invaded by the void insect swarm. Especially Bibi Dong, because her universe was, sooner or later, to be invaded by the void insect swarm. However, for some reason, the hive mind in control of the swarm up there was still observing the universe and didn't make any moves yet. I came to the conclusion that Shao universe should have some active Tier 13 experts. We would be done with clearing out what remained after the warlocks in 1 year if we mobilize other forces for the task, but all the resources and natural things. She said as I knew that by letting Baator assimilate the planes where not all resources have been mined, cut down, or transported would be basically lost. Focus priority on those of Tier 9 and higher, highest priority is for the unique lifeforms, magical beasts, and monsters. You have 1 year. I said as my wife nodded because we needed to move fast. In truth, the world engine I used to move the Baator from the dimensional gap was studied, broken apart, and constructed once more. I had a failsafe in case the void insect swarm proved to be powerful. After the evolution of the Baator to the Grade 1 plane, I would activate the world engine and teleport the entire plane somewhere to a safe location within the void. Chapter 399, Long Way from Home. Baator, 9th Layer Nessus, Holy Imperial Capital Aner Londo. Immediately upon my return to the Baator, I called the meeting of the Senatorum Imperialis, together with all elders, and all high-ranking officials of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, to discuss the upcoming crisis which stemmed from the invasion of the void insect swarm. During our journey home, I got more and more messages that bugs were spread around the Divine Star region, and the Divine Coalition of 7 myriad god emperors started fighting them. Indeed, 7, because while Irtar was killed on his home plane, one of his avatars that he kept hidden used some method to reach myriad god emperor rank by assimilating other divine avatars. The bugs were spreading much faster than I initially predicted, and while the Divine Coalition was putting on a good fight, they were slowly losing their ground as they were pushed more and more by the bug tribes and the entire swarm. Their planes were being devoured together with their inhabitants as the bugs ate everything in their sight. Especially the terrifying Tier 11 bugs that wreaked havoc. Some of them were so powerful that apparently, even the myriad god emperors needed to mobilize their divine kingdoms to their utmost limit to defeat one. Not to kill, but to just repel it. Those were the fearsome bug kings, killing machines bred to be top powerhouses of every bug tribe and backbone of the swarm. It has been only a short time since the war against the warlock path has ended, but this time the situation is far more grievous than before. Before I left Dresden, I got information from the arcane ancestor that the void insect swarm consisting of at least 10 bug tribes has entered the astral boundary universe and is currently slowly munching on the divine star region and in the war against the divine coalition of the myriad god emperors. For this, I am announcing the highest emergency of the Thonian Empire and initiating the Project Exodus, in case if the void insect swarm's hive mind proves to be tier 13 hive mind. I didn't speak in the Senatorium Imperialis for several centuries already like this, even the start of the Baatorian Jihad was announced from the bald Aquin, not here. This only increased the gravity of the entire situation, and put on the tag, we are fucked up slowly, but steadily. In truth, I was weighing the opinions. Fight or escape. In the end, sooner or later, Baator would become universe on its own, so I didn't really see a reason to send soldiers of the Thonian Empire to their death by fighting the bugs. Fighting bugs was different from fighting anything else. Void insects were immeasurable, basically, no matter how many or how strong soldiers we had, it didn't matter because bugs would have more, way more. Not to mention their overwhelmingly higher number of powerhouses and, most importantly, the strength of the hive mind, which was a big unknown. The most terrifying thing about the hive minds and swarms was that if one was killed somewhere, others would know it. Especially for example, if the situation occurs like this. If it was indeed tier 12 hive mind, and we killed it by some miracle, which would require several tier 12 because the hive mind could use the psionic potential of the entire swarm to fight, thus elevating its power to a frightening level, we would alert the tier 13 hivemen behind the tier 12 one. All hive minds were interconnected with each other in a certain sense, so the only way to protect your universe is basically to have a very strong tier 13 powerhouse standing guard, which would usually deter the swarms from attacking, especially if those powerhouses are many more than just one. Hive minds are profiteers, they would attack only if their gains would absolutely overwhelm their losses. Suppose they found out that their invasion would be a failure, or they would win at the cost of tremendous losses. In that case, there is a high probability that they would never invade in the first place. We will initiate Project Exodus, and if I am not wrong, then Weissman already realized that it was not worth of the fight, probably. The astral boundary without the interference of tier 13 is a lost case with a probability of 96-88%. I said as everyone looked grim around me. I knew that sooner or later, the hive minds roaming the void would notice one of their kind found a weak universe without strong protections and would rush here in great numbers to fight for its resources, us. And I knew that Mercurius would never move because this was favorable for him, he could use the near-destruction state of the universe to advance to the later stages of tier 13 directly in one gulp. I wouldn't be surprised if it was him who lured the hive minds to this place through universal hoppers and connection created by members of the Longinus Dracian Orden, a really devious plan. But in the end, I had a more devious one. We will capitalize on everything that could be capitalized and start the final phase of the growth of the Baator. From now on, I will release the treasuries, with the priority to increase collective strength of the Baator as much as possible. I said as I planned to kill Mercurius with the thing he was most proud of and take over the Longinus Dracian Orden officially and obtain the Sapphira Castle. While the tarot cards basically made it impossible for members to hurt each other, I long ago managed to devise a way to neutralize them, and when I reached tier 12, it could be carried out immediately. Chapter 400, Race with Time. It was a race with time, about who would win. 1 year passed since the fateful meeting of the Senatorium Imperialis, and 1 year it took, through all power and sacrifices, to clear out most of the planes that we obtained during the Baatorian Jihad. Unfortunately, as predicted, we managed to clear only the inheritance and all places of utmost importance. We didn't manage to mine all resources and ores that were marked as a priority, as countless logs and veins were still untouched, but after the news from 3 months ago, I couldn't be sad about that. 3 months ago, Divine Coalition suffered enormous losses as they lost 3 myriad god emperors, and now only 4 were remaining, even Ertar was killed this time for sure. This was very bad because practically the rest of the universe was using the Divine Coalition as a means to prolong the time. Everybody knew that the gods of the Divine Star region couldn't leave or escape, they could only fight to the death, which they were doing. It was predicted that their armies and forces would last for another 2 or 3 months before they would be overwhelmed by the swarm. Not only that, but some bug tribe members were seen in other places of the astral boundary, as they were probably scouting the area. Apparently, the Divine Star region was already almost eaten by them, so they started searching for new food. On the bright side, I managed to achieve my goal, to lead the swarm to the ancient Eternal Star region, thus buying us the needed time, to strengthen the Baator as much as possible because there was only one proper way to fight a void insect swarm. Annihilate them with overwhelming power. I was very close to reaching tier 12 by condensing the arcane crest from my path, which I would achieve probably any moment, and I plan to use the blessings from the evolution of the Baator to the grade 1 plane to achieve that feat. After I reach tier 12, I will go and see the tier of the hive mind of this invading swarm and see if I can kill it and possibly devour it. With that, I could reach the later stages of the tier 12 in one go. Even with this train of thought, I decided to still continue with Project Exodus because once one swarm came, more would come. Unless I reached the tier 13 and became the world master in one go, then remaining here and keep fighting swarm, it was not really worth it. On the contrary, I planned to move the Baator to a safe location where it could start developing to the universe and use the astral boundary as some kind of tempering field for our soldiers. How is the current situation? I asked Serzex, who came to visit me in my part of the Imperial Palace. He was now very busy. He needed to deal with countless things since the moment I decided those world-shattering decisions. All elders reach tier 11, and we have several other people close to reaching that level, with additional more 30 tier 10 powerhouses. On the contrary, our vaults are empty by one word. Answered Serzex with a heavy heart, as I expected this outcome when I decided to use everything. Practically every treasure, pill, potion, material, or anything you can think of was used by those who redeemed it to increase their power or used by elders and members of the Imperial House to reach higher tiers. That is something expected, and things that were used could be gained once more. I said because I didn't really care about a few treasures and other stuff that could be obtained or produced once more. For now, producing powerhouses and increasing the general strength of the population was prioritized. But still, everything we accumulated during our existence, conquests, and from warlocks is gone, only some insignificant things are remaining. Serzex complained as my decision really emptied all of our treasuries and vaults, and now they were desolate because we used practically everything that could be used. Of course, due to that, the Thonian Empire of the Baator obtained plenty of resources. Is the super formation prepared? I asked as my eldest son nodded in agreement. During the 1 year, Ajuka adjusted the dawn pillars so they could be used during the planar refinement process more easily. Thus, we started mass producing them and plating them all around the planes, which would be used as evolutionary material for the Baator. Yes, all pillars with upgraded planar refinement formation have been set, and now, we are just waiting to activate them. In a few days, I will activate the formation and refine all the planes as the evolutionary material for the Baator, so it can advance to the grade 1 plane. And at the same time, I would reach tier 12 Exarch by condensing the arcane crest from my path. If everything goes well, not only would my power be increased tremendously, but also the collective strength of the Thonian Empire and the Baator as a whole. Then we will start right now. Forcing the evolution of the Baator is the best thing we can do, not to mention it will be the first step in my becoming the World Master. Naturally, to become a World Master, I needed the Baator to evolve into the whole universe, but even in its state as a grade 1 plane, I could do a lot if I fuse all God slots into my body. Basically, I can give certain people some kind of blessings that would be made them almost unkillable as long as they fought in the Baator. They would have the might of the grade 1 plane behind their backs. Not to mention, I would benefit from the evolution of the Baator. Typically when the plane evolved into a higher grade, all lifeforms living in there would undergo qualitative strength change. And especially those who were tied to my person would profit the most from this act.